even when they say, well, 0 G up in the vomit comet, that's 0 G. And you go, well, it's not, because it's just falling.
Oh, I got another one for you. If gravity was truly a force, like how magnetism is a force, a vomit comet would not work. You would still be sucked down to the bottom of the plane, even if the plane is in free fall. And a little thought experiment to go along with this is take like a strong magnet, right? And have it like right outside the plane, and you've got a piece of metal wanting to attract to that magnet. Now take yourself into a free fall as fast as you want to go, but keeping the magnet held out in front of the plane. Objects are still going to be attracted to it. There's no point at which you accelerate, because a force is a force. It doesn't matter if you're accelerating towards it or not. See what I mean?
Gravity's not going to wait until you level off, and then it's going to pull you to the ground. That's a bit ridiculous.
Yes.
I was thinking about that earlier today, man. Somebody was speaking about the vomit comet. That's the first thing I thought of for some reason.
Yeah, you can't cancel out real forces like electromagnetism and all that kind of stuff just by accelerating towards it.
Well, gravity isn't a force. Just gonna tell you that. It's from theory of relativity. It's a consequence.
The theory of relativity.
That's what they call it in science, isn't it?
So it's a theory?
No. Well, yeah, basically.
Gravity is not a force.
It's the best guess possible.
Is it? I suppose if you believe you're on a spinning ball that blew up from some mysterious nothingness and you evolved from a monkey, then maybe that theory isn't a theory if you live like that.
Yeah, if you fell out of a monkey's coochie.
I used to lap this stuff up, and I used to watch the ISS videos and like the Hubble Deep Field and stare at it for ages and think, that's amazing, man. Like, wow. Fucking hell, man. Now when I look at it, I literally laugh out loud every time I see anything on the news or anybody on the bus like speaking about, oh, did you see about this, or did you hear about the car they sent into space? I can't help myself but instantly interrupt them. I'm like, man, hitting them with a barrage of information. Do you honestly believe you're spinning in multiple directions at millions of miles an hour? Okay. Gravity. I'm like, what's gravity? And I'll drop someone. Is that gravity, mate? Before I know it, they end up having to get off the bus early because I've hit them with that much information. Hilarious, man.
Turned into a street preacher.
I can't help myself.
The metal in a vacuum experiment. Are there any other? Is there any other information regarding it? Because it seems like it's. It doesn't seem like it goes anywhere.
Nah, I skipped it till about halfway through, and then. There's
no
way
it looks like it's like a student science experiment is what it is.
Blue Peter.
But then, like,
so
there's no,
real
like,
quick, Bev, try thinking.
Or anything.
Really quick statement. Bev, try thinking. Yesterday we had a guy come in. Hey, hold on for a second, dude. Bev, try thinking. You know how you were talking about, like, you talked to Physics and Twitter? Well, yesterday we had one come in here, and when we showed him like an FE laser measurement, his best idea of how like the laser is being able to be seen from 41 kilometers with a laser of 0.08 millirad at the height of 2 meters above sea level, for hitting a target that is 1.5 meters of height that is 41 kilometers. He said that the light is actually skipping like a rock over the water for it to be observed.
Round the curve.
I wish I was
the wrong way. Is gravity pulling it down as it's skipping?
Yeah. Now, who said this exactly? Who was saying that?
A PhD. The guy that came with a PhD in physics. Yeah. Cyrus. Really? Cyrus, right? Skipping rocks.
What's going on, dude?
Yeah. I don't think he thought that through. all the
Well,
way.
yeah, he did.
No, no.
Yeah, he did. He
He
did
did.
take it through. Eh?
That's why he was saying, and Indio came up with the analogy of the skipping stone. And yeah, we're like, yep.
What's that got to do with me, particularly? Because I can't remember discussing anything about that.
Oh,
No,
the
I
reason
have-
I'm
I
bringing
have
you up
someone.
is because, like, you know how you said you had a conversation with the PhD, and you kind of like obviously could tell he wasn't. Well, this guy came in the same thing. He said he had a PhD in physics, and that's what he believed. He believed that light can travel like a skipping rock over the curve for it to be observed. Has nothing to do with you. I was just kind of trying to link it to your story. How you can talk to someone that has a PhD and they'll give you nonsense for an explanation to save the globe.
Scattering.
No, you've just done exactly the same thing as well. You just, that's a rubbish story about skipping lasers, going 41k round the curve. That's impossible. That can't happen either.
That's what he was saying, man.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, right? Yeah,
I
said.
guess.
Hey, no, he dug his own hole. He dug his own hole, and when he got to the end, he ejaculated words out and just came up with some nonsense. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
I wish I was there to see it, hear it.
Cyrus has a video clip if you want to, or I don't know. Did you get it, Cyrus?
It's on there. It's that 302. Whatchamacallit? Live stream number 302. About the 7-hour mark, roughly.
Yeah, go to Helio Skeptics live stream, and then he's got it on his videos.
For some reason, I had issues like my video ripper. Well, for some reason, didn't want to rip that video off of YouTube. I've got no idea why, but I'll try some other software later.
A conspiracy.
Yeah, it must be.
He got quiet.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna bring like some decent arguments to the table or whatnot, But
Yeah, I know. I was ready for that too.
yeah, his scattering and then coming back to the water and scattering up, and it's like what? And just Indio came in there. It's like like a skipping stone. It's like oh my god, man, that was some funny shit, dude. But yeah, that's exactly what he was saying. It's gonna scatter up into the atmosphere and then come back down to the water again, bounce off the water.
The funny thing about that is if we were to like maybe walk some more physicists, like different physicists, through the same problem, we'd get different answers from all of them. They just kind of come up with whatever. Sure, it skips. Yeah, it does whatever it dances its way. It's just like you'll get different answers from everyone. It's like
they can't get over the.
Yesterday we had a pilot. Did you hear the pilot yesterday? Miguel, the pilot came in. We showed him the FE core. He's like, "Oh yeah, there's a big problem with that." I just looked at the refraction model. Okay, the pilot was like, "I just looked at the refraction model they use, and they're using the globe refraction model, so it proves the globe." And I'm like, "Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, of course they're going to use like the current numbers of the globe and what the refraction on a globe should be to measure this, medium in." And he's just like, "Oh, well, they use the globe, so they must be trying to prove a globe or something." I'm like, "No, dude." I'm like, if you're trying to measure something, like, and say, I'm trying to see if this model is correct, you're going to use the predictions of that model, right? He wasn't getting it. He was trying to make it seem like they proved the globe with the laser test. He was trying to reverse it.
Goodness.
Yeah, he's a pilot. Just because he's a pilot doesn't mean he knows any like scientific, anything. You know what I mean? He just drives an airplane, man.
It'd be cool if we get like all the people that come in here with their PhDs and pilots and all that, and put little quotations on what they say, like kind of like one of their famous sayings when they're in here. Like that would be the PhD Robert. His famous quote would be the skipping stone analogy for how he gets a laser beam to go across.
Right, skipping stone.
It was just like. I was just like flabbergasted with that whole. How in the hell are you coming up with this idea?
Oh, wait a minute! The Boyd Bushman guy he's the guy who claimed that like aliens and stuff, and that he worked in Area 51 and all that crazy stuff. The one that did the magnetism anti-gravity video.
I don't know who that guy is.
It was linked in the voice chat or the text of voice.
Oh, I had to scroll down.
Yeah, I would really like that Robert guy to come back on here. It would be cool.
And the funny thing is, he said he's been talking to flat Earth people for like 3 years. So I mean, he's not. It's like, dang, 3 years and you haven't picked up anything. I mean, this is the best you got.
Centuries, man.
I mean, he did sound like he was educated, like sometimes, but then again, like he couldn't solve a simple trig problem, so it kind of boggled my mind for a bit, you know. And I was like, okay, bro.
Okay. Do you have like a second source for his experiment? Because everything I'm reading about it is that he's the only one who's ever performed it, and it hasn't been verified by anyone. For that anti-gravity magnetism.
Oh.
It was really funny. That same pilot that I was talking to yesterday, he was telling me that the easiest way you can tell the Earth is curved is by seeing boats go disappear bottom up. That could only happen on a curved surface. And I'm like, are you excluding all the variables, like all the atmospheric distortions, mirroring, fata morgana, etc., refraction? He goes, that wouldn't affect it. And then I show him the Canigo photo of the French Alps, that long distance photography shot that you guys have all seen, I'm sure. And he's like, oh, that's because of refraction. I'm like, but you said refraction wouldn't apply. And he's like, well, right here it does. Yeah, so it's right. Like, dude, when does it apply and when doesn't it apply? Yeah.
When it suits his
That's why I brought it up. I'm like, because I know he
it only applies.
That's why I brought it up, because he said that refraction would apply to that observation. So when do you decide when refraction applies?
A pilot's best evidence of flat Earth was boats disappearing. It's like he's a pilot. Right? Does he not? Why does he go for boats over the water?
Yeah, that's right. He didn't cite like. Well, I've been up there. So.
It's because he's got nothing else, man.
Well, to be honest, I was hoping he was going to bring up the 3 degrees horizon drop that most pilots bring up. I'm like, aren't you? Like, I don't know if he knows
he went for boats going over the water.
Yeah.
You must have seen that program with Bill Nye. Maybe his kids were watching it.
Yeah. He's like,
he remembered at the end. Oh.
I know I'm a pilot, but I got to use this example of this boat going over the horizon.
Did y'all see the breakdown? Taboo Conspiracy posted it just yesterday, and right after we were talking about the Stephen Hawking's PBS bullshit where they were using the helicopter and the laser and all that, and he showed that they literally edited out the helicopter. They used the same footage, like with the same birds going across the water, where they're like, yeah, we see the helicopter, and then next thing you know, they're like, oh, we can't see you, and they're showing literally the same footage, just with the helicopter been cropped out, like busted, hardcore.
Ace, I have a GIF that I made of that, where it's like two videos, like the one without the helicopter and the one with the helicopter, and you see the little 3 same birds fly in. The only difference is that the helicopter's been edited out. Right? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'd be a good GIF.
I posted it in, it's not showing up. Hold on one sec.
Are magnets real?
Somebody just asked if magnets were real.
You listen to too much ICP, man.
I think it's a conspiracy myself.
Yeah, magnets are a conspiracy, man.
I don't believe in the big molten iron spinning magnets. I don't think they're real.
Which one?
Magnetism.
The one at the supposed core of this thing, that them molten magnets that The ball magnets that have a north and south. that is the cause of the magnet north and south that we see, isn't it? It's like a spinning molten iron core magnet. Am I right in thinking that?
The core of the Earth, supposedly.
Absolutely right. That's exactly what it is.
Well, that is rubbish.
Absolute rubbish by the physics book. If it's molten, it can't be magnetic.
Yes, true. So anybody who pretends to say that is just going against science, like obvious science. Despite the fact that we can't even know it's there.
Did you cut out? Sounds like you cut out. You cut out mid-sentence, didn't you?
No. I say it's not proved to be there, and what they say is there can't possibly be there either. So it's not there in my eyes. Because I think that doesn't the gravity equation rely on the mass of the Earth? And that iron core would presumably up the mass quite a bit to affect the gravity equation of the mass of the Earth.
Oh, wait, speaking of the iron core, is it just me, or did they change? It used to always be the core was liquid. Molten core. And now everyone's saying it's solid. Did they recently change that?
I heard of it being solid.
Just recently I heard it was solid, and it has been solid for 500 million years or something. And apparently it just became solid just at the right time to be able to keep its magnetism. It was perfectly
right when
coincidentally.
In a not molten iron core.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking the original question, because there's a bit of a contention in the minds of the pseudoscientists now, isn't there?
It's solid and a liquid. It's a liquid. You guys didn't hear?
Yeah, duality.
Yeah, I pasted what they put in Google and voice text for everyone. You want to take?
Did you guys learn that the poles were supposed to flip at some point? Like the North and South Pole are supposed to just
garbage.
I think it's
I don't know. It's like some kind of weird 2012 Mayan end of the world conspiracy.
They already did flip, man. They're moving all the time.
Yeah.
I heard it on it was a radio news program. I was flicking through the radio, and it said that the poles are in the middle of shifting. The magnetic north is changing right now, supposedly.
Yeah, there was meant to be two, I think, and one of them.
Oh, if it's just shifting, that's not a
so
big
it's
deal.
going
if
quite
it's
fast.
flipping 100% around, that's another thing entirely.
I remember
I think
hearing
it's
that it was
moving
supposed
from
to
Canada to Russia, is it?
Imagine that all the birds would be flying south or the opposite way. All the animals would be just screwed.
I follow a channel on YouTube, and he does quite a lot of that. The magnetic poles. And he's been saying for quite a bit. It's quite scary. The speed that it's changing. And why they keep going on about this climate change and all of that, when like a shifting pole would change air currents massively around the globe, wouldn't it?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
No, because it's air currents and stuff are just a difference in air temperature. I don't think the magnetism of the planet has anything to do with temperature.
It is aligned along a magnetism, because I don't know, the way magnets work to me is like the planet would move with the pole in the same place rather than the pole moving.
I definitely would have to read up more on it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know much. I'm just the way my brain works is, I would imagine either way that a pole shift is quite a big event.
I don't think a pole shift is possible.
Like, a shift isn't a big deal, but a total reversal flip, like, that would be fucking insane.
Yeah, that would.
Like, that's literally from a 2012 conspiracy. That was featured in that movie too.
How's Deuce Fault?
Hey, how's it going?
What's going on, Deuce?
Hey.
Good, mate. Lovely to hear.
It used to be Baby Games.
Good to hear as well. What?
Didn't you used to be Baby Games?
No, I don't know who Baby Games is. I used to play Baby Games when I was
Is that
real
chat
little.
line? Is that you?
Hey, what's up, Judas? Good to see you, brother.
Hey, how's it going, bud? What are you doing, Jose?
Oh, dude, you missed it, man. We've had so much fun this week. We debated a PhD physicist.
Did I win?
We debated a pilot. Yeah.
I won with the physicist.
Dude, want to hear his best argument?
Yeah.
Yeah, want to hear his argument? Want to hear his argument for the FE core?
Yeah.
How it's possible. So according to him, the light scattered and bounced like a rock off the water, and it kept skipping and bouncing up on the water, so it could be visible on the other side.
Well, at least he didn't say that the length between the origin and the destination shortened.
Oh, who said that?
In a wormhole.
No, that's actually their explanation for interferometers not measuring correct or measuring movement is because
wormholes?
Nice.
No, because of shortening due to the speed of light.
I mean, if you're applying like the speed of light and you believe in it,
I don't believe in it.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying that like it would be all. It wouldn't be. It's par for the.
Right. No. The explanation, the root explanation for Michelson-Morley not getting the correct measurement is because of shortening. Because one of the lengths shortens. So that's why I was making that joke. It's high level.
That was the one about the ether, right?
Yeah. Well, actually, I get kind of shortening came because of Michelson-Morley and relativity was used to yes and no. They're both kind of the same thing, but not quite. So okay, Jose, tell me, you said the physicist and then the airplane teacher, airplane instructor?
The pilot, yeah, the pilot's best argument was obstruction of boats. That's only possible on a globe Earth to have obstruction bottom up.
You know what's funny? Remember that video game I was telling you about, Star Citizen, where they're correctly modeling out curvature or whatever? Well, they have several, I guess what you would call planets, terra firma planets, and they're correctly modeled with what is said to be gravity and whatnot. And you have to constantly nose down as you go along, or else you'll go off into space. That's
what game?
Just how
like
it works.
No Man's Sky or
No. No Man's Sky is a little bit more of a video game and less of a simulation. This Star Citizen is more slightly more of a simulation.
I'm a little more distrusting of them, like a solid gaming engine at this point. So I mean, maybe.
Well, I mean, that's beyond the point of what I'm speaking though. Yeah. You actually have
Has
to
that come out yet?
No, we're still in alpha.
Talking about that for like 10 years now.
Well, it's six years.
Space travel. No, space hotel.
Since 2012, so it's 6 years.
I didn't know that they were trying to reach for like realistic physics and all that.
Yeah, they're
dangerous to follow that or no?
No, they don't. But
I guess
at best, it's like a simulation light. Like it kind of follows.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it kind of ruins the fun when you can't just free fly willy nilly. Like you'd feel the drag and all that, and it's just kind of
But they just put in new flight physics, and now you actually have to nose down as you go across the planet.
Is that because of how fast the ship is going, or?
Yes, between how fast the ship is going and the curvature.
So then, if you go to a certain speed, you don't have to tip?
No, you always do, but it will feel less.
I wonder if that's a flaw in the programming, though.
I don't think it is, because they're modeling accurately. I asked them about it.
That actually makes me wonder, are there actually any like flight or space flight sims, or is that not a thing yet?
No. There's.
So I think the closest was like what, Kerbal Space Program?
Kerbal, and that's really bad. It's really horrible. But no, there's no like, because Kerbal is still it's still modeled in a flat world.
I guess the closest we got is what, Stellarium, but that's just like a mapping. That's not even interactive.
Yeah, that's just pure mapping.
Yep, pure cycles.
Wouldn't it be like hovercrafts in 3D? Like wouldn't that be what like an aircraft would be like in space?
Did my phone? Oh, phone wasn't ringing again.
I think it'd be more like up. There's no like up and down anymore, right? So it'd be pretty crazy.
It'd be like a 3D hovercraft where you'd be like constantly fighting the last maneuver that you just made.
Yep. Some games succeed at that pretty well, and it's a lot of fun. But
yeah, well,
they
in
struggle
3D
with like
though,
actual physics
you've
on a
got
planet.
an extra dimension than a hovercraft, haven't you?
That's actually why a lot of games came out like way back, because they were really easy to make, like space shooters, because you worry less about physics.
Yeah, Star Fox proved the globe Earth.
Pretty much.
That's the greatest sentence I've ever heard in my life.
I don't know that that's true, but it is funny to say.
It's true now. I don't care. That's the best thing I've ever heard.
You're gonna hang your hat on that, Atomic?
I'm getting that printed.
Damn.
Alex, are you a globe earther or flat earther? Can I not be heard?
What's up?
Are you a globe earther or a flat earther?
I'm a globe earther, but I'm kind of going through this thing where I want to like gather up as many like flat earth proofs as I can, and I'm just going to personally go and like seek them out.
Yeah, try to disprove it. That's the best way to do it.
I'm mostly involved in like, I just like having the conversations. I mean, on the drive home today, like it wasn't even flat earth in here. We were talking about robots making sandwiches and mutant chickens. So
that's
fine.
That's fine. Fun in here. I understand if you don't have friends, but the best thing to do is to at least do a couple cursory observations.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'd say how many globe proofs do you have? If you're looking for flat Earth proofs,
I don't think any of them will really
coming with globe proofs.
Right. I don't think any of them will measure up because I noticed that.
No, I'm not saying you have to bring them. I don't want you to tell me. It's just like if you're looking for flat Earth proofs, then just in your own mind have an idea of what actual globe proofs you have.
Yeah, if
before.
Sorry, Bev.
Go on. No, it's all right. You carry on. Go on.
Oh no, that'll be factoring into it. Yeah.
See, this is the thing, Atomic. Like we don't care what you think. I mean, if you have something you want to tell us, something that you can bring to the table, cool. But for the most part, we're here for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's what I just noticed that like a lot of the conversations end up with like, have you personally done X or Y? So I'm at the stage where like I'm just going to personally do those things, so I can just get that out of the way.
I would definitely at least do something. You know, at least go out and look.
Yeah, that was like my biggest attraction to this whole thing was just that it actually makes you ask questions, which is like the best part.
Hey, here's a good one. Next lunar eclipse, watch it.
Ow.
Just go watch the next lunar eclipse. What? They happen pretty often. What are you talking about? Protection.
So lunar eclipse, not solar eclipse.
The moon. Yeah.
Yeah, you can look at that. That's fine.
Notice that it'll be like nicely lit
Yeah, you
out.
can stare at a solar eclipse as well. It's not a problem. I did it on the last one, but the next one's not happening for quite a while.
It's not exactly ideal to stare at the sun.
Yeah, not before.
I honestly didn't have
you don't have any information to really say that about it being ideal because it's actually yes, it is
I don't
good
exactly
for you.
think it's good for your eyes to stare at something that bright.
Yeah, it's not that bright though. Just look into it. It's called sun gazing, all right? And we're not talking about going out at high noon and just staring at the sun. Usually,
I don't think you go
sunrises.
blind if you look at the sun. But
no, you don't.
It can't be good for your eyes.
No,
actually, it improves people's eyesight, and I know 2 people personally that no longer wear prescription glasses after they started sun gazing.
It burns away all the porn, Australian guy. Something you might want to think about.
Yeah, you know where your phone gets like a burn-in image? You got like this anime naked chick with a tentacle coming out of her, burned into your retina.
Imagine if, like, on those old TVs, if you had just a rack burned into them.
Yeah. Hopefully you weren't watching illegal porn.
What's illegal porn?
Shit.
Did he just drop out? So what's illegal porn? Ace is gone. Ace is like, I'm ripping.
I accidentally clicked the button. Yeah. No, nothing's better than porn than illegal porn.
What's illegal porn?
It's way harder core than it's just funny to say.
VR porn. That's a different ball game. VR porn.
No, just no.
No.
You know, porn is actually documented to rewire your brain, and a pornographic brain looks exactly like a heroin brain. Did you know that?
My head must be fucked. I've been on opiates for like 20 years, so my head must be fucked.
Yeah. It's basically you've got like no folds.
It's true. I can attest.
Just weaken men.
Besides, who owns porn?
Exactly.
Yep.
That's why
if you're a guy, best advice I could ever give you in your life is to it's called semen retention, also known as NoFap. Do that. Go like 3 months.
It raises your Kundalini fire.
Oh fuck yeah, dude! It gives you so much energy. You know how you just see like young people and they're just like running around everywhere and shit. You're like, how do they have all that energy? You'll have that fucking energy.
Here's a test, guys. They've shown that you can rewrite the mapping of your brain within 2 weeks just by quitting porn. Try it.
Yeah, that's believable.
Yeah.
Give it a go for 2 weeks. See how you go.
Give it a go for 2 weeks.
Have you seen Owen Benjamin?
Neo, hang on a second.
He's done a whole set on it, hasn't he?
Huh?
Owen Benjamin.
Benjamin.
He quit pornography and went into conspiracy theories. Have you not seen that?
And building fences.
Yeah.
And now he thinks the Earth's flat.
Well, yeah, he's there, and he can't come out and say it though because he can't.
But he can't deny it either.
Yeah, yeah. He's honest about it. I give him that.
I've seen him having a couple of meltdowns. I wasn't sure if that's just to get views and subscribers or.
I don't know. Yeah, he's a bit hard to tell, isn't he?
I don't know,
he's
man.
going to be doing Eric Dubay, though, isn't he? So, I mean, that'll be a pretty good test.
I'm really biting at the chomp for him to get on that Eric Dubay shit. Because, like,
yeah.
I don't care what you say about Eric Dubay. He's a pretty smart guy.
Yeah. He knows what he's doing, and he's been doing it for a long time, and he's honest about it.
Yeah, and people say, "Oh yeah, but he's a Nazi," and I'm like, "That's why you believe him."
No, they'll get along swimmingly. They have the same hobby.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen the Dubay videos when he's throwing up the 666s and stuff?
Who, Eric Dubay?
Dubay, in his music videos when he's flashing 666s and the.
I think
the
he's
one eye.
more mocking the system because he knows what the system is.
He knows what's up. He gets it.
I don't agree with his Buddhist views, I guess you could say.
No, his
more
Buddhist
Christian.
views are a little gay. But, I mean, he thinks Hitler was a good guy. He's okay in my book.
And I agree with that. Yeah,
that's what
he's a good guy. I think he got a bad rap.
He was
definitely got a bad rap.
You can't be diet woke and, like, leave.
Well, here's the deal. Didn't Germany get away from central banking?
Yeah,
and that's why their economy flourished, just like Libya.
Yep.
See, and that right there, obviously you're going to be demonized. Look at Muammar Gaddafi.
Yeah.
Did y'all know about the water
Abraham
project
Lincoln,
he did?
JFK? Both of those guys got killed.
Right.
Because
Abe Lincoln did something like that too, right? Didn't Abraham Lincoln?
He printed the greenback.
What did he do?
He printed the greenback.
Oh, okay.
You know what the Germans were after? They were after like a united Europe, weren't they?
Yeah.
And then, the war ended. You guys over there in America, or wherever you are, whoever's over there in America, got all of the top SS dudes to go and help you make NASA.
Right.
And then the rest of them actually stayed in Europe, and now they are completing their plan to take over Europe.
I know.
Nothing
changed. Poland. The first thing that you wanted to do was invade Poland.
They just went sneaky with it. The plan didn't change at all. They went full on brainwashing.
Deuce, where have you been, bro? It's been like a month.
Oh yeah, I take breaks.
What do we say?
Yeah, that's good to do, man.
I don't know if you got my message. I inboxed you. Did you get my inbox?
I got it today when I turned on Discord for the first time in a month.
Yeah, I trolled him real good, dude. I almost got banned for it. If you look at it again, you can see what I did.
I did see what you did.
Dude, he got so mad.
The FBI just joined us.
Where?
Oops.
What's up,
That's
FBI?
not good.
Oh, hi.
May get some questions answered.
They were eavesdropping in, so now they got a few questions to ask.
Go ahead.
So now that your resources have been freed up from the Russian collusion delusion, can you finally go after Clinton and the crooked Clinton Foundation?
FBI, it's all you.
Oh, Rava, I see you on YouTube all the time, commenting.
No way.
Yeah, I do. I'll say, hey.
Profile.
No, you're not. You don't. Because we watch the same videos, apparently.
No way.
Yep.
That's awesome. Great minds think alike.
FBI is like no comment on that Russian collusion.
FBI has no comment on anything.
It's just
It's
plead the fifth.
FBI, talk to us, bud. Okay, come on. Look at me. Oh, hang on. Hold on. I'm getting a
We
secure
can't confirm
communication.
or deny.
Okay, FBI, you are now unmuted.
So what questions do you want me to answer for you?
First off, I want to do a real quick thing with you because we got to say hello to you. We got to get to know you. Are you a flat earther or a globe earther?
I mean, what shape is the ice cream?
Okay.
Yeah, what shaped tard are you?
Are you here for any legitimate reason?
Gotcha.
No, I'll answer for him now.
Yeah, seems FBI.
FBI, are you? No, you can sit here and troll us. That's fine. We're pretty used to it. Or you can just have a conversation, a rational, reasonable, human conversation. Are you here for any good reason whatsoever?
I'm here to understand what flat earthers think.
Okay,
Right,
so now answer my first question reasonably. What shape do you believe the shape of the Earth is?
A sphere.
Okay, and what is your best evidence for it?
Google Maps.
So,
what?
Can you be lied to, FBI?
Hmm?
Can you be lied to?
Can I be lied to?
Yes.
I mean, anyone can be lied to. How do you know?
Okay, no, that's a rational, reasonable answer. Now, going along that, do you think Google has your best interests at heart?
Honestly, I don't know. I'm not really into the Earth thing. I just came in here and be like, let's hear what they got to say.
Okay, and that's fine. I want to get to know you a little bit better. Do you think Google has your best interests at heart?
I mean, sure. I wouldn't say. I would say yes and no. I mean, Google has my best interest in heart when I just search for something.
How does Google make money?
I don't know. I don't know how Google makes money.
When you don't know how somebody makes money, but they let you use your stuff, what do you think they're selling?
I don't know what Google is selling.
You're their product. You realize that, right?
No, never realized that.
Whenever somebody gives you something for free, it's because you're their product.
Okay.
That's a fact. It's a simple fact of economics. If somebody gives you something for free, it's because they're not selling you anything. Because you are what they're interested in.
You know what's weird? Google is like the most mysterious freaking business in the world. Like, no one actually knows how it runs, what they're doing. There's no telephone number you can just call and talk to somebody, like a representative of Google. You see what I'm saying?
You can't call Google support.
No, hell no, you can't. And yet they're like one of the richest companies in the world. It's pretty funny how that works.
They make their money data mining, selling us ads, surveilling us, developing profiles on us, taking all of our data, our facial recognition, our habits, and it's probably selling it to the highest bidder.
FBI, do you know how Google was started?
No.
I implore you to look into that. I also implore you to look into whom the top people...
DARPA?
Yeah, it was DARPA. Who the top people of Google are associated with. Just associated, just familial associations. Just look into the top Google execs, familial associations.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. I never truly looked into this, but I have heard people say Australia isn't real. I want to know if you agree with that or not.
What?
I do not. Australia is real. People were just wondering if it was, the right placement or whatever, because there was some sort of thing coming out about the sun rising in the northeast and setting in the southwest, which I guess can only happen if the continent has some sort of slanted orientation as opposed to the perfectly straight one that we see on the map. But that's probably just the truth mixed with lies to throw people off of the flat earth scent.
What he's saying isn't wrong. That whole meme came specifically from incorrect data on how the sun, a local apparent sun would work.
Hmm?
a local apparent sun, how it would work.
Oh, I don't know anything about that one.
Right. My point is the whole Australia isn't real comes from that specific.
Oh, I heard it was basically some sort of like government conspiracy where they're trying to hide up something. That's what I heard.
That's a derivation from what is actually true.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for us, FBI? Besides, is Australia real?
No, not actually. I honestly did not think you guys were gonna pull me aside all of a sudden. I was coming from another server that I was joking around with friends, and they're like, "Oh, they have this," and I was like, "Yeah, let's go look at this."
Is there somebody in here from there that you'd like me to pick on?
Earth.
Earth. Where's Earth?
Oh, you there? Yep.
There you is. Earth, I'm gonna unmute you. Earth, talk to me, bud. FBI, don't jump in. Oh, did Earth? There we go. Hey, Earth. So what do you think the shape of the Earth is?
Round.
What is your best evidence for it?
That it's round.
Do you often use circular arguments?
That is round.
Spherical arguments.
Hey, real quick, Earth. Like I said to FBI, you can sit here and make jokes and stuff, or you can have a regular human conversation with us. How would you like to proceed?
Honestly,
Choose wisely.
I found this shit to troll.
You're on this shit to troll, or you think this shit is a troll?
Well, at first, I really thought this whole fucking server was just a giant-ass fucking troll.
Hey, FBI.
Yeah, that's a normal, natural reaction, honestly.
FBI, I was just
really
server with you.
Oh, hey, buddy.
Because I never really thought people actually believed.
Here, come in a music room with me.
I never actually thought people actually believed that the Earth was flat.
Right.
Until I actually looked more into it, and I was like, oh.
So, have you heard any compelling arguments for the Earth being flat?
No.
You haven't heard any compelling arguments. Do you want me to give you one?
Sure.
Do you know anything about pressure?
Like the song, like Under Pressure?
No.
Air pressure.
Do you know anything about, pressure, just pressure in general?
Pressure, There's a lot of that involved.
He's under pressure.
Yes.
Okay, so pressure, here we go. So the Earth has a pressurized atmosphere, correct?
Yeah.
And supposedly directly adjacent to that pressurized atmosphere is the vacuum of space, correct?
Yeah.
Well, the second law of thermodynamics says that all high energy will flow to low energy, correct?
I'd hope so. I don't know much science, but I can tell you.
I'm not asking you. I'm asking you. Earth is round.
Damn.
Earth.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Okay. So naturally, if you have a pressurized can of anything, say hairspray or whipped cream, you puncture that can, everything's going to flow out, correct?
Yeah.
So how do you have a high pressure next to a low pressure with no solid barrier? And when I say high pressure to low pressure, I don't mean very high. I don't mean the 14.7 pounds we feel here at sea level of pressure, but I believe it's at the lowest 25 torr next to 10 to the negative 6 torr, directly adjacent to each other. How is that possible?
It's not if you're looking for the answer.
I'm asking her. How is that possible, bud?
Survey says, damn.
So that's an impossibility for space, right? Which doesn't prove anything about the Earth we live upon.
What's their counter argument for that? Sorry to butt in.
That's fine. They say that it's because of
Gravity.
I'll play the Globey.
So it's
I'll play the Globey.
always gravity.
I'm not a Globey. I'm not a Globey. I was just wondering what their counter.
Hold on, I'm gonna play the Globey role right now. So Judas,
okay.
the reason why we have a texture is because there's gas pressure gradient, and gravity is making that gradient so it levels out to zero, and it's not a high pressure next to a low pressure.
It doesn't level out.
So
to
gravity
zero.
is
at its lowest point. The pressure is 25 torr.
close.
At the lowest point, it is 25 torr. At the highest, perfect, or the closest to a vacuum we have is 10 to the negative 6 torr. We have a differential pressure of about 50,000 millibar. So how do you say that there's a gradient there, Jose? 50,000 millibar. Make it up with the gradient.
You know, mass attracting. Yeah, so that's due to mass attracting the mass. The gravity itself is strong enough to hold in that pressure.
Okay, so as you get further away from the Earth, the pressure or the gravity lessens, right? Exponentially.
Correct.
So helium and hydrogen are at the very top of that because they're the lightest molecules in our atmosphere, correct? And we know that they both vent off into space. So gravity is not doing anything, correct?
Okay, wait a minute. You just
okay,
said
I'm not gonna play the hardcore Glover, and I'm
space.
gonna give up. Say I lost 30.
What's
Can I
that?
get you to take that back?
Yeah. No, I take it back, but that's what science says, is that helium and hydrogen are venting off into space. So, how is that possible?
No, they're not. No, they're not. What the scientists say is, I've got it on the wall. It's on my list. Gravity is a barrier. It's a physical barrier to stop that. That's why they can get around the second law of thermodynamics.
Right, I understand they say that, but they also say from the other side of their mouth that Earth is constantly losing helium, and we're in a helium.
I've never heard the losing the helium.
Oh yeah,
I always use the helium as the anti-gravity thing because they go
they say it drops.
Yeah, they say tons and tons of it every day are being lost, blown away by solar wind and all this shit. But wait, by this logic, with gravity holding down the atmosphere, then by that logic, I should be able to go into a vacuum chamber and release a canister of CO2, and that CO2 is going to sink to the bottom of the floor, and then it's going to slowly fill up from the bottom to the top.
Which is wrong.
Instead of what happens is the CO2 expands out everywhere and fills the chamber evenly.
Yeah, but
as all
if you could get some gravity in the middle of that CO2 and make a tight pressured area,
gravity on it,
within that vacuum. Because
but the problem is, let's say I had a vacuum chamber that's 1,000 miles tall. That gas is going to fill the entire 1,000-mile tall vacuum chamber evenly.
Can you make an infinite one? A vacuum,
and then it would fill it
infinite vacuum chamber.
The problem is it scales up, and what they're trying to say with the atmosphere doesn't scale down. We can't test that. We find the opposite, and they're trying to make it sound like gas acts like a liquid. Like water, it gets held to the surface of the earth. No, gas is flying around at thousands of miles per hour, each molecule. In one direction.
They're both fluids, but they react differently on the. I don't know. Would you call it?
I gotta go too. I'll be right back.
All right, bye, Ace.
Would you call it a density gradient? That's what keeps stuff at the bottom.
Yeah.
Along with a pressure gradient as well.
Yeah, there is going to be a pressure gradient.
There's a really close link between the two.
Yes.
I just posted what Google says the helium and hydrogen loss is. I just asked Google there just now. I just posted it for you.
Yeah. I reckon they've got a tube stuck at the top. They just keep siphoning it, bringing it back down again, putting it back in bottles. Telling everybody, it costs a lot, this stuff, and we're running out on it. Might start costing a bit more.
Is there like a graph? Is there like a graph that can explain this or something? Because I'm having trouble like picturing how like gravity would like be a force. I'm so confused.
It's
like,
not a force.
A force.
Einstein stopped it from being a force. He rewrote the books.
So he stopped it from being a force, but now it's a physical barrier. Is that?
No, it's a warping of space-time now that also wants to be a barrier whenever they want it to be. Gravity's magic.
Yeah, it's one of those things that they talk out of both sides of the mouth on. They can't decide which one it is.
Well, it's more than one.
It. Like when it's convenient.
A lot.
Yeah,
more
it's very
than one.
convenient for them. They double Newtonian and Einsteinian, and when they need the force, they pull up Cavendish, and when they need the bending of space-time, they use relativity. You ask for any scientific evidence of relativity, they're going to tell you starlight bends during eclipses, which isn't even an experiment, it's just an observation. You know, we don't know what's the cause of it, but they just predict that that's what it is.
That's half of the argument half of the time is asking them what their definition of whatever it is that they're talking about. Because you know that midway through the argument, they'll just flip it and it'll change. It'll change mid-argument into something that it definitely wasn't before.
Guys, so really quick. So you guys basically blew both FBI and there's a globe out. They left.
Did they not say something about the music channel? Have they gone to a different?
They're gone.
That sucks.
They have left the chat.
They probably went to that other Discord they were talking about.
Yeah.
Their brain must have been malfunctioning.
They're like, oh shit, they're talking high level physics. We gotta get out.
Whoa, go.
Those niggas in trouble. We gotta go.
I think most globeheads come here thinking that they're going to just come on and spew some shit and expect us not to know anything at all.
Flat Earth is all hearsay.
Yeah, that's exactly what they think is going to happen.
Why doesn't all the water fall off? It's something like terrible arguments.
Where's the edge? Or why would they? Why would they do it?
Yeah.
Oh, right, I suppose.
Why would they?
Surely the government wouldn't lie to us.
The thing is why should I have to explain to you why somebody would lie to you? Why should I have to go through all of the paces to explain why your mother lied to you, your father lied to you, everybody you've ever known is lied to you?
The whole deprogramming process.
It's unbelievable. It's human nature, 1. 2, they're enforcing control upon you. It's so stupid. Why would you ask me why would somebody lie to you?
I understand why they're asking it, but yeah.
I do too, but it's a stupid, unthought question.
Do you think they all have their own particular? Because I'm guessing everybody here at some point had a turning point where they just went, "Oh my god!" You know, there's always a point that you just can't argue against.
Like a slap in the face, man.
Yeah. There's always something, isn't there?
Well, for me, it was.
To me, I think the reason they. Go ahead, Lemon Bird.
No, you were saying?
No, what
I was just gonna say that I think the reason they come in and they just ask those simple questions is because, to be honest, I was there where they were at. Maybe I didn't have the same questions where I'm like, why would they lie? Because I didn't care about that. I just looked it up myself and I came up with my own conclusion. But to them, these guys don't know anything about the science of it. So the best they can do is ask, why would they lie? Because they don't know the sciencey stuff, you know? So it's like a way of engaging the conversation where it's like the only way they could engage it, if you really think about it. Like, they don't know any of the science, so what else are they going to ask? That's how I see it. Like, they're going to ask the simplest things they can ask that makes logical sense to them, even though to us,
So when I hear them ask, why would they lie? I always picture in my head, like, no matter what I say, it'll never satiate their question. It'll never satisfy what they want to hear. So, like, I always what you're asking is an open-ended response. Like, no matter what you ever say, it'll never be like, oh, well, that's stupid.
The fact is that nobody should ever have to ask that question. If you haven't figured out why people lie to you in your life, you haven't looked at yourself long enough to ask what the shape of the earth is. much less how to ride a bicycle or what you do at your job.
Well,
Or how
science
you're
your parents have shielded you, and they haven't helped you.
Well, people aren't
for your
privy
later
to-
life.
Well, people aren't privy to the corruption of certain institutions until they've been working, with them and or against them for a long time. We're just normies. We're not in the scientific establishment, but studying this, you see the corruption of some of these scientific institutions that we trust. We trust science to be objective and to not have any reason to lie to us because we assume that they're good people that are going to give us the truth if they have it. Little do we know about the people that are pulling the purse strings. Little do we know about the occult influences, and little do we know about people's pride, vanity, and their unwillingness to admit that when they were wrong.
And I think you have a good point, Algrave. But and this is where I have the biggest problem is if your position is that all people have a natural tendency towards good, then you've already been lied to your whole life. I don't know how to help you.
Very, 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 very true. Yeah, very true.
It doesn't matter what I say because I'm not going to convince you that people naturally are selfish. People
Right, especially
are
when
naturally fallen.
these people have lied before, so why wouldn't they continue to lie?
Yeah.
Especially when you apply that layer.
I mean, yeah, but if you don't know that they've lied before and that they have a tendency to lie and they have a tendency to propagate their own self-interest, where do we start?
And that's the influence of Marxism, these utopian ideologies that say that man is basically good and that, a big enough group and a big enough collective will be enough to wash out the bad apples by, mob rule and by mob fiat. But the thing is, if anything, evil tends to rule the day with man. And it takes, a couple brave people to be brave enough to go against the system to get any changes, rolling.
Yeah. I don't think it's necessarily just one ideology. I think it goes all the way to the top and flows all the way down to the very bottom. It goes all the way up to from government to science. I mean, just the Copernican principle alone is an evil notion. If you're not willing to say that you are a special thing in the universe, say the universe is exactly what they say it is. If you're not willing to say that you have a special place in the universe, it's because you know how bad you are. The Copernican principle is evil. They shudder at the thought of putting us in a special place in the universe. I mean, all of science is based, it's filtered through the Copernican principle.
All that early science, especially, they just said we cannot take the position that Earth is special.
Yes.
No matter what the experiments or no matter what evidence there is, we cannot take that.
They described it as a horror.
Yes.
As a horror.
And abhorrence, was it? Did I hear? I think I heard abhorrence.
Yeah, they've used many words to describe us as if we were special, how horrible that would be for them.
Yeah. Which is exactly what the devil would do, strangely enough.
Exactly.
Well,
you don't even have to believe in good a god or whatever to see the evil that is obvious around us. The whole duality thing at the minute is getting ridiculous.
I agree with whatever you just said about Jews.
Well, duality occurs when the lie is said, because part of you is going to be split, wanting to go toward the truth, and part of you is going to want to go sink into more depravity. And so a lot of times with duality, there is some sort of deception there. And the thing is, these scientists knew the danger of having a creator God in the mix, because then there is such a thing as right and wrong, and people are going to fight about it. And so they want this world of peace where nobody's quite sure about anything and will be more polite. They're no longer trying to, fight with zeal for any sort of ideal or anything like that. It's just everybody could be right or everybody could be wrong, and we just quote unquote get along. But the thing is, in that system also thrives the most devious controller who will, fake and be dualistic, showing one face to the public while hiding their underhanded, in some cases, demonic schemes.
That's it. That's exactly what I meant by dualistic. It's it'll show you one face, and then that face will flip.
Right. They rely on your fallen nature to know that you're bad, so you can't be special.
I think it works slightly differently, right? What I see going on in the world at the minute is everybody says, well, yeah, I know the news is saying these people are really bad, but not me. No, because I'm good. I know I'm good. So it must be these other people that are bad. That's what I see now. A lot of people are... they don't believe things that they're willing to believe other people are.
Right. I do see what you're saying as far as the pure projection of it.
Yeah.
That they do. Which is exactly what it is. It's pure projection.
And from this sort of thinking, you have the scapegoat, you have the sacrificial lamb that you're willing to offer up on the altar of utopia. Whether it be your aborted baby, the people who have wrong think in your society, who you're willing to watch go off to the gulag, as long as, you don't have to go there yourself, and in other ways too.
Yeah. As long as you get what you want. That's what the whole thing is everybody is out for themselves, and it's all about you. But you can have whatever you want as long as you go for it and do. But it shouldn't be like that. Society is going the wrong way very fast. It's not a good view to have, I know.
And you can see it in the Hollywood pictures now. You'll see a film and it'll seem like it's about something on the surface, but underneath it has a very corrosive message, pushing, promiscuity, nihilism, demoralization in the society, and bit by bit just, chipping away at everything.
That's how the brainwashing, I think, works through TV and films and stuff. Pre-programming. Just a little tiny piece in everything. The more you watch, the more you get sucked into it. And then you get to the point where you defend the globe, even though you don't know anything about it. The moment somebody says something, the brain just flips. And that's got to be TV that's doing that. I mean, I suppose the school system would manipulate young brains into being able to take in this rubbish information. They manipulate young minds to be able to take this, whatever, just to be able to take the information in. Get told not to ask these questions. Write this, learn this.
It's the manner of having to recite information back verbatim that's drilled into us. So regardless of the information, the manner in which we've to spew whatever we think we know, that helps this nonsense that we're all stuck on. Like the TVs as well. It's not just the information.
I always said to my son, I used to think, why don't, when you go to school, why don't you, like the first lesson, learn how to, these dudes that can remember all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
That, like, while you're young, if you get taught that, then, like, you would remember loads more stuff that you get taught to carry on with. So why don't you get taught how to do those sort of tricks?
Like techniques, memory techniques, and techniques to grow your brain. And
you don't get taught critical thinking. Or, none of that stuff is taught in schools. That's got to be by design. They don't want people asking questions.
I seen a thing that said that if you're learning information, to cross your arms or your legs due to the fact you engage both hemispheres of the brain at the same time. Supposedly that does help in learning.
How do I get an invite link to this Discord?
Just go to the announcements channel. There's an invite link in there in the announcements channel.
It's like on the main screen.
Real quick, we had a guy come in here. I'm not gonna tell you his name because I don't know if he wants us to describe that, but he's a globe earther or was a globe earther. He was kind of on the fence for a little while, and he went to I forgot what's NASA place it is, the one in Florida. He went with his school as part of like a school trip, and he already had heard all the arguments for flat Earth. So he asked them, "Why are there no real pictures of the Earth from space? Why are they all composites?" And he also asked them about the second law of thermodynamics in space. And he kicked them out.
He what?
Asked them about the second law of thermodynamics.
What is going on?
Isn't that crazy?
They kicked him out.
They kicked him out for asking, how do you guys have a gas pressure without the container?
No surprising, man.
And he's a globe earther? Did I get that right? He's a globe earther? Jose?
Dude, he was. After that, he was on the fence. He was more towards the fence, but he was kind of leaning globe at the time. He was kind of weird about it. But he's like, dude, after that, he's like, give me the flat Earth roll. He's like, these guys are hiding something.
Yeah, NASA is highly occult. Highly occult. And, when you see the occult origins, you have to look at their, motivations, being occult at NASA. And, it may be to push a certain paradigm,
Well, you guys could go to like a NASA Space Center or like a NASA museum or whatever. Go up to like a NASA corporate head or whatever. Would you guys go there?
Oh, yeah.
And what would you ask? Would you just ask like the basic questions or would you try to like dig deeper?
I would definitely dig deeper.
You'd have to have a look around first.
Swipe a card and sneak into the basement. Go in like James Bond style or...
I think I would not do it covertly. Because it is a government institution under the DoD.
That's how you get suicide.
And there's nothing there, is there? Let's face it. Models
so
of...
you would just ask questions until you got kicked out or something?
Yeah, that's eventually what would happen, of course.
Do you believe the moon landings are fake? Why is it that many NASA astronauts are Masons? And do you think that NASA is going to participate in the fake alien invasion?
They're going to be the progenitors of it. I don't know if I'd ask them if they were going to participate.
They'd be instrumental.
I'd ask them what their plans are for the pending doom.
What are the aliens going to look like, guys? Come on.
How many people do they plan on killing for the...
As many as they can.
As many as they can get away with.
That's always how many people they plan on killing. As many as they can.
You have to ask them, what's the time scale on the alien invasion?
Well, they're trying to get us to kill ourselves for Gaia with this Green Deal nonsense. They're going to have many routes of attack, but you just got to see them coming with the Green Deal nonsense. Don't reproduce, don't have a car, don't basically don't innovate so that you can grow your population and give everybody a decent standard of living. So
remember, kids, watch TikTok and take your vaccines.
Vaccines. They're dumbing us down.
Oh, my Lord.
Bad
chemtrails.
education.
Oh, here we go, bro. Moment.
Oh,
dude, the best TED talk I would have to say is that Ruber Sheltrick guy. How he pretty much investigated the speed of light and how he found out that they literally came to a consensus on it and changed the meter to match the speed of light, which is pretty funny if you think about it. But it's somehow it's a constant.
Was at the club.
What?
Nothing.
Well, that's why I don't like the meter, because it's based off the speed of light, which can change and has changed historically. So it's a rubber ruler. I like imperial measurements that are based off of something that was standardized in the past, like the Egyptian cubit, which was probably based off of the elbow length of the giant-sized people of the past. it's a monument and a testimony to history that's not going to change as readily with the same amount of rubber ruler.
How does the speed of light change?
Put it through water.
It doesn't change the speed of light; it just changes how you see it. It's a different
It
medium.
doesn't?
The fluctuation of the electrical magnetic field, the fluctuation of the electrical magnetic fields probably making the sun's rays propagate differently, solar activity, that sort of deal.
Because light possibly being faster than light on another scale violates special relativity.
Exactly.
Is relativity really that special?
Bruh moment. What is the resting weight of a photon?
Now that's a bro moment.
What is the resting weight of a photon? You
not
want to
really
talk about
sure.
special relativity and how something might violate it or changing the speed of light. What is the weight of a photon, of a resting photon?
I'm not sure how you can measure the weight of a photon.
Is it a particle or is it a wave?
It's a wave-particle duality.
Okay. What is the weight of that particle?
Couldn't tell you. I have to look farther
Go
into
ahead.
it.
Go ahead and look it up. I'll wait.
I think electrons don't have a rest mass, right?
That's exactly correct. Now, what is the number you multiply to the mass of the photon to give it weight?
666.
That's what I was going to say.
Well, you can't multiply anything to it to give it weight,
Because it's
right?
0.
So it would always have to be 0. If it has no resting weight, it would always have to be 0. Correct? Unless you're adding mass. So does E equal mc squared in this instance?
Would the force of gravity not give it weight?
How can you multiply anything to nothing and give it weight?
I'm sorry, but that doesn't. You multiplying anything by 0 still makes 0.
But you
So
got the 0
how can
from it not
gravity
having any weight?
give anything weight if it has no weight?
You can't give light weight because light doesn't have weight.
So does E equal mc squared in this instance?
With light, technically yes, because the answer is still 0. It's a number, but the answer is 0.
No, it's not, it's actually not, because they say that light has a mass as soon as it moves.
Well, sorry about the noise earlier. I thought I was muted, guys. My bad.
That's okay.
Well, this duality between mass and energy may be a bit arbitrary because mass has a certain amount of energy and vice versa. There may be more of a fluid relationship between the two, but this idea of mass that's totally separated from energy is pretty meaningless and very difficult to maintain.
Right. I'm just saying that special relativity in this certain instance is complete bullshit. And if it doesn't hold up in this instance, it doesn't hold up in any instance.
Wait, what do you mean just because it doesn't hold up in this instance doesn't make it up? What?
It negates it. E does not equal.
How about I say the other way around? How about I say
What?
the other way around, that it works in this instance, therefore it works in every instance? Same logic.
But it doesn't.
But it's like
That's what I'm saying.
Kind of like that doesn't work. It's just not true.
And E does not equal mc squared in any instance, and you can't prove it to.
So just because it doesn't work in one instance, it doesn't work in any instance.
No, it doesn't work in any instance. You can't prove it does. And just a simple thought experiment will show that it doesn't.
You see, the current era.
What's the resting weight of an
science
electron?
It has no weight resting.
Okay.
0.
So what's the resting weight of mass?
Well, that would suggest that something actually has mass.
Right.
So it having weight would be determined by gravity.
The resting weight of any mass is 0.
No,
because its
light
base
doesn't
parts
have
don't weigh
mass.
anything.
Light does not have mass.
Look it up.
That's not what modern science says. They say that photons are particles and that they do have a weight.
Well,
Yes.
modern science doesn't say the Earth is flat either.
What?
Yeah, it's wrong on a
Is
lot
it
of
is it
stuff.
flat?
Well, modern science doesn't
Hey,
actually say
Hang,
anything.
hang on, bro. Moment. Is it
Hold on,
flat?
hold on. Time out. I'm going to start taking tally marks of red herrings and all these fallacies. So far, you made 2 in a row.
Bruh,
Continue.
is the Earth flat or is it a globe?
In my belief, it's a globe.
What's your best evidence?
I'd say first off, let's go off the pole star conundrum. That wouldn't work on a flat Earth. Meaning that it's basically meaning that if you're if 2 places are in the southern hemisphere and looking in 2 completely different directions, they shouldn't be able to see the Southern Cross at the same time. Yet they do.
Okay, hold on. You're at 3. You're at affirming the consequent. Hold on. You're at affirming the consequent formological fallacy. You did a red herring a little while ago, and you did a reification fallacy by saying science says. You're at 3 now, buddy. Keep going.
Not to mention, that's not been documented at the exact same time from 2 different spots in the southern
Describe
hemisphere.
these 2 spots and
not at the same time, right? You're talking about the same time of year, maybe?
Bruh.
Here's an example of 2 places. Let's say South Africa and South America.
Okay. And when is
to a flat Earth?
where in South America? Where in South Africa?
Johannesburg.
You think it's nighttime at the same time at those 2
Give me
places?
2 examples. Where are these 2 places? Don't give me locations like general locations. Give me the exact places.
Hold on.
You were clearly vaccinated.
Yeah, actually I am.
Brush your teeth with Colgate by any chance?
You swallow it like an astronaut.
You drink tap water.
But my cousin does have autism, but she actually never got vaccinated.
I don't believe you.
No, that's your fault, I guess.
She was never vaccinated.
I don't either. Why was she not
wasn't.
vaccinated?
She's on a.
Why
She's
not?
not. She's a very distant relative, but.
Okay.
Well,
was she vaccinated at birth, bruh?
I'm not sure, but when it
Right,
comes
that's
to
why I don't
polio
believe you, because I don't think you were there at birth. Anyways, go on.
When it comes to polio vaccines,
I asked you specifically what 2 places. I'm not letting this go. Neither is anybody else in this room. What 2 places? You made a claim. I want you to back it up.
Let's say for South America, Chile.
Where in Chile?
Anywhere in Chile.
Where?
It's in the southern hemisphere either way.
Where in Chile? The Chile is not just.
What, do you want me to give me some guy's backyard or something?
No, give me a fucking city, bud.
Chile's a country. Is that not good enough?
No, it's not good enough. Do you know how big Chile is and how long it is?
Santiago.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty big.
Santiago.
So, okay, I'm gonna take all Rave's suggestion of Santiago. Where in South Africa? Pick a place. It's not hard. Do you not know anywhere in South Africa, or are you just making claims you know nothing about?
Let's say Swollen Down.
Okay, and what time of day? Don't say at night. I realize it's at night. What time of day?
Let's say 9 p.m. for South Africa.
And for Chile?
Holy crap, dude. Cops got people pulled over all over the place. I just passed by like 5 people randomly pulled over by cops. All within my circle of sight right here.
Dude, where are you? Washington State?
I'm in Colorado.
Let's say
Sorry,
2 in the morning. It's fine.
Get your
It's just
camera
2 in
and
the
start
morning,
live
Swollen Down.
So 9 p.m., 2 in the morning. What time of year? You don't think this matters?
We'll say December.
Okay, now show me pictures of both.
Pictures of the places?
Yes, show me the evidence that you claim.
Wait, he said at the same time though, so that they're more than 5 hours apart.
No, I'm saying 2 a.m. for South Africa. Swellendam, South Africa, is 9 p.m. And
what time of year?
Chile.
December.
Okay, now show me the pictures of this.
Got the sky pictures? Got the proof?
I need receipts, bud.
Hey, Judas, I think you're kind of being messed up right here because there is no picture of a Southern Pole Star. But continue, guys.
You shut up, Jose. I don't need your shit.
Jose. I think these people think
you're
we
leading the
haven't
stand. You're leading the stand. You're leading the stand.
We just got to be careful of stuff that's asserted but hasn't been backed up by proof. A lot of theories are nice, but they don't pan out in real life.
No, really quick, do you have any pictures, bud? He's right. I am being.
I know who has a picture of Stigma Tank.
I'm demanding evidence where you may not have any. Do you have any, or are you just making a claim? Bruh, are you there?
I'm getting images.
Bruh!
Gonna concern troll and say it's okay if you're making a claim without evidence. That's cool. Just come back.
I mean, it's not like I've gone to these places.
No, and that's fine. I just want you to realize you're making a claim with no basis, right?
Sure. Isn't that what Flat Earth is all about?
Booty, I'm not talking to you right now.
Fine.
Ooh.
The other thing is that you were saying that observation couldn't happen on a flat Earth. Does that mean that you assume you know what the sky is on a flat Earth in which you perceive? Because you're making an assumption there too.
Well, are there two southern pole stars?
Well, we could talk about what it might be on a flat Earth. I'm just saying, just because the surface of the Earth is flat, does that somehow change what you think is possible that could happen in this?
Well, I'm saying that two people can't just look at the same place and see a different place and see the same star.
Right.
Unless there
on
are
a
two
flat
stars.
plane, it would be a carousel of stars that are revolving overhead. So the same track of carousel of stars can revolve over the two places.
No, they're looking at it at the same moment.
How do you know?
You're saying
you're making a claim.
At 9 p.m. they're both looking at the same star. How is that possible if they're hours apart? At one point, one place is going to be 5 hours ahead of the other place, and it's going to be daytime. That's impossible.
Really quick, Brad.
What do you mean?
Let me explain something to you, or let me ask you a question.
Sure.
If you look at the sun and I look at the sun, are we looking at the same sun?
There's only one sun.
Okay, I know, and I believe what you're saying is correct. But are we looking at what? Are we looking in the same position?
Are we looking at the sun in the same position?
Yes.
From our perspective, the sun is stationary. At least according to my model. But according to your model, it's moving, so I'll go by yours just to appeal.
No. Oh, even according to your model, you brought up relativity. It would be more correct to say that that the sun is revolving around us relativistically. Relativistically, your observation is what matters.
And also keep in mind, would you say that a person in California is looking at the same sun as somebody in Japan 12 hours later? I mean, if you wouldn't say that in one instance, why would you say that with the stars revolving overhead?
So, okay, the sun is right there. It's in voice text for everyone. You can see that what Jose or SJW bot just posted. You see that what you see as the apparent sun is not what I see as the apparent sun if we're separated by distance, any distance.
The other factor, if you look at that animation I just posted, I'm not saying that's exact or anything. It's just a general sense. So this is what's happening every day. So the part opposite of the sun is the sky. So if you froze that, I don't think this thing can be paused, but if you pause it, when it's nighttime, like the moon is 180 degrees from the sun in this little animation. So let's just say that's the southern crux that you're talking about, or at least the position in the sky, if you froze that right when it's between South America and South Africa, like you said, if people in South Africa were looking west, people in South America were looking east, you could still see it at the same time.
No, I'm saying they're both looking due south.
Oh, no.
That's not how it looks at all.
I see what you mean. Okay, now the way vision works is stuff that's close to you will loom closer to you, but stuff that's really far away will hit the horizon. Now, if you add in circular star trails with that equation, you're going to see stuff appear to rise in your section of sky that you can see and appear to set, but it's just a visual perspective. As stuff gets further away, it's going to dip down toward the horizon and give you a perspective visual effect. So in your cone of vision, you're going to see stuff rising and setting that another observer may or may not see, depending when it comes around to the carousel of the sky. So it can get really complicated, but the main thing is they have to wait their turn for the stars to revolve around to where they are for them to see it.
It doesn't really matter because you haven't made this observation. Nor do you have any evidence of this observation. Nor do I, to back you up.
Well, I'm talking like from a geometry standpoint, that shouldn't work at all.
Okay,
right.
So the geometry is in the North Pole on a flatter model. You have the northern hemisphere, which is the intersection of the round flat plate or whatever. So you have the northern hemisphere of stars above. And so you're going to see them revolving around Polaris in circles. But as those circles go outward, they're going to become fatter and fatter circles, and the distance of the rotation is going to become extremely great. And so with great distances, you're going to see stuff approach the horizon, like the train tracks approaching upward in the distance from going down up into our eye line, or coming down from up above. So these bands of rotation are going to effectively flip and reverse toward the horizon for the southern hemisphere observer. And that's going to give you opposite star trails with these huge bands of rotation reversing by perspective, just visual perspective, not actually reversing, and appearing to reverse visually as they approach the horizon. So it's an optical effect, possibly.
It doesn't matter because your hypothetical is not observed nor documented in your estimation. You gave me two places, and you're just throwing out what ifs.
I have a friend in Australia.
Can I commend Lemon on that? That was a very well put. I understood what you were talking about very well, and it helped me understand it. But where I think he isn't going to get that because he's still on a ball. So
we're all on a ball.
It was beautifully put, Lemon, but he's not going to understand it in the slightest.
Bro, besides the stars, what's your second best evidence of what the shape of the Earth is? Is this all you came with? Was a hypothetical with no evidence?
No, it's not. No.
Go ahead. I'm listening. We're all listening.
This is technically a hypothetical as well.
Then don't say it. Yeah, I said evidence.
Well,
I want direct evidence.
So I know how to address you. Do you think that there's a solid firmament?
Do I think? Yeah, sure.
Then how come all of our greenhouse gases haven't choked us yet?
What greenhouse gases? You mean like carbon dioxide, which is a gas of life? Methane, which falls to the earth as soon as it comes up? Which greenhouse gas exactly?
Like any toxic gas.
Name one.
Factories.
Name one greenhouse gas.
CO2.
CO2 is what is the ppm? What is the ppm of our atmosphere in CO2 right now? Bruh. What is the ppm of CO2 in our atmosphere right now?
405 parts per million.
And do you think that that CO2, seeing as how you don't believe we have a firmament, do you think that CO2 escapes into space?
It disperses.
It disperses where?
Into the atmosphere.
So the same happens with the firmament, right?
It's second law of thermodynamics, right? With
No, the same happens in the firmament, correct?
All right, you got me there.
Okay. Now, what percentage is CO2 of our atmosphere? Bro, why does this take you so long? How come you don't know this? If you want to bring up greenhouse gases, at least come informed.
That was your second best one list, isn't it?
21%.
It's not 21%. That's oxygen.
Sorry. It's
Do you know what
0.4%.
do you know what the largest greenhouse gas is? And you bring up CO2. Do you know what the largest greenhouse gas is?
No, actually.
Water.
Okay.
Water vapor. The thing is, people have been programmed to say that we can't change the atmosphere at all. They at first said global warming, cooling became global cooling. So now they have the propaganda set on climate change. If we change the climate in any way, it's bad. So they want man to have no effect on the pristine environment that they worship. And so they're basically programming us to not do anything with the environment. And the thing is, CO2 is plant food. It makes more plants grow, which is more food for more humanity. As we grow, the plants grow in a very nice dynamic feedback loop that balances and gives us enough food for growing humanity. Everything has been taken care of by a knowing creator. We don't need to throw a monkey wrench into these plans and kill people for Gaia.
Hey, really quick, bud, just to back him up a little bit, because I'm going to keep on asking you questions. What ppm is optimal for all plants? What ppm of CO2 is optimal for all plants? I'm going to give this to you because you take too long to Google things. It's 1,200 ppm.
I was about to say 1,500, like off the top of my head.
1,500 is a little too much. You're just giving them excess so they can eat faster. At 150, all plant life will die. We're at 400. Do you think we need less CO2 or more? Bruh. Hello? Oh, God, he's left us.
He's having a moment.
Abort.
Test 1, 2. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I could just smell the abort coming for him.
Bruh.
Yeah, he's
Oh, well.
Well, I tried. This is a little program I like to call rapid deprogramming.
Situations like that can help the journey begin, man.
Yeah. Hopefully. Who the hell's speaking to me in Scottish?
That's me, Pantomath.
Hey, Pantomath.
All right, man.
Good.
It's not my fault I was born here, man. I've just got to put up with it. Fucking eating haggis and fucking...
and fucking sheep?
Nah. I stopped that, man. I stopped that, man. Fuck.
Well, at least you tell yourself you've got to stop.
Don't have a relapse of some kind.
Okay, I'm back.
Bruh, did I just waste my breath?
I was helping family, so apparently so.
Son of a bitch. We're here for you, bud. We're
I'm
here.
sorry.
You have an audience. We are your audience. Now, I was asking you questions. Did you hear any of my questions?
No, I just get back. Like, literally just now.
Okay. Now, we've gone over what the largest greenhouse gas is, which is water, correct?
Yeah, I heard that.
Okay. And at what ppm of CO2 do plants, or is the optimal saturation for plants growth?
Not sure.
1,200. You said we're at 405, right? ppm? At
in the
150,
atmosphere.
right? At 150 ppm, all plants die. They starve.
Okay.
So, do you think we're better off closer to 150 or closer to 1200?
Closer to 1200, I guess.
Yeah. So, lessening CO2 would not be optimal, right?
For plans.
Now, do you honestly believe that the planet off-gasses CO2, which is a relatively heavy particle as far as the atmosphere is concerned?
Mhm.
You think it does?
No, I was saying like it's a relatively heavy particle.
Right, so it doesn't off-gas CO2, correct?
No.
Okay, which was your proposition, which I told
Hello,
you was...
guys.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
Do you want to talk about CO2?
Sure. What about it?
What do you think of CO2?
On what sort of scale are you talking about? Think about it, because I know what it is.
You
It's
said you wanted
abundant.
to talk about it. I want to know what you want to talk about.
You said CO2. All right. CO2 is a
Bruh.
molecule. There you
Stop
go.
it.
Hello,
Sorry.
guys. How are you guys doing today?
Sorry, that was just me enjoying a fresh Kool-Aid jammer.
Ooh.
I'm about to fresh Kool-Aid jammer you out of here.
I overheard you guys talking earlier, and you were saying things about different places on Earth having different time zones and etc. etc. Where are you guys from?
I'm from Mars.
Scotland.
Is anyone here from the US?
Yes, we're all from the US. All good people are from the US, at least.
Ouch. That feels
Oi.
bad.
Why? Are you from New Zealand?
No, I'm from the UK, dude.
Oh, thank God! I thought you were another shooter. With that name, I got scared.
I mean,
but yeah,
UK
I
good
could,
enough.
I could screen share you outside right now, and it's pitch black. If
we believe you. What?
Yeah. Why is it pitch black for me?
What do you mean? Because it's daytime over here.
Yeah.
Do you not know how the Earth works?
No, I'm very familiar with the Earth. I live on it.
You're very familiar with the globe Earth, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
The one we live on.
Aye.
The one you live on.
Well, we all live on the same Earth. I'm assuming.
No, we don't. It's daytime here. It's nighttime over there.
Wait, so when it's night, you get teleported to another Earth?
No. Earth is what's beneath our feet. I have to swim over to the Earth beneath your feet.
Daceful.
Wait.
I have one question. So
go ahead.
The
Scrub.
animation of the sun and the moon rotating around the flat Earth.
Yes.
There is a point on Greenland that is constantly being shined by the sun.
Right.
Is that's not how it is on what we would say globe Earth, correct?
How many accounts do you have on this server?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
This is my own account.
So you weren't just DMing me, asking me the exact same thing?
No.
Okay. So here's your answer. This is the sun is currently here between the Tropic of Capricorn and the equator. It goes in between the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer, going back and forth throughout the year.
Yes.
At a certain point, Greenland will constantly be in sun, and at a certain point, Greenland will constantly be in darkness. Now, this isn't at all exactly accurate. This is just a representation.
All right, yeah, fair. And my other question is that so where do you guys
be good.
think? I'm sorry. I'm kind of nervous, so I
should be. You're talking to a superstar right now. Go on.
All right, okay. So
Talking to the smartest man on Earth.
All right,
Flat
so
Earth.
No.
My question is that the sun, where does the sun revolve around the Earth? Is the sun stationary, or is Earth stationary, and the sun is revolving around the Earth?
Okay, the sun revolves around the Earth in both models. If you believe in Einstein's relativity, the observation point is where movement revolves around.
Mhm.
So even in your
Can
even
I
in
just question the revolt? It's sort of, it's very round sounding, isn't it?
Try. I really can't. Your mic is cutting out for me, and I apologize if.
it's semantics, honestly. But
Yeah.
okay, so regardless, yeah, the sun is revolving around the North Pole.
Okay, so my question is, if this. Okay, so let's say we'll go back to what I've been learned, which is probably what
You've been taught. What you've been taught.
I've been taught, correct. Is that the sun is in the middle of our solar system, and that
right.
It's in the order of sorry, I'm stuttering.
Order of magnitude.
Venus, Earth, Jupiter,
Right.
etc., etc., etc.
Right.
So, what is the way Mercury and Venus is on the sun? Because Mercury and other planets still get daytime, and if the sun is just revolving around the Earth, how would that work?
How do you know that
around the sun?
Really quick, how do you know that they get any daytime whatsoever?
Let's see.
Why is the Earth special?
Probably because it was created that way, if you ask me. But I don't know. But they could be revolving around the sun, which is revolving over us. That doesn't mean that we're never really moving.
Fair enough. You've got different odds. So to me, the weakest point, from my point of view, is gravity. Well, I don't want everyone to shout at me saying, "Oh, we've got these different things." I know that you've got your different ideas about gravity and
right, and so
how
do
that
you.
comes into play. Sure. Well, I don't know yet. We might have the same idea.
Okay.
Do you agree that atoms have mass and are attracted to each other dependent on their mass and the distance
I
between
believe
those
that they're
masses?
attracted to each other through electromagnetism, but not.
Okay,
through mass.
then they're not attracted to each other through electromagnetism.
So an electron doesn't gravitate from one atom to another, and sometimes
nuclear forces.
No, it doesn't
okay,
gravitate.
So we know that Mars gets sunlight because, let's say, all right, this may get me some flack, but we have rovers on Mars and they are controlled by solar panels. All right.
Wait, really quick, Scrubby.
Yeah.
Those
absolutely not.
Those rovers are actually on Devon Island, unless you can show me where Mars has Arctic lemmings. And how did it get a population of Arctic lemmings?
And mushrooms.
And mushrooms.
Magic ones.
Wait, say that again. Sorry, I couldn't pick it up.
Arctic lemon.
There are pictures of Devon Island in red tint, and it looks a lot like Mars. How do you know they're not faking the photos from Earth?
Really quick, are you in voice text for everyone, Scrubby?
Say it again.
Are you in voice text for everyone? That's why we're chatting with memes, where we're memeing you.
Oh, okay, I see it.
So that's an Arctic lemming,
and
it's on Mars. The only place that Arctic lemmings really live are Devon Island.
Hold on. Don't forget about the mushrooms that they've found twice now.
Yeah.
Growing in photos that are days apart.
Mushrooms.
It's really difficult to identify what region on the planet they're on with mushrooms, but Arctic lemmings are pretty specific.
What happens when you jump? Because when I do it, I fall back down.
Hey, what you're identifying, really quick, what you're identifying is an effect, not identifying the cause.
All right, so let's
like jump boost potions in Minecraft.
Just because you play Minecraft forever and you're mining.
Oh, Minecraft's the best game. Don't judge me.
Hold on, real quick. I just want to give a quick idea of gravity before you guys start to assume stuff. So things accelerating, things falling, 9.8 meters per second squared. The law of gravity, acceleration, all that. That is an observed natural phenomena. No one denies it happens. What we deny is the cause. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
So
that's
you would have to
advise.
devise.
I don't talk about gravity being the effect of.
Hold on, I'm not done talking. Hey, I'm not done talking. All right. So if you are talking about mass attracting other mass, you'd have to show us a scientific method experiment showing that, or one for the bending of space-time. Which one do you want to go with?
Okay. Well, there are lots of stars around us, and if you look into deep space through the Hubble telescope, if you can have access
Do you know what
to
a
that,
scientific method experiment is?
I do. But unfortunately, until you can
Okay.
do a scientific method experiment that proves that the Earth is flat, you are under no
You're
ground
absolutely
to.
wrong, because you cannot do scientific method experiments with what is questions, only with why questions. So why do things fall? That's a why question. What is the shape of the Earth? It's a what is question. We do not do scientific method experiments to determine the shape of the Earth. You do measurements for that. So you could try again.
Well, yeah, people have done thousands of measurements.
He's asking you a question. He's asking you a question very specifically.
What is that question?
What experiment do you have that is repeatable, falsifiable, that we can do right now to show the cause of gravity? Don't look up into the sky. What can I do right here?
Okay.
This isn't a celestial question. This is an earthly question.
Okay, drop a ball.
That is showing the effect. Where's your independent variable?
I don't need variables. It's a thought experiment. You don't even need to drop balls. You can just.
So then you're not familiar with the scientific method if you're claiming
I'm
you don't
very
need
familiar with
variables. You need
scientific
your
method. I'm a theoretical physicist at a university.
Okay, so what's your independent variable, which is the presumed cause, which you're going to be manipulating in this experiment to show a cause
can't
and effect
manipulate
relationship to the
gravity.
dependent variable?
You can't manipulate
Correct.
gravity.
So you have no experiment.
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
can.
Thank you
Yes,
very
I do
much.
have an experiment because you can manipulate every other single possible variable and every.
Like what?
Oh, like some people I've talked to have said it's air pressure that causes us to fall back down. Other people say electromagnetism. All of those things.
What does
are
that have
things
to
that
do
you can
with
control.
you changing variables?
Because I can do an experiment for every single one of the other possible explanations, and I can control those variables, right?
Like what?
Okay.
Like if I vary an electromagnetic field while I'm dropping a ball, if I do it in a vacuum, if I do it under pressure.
No. Really quick. You go automatically to a vacuum. You said change the pressure of the substance in which they're falling. All you have to do is add water. Why do you have to go to a vacuum? You're lessening.
Yeah, changing. Variance can go positive or negative.
No. You're lessening. You're only trying to prove your point. You're only going in one direction.
I'm trying to prove
add
my
water.
Point. Okay.
No, that's not how an
I'll
experiment
add
works.
water.
You don't try to prove your point in an experiment.
Wait,
You
do
try
you
to
know
show
that
what
all
the
of
truth
this?
is.
Hold on, wait. Bottom line, none of this proves that mass attracts mass. That's the whole bottom line.
Yeah, that's because you can't prove it without having access
No,
to.
you should.
So
you
it's
should be able to
pseudoscience.
measure
So exactly,
gravity
yeah,
coming off
pseudoscience,
of. You should be able to measure a very small amount of gravity coming off of a lead ball. We can do it.
We're
with
just trying to get you to
magnetism.
admit that it's just pseudoscience.
Yeah, you can. Of course, you can measure a small amount of gravity coming on off
No,
a
you
lead
can't.
ball.
How?
It's
Absolutely not.
It's why it falls when it drops.
No. How do you measure the amount of gravity?
Dude.
Don't say it falls. Tell me how you measure the gravity.
You measure the gravity with a scale.
Okay.
Or by observation.
Okay. All right. Fine. So have something on a scale that goes to as many decimal places as you want. I have one that goes to 5 decimal places after a gram. And then I'm gonna blow your mind with something else. And then all you do is you hold the lead ball above the thing you're weighing, and guess what? If that lead ball has gravity, it should pull the other thing up on the scale just slightly, right?
No, it shouldn't.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it should.
No.
That's how the
because
Cavendish experiment works.
All right. Here's the scale, okay? If what you're saying and what you have allowed to be in this scenario of yours is that
what are you talking about? Why are you personalizing this?
Okay.
Because
these are
It
very
seems like a
personal.
really
These are very
weak,
personal.
passive-aggressive ad hominem.
No, I'm just all right.
It's
Hear
like
me
a
out. Hear me
pussy
out.
ad hominem. This
you've had your,
experiment of yours. What the fuck kind of bullshit
that I'm
is that?
doing.
Hey, I got one more. I got one more question.
I'm trying to be dogmatic about this. Okay.
One more question for you.
Sounds like you're trying to be
No.
Real
I'm
quick,
going to talk. You've been
physicist
talking.
guy. Yo,
Okay.
physicist
Hello.
guy. Let me ask you this. Okay. Let's say I take an aluminum can and I measure its weight on a scale. Okay,
Right.
at room temperature. Now,
Okay.
let's say I pick that, and on a very accurate scale, a milligram scale. Let's say I pick that can up and I warm it up with my hands. Now I set it back down on the scale.
Yeah.
Does the weight change? What happens to the weight?
Yeah, the weight changes.
What
Damn,
does
you've
it
been
do?
playing Minecraft for 6 hours.
What happens to the weight?
The weight, if you warm it up, it increases.
Why?
The weight increases or decreases?
Well, no. Weight is just. Weight's not
Theoretical
a thing.
physics got us this.
Hold on, wait. So hold on.
Weight
If gravity,
isn't a thing. Weight is a
if mass
construct
checks-
that helps
right.
people let you understand what
Like gender, we
weight
get it.
is.
Weight,
Exactly.
weight
So, no,
is a
here's-
construct.
Weight
Here's the
is a
deal.
construct. You
Here's
don't.
the deal.
there-
Listen,
you know,
I'm not
you know-
adding any mass. I'm not adding any mass to the
No, but
can.
you're adding energy.
Right.
Yeah,
They're
and
interchangeable. They
you're
both
saying it
describe
gets
the same
heavy?
thing.
Okay, no, it gets lighter.
No.
The
Well,
warmer
when-
you make it, it gets lighter and lighter as temperature increases.
Prove it.
I've done it myself. You can do it too. Just take the scale that goes to two or
yeah.
3 decimal places.
I'm sure there are hundreds and hundreds of factors that play into the reading on the scales that are independent of like individual atoms changing in their wave functions, velocities.
I'm talking about very slightly, just heating up a piece of metal.
You're warming up
gets
the
lighter.
air around the can, okay? That will change the weight. There are hundreds of variables that you're not considering. Do you know how tiny atoms
There's
are?
millions of variables you're not considering, Ace.
Okay, I was trying to be
There's
nice.
billions
There are
of
Like, did you go pee pee this morning? Did you eat
think it
cookies
through,
and cream
bro.
milk?
No,
What did you have for breakfast?
seriously, this is why society is like this. We got a physicist, and he doesn't even know the scientific method.
I do know the science.
There's a
Why are you
Brazilian-
worshipping? Why are you worshipping the
started.
scientific method when you don't know how to apply it to anything?
Because you admitted. You admitted.
Publish a paper.
Publish a paper so I can shoot it down, and then come at me, bro.
Why would I shoot your paper down?
I think
What I
this
find
is a
really
tiny
strange about
bit
the physicist guy is that he said we don't have a scientific method experiment for the shape of the Earth when
He has a small
science
penis.
doesn't deal with what's question. So I'm kind of don't really believe you're a physicist. How do you not know the scientific method? and how you apply
I
it?
know the scientific method you're talking about.
You
I'm
also
talking-
don't need
got it
variables.
wrong and told
Guys,
me
I
that
think
you
you
don't
guys
need
are being a little bit
you need
hypocritical
logic. You need
because
No,
you
no,
guys
no,
took a
Scrubby.
fast
Listen, hang on, everybody. Scrubby, let me explain something to you. Earlier, when we asked him of the independent variable
Mhm.
to manipulate to show the source of gravity, he said we don't need variables. And now, when Ace is giving him a little bit of a experiment that he could do, he's saying, well, there's thousands of variables. So he needs variables to disprove what we're saying.
Yeah, no, you know
he
we're
doesn't
hopping.
need them to disprove
We're
what we're
hopping
saying.
between. No, you do something very clever there. What you're doing is you're asking me what I think and I feel.
I'm not
and then
talking
saying,
to you.
Oh no,
I wasn't
yes
even
you
talking to you. I was talking
Okay.
about you.
Yeah, to
Yeah,
me.
but if you're,
I'm here.
I'm just saying not to be rude, but if
Scrubby,
you're
I'm
talking-
just what I'm trying to explain to you is we're mocking for a reason. It's because we care. But please don't take our kindness as meanness or anything like that, because we're not trying to be mean to Snipes. We know where he's coming from. He plays Minecraft. He's a
I love
theoretical
Minecraft.
physicist. I probably a pedophile, raging pedophile, but we're not trying to be mean.
Come on.
Yeah, that's false. But
Can you prove it?
interesting theory.
What are the variables? What are the variables in your proof?
Yeah, for
I don't need variables. I already said that.
Oh, you
one
don't
time.
need. Oh, now you don't
Can
need.
I
them.
go back to the
Dude, no, I-
original observed phenomena? Was you dropping something? That
you are.
was your natural
Yeah.
observed phenomena for gravity.
Yes, that is a natural observed
What,
phenomenon.
you
for
That's
gravity.
not the dropping something?
No, you are the cause. You
Why
are
else
the.
would the thing fall unless there was gravity?
You picked it up.
Because
Ready? Now I'm going to pick something else up. Ready? I'm going to pick something else
But
up.
is that's a natural phenomena? Is it? That's a natural. Do you understand?
I
You
do
haven't picked up
understand
a natural phenomena.
So
phenomenon is yes. I do.
hold on, everyone, 1 second. I'm just gonna re-say this because he didn't understand it the first time I said it. We don't disagree with things falling. We don't disagree with the and we don't disagree with acceleration.
Well, how do they fall then? Tell me how they fall.
I'm still talking. What is the cause of the acceleration and things falling? Where's your experiment?
I don't know
for that?
what is it.
Dropping something is not the experiment.
Where's your experiment? Where's your experiment? And
We
what
don't
is your
need one to
experiment?
falsify your idea.
Okay,
you need to
so
prove
you
your
don't
idea
need-
first.
You don't need a counter argument.
You need
just
to
don't need
prove
one.
your idea first.
No,
is what you
I'm
need to
perfectly
do.
content. I'm perfectly content.
You're not
just
perfect at
believing
anything.
I know I'm perfectly content.
Just
I'm
jumping
perfectly
straight to the theory bit. We'll forget all of the other stuff that goes before it, and we'll just come out with a theory of something.
Thank you, because that's really what top level physics.
That's not what they do.
Top level physics deal with that?
What theory? Yeah, that's. Do you understand Einstein's equations? Do you understand what Einstein did?
We'll just have the theory. None of that other shit. We don't need that. We're fucking clever with us.
Well, no.
Here we go again. Hey, Snipes, Snipes,
In a
really
very,
quick. What's the resting weight of a photon?
0.
Okay, and how does E equal MC squared then?
What do you mean? How does E
in that
equal
given
MC
situation, a photon, how does E equal MC squared? If the photon has a resting weight of 0, how does E equal MC squared?
Because a photon is of magnitude to the Planck length.
Oh,
on the
this
Planck
is brilliant.
scale.
Carry on. Carry on.
You talk about it in terms of Planck. You don't discuss it as an arbitrary.
Have you ever heard of container forces?
What are you talking about? Container forces.
It's a branch of physics.
Theoretical.
Interesting.
Never heard of it.
Probably different words for it.
What's the resting weight of an electron?
Not sure off the top of my head.
0.
He is true. It could possibly be 0.
It's 0.
The invariant mass
So
of
how
an
does
electron is
E equal-
approximately 9 times 10 to the minus 31 kilograms. So no, it's not 0.
I said resting weight.
Yeah, that is what the resting weight is. The invariant
What
mass.
is it? The resting weight.
9 times 10 to the minus 31 kilograms.
What qualification did you get in your pseudoscience when you did that?
It's not
school?
pseudoscience, it's theoretical physics. And I just
you not
googled
do
it.
pseudoscience?
Pseudoscience because it's not. It doesn't follow the scientific method, so it's pseudoscience.
You know, the scientific
period.
method was designed to teach preschool children how to hit rocks.
No. Sorry.
Did anyone
Theoretical physics is actually
Wow.
not science at all. It might be closer based to math, but it's absolutely not science.
Snipes,
It's
I
atomism.
understand why you don't like the scientific method because, hold on, Snipes. The reason you don't like the scientific method, which all universities use to show
I do
cause
love
and
the
effect relationship to
scientific method.
demonstrate.
I love it. The
causes.
scientific method.
No, the reason you don't like it is because your field. I'm still talking. Your field of study doesn't use the scientific method. It can't. You lack independent variables.
Well, yeah, of course.
You can only do non-experimental, which means you do correlation studies. You don't do cause and effect.
Oh
no,
that's why you don't
Well,
like
I
it.
do
That's
do
why you're saying it's
cause
for
and
kids
effect.
because it actually.
I do deductions.
Yeah.
All right. So my deduction. Let's
Yeah,
do
you
exhibit
guess.
one.
Yeah,
Exhibit A deduction. Okay.
Did Sherlock Holmes
It's an
did
education
deductions?
guess.
didn't
Come
he?
on, give him a break.
Okay, so let's do one deduction here. Okay, so things fall when you drop them. If you move something to the left, it doesn't move back to the right to correct its path. There must be a force acting
That
on it.
doesn't matter because things
That's not
seek
really
to
true.
find its equilibrium within the medium that it's in. So it's just going to go back to a resting place within that medium that it's going to look for. Okay?
Yeah.
It
So
doesn't
was
have to find the
everything-
exact same place. Are you kidding me?
Was the resting equilibrium that you're talking about? Was everything created at the
Until
exact
you
same
picked
point?
it up and
Yes,
moved
okay.
it and gave it the energy to fall back down.
But I'm giving it the
Pretty
energy
simple.
to move left. Why doesn't it move back right? If that was it, so
because
resting
it-
All right,
equilibrium.
all right. Let's get one deduction clear.
Equilibrium. Jesus Christ, really?
Objects do not go up.
Yeah.
Equilibrium goes up and down, not left and right.
Why?
Oh my god.
Do you know what the definition of equilibrium is?
Density, man. Things fall, period. Because
The definition
they're
of
heavier than the air, or
equilibrium
they're
is
more
not
the
density.
medium around them, however you want to.
You'd be better coming in saying you're a hairdresser, a really qualified hairdresser, because that would like when you come in and say you're a physicist, that just and then we come out with just drivel.
Yeah,
It doesn't mean anything.
No, it's great practice.
You're stringing words together.
One of the
You
things that
think
I find quite difficult is explaining things because, you know, this is sort of proof for me because I was thinking about becoming a primary school teacher, but I don't think I could handle explaining.
Don't do it to the children.
Yeah,
Don't
indoctrinate them. Don't indoctrinate them. I can't handle talking, you know, with people who just don't understand what, you know,
what this like
the
the scientific method is because I'm a
unwashed.
physicist.
The unwashed, the uninitiated.
I can
You'll get on good with the kids because the kids won't have a clue the nonsense you're spewing, so you'll be all right.
Then why does every kid on the planet, except for a very minute few,
accept what they're told?
Yeah. Why?
It's called consensus.
Well, they don't all accept what they're told. do they?
Yeah, my son's pretty sensible about
I'm
things.
pretty sure some people grow up in schools and then become mass murderers. I don't think they're told that they should do that. I don't think that people who leave their parents'
Excuse me,
religion
that's got
because
nothing
they
to
realise
do
that
with
it's...
it. We're on about
Oh, it's got
education.
everything to do with it. It's
No, it
everything
doesn't.
to do with it. Yes, it is.
Absolutely does not.
By your very own sacred
so I wanted to-
scientific method, it has everything to do with it.
Nobody said that was scientific
Everybody,
method.
really quick. Stop.
Really?
Hey guys, I want to take this opportunity to ask us. Hold on, I want to ask Snipes about the FE core because I want to hear what this physicist thinks about that. Have you seen-
please.
Oh God.
Yeah.
About what?
We got another physicist yesterday gave an interesting argument for it, so I just want to see where yours lies.
These aren't physicists. They
What
just
is
say
it?
that
This
to make you
guy's
think
obviously not a
they're clever.
All right, well, it doesn't
but
matter.
They're not.
Look,
I know I'm clever. I don't.
All right,
need
so
your-
here's
so called.
Tell him,
Jose. Yeah.
All right, so here's the measurement. It's a 0.08 millirad laser.
Right.
It's being shot at 3 different distances from 6 kilometers, 12 kilometers, 41 kilometers. All target heights are 1.5 meters of height. This is being done over a large body of water.
Uh-huh.
The WGS-84 model predicts that the shortest target that should be able to skim to see the target is 90 meters. And if we
Okay.
added a 7.6R standard refraction, it's 85 meters. So how
Okay.
do you compensate for the fact that you can do a horizontal pan with the laser of 0.08 millirad to 3 targets and manage to observe them from all 3 points?
Without
globe,
being
where
convicted
it's
of
saying-
sodomite or pedophile.
I'd say the millirad of the laser's negligible and doesn't really matter and is complete nonsense and what you're talking about. You could do it with a little laser pointer pen thing. Okay. Second, there are multiple instances.
No, stop.
Wait, whoa,
You
no,
can't
you wouldn't.
claim that the laser will not.
Your little, yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead, dude.
First of all, what should you see over 25 miles? You shoot a laser 25 miles straight across water at 6 foot height. What happens on the other side?
It's going to
I've got
become
no
a
idea,
diffuse
but-
nothing.
Going to be higher
you
than
see it?
6 on the floor.
That's what should happen, right, on a globe. It should be many hundreds of feet, actually.
Right,
There's-
okay, I
there's
don't
lots
know.
and lots of
No one
bulge in the
can-
middle. It's a
Right,
simple
sure.
equation.
fair
Jose,
enough.
sorry, keep going. I didn't mean to.
Snipes, you can't do it
What-
with a simple, easy, small little pen laser. That's ridiculous.
Why?
The inverse square law. Do you know anything about that?
Yes, I do. Do you know how
So
lasers work?
What should happen to the laser?
The light diffuses, but it doesn't abide by the inverse square law because it's
It
a laser.
actually
and that's
does
not how
abide by
lasers-
the inverse square law. Go look it up.
It's a
Go look
laser,
it up.
dude.
Go look it up, dude.
Yeah, but you
Yeah,
know,
that tiny
know how
little
coherent
laser's
light
not going
works.
to make it 25 miles. It has
you
to
look up-
be of that
Hello?
damn.
Hello?
It has to
Hello?
be that high
Am I-
millirad, or else
am I
it's
muted?
not going to make 25
Okay.
miles.
Right.
Seriously.
If
Yeah,
I go
so
and
the
Google, what if I go
point
and
of the
Google what
0.08
shape is the
millirad
Earth?
is to
Can we stop arguing
wait,
about the
wait,
laser
beam-
itself?
Guys, stop really
Jesus.
quick. Hey, stop. Snipes, what the fuck does that have to do with the little pen laser going fucking 25 miles? It all
Because you
light
said go and
follows
look
the
it
inverse
up.
square law.
Where am I
All
supposed
light, even
to look it
coherent law.
up?
Even coherent light follows the
Google.
inverse square law.
Oh yeah, all light follows the inverse square law, but it's not going to matter because it's a laser.
It will absolutely matter, even if it is a laser.
You know how lasers. Do you know how a laser works?
No.
Exactly.
Oh,
So don't comment about the.
I didn't say no.
Do
Don't
you
comment
know
on
how
what?
a laser works?
The inverse square law.
I asked you a question. Do you know how a laser works?
Yes, I do.
Okay, well done. Okay, then you should know, if you did know how a laser worked, that it doesn't matter over the distance that you are firing the laser. Okay, because laser fires photons that travel in the same direction, right?
Right.
Yeah.
They're not
You
all.
know how the inverse square law is about radiuses increasing relative to circumference size. Yeah.
Go
right?
on. I'm barely listening.
Like the sun that does its big, glowy glow. And, light goes in all the directions and would be very, very not good for you if you were right next to it. But it's alright if, a couple, 100,000 kilometers away or whatever. Yeah, it's, the only thing that's affecting the light level as you go further and further out with your laser is diffusion, absorption,
Intensity
diffraction.
of the light that is inversely squared.
The
intensity.
No, it isn't. The
But
intensity
you're
of
wrong.
the laser
You're
is
actually,
a constant.
Snipes, really quick. You're so wrong on this. It's ridiculous.
Okay.
A laser
disagree.
follows the same
Well, here you
laws
are.
as all energy emitted
This
from
is
anything.
all right. Stop right now. This is the important bit for you to grasp. Okay. You have this idea in your head that is so obviously correct to you. Okay. Right. And that's what everyone comes in here with. And that's what you come in defending with. And me just saying no and saying, prove it to me right now, you can't.
I've asked you for tons of things that you can't come up with proof. Pure projection.
You've got 15 minutes to prove to me that what you said is true. Do it.
That lasers follow the inverse square law
Yeah.
just like any other emitted
Do it.
energy?
Yeah, do it.
That is correct.
Okay.
Look, we're getting off
So
topic.
far,
hold
I've
on.
got
We're
4
getting way
people
off topic.
saying
Now
it's correct. That's not very scientific method here.
Look,
we're getting way off topic. The whole
No,
point
it's
is
very on topic. Because
no, it's
all
not.
this
Like
is
the whole point is how do you observe? Like, listen. The laser is a 0.08 millirad. If you calculate that, the divergence of the beam is about 3 meters of width. So
According to
we're
what?
here regardless. Okay.
Well, that's not
so
a very good
how does
laser
that?
then,
How
is
is
it?
that observed? 3 meters of divergence at 41 kilometers? That is a fucking powerful laser. What are you talking about?
You do know lasers don't diverge, though, right?
Yes, they do. What is wrong with you?
It's a focus
What is
beam of
actually
light.
wrong with you?
I can't believe
It's
you
a
keep
focus
saying
beam
it.
of light, but after a while, the light will spread. Yes,
I think this guy's
and it
trolling.
will
Oh my
diverge.
goodness.
Right, but it doesn't matter
Oh,
anyway.
right.
It doesn't matter.
I'm scared.
Carry on.
Oh my god. Go ahead.
The point is,
So the point of the argument
They
is
diverge, but they
9
don't
meters
diverge like enough to abide by inverse square laws.
They absolutely
Stop it.
Look,
Stop
the point
it.
is
The whole point is
the point of this whole argument that at 41 kilometers, that laser should not be observed. Period. Not even on your oblate spheroid model. Not even if we give you 7/6R standard refraction, only shaves off 5 meters from the 90 to 85. We're still observing it from a 1.5 meter height. Impossible on a globe.
Which
And keep in mind that the globe has a hump of Earth that is going to block stuff eventually in the distance. So you have to factor in this hump if you even have a curve that you're seeing over at all. Don't you understand?
No, water's
that?
level. Water's level.
Thank you.
Level and flat,
Thank
yes.
you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
No, it's not.
Viva Flat
all
Earther.
that.
This is
Show
the
me
dualistic thinking that is fostered by sorts of models. You know, it's like
No, well, you're cutting out.
Snipes, did you just say water's level?
Yes, I did.
The fuck is wrong with you, bro?
What? You don't think water is level?
I told you he's a raging sodomite and pedophile.
What?
I mean, that's the only thing making sense right now. It's
He
you
said
sound like
he
a
wanted
straight
to be. He said he
shill.
wanted to be a primary school teacher, but he can't stand kids.
Oh, it was
I mean,
a joke.
he told you he was
I
a
was
pedophile.
just insulting your intelligence and saying
And that
if
makes
you
him a
realize.
pedophiles.
It was funny. Anyway.
I don't know what you don't understand that you shouldn't see this laser across 25 miles.
I don't care about your laser. It's a pointless argument. It's as good as me saying, because it's basically me saying things fall. Like, that's
There's
as
no
good as it is.
curvature. Wow.
Okay, let's go back to this idea of...
Then
okay,
get the fuck out of this server. Bye.
no, I love talking to more...
Bye.
Whoa, he's gone?
Yeah, he's gone. You want to be gone too?
Wait, what did I do?
You come in and lie. What's the point?
You guys, real quick, is it 7/6R refraction? Is that what it's called?
Shit.
No.
7/6R refraction.
Some made up bullshit. It has
7/6R
nothing to do
standard
with anything.
What about it?
Standard refraction, yes.
7/6R standard refraction. Okay, I just want to learn about that.
We have
you can use
globe
Big
cards.
West's metabolic curve calculator.
R's a dirty word,
Mom,
isn't
I
it?
swear, I'm
down to
talking to
85
globe
meters.
earthers. Don't worry, I'm not talking to any flat earthers. All right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not even
I'll go
close,
back
dude.
to
Like the
science somewhere.
refraction that you need to have it so that that laser would refract down, which it's almost impossible to have. In my opinion, even I'm sure you've seen Dr. John D. He has a PhD in spectrophotometry and he works with light. He's never seen evidence of even light bending down at night. And this is when the test was done. It was done during night. It was done where it's very cold temperature. It was almost below zero. And you have this light being observed from the opposite side. Now, light usually refracts up. You know? So, for one, you have to show us that light can refract down. And you'd have to show us that it'd have to refract 90 meters. Actually, 80-something meters, to be exact.
Jose, down.
That's insane refraction.
Jose, light refracting down hurts the globe. What do they not understand? That would make the curvature look even more severe. What these people are talking about is not refraction. They're talking about looming, which is some magical theory that some light in the distance goes up and then back down over a curve. Down would put it straight into the water sooner. Down, I don't know why the fuck flat earthers are arguing with refraction down with globetards, because down would hurt their model and make it look like there's even more curve. You see what I mean?
It's no argument.
Up and over is a totally different thing.
The thing is we're trying to argue with somebody who won't even look into the inverse square law with lasers. I don't understand.
I don't understand what was the point of banning.
They won't even look into common sense. They will deny common sense until the death. So
don't concern troll us, bud. Scrubby. Don't concern troll us, because
Yeah, guys, I've got another topic.
Go.
Have you guys dealt with the apparent size of the sun before?
Yeah.
Possibly.
Apparent.
Seems pretty big to me.
You just said the key word, apparent.
Hey, did you see what I sent you in a direct message?
Me?
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh. Yeah, so it's how it doesn't change across the sky. It's always like 0.5 degrees in angular size.
No, it does change.
Okay.
Yeah,
it does actually. Yeah.
Does it? How much does it change? And
Let's
how much
let's
do you
have
think it changes?
words. Let's have words that we understand.
Right, I
What does
understand the words.
apparent mean, and
So
what
it
does
appears to be-
angular mean?
Okay, so we can't measure the size of the sun. We can only see how big it appears for many
Right,
reasons.
okay.
You know, right? And angular, so the angle in the sky which it takes up. So it would be 0.5 degrees, the sun and the moon about. So you're saying
Right, is that- I'm saying this is you.
No, yeah, I was talking to Ace and Miguel. So you're saying the apparent angle, the angle of the sun increases and decreases over the day?
It just depends what temperature the
The angle of the sun.
It's been known to.
He's talking about the size of the disk of the sun that we.
The angular resolution. So how much angle it takes up in the sun. If it's bigger, it would take up more of an angle.
I don't know.
Sorry, Bev.
You know what the core of his question is? Is why is the Earth is flat? That's what he wants to know. He doesn't care.
I'm just trying to work out what an angular bit. Where is this angle that I'm meant to be taking of the sun? The sun's a circle.
He's talking about the angular size of the sun.
He cares about why the Earth is flat because he's a closet flat earther. He doesn't want to accept it. He's scared to go against the herd.
Right, Miguel. So how much would it change over the day? Does it like triple in
It
size?
varies. Like I said, it varies. People have got video of it getting smaller, and like there's instances where you see the sun setting, and it actually grows, gets bigger.
Okay, I've seen that.
Yeah, so it varies in temperature, like what temperature setting. Sometimes it doesn't even hit the horizon line before it disappears.
Right, I'd like to see sources of this, but regardless.
Yeah, I'm gonna get you a video. This guy has literally documented the sun for an entire year, and not only does it change throughout the day, also the different seasons, the size of the sun is changing as well. So I'm gonna grab you a link.
Okay, I'll take a look at that and then come back.
Yeah, that's correct, Shadows. What Ace just said. So
Sure. Yeah, I saw a video of it like disappearing, like shrinking in size near the as it was setting.
Where you get that happening is high altitudes as well as very, very low humidity locations like deserts. You'll notice all the sun shrinking videos are in like deserts essentially.
Okay.
And the reason why is there's just less obstruction. You can actually see farther, and there's less lensing effect going on. So
I don't think these things would are like in contention of the point I'm going to make, but I'll still have a look to make sure.
okay.
Are we still talking about the laser test?
Well, they were, yeah, but that guy's gone.
You're a little quiet, by the way, Miguel.
Can you hear me? Am I too low, or what's going on?
You're lower than usual.
You're very low, actually.
My freaking audio input, microphone input went out on my PC. I'm using the back jacks now.
Maybe you need to turn the gain up on your mic or in Discord.
Yeah, I'll do that right now.
Okay, I think this is like over a year old. Here we go. Does the sun change size?
Oh yeah.
And this guy, he's not
posted that, I think. Yeah, same one.
Oh, Chris Van Matre. Oh, good. Yeah, that should be it then. And he's not in any kind of special location. He just lives in Colorado. And you know where we are, we don't even get to see a full sunset because there's mountains in the background. So our sunsets sooner than it would. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're on a salt flat, for instance, you're gonna get the maximum distance to be able
full
to
like
see
180 degree.
All right. Okay.
Testing 1, 2. Can you guys hear me? I'll
Yes.
just
Yeah.
a little bit better.
Dude, way better, way better.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, take a look.
All right. Hello.
Hello.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Scrubby.
All right. Cool.
Man, I swear to God, we need to make sound bites of all the physicists that came in here with their, like Miguel was saying. Like yesterday, we had skipping rock theory. Light skips like a rock.
Well, it's
And
weird
today
though.
we had lasers.
Yeah, it was weird because this
What?
guy actually agreed that it was flat level water. So it was like he just agreed with everything. Like there was no contention on that point. I mean, yeah, he went back by saying that there was no beam divergence and all that, but he admitted that the water was flat and level, which was kind of went against the globe. It's interesting.
Well, to be honest, they say it's flat and level to the center of gravity. So it's kind of like the same words.
Oh, yeah, there was a guy that came in earlier that was actually talking about that the talking about the word level means it's actually going along the curve of the Earth, which means it's not level; it's actually curved, just like the Earth.
Curve.
So saying the word level just means in the globe model that it's actually going with the curve of which I didn't know that's how they viewed it.
Yeah, which they should be using a different word because by very definition of level, like look up the actual definition of level, there's nothing about curves in there. You see what I'm saying?
Right. And that's how the guy was actually explaining it. And I was like, that don't make sense. You know, the very definition doesn't even explain it that way.
Oh wait, sorry, I'm not caught up with the matter at hand here. What might you guys be talking about?
The definition of the word level. And
Yes.
how the globe people you actually use it for saying that it's, if you say the word level, they actually say that it's actually going with the curve of the earth, meaning that level is actually curved, not level as in flat and level or straight.
Well, in my eyes, that's completely incorrect. Level means that it stays in a line, and it does not follow any sort of curve that they have in mind.
Well, apparently to the guy he was in here trying to prove his point, it was.
Is that the fellow?
Dude, that guy didn't know shit about what he was talking about.
Is that the
Well, who the hell
fellow
is
who
that
got
guy
banned?
anyway? Who is he? You can't even define him. You're like, oh, that guy who was there earlier. Who the hell is he? Do you even know his name? No.
Nah, some random glober earlier.
Oh.
Okay, so
Oh.
yeah, earlier you guys were talking about density. Am I cutting in and out with you guys?
Yeah, you are, and you're very low.
Yeah.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm gonna jump from mic. I'll be.
So what do you think, sir? Since you're asking questions on this channel, what do you think is going on? Huh?
Me?
Yes, sir.
What do I think about what?
What do you think about anything? Why are you on a Flat Earth Discord channel?
Oh, because I believe in the flat Earth, and I'd like to discuss it with you guys.
Oh, okay. Cool. Okay.
Right,
You
okay.
believe in the Flat Earth, you said?
Of course, yes.
Oh, okay.
I don't believe in any sort of curve that this guy was talking about. There's no curve
Oh.
along our Earth. It does not make sense.
All right. Okay. So, all right.
Oh.
So, sorry to interrupt, but some of my friends, they want to engage in the discussion as well, and they need a mod for voice chat check-in.
They gotta behave themselves, Grubby.
I hope they are. I believe they will.
All right, we'll take your word for it. Because if they don't, you're out of here. I'm just kidding.
I am not. I hope they're responsible, but I am not. I can't
Yeah,
control their actions.
it's cool. Once one of the moderators goes up there and checks them in, it'll be all right.
All right.
So, Scrubby, what are your views upon the Earth?
I believe the Earth is round because one, the Earth, if all other planets are curved, and we are saying
But
they
they
are
aren't.
from the same.
So, I know it's a little while ago, but a little while ago you all mentioned that there was no curve. Like,
Well, yeah.
can you explain that?
I can easily explain that.
Because
doesn't
if you look
exist.
into history, about 2,000 years ago, there was a Greek astronomer. I'm not even going to try and pronounce his name, but the Earth's circumference was first measured more than 2,000 years ago.
No, please, just try his name. Give it a go.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Diogenes? I don't. Yeah.
That might as well be.
All right, I gotta go. I hope my friends behave well, and I wish you guys.
God bless you, sir.
All right, thank you.
And toodles.
Jesus Christ. Anyone dumber from that shit, or is it just me?
Flat Earth, you're hot, Mike, bro.
Are you guys on a
What's that?
topic? Are you guys on something at the moment?
Oh, they're switching
Yes,
out right
that there was no curvature on Earth, so therefore it's flat.
Yeah. Well, I've looked at the two videos. So it can change up to like 5 or 10%. Is that okay?
No.
Well, Okay, well, I'll continue anyway. So even if it could change about 5 or 10% in size, I think my point is still valid.
Shadows, really quick. I don't know what you're talking about, but I just wanted to tell you I don't like your face.
Okay.
Whoa.
You just said if. I don't care about if. Anyone here gives a fuck about if besides myself? Anybody care about if?
I'm giving you guys the benefit of the doubt by saying it can go up to 5 or 10 degrees. 5 or 10%,
you
sorry.
giving us the benefit of the doubt? We're giving you the benefit of the
Cool,
doubt, brother.
okay. Can I continue?
Go ahead.
Okay, so
Waffle.
let's say the sun increases and decreases by 5 or 10% over the day in angular resolution and as the seasons transpose.
If.
Yeah, stop. I can't fucking
We're not
think.
in an if world. We're in reality. We're not in an if world. You see where you're
Right,
already
okay.
going?
It doesn't really matter anyway.
Alright, whatever. Go ahead, bro.
Okay. So, in the heliocentric model, since the sun's so far away, over the day, the angular resolution of the sun shouldn't change that much. It changes a bit. That might.
It shouldn't change at all.
Yeah, it shouldn't change at all, and that's what we were taught all growing up. So
Well,
I mean,
it's
the moon size doesn't change at all.
well, you're at least one radius. Well, you're one radius away from the sun, in the model, so it would change a slight bit. But is that detectable? Anyway, it's irrelevant. In the flat Earth model, it should change apparent size, right? So say it's a couple thousand miles up. Let's say somewhere between 3 and 20,000, somewhere in there. It doesn't matter where.
Sure.
Let's say at equinox, so it's going around above the equator.
Okay.
As it's right above your head, let's say 5,000 miles up its height as it's on equinox. So it's 5,000
yeah,
miles.
that's the thing. None of us know how big it is, how far away it is, or how it works at all.
Or even what it is.
Or if it's this physical thing. I honestly don't think it's any physical thing whatsoever. I think it's more akin to something like a rainbow.
Okay.
And if you notice, a rainbow is always the same distance away from you, no matter how far you try to get closer or further away. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there's something going on. Here's the point. Either way, let's say it changed size all over the place. Let's say it got real big and small. That still wouldn't prove a flat Earth or a globe, or vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean? So it's just interesting. It's nice to know more about like what the sun and moon are, and I don't know if we'll ever figure that out.
Okay, so I guess I'll rephrase my question.
Yeah.
So is the AE map, is that the standard like flat Earth, sun and moon rotating above the equator? Is that what it's called?
No. Yes. No.
Is that called the
Absolutely
AE
not.
map though? Sorry.
It's just a depiction, Shadows, but it wouldn't be like a standard one. Like we
Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
We don't have a society to standardize anything. But
So with
Well,
the
you're
observed
desperate
angular
for a bottle,
resolution.
right? Because you can't sleep at night without one, right? Because the
No,
glow
I'm just trying to see if it
Makes you
matches up with the model. That's it.
Shadows, let me ask you something about the apparent sun.
Okay. Well, can I just finish my point quickly? It'll take like 2
go
seconds.
ahead.
Okay,
I'm sorry,
so
everybody
basically,
keeps on cutting you off.
Yeah, no worries.
I don't like
The
your
ang-
face, but I like the way you act right now. You're good.
Okay, so basically, the angular resolution of the sun across the day doesn't match up with the AE map and how the sun would move across the flat Earth. That's it. But if
Okay,
you're
that
not
was
favoring the map, so
that was
It does. Have you seen the personal atmospheric dome and how it explains the rising and setting and the positions? A globe earther actually is the one that modeled it out and got it to work on an AE map.
personal
Right.
atmospheric dome.
So it's actually due to perspective and like how you view your personal view of the sun and the moon are.
Yeah, I saw it online, and then I did the maths myself, and it should increase in angular resolution by about 3 times the size when it's in.
Well,
when it's midday, if it's
like when the video, it's
Right.
different. It's different from like when you're in the drier climates. So it does vary. So
Shadows,
Yeah.
it's
Well,
in voice
that's
text for everyone right now.
okay. Yeah, that would be say maximum 10%. I'm talking about 300%, so it's orders of magnitude. But
Right,
what am I looking at in this?
Right, and
where do you get that
listen,
number?
what we're talking about, you are You are picturing. Hold on. You're picturing a flat Earth map with a physical sun.
Yeah.
And no atmosphere whatsoever. We don't know what's up there and how it's causing things to look.
Right.
Well, I'm picturing
and why
like
it causes
firmament
things
over the
to
top.
appear bigger and smaller.
Okay, yeah, but in that little depiction there,
I don't
the
know.
personal area dome that's shown,
okay.
that's like where you'd be standing, and what you'd be seeing would be only in perspective what could be in that dome area. You know what I mean? Like that's what you could see from your perspective. Like you couldn't see further than that.
Wait, what?
You know, with
what
your.
am I supposed to be looking at here?
Okay,
Do
do
you
you
not
see?
see voice text for everyone?
Yeah, I do. I see a flat Earth map and a globe.
Do you see personal area dome?
Yeah, I'm looking at that. I just don't really understand what's.
Okay, so do you see
what's being shown?
Go ahead,
The
Deuce.
bottom line is the apparent sun, and the physical sun is the one going around the Tropic of Capricorn.
Okay, what across this green path on the sphere? That's the actual
the
sun.
one going down is the one you see, the apparent sun and
Okay.
moon. You see, and the one going around the.
Yeah, and
so what is this globe supposed to represent? The.
Can I just ask you a simple question?
It represents your perspective, Shadows, like how you view it. So that personal area, that's what it stands for. Personal area, like that's what you see. That in perspective, that's you're viewing the sun and the moon. You know, traverse.
Do you understand?
You don't see the whole thing like going around the AE map. Like that's not what you're seeing. You're seeing only what you could see in your own personal perspective.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
Not to mention, when you film sunsets, the sunlight tends to travel off north and south as if it's curving in the distance, especially if you film a sunset after the sun has gone down completely and the sky is still glowing. It starts moving off to the side as if the sun was on a circular path.
Also,
there's a lot of good evidence for that, which doesn't work on a globe, but go ahead.
Given the angular resolution of the eye, Shadow, at what distance is optical infinity?
I don't really understand the question. Sorry.
Given the angular resolution of your optics, very specifically, what is the distance to optical infinity?
What's optical infinity?
Yes,
It's the distance slightly beyond your vanishing point.
So about 3 miles.
It's about 3 miles. So at past 3 miles, angular resolution doesn't really change all that much, correct?
Well, what if you have like
that's what makes it optical infinity. You understand?
Well, if you have like a skyscraper past 3 miles and a person, wouldn't the angular resolution be different? I don't really understand.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna get y'all another video.
Yeah, I mean,
hold on, this is nothing about the sun. Let me.
Right? Well, what are you asking? Are you asking for questions, or are you asking to confirm your beliefs? That's the difference. Are you asking because you're curious? Are you asking because you have?
I was wondering if it'd been brought up before because
okay. You know, my point is kind of getting lost here.
Trying to tell us we're wrong, or are you trying to tell us we're right?
It was to prove the flat Earth model wrong.
Okay.
At what point?
Aspect.
At what point does angular resolution no longer change?
Sorry, Des.
At what point does angular resolution no longer change?
Same thing about the.
At what point does the size stop growing?
I don't really understand.
Past 3 miles, right?
Yes,
isn't it a function of the distance away, the diameter?
No. That's not how optics work.
So
the sun is not going to necessarily get bigger or smaller past optical infinity.
I agree with that.
Okay, you agree. Hey, here we go. I'm going to shut them down with logic. Here we go. Keep going.
I thought the angular diameter was like
I don't know how you're
2
going to
times
shut me down. I'm absolutely correct.
2 times the arctan of the diameter divided by 2 times the distance. That's what I was going off of.
Right, and once you go past the distance of that angular resolution, once it can no longer get bigger or smaller due to the optics in which you're looking through, which is your eyeball, which is 0.02.
Right.
Yeah, we're talking about.
Oh, I see.
We're talking about.
Are you telling us that, or do you know that? That's my question. Are you
Dude,
telling us that,
stop.
or do you know that?
What is wrong with you?
What do you mean what's wrong with me? I'm just asking you a simple question.
Flat Earth,
Are you
ready. Take a break,
because
man.
you know that, or is it because you're
Flat Earth,
asking
I
us
don't know.
that?
I don't know what you're doing, bud. You're just arguing with me to argue with me. Stop it.
Take
First of all, I'm asking you a simple question. I'm not arguing with you. What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, dude. I had to mute him. Just go ahead.
A little bit of a hostile tone for the situation.
So shadows past that angular resolution. Is
I
called
see what you mean.
optical
Sorry, yeah.
infinity.
So if something
things no
reduces,
longer get bigger or smaller past that point.
so if something reduces below 0.3 degrees, you won't be able to tell. Is that
right?
What you're saying?
Yes.
Well, in
Okay.
our vision,
yeah,
yes.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I understand.
So the sun, even in your model, you gave us anywhere between what is it, 3 and 20.
0.5 degrees.
It's well beyond.
It's
well
not.
Beyond,
That's above the limit. 0.5 degrees is above
well
0.3.
beyond optical infinity. Correct.
No, it's not. It's 0.5.
0.5 what?
0.5 degrees is the angle in the sky that the sun takes up. Right, we can measure this. Anyone can measure this.
Right. But it's still past your optical infinity.
I mean, I thought we were talking about like maximum resolution, which was 0.3
No.
degrees.
I'm not. You asked us about the sun getting bigger or smaller. There's a limit to all optics, correct?
Okay, so if the sun was twice the size,
there's a vanishing point to all optics, correct?
I'm
Once
not
it
too
goes
sure,
past
but-
that vanishing point, it can no longer get bigger nor smaller.
Okay, that's very strange.
It
So
is
if
a
the sun,
static size past that point.
so if the sun was to increase in diameter, like double, wouldn't? So you're saying the angular size wouldn't double in the sky; it would remain the same.
If it's past optical infinity, it's not going to get bigger nor smaller than what it appears to be.
So is there a number for optical infinity for the human eye?
Yes.
Okay,
It depends on the eye, of course, but it's called the horizon.
Okay,
It's
I'll look
usually
it up.
anywhere between 3 to 15 miles, depending on who you ask.
Well, it doesn't really make too much sense to me, but I'll look it up. Like, surely if the moon were like 10 times bigger, we would see it, I don't know, 10 times the angle in the sky or something. But obviously not 10 times, but we'd see it bigger in the sky. And you're saying we wouldn't because it's past this optical.
Right, but what I'm saying is, as it travels on the path, regardless of its size, as it travels along that path,
what path?
It's not going to along the path that it moves.
Okay.
As it travels along that path, it's not going to grow in size, nor shrink in size.
Well, if it remains the same
great
distance
extent.
away, yeah, I don't think it would either. Like if it's moving in a circle around us, it wouldn't.
Right.
I don't really understand this point, but I'll look it up because obviously, I just don't know.
It's due to optics, not actual like.
Wait,
Right.
I have a question. So, if optical infinity, like, how are we able to see the sun if optical infinity is 3 miles?
Look at it.
What?
No, you're able to see past optical or you're able to see past the vanishing point if it's at a high enough angle, and if it's large enough.
I
But
see.
it won't change its size past that.
I'm so confused. So, everything's one size past optical infinity. Is that what you're saying?
It is the size it is past that point.
Okay, I agree. I don't see how it's going to change size unless it comes close to us.
Right. And it's not coming closer to us as it goes over us. It's as far as like that point of optical infinity. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
It's not
if
coming.
it was,
it's not coming in that range to get bigger.
If it was revolving around, keeping like above the equator on a flat Earth, it would be coming closer and further away from us. The same on a globe Earth, but
Right,
the
but
argument for a globe.
not close enough to breach that point of optical infinity.
And yeah, we get the whole thought experiment with the angular sizes, and believe me, that's some of the things that kept me from just jumping feet first into flat Earth, But there's so many things, okay, that are in favor of flat and completely just just don't work on a globe.
That's fair.
These
Yeah.
couple of things that we don't 100% understand. Especially, it all happens to be with the sky. If we took the sky out of the equation, no one would believe in a globe. And I actually think whatever this place was designed in order to actually maybe even trick people into thinking it's a globe. Like there's something about it.
Why would they trick us into thinking it's a globe?
I'm talking about whoever created the place. I don't know, for some grand deception at the end, which is what we're in right now, where the world is completely fooled. I'm just saying it has notes in it, or else they just did a really good job reverse engineering how our eyesight works in order to make it kind of fit this globe model. But the bottom line is if we're talking about the sky, and that's why they've always called it the celestial sphere. It's always been called the celestial sphere. We don't know how that shit works. It could literally be a hologram, and all these things are always the same distance away from us. I mean, we don't know. And did you know if you go up high enough, you can't see stars anymore at night? You know what I mean? So there's a bunch of weird stuff going on. Yeah. And that's why they say you can't see stars in space. That's why the astronauts say shit like that.
I mean, isn't the sun a star?
No, it's just said to be one. But to qualify my point earlier, when the gentleman asked about how far can you see till shit disappears, I said 3 miles, but that's with the caveat that it's like assuming the height of the observer and the height of the object observed are the same. You follow me?
Yeah. Luke, you're hot micing, bro.
What does that mean?
Your mic's always on, and we hear you typing your keys and stuff.
Ah, I see.
So when I want to refer to, a flat Earth with the sun and the moon rotating above it, and the ice wall along the outside, what do I call that? The AE map?
That's one of the closer approximations. No map is definitively accurate. They're all projections.
Okay, I understand, but when
Why
I'm
don't we
talking
call
about
it
it,
the UN
how do I...
flag or the accepted official flag of the USGS? We could call it either one of those.
Okay, I'll refer it to as the UN flag then.
Perfect.
I just don't know how to speak about it because you don't claim a model, but I still want to refer to the model.
Like I said, we can't claim a model because we would have to establish a society in order to claim a model, correct?
And the thing about claims are, as soon as one makes a claim, then it can be disproven. But if we're humble enough to know that we don't know everything, then we're not in a claim-making situation.
Right.
Which I think is important to observe.
Well, I have a question for you guys.
Okay.
So if, like you said, the water is always level, how does that work?
Optically level, yes.
Yeah, how does that work when some places have high tide at the same time other places have low tide? That would require some sort of a bending in the water. And like I'm talking about, like some people have like a 5 meter low tide, or somebody else is having a 20 meter high tide.
So even if tide is higher or lower, let's say simultaneously there's 2 locations on the Earth, and one of them has high tide, one of them has low tide, right? Okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that either one is curving. It just means that they're both optically level. In other words, why is there an inherent curvature in the notion that why can't you have a low flat tide and a high flat tide? Why does that?
Because they're connected. Like put your hands in front of you. Level.
Okay, but that's not a curve as in going around the curve of the Earth.
I know.
What you're talking about is a slope. You're talking about a slope over thousands.
It can be a slope. It can be a slope, but that would mean it's not level.
Yeah. You're like nitpicking. Water always finds
I'm not saying
water at rest.
I'm not saying the Earth is
level. I understand that, but yes,
I'm saying you can't claim
water is level.
Hey,
it's being manipulated. Hold on, water at rest is level. Water at rest is level.
Gentlemen, I would like to request from Mod that Gabe playing with apples is undeafened.
No.
Hey, so have you ever filled a swimming pool up?
Me?
Hey, you?
Yes,
Yeah.
and it's that.
Okay, so hang on. So if you fill a swimming pool up, right? If you're starting to fill it up, does it look like if you let the water go or you fill it up, does it look like it's bending in it at any time?
Never.
Okay.
Well, that would be a small area. That'd be like looking at your back.
Yeah, but you don't get a bending of the water. Right, but you don't get a bending in the water, right?
I have a question. Is your bathroom mirror? Wait, is your bathroom mirror perfectly flat?
Yeah.
It's perfectly flat. There's no lip in it.
Come on with this nitpicking. I mean,
I'm trying to
You
explain the
see,
concept.
things are not always what they appear.
Look, if you're
Exactly.
telling us if it's true that high and low tide exist at the same time, then I will concede that over thousands of miles of ocean there may be an incremental slope.
Well, the issue is it's not over thousands of miles. You have like in Maine, right at the there's a cliff, and like a couple of miles downwards, it's almost a regular tide. But the it's right where Maine meets Canada. There is a 20-foot tide.
I think what's interesting about your point is that when a high tide happens, it's a high level tide, and when a low tide happens, it's a low level tide.
Yeah. But the tide isn't level across the across the shore.
So can you prove that? Is you have a bending portion of it? You're going to show us, like, because that
No. There's tidal maps, and you can go see it for yourself if you want. You can I can give you area. Well, where do you guys live? Does anyone live near the coast?
Look, I think that the ocean is intelligent and it's obviously behaving in a certain way that is showing periodicity. You know, it has phases. So if you're telling me that high and low tide are concurrent, then we would also have to factor in, like the latitude of the tide and the basin in which it's applied to, as well as the shape of the portion of the beach that it's approaching. There are a lot of elements that could be like microscopically factored into, and what we're talking about is a larger view of the entire body of water as consistently appearing optically level. So if you want to argue that there's some small slope between Spain and New York and tide differentials of 1/1000th of an inch over thousands of miles applied, that may be well true, but the shit is fucking flat observably.
Yeah, but I don't think hey, you would be able to present the information on that curvature anyway. So I mean, the claim would have to be that if you're claiming that, you'd have to show where the water's actually bending at that point.
Even if you were right, it wouldn't be curvature; it would be slope.
Well, like I said, that would not be level. Right, wait. Sorry, there's 3 different points here. I don't want to be rude. So, all right. So one person was saying the distance issue between like Florida and London, and I understand your point. But if you just go across the coastline in Maine, you also see it. So again, it's a pretty long distance. But yeah.
Right. So I think the main point to look at is not to say that you're incorrect, because I don't think we know everything about this realm, and I think there's stuff to discover. So I love your line of questioning. What I think I would urge you to consider is this notion that over observable distances, we're watching objects behave on an optic level. In other words, like boats are going out of the line of sight, but they're not going behind a bump. So if you're trying to prove a bump, the fact that tides are different there's a high and low tide simultaneously.
That's not with bump. This is the same concept, similar concept when we go into it though. If you admit that
doesn't prove a bump.
Wait, no, stop. You admit a small amount of slope or small.
I don't.
I
certainly don't.
Wait, stop. I'm not saying that you admit that. I'm saying you admit that a small change over a long distance would not be observable.
If there were a small change over a long distance, I would concede that it may be difficult to detect. Sure.
Exactly. Oh, so wouldn't that mean that like when you're trying to look at the horizon, a small change over the miles across?
You walked into the bear. Yo, bro, you walked into the bear. Hold up.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. I was saying, can you admit that like over a long distance, especially since it's your angle of view. So when you're looking left, you're actually not looking across the entire left to right. You're not looking across the whole horizon. You're looking across a point to a point, all at a certain distance from you. Like if you look around you, if you're in the middle of the ocean, every single part of the horizon will be the same distance from you.
Correct.
Yeah. So on a globe, that would be like, let's imagine you're standing on like a big ball, right?
Sure, of course.
And then you look around you. those would all be the same height below you, right? Because it'd be, like let's say it's 3 miles, it'd be 3 miles in every direction, and that would be the same amount of curve for every direction. So that would be level.
Right. No, so that's fine.
Yeah.
It's a great
on the
thought
globe, it'd
experiment.
look level.
Yo. Let me reply. This is my rebuttal. So here's the bear trap that you walked into.
Go ahead.
And it is a bear trap, which is to say that when you're looking when you're looking across the ocean and you're observing objects, you're seeing them and they're optically level. And then when they should, the problem with your point is that we're told it's 8 inches per mile squared, and optically we're not perceiving that. So you have this slope argument, which is kind of like an esoteric argument about high and low tides. That's cool. I'm going to think about that. But it has nothing to do with, or very little to do with, a lack of observable curvature in relation to the mainstream math for curvature. And until you can address the primary issue, these tertiary, points are just knick-knack. It's knick-knack.
No, that would be another point for your own model, for you try to figure out how would that work on your model. Because saying the intelligent ocean, I'm not going to say it's wrong, but I'm saying that it'd be better if you can prove it.
Which model?
It's inconsequential.
I know.
The amount is immeasurable.
I'm saying that if you can make a good model for that, it'd look better for you.
Why would you need a model?
We can say, look, we can explain the tides as well.
Why would you need a model?
It would look better for you. It would allow you to defend yourself against people saying that the moon is falling.
I don't agree. I don't agree.
You didn't really bring anything to the table when it comes to actually proving the globe at all with this tide.
All right, I'm not. I wasn't proving the for the globe. I'm talking about. Is that me?
Ace, you are roboting.
It's the ghost of Stephen Hawking.
Damn it, Stephen Hawking. Right,
Ace is walking, talking Stephen Hawking.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna say that my point for the tide was that over a long distance, a small curve would be imperceptible.
Nope.
You're wrong there.
You're saying that over a long distance, a small slope would not be imperceptible.
No,
to your eye, like optically. Okay, so then you're saying that high tide and low tide.
Slope? Hold on. Slope?
Yeah, he's sloping water now. It's like no.
Balls don't slope; they curve.
I know, but I'm not talking about balls. I'm talking about a small change.
You're talking about Vietnamese. We know.
All right, forget it. I appreciate your time, guys. Take care. You're not understanding me.
Well, I actually think that you're not the one not understanding. I think this is just well, you can quit if you like. You can give up if you like, dude. But the thing is that you're giving up. You're just going, these guys aren't. They're just not accepting what I'm saying. So I give up.
All right. So question: high tide and low tide, yes or no? Can it happen at the same time?
Sorry, high tide and low tide. Can it happen at the same time?
In different places.
Really? Oh, okay, different places. I mean,
of course, not the same place. Come on, man. Think.
Well, no, but it's not about me. The thing is, dude, is that we get people come in and try and trip us up semantically all the time.
I know, but it's not
accurate with what you say.
It's a mathematical game. I'm saying a small change in level would not be noticeable over a long distance. And like some of you guys said no, some of you guys said yes.
You're trying to.
No, I'm
not
arguing.
I don't know what this has got to do with anything. What are you trying to say?
He wants us to make a model.
He's saying that he's trying to get people to concede to a slope over a long distance of water with this high tide and low tide happening. That there will be a slope somewhere along the way of this low tide and high tide happening, And he's saying like in between there would have to be some sloping of the water.
So they're always making tunnels. That's where they're hiding.
Yeah, and it'd be imperceptible, wouldn't you guys think? Like if it's a small change over a long distance.
So here again, I'm saying you're bringing a claim that you can't verify yourself. Yet you're proposing an idea. It's like an assumption.
I've been up to Maine.
So no, that's not the point. The point is you're saying that there's water sloping somewhere, and I'm saying, well, let's see, where's this sloping water at?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was asking. I was saying, do any of you guys live near a coast, and I can give you a place where you can go and have a really high tide, and like 40 miles away you have a lower tide.
We're gonna see the sloping water, not high tide and low tide, sloping water.
No. You can see at the same time of day that the tide is higher and lower.
Yeah, I understand that that's possible, but you're also saying that the water,
I'm saying optically it'll be level, but yet there is a change in height.
Well, so
that's all I'm saying.
Okay. good for you. But what does it have to do with flat and level water? Slow.
That wouldn't be like truly level water then.
Where's the tide in the Great Lakes?
The Great Lakes is too small. This is like minor. You can measure it. Do you live in the Great Lakes? I can give you an experiment.
Yeah, you said it was too small.
Well, it's too small to like notice while actually doing something to test it.
Well, we all agree that tides exist on a flat Earth, and that obviously there's variations in tides. When we say the water's flat and level, we're not talking about every single inch of the tides. Obviously, there's a fluctuation in tides. Are you refuting or confused somehow about how tides work on a flat?
Well, yeah, the mechanism is my issue, but forget it.
The mechanism is your issue. So you
said, you don't have a model, so you can't we can't argue.
What is the mechanism on the globe?
Right. There's all kinds of models.
It works out perfectly. It works out perfectly when you're using the orbit of the moon.
Wait, do you?
So why do you think the moon is not? Hold on. Why do you not think the moon is affecting the tides on a flat Earth? Is there a reason you don't?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you guys. See, that's what I'm here for. I'm posing a question to you because I shouldn't assume the moon is a factor on your flat Earth. So I would ask the question: what is the factors on your flat Earth? Because for all I know, it could be the fact that like the Earth is shaking, like weirdly or something. I don't know. This is your model that you would know more than I would know. So I came here to ask.
The only water that actually has tides is salt water.
No, and ocean water can have it as well. And you can measure it in the, ocean water. Lake water can have it as well. You can measure it in the Great Lakes, but it's minor.
Yeah, but they're usually only lakes have tides when they're connected to the ocean.
Well, the Great Lakes connected to the ocean in any like way that matters to you guys? Because there's always rivers. But the Great Lakes are over, like way above.
Yeah, that's how sharks get in them.
So you're saying that the Great Lakes has tide because it's connected to the ocean?
I mean, if you change the height of
the water
one
can't.
place, it's going to change it.
Because it would lower in the high tide and low tide would be different for different parts of the Great Lakes. So like it would be high on the east side and low on the west side at the same time.
How much is the change in height on
I believe it's like
lakes?
It's very, very slow. It's under
how much?
It's under. Let me find out exactly for you. My dog is like attacking. Stop, Nacho. I know. I'll get you some more food right now.
Less than 5 centimeters in height.
Yeah, that's measurable. But give me a second. Is it? Oh, so you looked it up? Yeah, 5 centimeters more than I thought. That's definitely measurable.
Are you proposing this model that's I got on voice text for everyone? Hey.
Give me a second. So you're saying that the tides in the Great Lakes are about 5 centimeters?
I mean, I just looked it up. I haven't measured it myself. I just looked up what.
I know. I'm saying is that the proposed?
Well, this is the NOAA, so it's a pretty huge organization, government, the National Ocean Service.
They've never lied to us about anything.
All right, then. I guess. Listen, I can't prove to you there's a tide there. You guess you can assume it's not there. Like I said, I can't.
I'm assuming that one is a lie.
Hey,
there may or may not be tides there. The other thing is that we don't know exactly how that entire body of water is connected to the ocean to be able to make any absolute judgment.
You can't be adding water from it.
And doing anything. The Earth is very complicated. There could be all kinds of underground channels and shit going on.
Hey,
But like I said, the east side of it and the west side of it mimic similar to the ocean.
Hey,
Hey, you. Yeah, sorry.
Hey, you. Can you go to voice text for everyone? Is that picture what you're trying to describe?
Give me a second. I need to check. Stop, Nacho. My little dog is freaking.
You shouldn't have named him Nacho. He's going to get deported.
No, exactly. He's Mexican. He's Mexican and German, actually.
Most Mexicans are.
Well, that would be diurnal tide and regular tide. But no, the moon should be off center on that.
But still, is it with the water what it's doing with the moon? Is that what you're trying to?
Similarly, but no, because it would be off center. It wouldn't follow exactly the moon like that.
But you would still get the same effect, right?
Similar effect, yes. But it would like the position of the moon would be different, and then the position of the sun would also be different.
Right.
Like
so
let's say that the moon and the sun had different tides. The moon and the sun both call different tides.
So the argument you're bringing right now is that this is what's going to be happening to water.
Not that far, clearly.
I understand that, but this is a gross over interpretation of you're explaining.
Yeah, if I was going to explain it to like a first grader like that, it's different because, like I said, the tides lag behind the moon.
Right, but we're trying to explain is that water's not flat and level because this is what the tides are doing. They're giving a hump to the water.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter at what level you're trying to explain it, but they're going to be giving a little hump or whatever slope or whatever you.
Yeah. So what's your point here? Are you going to talk about the opposite tides?
No, I'm talking about that you don't see a hump during any of these tides. There's not a hump. The hump is what I'm telling you is not happening. There is no hump.
So remember the slope. So we'll call it a slope. It's causing a slope.
There's more than just the moon going on with tides because there's two tides. Well. Yeah, there's multiple tide cycles every 6 hours, so that's not the same as the moon.
It's more than every 6 hours. It's because of the sun's tides, which have a longer period, it causes an increase and decrease in tides.
But I mean, I absolutely think that
for the moon, there's two tides coming in. There should be one.
I absolutely think
by the moon, and another lag tide coming behind it. So there should be 2 tides a day.
Honestly, I think this makes it worse for your argument because that just adds to the amount of like curve we should like measure and stuff. Like on this.
Well, no, because like I said, my claim is a small curve over a long distance would be hard to measure.
Okay.
And I'm talking like optically, like looking straight across. Like looking left to right.
You don't seem to be really saying anything. You're saying a lot of things without actually saying anything.
All right, so we'll go to a different point because I guess I'm not getting my point across. And I'm probably just going on and sounding like I guess sounding like I'm repeating something and then. So have you guys ever been to New York City?
No.
Yep.
No.
So you've been to New York City. Have you ever seen a sunrise?
Nope.
No.
Sure.
What is that?
All right, so yeah. All right, so you go to the edge of the city where you can get like one of the earlier buildings. And you'll notice that those buildings have a shadow that go upwards towards the next building next to it. How does a shadow go higher than it's the object making it? You can test this out at any city if you guys want to test this yourself. But yeah, any city that has a building that would have a clear view of the sun at sunrise or sunset, and you'll see a shadow higher than the building. So like the front of the building will be hit by sun, and then it'll have a shadow casting upward.
Yeah, it's just the angle of attack.
Yeah, but how does the angle of attack? You're telling me the light has to bend down and then back up? So that's what would have to happen.
Yeah, it's the same thing as mountains casting shadows on clouds.
Right.
So you can say you're saying that what causes that light to bend back up?
Because when the sun rises, it's at its lowest point on the horizon.
Yeah, but that should still be above the like optically in a straight line. That should still be above.
It is above, but the angle of attack is extremely low.
Yeah, so it should be straight across. It should never go above it. The shadow should never go up.
No, because you have obstruction. It's the same reason things disappear due to perspective from the bottom up.
Well,
it's the exact same thing. It's just reversed.
So, all right. So I want you to take a flashlight and go as far as you want. Take like a laser pointer, whatever you want. Go as far back as you want, and point it at an object, and try to cause a shadow higher than the object, while also remaining higher than the object yourself. You get what I'm saying? Like it's not possible.
What, you telling us to do it and then telling us it's not possible?
Well, yeah, I know it's not possible. Well, you can with like light refraction, but then you'd have to concede light refraction through the atmosphere.
Who said light doesn't refract?
I just did it right now.
We do concede light refraction.
He just said
the height of the shadow is higher than the object. What are you talking about? I did it with Maglite.
You're telling me that you put the flashlight above the object, and the height of the shadow was
below,
higher than
right?
the object.
Below the object, yeah.
No, above the object. Below the object is not where the sun is. The sun is always above the object.
On the AE map, yeah, it would be a couple
I
thousand
see
miles
what
up.
you're talking about. Okay.
Well, mountains casting the shadow in clouds is the same thing.
Yeah. How do mountains cast a shadow in a cloud?
Yeah, I was trying to explain it to you. First of all, do you understand how, on a flat Earth understanding of the way perspective works and the reason that things cut off from the bottom up on the horizon, like boats, and the way the sun cuts up from the bottom up? Do you first understand all that?
Yeah, but that would be a perspective due to my own eye resolution. That wouldn't be a perspective due to reality. Because that'd be like I can't see it, but it still exists. There still should be a gap there. That's how the math works out. There should always be a position more.
There's still
the number one is always number one. 3,000 miles is still 3 miles.
There's a comparable angular resolution of the sun. If you were on the sun and you were the instead of your eyeballs seeing, it's the sun's light. It's the same concept.
Exactly, and I should always be seeing straight down at it. So it's a similar effect.
Straight down. If the sun is on the horizon,
you know what I mean.
Straight down on the
slightly angled downwards at it. I should always be.
Okay.
It should
not straight down, right?
No, it should be approaching. It should be approaching 0 degrees, but never below 0 degrees. You get what I'm saying?
Right, because it's slightly above 0 degrees.
Yep,
Let me ask you really quick. Is that skyscraper or mountain above 0 degrees?
The mountain is actually the top of the roof of the mountain should be 0 degrees because it should always be 0. At any point, your perspective should be 0 because what is eye level for you? If you went straight,
no, I mean to the sun. Is it at 0 degrees
I know.
to the sun?
Yeah, no, it should be just below
From the horizon.
zero.
Is the mountaintop at 0 degrees from the horizon?
That's due to your own perspective. Like you said, your eye resolution fails. That's not where the sun is still at its height.
Yeah, but the sun doesn't emit its light forever either. The sun is just like similar to a human eye that can only see a certain distance. The sun only shines its light in a certain distance. So what I'm saying is that from the perspective of the sun...
Can you prove that?
Hold on, let me just finish saying something. You're a spaz, dude. You're just screaming like a dog that's just
I'm
trying to lick you. Just calm down for a second. Let me finish a statement, then you're free to speak. Anyways,
Wow.
so...
I've never been called a spaz. That's like the worst.
Spaz fest.
Yeah.
You're kind of going at me like that, so go ahead.
All right. So what I was trying to say is that the sun, the sun has its distance of light that it emits from it. So if I'm just imagining if you were on the sun and you were approaching the city of Chicago, it's going to be obstructed from the bottom up until it gets closer, which is why those shadows are rising from the bottom up. Like I said, it's the same reason that from our eyeball, the sun sets from the bottom up, or boats set from the bottom up. It's the same concept. It's just reversed.
Okay, so can you prove this besides by saying, "Oh, look at that"?
Yeah, I put a video.
Let me finish. Don't jump on me. Like
Relax, guy.
Oh my God! You're cutting in. When you say that,
hey you.
Oh my God! All right, bye. Stop. You guys are cutting out.
Bye.
You're spastic.
You're not really saying anything interesting anyway.
Yeah, I know, because you don't have an argument for it.
There was a video I put
I
on.
I haven't even started talking, dude. You haven't even heard anything.
All right, then I'm just all right. Sorry, you might have an argument. They don't have an argument.
All right, you can say your point. Go ahead. There's people
I'm
sometimes
leaving.
interrupt each other. All right, see ya.
Have a good day, guys. Take care.
Bye. I can carry his point on.
I've go ahead. As long as you don't suffer the same low T problem he does.
I mean, maybe I
I
will.
just blinked a pretty good movie.
I've looked at this video before, and I was speaking about clouds being illuminated from below with Chad, and he said, "How do we know that the sun's rays aren't penetrating the clouds, and the higher frequency waves have a higher penetrative quality? So that's why we see red light."
So that's why the Earth is round, or I don't get it.
Well,
No,
I'll get into that.
That was Chad's argument. That's all.
Yeah, so I kind of threw that out the window because I couldn't really observe or prove that wasn't going on without doing some serious observation. But the mountains casting shadows on clouds still wouldn't work under the same premise. And I've looked at that video that Miguel posted, and he's got this sort of piece of plastic that represents the Earth's atmosphere, and he moves a light source back along the table, which is above a level of clouds that he's got, and then it illuminates them from the bottom. So this is supposed to explain it. And then I'm saying that I don't think that piece of plastic represents our atmosphere well at all.
Just out of curiosity, have you seen the movie Alien, The Impossible?
Alien, Alan. Which one?
No, the movie Alien, Cyclone, in the lobby.
Wait, what?
I don't know what that's got to do with shadows and
Don't think so.
clouds and stuff. Anyway, yeah. So I do have a slight, obviously I think I was involved with that conversation because it sounds familiar to me.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think now. So it's quite late. So obviously because you're in the same country as me. Fuck, what was I going to say? Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, on the AE map, I'm claiming that the sun is 5,000 miles or something above the surface, and it would never be able to shine a light on the mountains that cast a shadow on the clouds. It would have to be below the horizontal level of the mountain, and that works on the globe because it dips around the side or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the point. Yeah, my point was that it's actually kind of difficult for the globe model because if you imagine that there are clouds sloping around the curve, then actually sunlight wouldn't, you'd need to have thousands of miles of cloud-free sky.
Yeah,
It'd be very difficult to find those conditions.
Yeah, that was another reason why I threw it out. But I still think the mountain casting its shadow on the clouds, and then he brought up the shadow of a building is higher than the building itself. Yeah, I think these 2 points still stand, even with the cloud thing being the case.
Yeah, I just think it's an interesting thing that probably neither model can accurately, or can adequately explain. And there's a few things like that. For instance, I do genuinely believe that the globe Earth model explains sunrise and sunset slightly better. But I mean, I don't really think explanations are good enough. But yeah, I mean, if someone was to just give me that point in isolation, I'd say probably the globe is slightly better in that respect. But there's so many other problems with the globe that it just doesn't matter in context.
Well, one thing I would say, Shadows, that if you actually see the sun at the horizon or the horizon line, of your eyes, then it would have to be that angle of attack that the sun has for the whatever it's illuminating. So therefore, it could give the underside of those clouds, to look how they do. Because you never see that happening, midday or when the sun.
I'm saying it's like that because the Earth's a globe, right?
Yeah, no, I'm saying that it could happen like that on a flat level plane with the angle of attack of the sun being as where it is, farther away at its furthest distance. If we're saying that the sun is coming towards us and that's what's causing the rising in the east and setting in the west, then we're also saying that at its horizon line we would see if we see the sun, then the sun's light would definitely reach us.
Yeah, but it's still thousands of miles up, right? And the sun's light would never be able to form that shadow on the clouds of the mountain.
But what I'm saying is, if you have that angle that you're seeing the sun at the sunrise, if you see it, then the light would be able to penetrate to where the cloud cover, would show like it's underneath because of the angle that it's.
Right. I don't think that would work on a flat Earth model with
Right, but what I'm saying is, if you can see it at this horizon, then it's possible that the light could also reach underneath the clouds because of the angle that it's in.
Yeah, I'm not pairing observations with flat Earth because obviously I'm a globe earther, so everything I observe is because of a globe Earth. So
but what I'm telling you is, if we see it it doesn't matter globe or flat. If you see it at a horizon, you see the sun's light would then be able to emit whatever light underneath the clouds it would need. So it doesn't. So it doesn't matter if you're globe or flat. You would still see the sun at the horizon, and it would be doing the very same things as it does, no matter what.
Well, there's two different reasons why it's on the horizon, the globe and flat model. And the reason why it is on the globe model would predict that it would shine onto the underside of clouds, say. But on the flat Earth model, that wouldn't be the case. That's where my contention.
Right, because it would be the leading edge of the sphere that you would see the horizon at, and that's not the case with the flat Earth. You can't claim that it's a leading edge of a sphere. Just the where your viewing perspective would be starting at, wherever.
Well, it would just be direct line of sight, and say the clouds are 1,000 feet up, and the sun is 10,000 feet up. It wouldn't have direct line of sight to the underside of the clouds.
Well, perhaps the light is attenuating and spreading out, and as the sun's light gets further away, maybe the sun's light gets weaker and shifts toward the redder side of the spectrum, and then the wavelength would get higher, and then the clouds' light would be lit by waves of light that are reaching up higher with different wavelengths than they would, a couple hours earlier with more direct, straighter light. So it may, hit it straight on a couple hours ago, but maybe as the wavelength of light gets wider and attenuates and dissipates, it can all of a sudden reach up to the underside of a cloud. Who knows? And Rob Skiba did a video where he shows the underside of a cloud lit higher above by a light that's higher up than the underside of whatever he's lighting.
So yeah, I responded to that and responded to that video.
Right, but it is possible. It is possible, Shadows, that it could happen, because if you could demonstrate it, then it is possible that in reality it could also take place. So
on a flat Earth.
Right. But I'm saying if you claim that it's impossible and somebody has a demonstration showing you that it is possible, then that would kind of destroy the argument that it's not possible, is what I'm saying.
I'm saying his model doesn't represent the Earth.
Because
that's why it doesn't work. I can make a model that represents anything.
No, but I'm saying you could have variables within that. But what the idea here is that if the Earth is the air is acting like a magnifying lens, then it would also take the lens properties along with it. So it would be able to act like a lens and cause that effect that you would see in the sunrise, like with the light.
Okay. Yeah. I don't think we observe those parameters of our atmosphere.
Well,
and if we do, I would like to see some, evidence. Well, it's just the evidence, what we observe and what is claimed to happen on the flat Earth. Those two things don't line up.
Well, we know the densest layer of our atmosphere is like where we're at, so that we know that to be true. And there's a lot of water within that level, the lowest. So if that's the case, why wouldn't water act like a lens? You know what I mean? Like that's exactly what we would expect it to do.
Well, if it was acting like a lens, we'd observe so many other things. Which we don't observe. That's why I can rule out it not acting in a specific way. Where we would see, so in his video, the light hit the lens, and then the light source moved down, and then it spread it all out from that position. We would see as the sun began to set, like the whole plane just light up. It wouldn't act to it being a lens. I can go into it and
but if you then again you could see the moon rising and the different discoloration of the moon as it's at its lowest, when it's rising, and on the horizon, it has a different tint on it than it does when it's in the above. So that means that the air is doing something at the lowest level of the angle of attack. So
it definitely is,
right.
But
so we can't
I don't think it's doing what he said it was doing.
Right, but what I'm saying is the atmosphere at the lowest level is doing something to the moon at its rising and setting, and it does the same to the sun as it does to the moon. Like sometimes we have what they call a supermoon. Have you ever had one of those? But I mean the atmosphere definitely does interact with it and causes different variations within them. So it is entirely possible for the sun's light to go like it does underneath the clouds because of the way the atmosphere acts like a lens. There's a lensing effect that takes place, and if that's true, then why wouldn't it, shine underneath those clouds?
And maybe the combination, like when the sun is, closest and the most energetic, maybe it could pass through any layer without diffusing. But as the sun's light gets further away and gets weaker, it probably becomes more and more susceptible to the diffracting properties and refracting properties of the medium being easier to spread out and to split.
Indeed.
Maybe, if we can back this up with observations and experiments, I'll be happy to take that on. But I don't see enough data on that.
No, I agree. But that is the proposal, and I think that if we start somewhere, at least we can have something to work with. You know what I mean? Like
definitely, yeah. And I know you guys don't claim the AE map with the sun and Earth revolving around. So when I come to sort of disprove the flat Earth, it's trying to see and observe phenomenon that doesn't work with that map, and then that's what I claim as that map can't be reality.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean Earth isn't flat.
That personal area dome did kind of bring a lot of light to things that we could see within our within the distance of our eyesight. Like the line of sight. Prospectively, we could see things happening with the sun and the moon, as in somebody maybe 1,000 or a couple thousand miles away from us would be noticing. Because their perspective would be different. It's like I'm looking at the moon in the middle of my sky, and somebody in Australia is looking at the moon barely rising. So and it looks different in size because they're seeing it from its lowest part of the atmosphere, when I'm seeing it right above me, looking, smaller, and they're seeing it, large and yellow, and I'm seeing it above me, small and white.
Yep.
So,
I see the explanations in the globe model, and I don't see any explanation in the flat model. So, you can understand, but I still understand that this isn't disproving a flat Earth. It's just disproving this model with this observation.
Yeah, just one thing to add before I conclude is just that we were having the observation of the moon. I was watching the moon at like I live in Iowa, and Becky lives in Australia, and she was watching the moon rise in Australia, and on the globe it would be hard to have that positioning to see both of us to be watching the moon at that particular moment.
Really, that'll be interesting.
Yeah, it was because I was like I told her when we're on Discord, I was like, yeah, well, I see it right in the middle of the sky, and she was like, well, I see, she saw it rising, so
yeah, that could easily be proven, disproven a globe Earth model if we use Stellarium, and then put in your position, the time, and then Becky's position, see if it's visible in the sky, and if it is visible, then that would be evidence against the globe Earth.
Right, but that was just something I thought I'd throw in there. But yeah.
Okay, yeah. If you want me to look into it, I'd like to know the just the date and time, and I could see if it's possible.
It was one of the full moons, I know that. So it was on a full.
Do you know when it was? Like last month?
I would say it was probably like last.
Sorry, did you say last month? You cut out there.
Yeah, the last full moon that we.
Okay, I'll take a look and see if I can find anything.
I was viewing the moon at the middle of my sky, and Becky was seeing it kind of rising in Australia.
So you're in Iowa?
Yeah, Iowa.
And Becky, is she on like the east or west coast?
I don't know. Do you guys know?
An hour after sunrise.
Hey, check this out, man. D Marble has a video where he called somebody that was in England, and he's in Seattle. He called somebody who was in England, and then and they were on a three-way calls and talked to somebody in Australia. They all saw the sun at the same time.
Right.
Yeah.
England.
So did Becky say?
Look at that video.
Did Becky say she was seeing the sun rise?
Yeah, I think she's in Sydney. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I don't know where her location. I think it's Sydney though.
And she was seeing the sunrise.
No, the moon. The moon.
Oh, the moon. Yeah, of course. Moonrise. Okay, I'll have a look. Cool. Cheers.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Seattle, England, and Australia, they all saw the sun at the same time.
Okay, I mean, I could look into these claims, but I'll have to verify if they were true, of course. Otherwise,
Sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll take a look at it tomorrow. It's getting later.
Video I did. Yeah, it was cool.
Oh, you made a video of that, Helio?
No, I didn't. D Marble did.
Okay, I'll look at that as well.
Let me see if I can find it. Hold on a sec.
Seattle, UK, and Australia. Yeah, Stellarium's actually really cool for seeing if this feature in the sky is visible. I just think, the one thing I can't get it to do is lunar eclipses, but it does phases of moons and if the moon is visible and all that sort of stuff.
Right.
And it seems accurate.
I still don't like your face, but
cool.
Oh man.
I'm just fucking with you when I say that, right?
Yeah, I know. Or even
Why'd
if
you get
not,
all
I don't
buttered
care.
earlier?
I was joking.
I couldn't hear the laughter in your tone through text, sir.
Sorry, I've got really
British
dry sense of
humor
humor. Yeah.
is so dry. It looked like you're serious.
Like Chad or them would have got it.
Well, to be fair, I think he had some other guy that was yelling over him, and I think he was getting kind of annoyed. Shadows was trying to say something, and some other dude was kind of talking over him.
That flat Earth Australian guy or something. Yeah, I don't know what his problem was.
Don't.
Hey, I found that video. I'm posting voice text for everyone right now.
Okay.
It's 17 minutes long. That he gives like an introduction at the beginning, but yeah, he's got someone from England, and someone from Australia on a video call, and they all see the sun at the same time.
Hey, Shadow, you agreed that we would have to have a society in order to build a model, correct?
Do you mean like a flat Earth society?
No.
Or like a global society?
No. We would have to actually form some form of like monetary civic society in order to have a model that we could all agree upon, correct?
Yeah, if we could all agree upon, but I think like I'm trying to build the model myself. I know a couple of other people are. Just trying to see how it works. But yeah, I agree. If you're all gonna agree to one consensus, yeah, you need like the society.
We actually need a hierarchy.
Yeah.
And a monetary system. Some form of civic society in order to have a model.
It'd be kind of nice.
Us disagreeing on a model is merely a product of us not being a cult.
Right.
You realize that, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, until we can get actual scientific rigor, either funding or the proper channels, we won't have a model.
Yeah, I think it's admirable to say when you don't know stuff. You know, a lot of people claim that they know these things, and then just it's like a flat Earth society, for example.
And one of your biggest flaws, Shadows, you from what I
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Somebody.
We should all play
Somebody has
giant
mommy
game
issues.
Scribble.io.
What I was gonna say, Shadow, is I think one of your biggest pitfalls is that you believe that light
Come on, a 20-person
goes on
Scribble
indefinitely
game?
or for infinity.
Yeah.
And I think that's where we're going to have a fundamental disagreement.
Yeah, that's fair. I know that we'll have many of those if I believe in the globe and you believe in the flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking into it.
But I think that's one thing that we should probably try to reconcile is, does light go?
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'll note it down. Maybe we'll look into it tomorrow.
Okay.
Does light. All right.
Does
Anyway,
light
I'm off,
what?
guys. Have a good night.
Have a good
Shadows.
night. Hate that guy's face. Just kidding.
Wait, what did you say though? Does light what?
Propagate forever? Does it continue on forever?
Okay. I was beating my kid and I joined.
What? Luke.
Done, Luke.
You just want to be banned, bud?
Do you guys know that kid?
No.
Yeah.
Well, I interviewed him, coming in, and it's I'm curious, I mean, it's like these people come through the interview process, and they're like, "Yeah, man, I'm curious about what you guys are talking about," and then they'll come and do some shit like that. What the hell?
I'm just paying for 20 things to buy 15 minutes of fame on live stream. So yeah.
So how's everybody doing?
I kind of think for screaming like that in the voice chat,
that's
seven days isn't long enough.
I just did the ban. I didn't realize that it was set for 7 days.
It's still showing up on my phone.
I think the server's been lagging on putting them in Helio, for some reason.
I'll just do this.
This was like way earlier.
You
but
know,
I think did somebody say that they think the sun is like a rainbow?
No, nobody actually said
The sun is a rainbow. Nobody said that.
The sun can create rainbows with the light.
No, I
going
thought I
through
heard that it's like
No.
No, you didn't hear that, Larry. What you heard was we were talking about the apparent position and size of the sun, and somebody brought up rainbows, how they always stay the same distance from you.
Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah, the sun does
They
a
weren't
similar
saying
thing.
that the sun is the rainbow or that the
Yeah,
rainbow
you
is
can't-
the sun.
Just like,
I'm
hey,
on, like,
like
some
if you,
McDonald's Wi-Fi.
yeah, if you try to get into an airplane, and you're gonna try to catch up with the sun, you'll never reach it.
No, I understand. Yes.
You're
It's
never
similar to
going
a
to reach it,
rainbow in that
Larry.
way.
You're never getting to the sun.
Got
Never gonna get it. Never
I know.
gonna get it. Never gonna.
I've tried.
No, sir.
So, what do you guys like? What do you think the sun is? You don't think it's a star?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
The sun is not a star, and the stars are not suns.
Okay, then what do you think the sun is?
The possibilities are a converter of otherworldly light. What else could it be? It could be a projection of an actual object beyond the firmament, and you're seeing a projected image. What else is there? The stars are sonoluminescent, so they're light by sound. So they're light by a different mechanism than the sun, which is light by some sort of heat.
So you don't think it's matter?
It's probably electrical.
But if it isn't matter, then where does the heat come from?
Electrical is matter as well.
Okay. So you think it's more likely that it's just a projection than what?
If it's beyond the firmament, most likely yes. If we're seeing it in the clouds, it's some sort of a projection, but who knows?
Hey, Larry.
Yeah.
Is light a wave?
No. I mean, yes.
What does it propagate through?
Nothing, right? It doesn't have a medium.
How is that possible? How can you have a wave with
It's
no
an
medium?
oscillating wave of an electromagnetic and a magnetic wave.
So it's oscillating through something.
They create each other, and that means they don't need a medium because they
They self-propagate?
Yes.
It's a self-existing God.
This some kind of wild theory, Larry, that you're bringing up? Like, what's
Where did you come up with that, Larry?
I learned it in chemistry class.
No, you did not, Larry.
I did actually, like recently too.
So okay, so explain to me. In the absence of anything, light creates electricity, then a magnetic wave flows through that electricity?
It's an electromagnetic wave, and that electromagnetic wave creates a magnetic wave, which oscillates.
No, the electrical wave creates a magnetic wave. They're paired, but right?
Yes.
Okay. So how does that work?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know like the mechanism. I just or like.
There is a bit of a problem.
You're getting electricity out of nothing, right?
What do you mean? How does it work?
I think it's a pretty obvious question. How does it work?
All right, but all right.
Well, there's a problem here. If it just generated its own wave, wouldn't it be unstable? I mean, different light has different capabilities at that point, so wouldn't the wave be erratic and unstable, changing with whatever light thing is propagating? Don't you need to have a stable medium to, stabilize the wave or whatever and give it predictive properties or whatever?
Well, I guess according to everything that I've learned, no, it doesn't need a medium. That's why light is able to make it from the sun to the earth. There's no medium.
Does that seem a little ridiculous to you?
It does not.
So you think that a wave can travel with no medium?
Yes, it's an oscillating wave, so it's like two waves.
Yeah, what oscillating wave can travel without a medium to propagate through?
Well, the light wave that we're talking about right now.
I'm just talking about wavelengths in general. Oscillating doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does. That's how
Oscillation
it's able to
doesn't
move.
matter.
Have you seen an oscillating wave before and how it moves?
Tell me how an oscillating wave propagates without a medium.
That's what it replicates itself, and it moves in the sun. or not replicates.
I'm sorry, I wasn't laughing.
Each other. No, I know. I can hear that guy laughing at me.
Yeah,
nobody's laughing at you, dude.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
I made a funny in voice text for everyone if you want to follow along. No one's actually laughing at you. We're trying to figure out how you believe that a wave can travel through nothing. Can you show me this in an experiment?
I mean, no, because you can't do it on Earth.
So it's a non-falsifiable hypothesis that you have, or that you were taught. I'm not saying
Well,
that
like
it's
this
yours.
is the problem here is that I can't say anything definitively because I don't know 100%. I don't know.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But my biggest problem is if they taught you this, they should be able to show you this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure that they probably did. All honesty, it's school. You know, you'd learn it and you forget it like a week afterwards. But
Well, I mean, normally when you have a wave, you have something to wave through. Like when you drop a drop in a water, the water waves and gives you a wave. So if we're seeing light waves, what's being waved if there's a vacuum of space?
Can you say that again real quick?
What's being waved if there's nothing in space but a vacuum? When you do a drop of water in water, it makes waves in the water, ripples. What's
Mike,
being waved
you're
in
echoing.
space if there's no vacuum?
Michael, there we go. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Augrave.
I'm just asking what's being waved if there's a vacuum of space. What's being waved?
Well, that's the thing is that it's the vacuum of space, so there is no medium. That's why.
Right. So you've come up with or not you. I'm sorry. I said that again. I don't mean you, but they've given you an explanation that they can't display to you here on Earth, but explains away a wave traveling through the vacuum of space.
Essentially,
that's kind of a problem, right?
I mean, I'm sure that they studied light waves.
Well, what if I told you that the vacuum can't exist because neutrinos can pass in and out of the solid barrier of the vacuum? If there is no vacuum, wouldn't that kind of invalidate the vacuum of space if neutrinos are passing in and out of the solid barrier?
Yeah, look, I don't know anything about that.
We're all learning, you know, as this theory goes along, but maybe we haven't been taught everything in these schools.
I mean, yeah, can't be taught everything.
What if I told you that there was the Sagnac experiment, and according to one interpretation of the Sagnac experiment, the ether does exist? No vacuum, ether.
I don't know. I mean, they've made vacuums on Earth, and
no, they haven't.
They have vacuum chambers, don't they?
Yeah, but they're not what they purport to be the vacuum of space. They can't even get close to it.
Isn't the vacuum of space just a vacuum?
10 to the negative 17 torr. No, it's not just a vacuum.
All right.
Right, and that's just when you enter space.
No, that's 10 to the negative 6 torr.
Deep stellar?
Deep stellar is 10 to the negative 6, or negative 17, sorry. 10 to the negative 17 torr.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if they could prove that light could travel through a vacuum with no medium, that would just prove that, you know, light doesn't need a medium to travel through.
Well, what's no medium?
Well, I mean, space is literally nothing, you know.
Where's space?
What do you mean, where's space?
If you okay, the top of the thermosphere, the very top of our atmosphere, what was our atmosphere a month ago, is 25 torr. the very beginning of space, adjacent to this 25 torr, is 10 to the negative 6 torr. How do you have a high pressure system next to a low pressure system without a solid barrier?
Hey, I wanted to say something. They don't purport that space is totally void of everything. It's just the molecules are more densely spread out. There's more distance in between molecules, particles, and atoms. If space was empty, there'd be no planets, asteroids, stars. It's not empty.
Larry, how do you have a high pressure system next to a low pressure system?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
So why?
I'm sure you
Okay,
could prove
so
that on your own.
you what's that?
I'm sure you could find that out on your own.
I'm telling you, you can't.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It has to have been explained somewhere.
It's not.
Yeah, you would assume that, and you would have thought.
They say it's a density gradient caused by gravity, but at the very top of the thermosphere is 25 torr. Right adjacent to that, at the Kármán line, is 10 to the negative 6 torr. How do you have a high pressure system next to a low pressure system without a solid barrier?
Yeah, I don't know that.
So space doesn't exist.
I mean, I'm not gonna just say that.
I just did.
Yeah, but I don't agree with that.
Right, of course you don't.
Correct.
Hey, is it okay if I make a quick announcement, everyone? If anyone is new to Flat Earth, and this is a little bit too, I guess, 101 for you, me and Helio will be in the Flat Earth for Beginners, where we're going to talk about a little bit more easier or more simplistic arguments.
Girl stuff?
Yeah, pretty much. So if you guys are interested in any more simpler topics, go to Flat Earth for Beginners.
You might want to go up there, Larry.
All right.
I'm sorry, I gotta laugh now. I did apologize up front. Honestly, though, I don't think he's doing too bad. He's just asking questions and trying to.
No, but feigning ignorance is not an excuse for not having an answer or for coming up against cognitive dissonance.
No, it's not.
Maybe he'll have something to tell his teacher tomorrow when he goes to school.
Nobody goes to school and tells them how they went to a Flat Earth server and got wrecked.
You'd probably be asking questions.
Yeah, true.
That is so funny. Dude, I got schooled on this Flat Earthers Discord last night. They just crushed me, man. What do I
felt
do?
so stupid.
What do I do, man? What do I do?
Wow, somebody fell.
What the fuck?
Damn cat.
Are you okay?
Yeah, he just knocked shit over. The dog can be cool just sitting next to me. The cat's gotta have attention. It's a female. You don't ignore a female, you know?
You know that's racist, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Sometimes they seem like they want to be ignored, though. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, but that'll change. See, if they really be ignored, then you ignore them. Then they don't want to be ignored. They want attention.
Really quick, Ruvik, what did you want to say to me about the ozone?
Bunch of racists. Oh my god.
Ruvik, what did you want to say to me about the ozone? You're on the air. Go ahead, Ruvik. Ruvik, you personally messaged me.
Caller?
Hello.
Is there anybody out there?
Ruvik, an ozone molecule is one of the heaviest molecules in our atmosphere. To think that it's above helium or hydrogen to keep as a solid barrier is ridiculous. And as soon as light hits ozone, it dissipates into oxygen. it destroys the molecule. So no, it can't be ozone. The ozone layer is a myth. It's an actual myth. But thank you for playing.
Yeah, isn't ozone created when lightning strikes?
Yes. Well,
And after
yeah,
a
it's
thunderstorm, you can smell it because the light's hitting it and dissipating it. It releases. Yeah, I love that.
right, and it falls down because it's one of the heaviest molecules in our atmosphere. To think that we have an ozone layer is ridiculous at best. I've heard the explanation that it as a gas will fill the chamber that it's in, and then the winds will keep it aloft. But in order for that to work, or in order for that to hold true, then we wouldn't have hydrogen and helium at the very top of our atmosphere. Because sometimes they don't mix, and something that heavy would mix in and then separate out to the top in a layer.
Hello?
Scrubby, what are you doing back here?
I don't know.
We have a special place for you, Scrubby. I'm going to put you up there now. It's for noobs, okay?
Oh, okay. Have I been moved?
Now that all the noobs are gone, it's so quiet in here.
Yeah, you guys have been smashing out of the park lately. Playing
What's
and
that?
stuff, and just with all the questions coming, the way you guys have been explaining things, it's been wonderful to listen to, really.
Thanks.
Hey, Zach, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing wonderful. Cheers. I'm crocheting a hat right now, so not too bad.
Cool. That sounds relaxing.
Yeah, it is.
When are
I'm
you
in go
not?
mode too. When am I
many
not
hats
crocheting a hat?
Yeah, how
When
many
am I?
do you
Oh
think
God, I
you've
don't
made
even know
now?
how many I've made this
It's
last
gotta be a
year.
lot.
Yeah, it's been quite a few. Now I'm into gardening. I'm building gardens. I built one for a guy down here in Florida. I'm heading up to South Carolina here this weekend, Sunday. I'm going to build one for Just Jack, Flat Earth. And I'm not sure where I'm going after that.
You want to come to my house after that?
Yeah, I'll come see you.
I have a tiller.
No, I don't use that stuff.
You don't?
No, with a shovel by hand.
Are you serious? Well,
Yeah,
see
when you
where I
build a
live.
garden, you got to get the roots out first. You
I'll
gotta get
come.
all the roots
Well,
out.
I've already had a garden in this area, but the ground here is really hard. I'm in North Carolina. It's like clay dirt. Like
Stop it, Karen.
Last
Stop,
time
Karen.
What? Stop what?
No. It's just like a meme, you know.
Oh, yeah, I hate that meme. But yeah, I try to do it by hand and I got like blisters, even with gloves. Like it's really difficult to do by hand here.
Yeah, I want to try it. I haven't played with clay yet. This sand down here was hard to work with. And you're kind of out in the country, right?
Oh, I'm definitely out in the country. I have 20
So
acres.
there's people with horses around you somewhere?
Yeah.
I'll have to go talk to them and see if I can't get some their fertilizer. See if we can turn that clay into something more palatable for the plants.
Yeah,
definitely.
I mean,
I'll come build you a garden. That's what I want to do for a living, really. I'd love to just travel around, end up in Florida every winter. That was the best winter I've ever had in my life. I didn't see a flake of snow. But then travel up north during the summer because I hear it gets horrible down here in Florida in the summertime.
yeah, well, I think the whole East Coast gets pretty humid in the summer.
Yeah, I'm thinking Upper Peninsula, Michigan, maybe. Or Montana, Minnesota. I don't know. Life of a nomad. It can be exciting sometimes. But yeah, I'll definitely. I don't know how long I'll be there at Just Jack's.
Yeah, Jack doesn't live very far from me.
Oh, awesome. And then I have a
Anyone heard
brother in
that
North
song?
Carolina.
I'm sorry, but has anyone heard like the lyrics are insane on that song I just linked in love?
I don't listen to too much
It's
music
about flat
anymore.
Earth and stuff. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I was thinking about you today too, Karen, because I was heading up that way. I was like, ooh, maybe I'll see like I want to see one. I really do. I don't want to turn it into a conversation on them, but
Oh, yeah? Well,
yeah.
maybe. Maybe. They're around.
How old are you, Karen? I'm just curious.
Me?
29.
Yeah.
I'm 33.
Oh, it's a psyop. Oh my god. 33.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You're born in 86 or
No.
You've heard the whole
85?
thing about not asking a lady her age, right? Like, you've heard about that before.
Yeah, you just always assume that they're 29.
Oh.
I was saying
Everyone's 33, you know, for a reason.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, 33 is a good age, though. It's like you're not too old. You're not,
33 is actually when I woke up.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
It was 2012. I wasn't fully awake, but I was really still really dumb.
33
But
is
I
the
was
new 29, you know?
coming out of my slumber for sure. I was looking around and paying a lot more attention to things. I started practicing alchemy, making my own medicine and stuff like that. Got away from television.
Spagirics.
It's called remedies. You know, you make your own remedies and you buy medicine.
You buy poison, pretty much. Pharmacy means poison. Yeah, all of the medicine you need is growing right out there outside on the side of the road. Half of it is, and we call them weeds.
Yeah, I mean, isn't weed a very like disrespectful name for the plant?
Yeah, I don't call any of them weeds.
Right, and then the stuff most people grow in their gardens, all these flowers and crap, are completely useless as far as medicine goes. Or nutrition.
Oh yeah, yeah. As far as nutrition goes, all the green clover that grows all over this country in so many places has more nutrients in it than a lot of the pretty colored fruits and vegetables that people grow in their gardens.
Yeah, you know, like from the clover, you can get those like sweet things, you know, like you can rip them off and they contain high amount of sugar, you know.
Oh, the yellow ones?
Yeah. I'm
That's
not sure, you
actually
know.
called
I
sorrel.
know, no,
It's wood
it's
sorrel.
like
It looks like a clover,
I'm
but it has a
I'm
heart-shaped
talking about
leaf.
the purple clovers, you
Oh,
know,
okay.
and
Yeah, those are good. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, the whole part of the clover plant is edible throughout its whole life. It's one of those types of plants that's just, it's amazing.
Okay, so if I'm lost in
Amazing.
start eating clover, is that what you're saying?
Well, you can. Yeah, clover, it won't kill you.
Oh, okay.
And dandelions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Isn't it called dandelions? Like, or is it dandelions?
There's wood sorrel. It looks like clover, but it's heart-shaped and has a straight line going through it. It makes these little yellow flowers. You can eat that whole plant. It grows
I mean,
all over
as
the
far
place.
as pronunciation goes, is it called dandelions or dandelions? Just curious.
Dandelion. It's like
Oh, okay. Yeah.
DANDEO.
Lion.
Yeah, they're definitely considered weeds around here. They make flowers. They grow really fast and they
Yeah,
overtake.
they're everywhere around here as well.
The greens are excellent though, and they're good for you. I think it's vitamin E. They're really high in, I think. Don't quote me on that though.
Shit, I'm gonna have to go out one day, just collecting a bunch of weeds to make a salad.
You can.
Yeah, why not? Hey, we got asparagus that grows wild around here, and it's really good.
Oh yeah, on the side of highways in Indiana, all over the place, there's wild asparagus growing, and it's free range. I mean, when it's that close to the highway, it's up for anybody can go and pick it. People do it all the time. Guerrilla gardening. People need to plant stuff everywhere, not just for yourself, just for whoever, you know, or the animals.
Hey, there's a big movement of people that go around germinating mushrooms all over the place.
I want to
haven't
do
done any
that.
mushrooms yet, but I've heard there's all kinds of stuff that you can do with mushrooms.
Yeah. The one thing I was watching, these people were planting these mushrooms in a playground in like the mulch and stuff. And they said it's going to take like several years before you actually see any mushrooms. That's a long wait for a payoff.
That's like garlic. You break up a clove of garlic and plant it, it'll take 4 to 5 years to make new cloves.
Yeah, I've heard mixed things about garlic, like especially the people into alchemy. It seems like it's either completely a poison or it can be a medicine, but pretty much both camps say you really shouldn't just be eating it all the time.
By the way, you know, I know an alchemist. Have any one of you tried ormus? And like a colloidal gold, not silver. I mean, colloidal gold is like a drug, you know. You get buzzed, you know, in a good way.
Yes.
I haven't messed with any metals yet.
Yeah, I know a really good friend, you know, in Spain. He's Bulgarian, but he lives in Spain, and he's an alchemist, and he makes ormus for me.
That's awesome. You have to be careful with metals. You have to know what you're doing. I know.
Yeah,
that
he's
isn't as dangerous.
insane though, you know, keeping like high voltage everywhere. If you like go into his workspace, you know, if you touch anything, you might die because it's like millions of volts going
like
everywhere
kind of
and
place.
things are buzzing and sparkling.
Let
you know?
me. I want to ask you about the gold. Is this something? Are you taking it like on a daily schedule or like high doses infrequently?
No, I mean, I take it like sporadically, I guess. Well, when I have it, I take it like almost every day because you really get buzzed. Like it's it's like yeah, you can really feel the difference. And the same with Ormus. I used to mix them. You take Ormus and colloidal gold, and it's yeah, it's quite an experience, to be honest.
Yeah, I've noticed stuff too, and actually that reminds me. Before I had my whole like spiritual awakening thing, me and my cousin were taking colloidal gold right around that same time period. And
How
I
come
do
Alex
remember
Jones only sells colloidal silver? Colloidal gold is that's where it's at. It's the best.
Yeah, that's the spiritual one. Makes you meditate better. Makes your mind clear as well.
I think it's by
can't
intention.
describe.
Alex Jones doesn't sell it.
But when you're making any type of medicine, the person making it, their intent has so much to do with it. I wouldn't take anything that Alex Jones is ever selling.
Yeah, it might become a trend or something. I don't know.
That's why so much of the medicine today doesn't work. It's not made. They don't do it alchemically anymore. There's no spirituality to medicine.
Have you tried Ormus or colloidal gold? I'm not saying they're the same. I'm just saying. Have you? I'm so lucky. I know like my personal alchemist. He's like my John Dee, and I'm Queen Elizabeth the First.
Okay. Can I ask you this? Good times. Have you ever? I'm sure you've done this. Made a tincture, like a legit alchemist tincture using all three parts using cannabis. And how is it different than just straight alcohol extracted?
I don't know. I've never tried it. That's a good question. Can you? In what way? Like a tincture using cannabis?
Yeah, but most
like a
people.
Spagyric tincture.
Yes.
See, I got a headache when I took it. I got a headache because I was taking it every day. Usually, you make it, and it should be like. Well, when I started, I made the 7 basics. I made 1 tincture for each day of the week, and you take that just on that day. It's not something that you take every single day.
You guys drink your own piss as well, right?
No, but there is magical things in our urine.
Wait, and let's talk about that too. But wait, I want to talk about cosmic soup or cosmic goo, I think is what they call it, where you age, and they call it a holy water. There's the 2 holy waters, which is distilled water.
Yeah. You guys also have like this black goo running around the walls and creeping into your eyes before you go to sleep, right? Like there's this thick black goo, No.
No. I don't know what's going on right now, man. But anyways, this I was talking to a guy, and he seemed pretty on the level with a lot of stuff. And next thing you know, he's telling me about it's like basically tripping in a way. And what it is a gallon of your own personal distilled water, right? And it's aged for 3 months in like a closed container, and then it's like aged another 3 months, possibly in sunlight, like the open container, and then you evaporate off most of the water, and you're left with like what they call, the name of it is like cosmic goo.
Yeah, that's the seed.
The seed.
Yeah, I mostly fast and eat my own I defecate
right
and I
there,
eat it,
you can
I think the urine didn't do the trick. So
laugh at him.
now I'm fasting and
drinking urine is so degenerate, dude.
We're probably both at this point, man.
So satanic and stupid.
Shut up, really.
Alchemy, everything comes from one, and that one is spread throughout the rain. You can grab so many different minerals and things from just pure rainwater. It's amazing. You can make ammonia
How
from
do we get
rainwater.
valued VC verified? What the hell is that?
I don't know, but you're not supposed to really get valued without Earth preference
Right.
hole.
Yeah, you would think. I don't know. I've heard that dude plenty of times. I don't know why he's being this way.
Yeah, there's some really high level flat Earth. I mean round Earthers here. I mean, what's that all about?
What do you mean high level?
Say
Yeah, we got a Globe Earth moderator. What?
lots of cool buttons and names and
We
silver and
also
gold
got
and stuff.
verified value people talking about eating their own shit.
No, I'm talking about when you meditate. You know,
You're drinking your own urine, and those are.
Yeah, you
He's
drink
messing with
you drink your
Yeah,
urine
I'm
and
about
you
to
eat
play
your
party
shit.
to that joke
Isn't that how it's supposed to be?
because we don't agree with that. That's some asinine shit.
No,
No, it was a
there's
joke,
certain
bro.
things. It's called sal ammoniac. That's the alchemical term for it. That comes from the ammonia in. You can't get in ammonia at the store, but the ammonia in your urine, you can get out of it. This thing, and you can add it to your tinctures.
What do you
and make
do with
them
it?
stronger. You add them to tinctures and make medicine so much stronger. You turn it into a salt. You know,
You believe that?
I know it sounds crazy. I don't believe it. I've never tried it, but there's many alchemical books going way back that I have read, and all of them mention using urine as, taking things out of your urine. And it's not like the urine. You have to go and cleanse your body. You have to drink nothing but water
You're not
for
eating Hot Pocket.
months. Yeah, exactly. You're more pure. That's a whole part of alchemy.
Hungry
Trying
man?
to purify
Anyone
yourself.
got some hungry man?
But yeah, they say there's magical properties of urine.
You eat TV dinners, man?
Yeah, I want some
I
hot
feel
pockets and
sorry for
hungry
you,
man.
man.
I almost live off of apples. Do they have apple trees there?
Where?
North
In
Carolina?
space? No, there's no apple trees in space, you know.
I say I'm in Michigan, man.
Oh, you're full of apple trees. Yeah. I was
I
from
got an
northern
apple
Indiana.
orchard over here in the North Fork.
No, you know what's big over here is peaches.
Yeah.
Ooh, I love peaches too.
That's right, peaches.
I have 2 peach trees, but they're not mature enough to produce fruit yet.
That's a bummer. I like peach cobbler.
I love peaches. That's why I planted them. I don't know that I'll
Can I
even
call
be
you
here long
peaches?
enough to see
Karen?
them. No, you cannot call me peaches.
Okay.
Oh, you planning on moving soon?
Well, no, but just because my circumstance, I don't think I'll be here
Well,
for
you never
years.
know what'll happen. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't know. I shouldn't say that I won't be, but I don't know that I will. Put it that way.
You'll be right where you're supposed to be.
Yeah, it's good to not know.
That's how I look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Exactly.
Oh, this Friday on Iron Realm Media, we're having Crow on again with Chris Van Matre, and they're going to be sharing videos of both of them capturing that double sun thing. We had them on earlier, and we got them together. And they're both going to be on the show Friday. They should be putting out a video tomorrow about it. Kind of short notice.
There's a really good song about Friday. Like Friday, Friday, gotta get Papa Friday. Anyone heard that one?
No.
Ah, man. Yep.
Yeah,
There's a good movie with Lindsay Lohan in it.
You liar.
No. Yeah, Freaky Friday, yeah. She's hot in that one though, yeah. Now she's like fighting bums in Russia or something, I don't know.
No, did you see that video of her trying to get little kids to come with her and stay in the hotel room?
Yeah.
Yes, that was very bad. Yeah.
There's some dark stuff going on, you know.
So she could drain their blood in the bathtub.
Yeah, and steal their organs and stuff, you know. Who knows?
The creepy person offering little kids candy, you know. Come on, just get in the
Friday, Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
What's the big deal? I don't see what the problem.
Yeah, I was trying to come in here and have a conversation about the shape of the Earth, but y'all are on some shit. I'll be back.
Earth is flat.
That's funny. You didn't even
Changed
try
my
to
mind.
start up a conversation.
Who was that?
That was Frank.
Oh, that was. That's who I thought it was. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought he was pretty frank though.
Oh my god, dude! Shut up.
Frank, what are you guys still talking about urine therapy? Or was it something else? Because I had to step away for a minute.
Oh no, it had moved on to Freaky Friday with Lindsay Lohan. And then how she wanted to take those kids away from their mom.
I think the mom hit her, didn't she?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Yep.
You got punched. I'd punch her
Lucky
too.
they were foreigners. You go try
And
steal
she was
something from
talking.
kids, you're getting shot.
But she was talking with like a added on like accent, like how a person in that country would talk if they like moved to America and they would have an accent. She just like threw an accent on talking to these people, like a fake Arab accent. It was
No, she was
so
speaking
weird.
Arabic. She actually knows Arabic.
No, she wasn't speaking English.
Arabic.
No, the most of everything she said was
Yeah.
English.
Yeah, she spoke Arabic. She
She
speaks
might
Arabic.
have said a few things. I don't know. Who cares? Fuck her.
Yeah, just punch her.
You can solve your problems a lot quicker with a punch.
Oh yeah, or a ninja kick.
Yeah, but you know about the like the urine, you know.
No. No.
Okay, I won't go there.
No urine.
Does anybody want to join me to help do some check-ins?
I suppose. Is it full or what's going on?
Yeah, there's a few people in the voice check-in.
Sure, let's do it.
You guys are awesome.
Yes, I am.
Let's have a big internet hug all together, you know.
One.
And I don't want to get electrocuted.
Internet hug.
Man, I miss my Van de Graaff generator.
What is that?
Oh,
it's one of those steel balls that creates a positive charge, and then you get a little discharge wand, another little ball that charges up negatively. You can
Is that
play
like
with
kind of like a
electricity.
Tesla coil?
Not really. But it's fun to play with electricity wise. I have a Tesla coil too. But
Yeah.
I miss mine.
Do you have steel balls? I also have steel balls, you know.
Brass.
Yeah, but he called them steel balls.
I'm gonna
I
build
also
my
do.
own now that I have a welder that I carry around with me. I'm gonna build my own Vimhurst generator. It's another electrical toy you can play with, but you can create.
Yeah, I also carry around the welder, you know.
Yeah, what
His
kind of
name is
welder
Ron.
do you need that you carry around with you?
In my truck.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
in your truck.
Plug it into 110 outlet. Here, I'll go tell you exactly what kind it is.
Oh, 110. What are you welding? Sheet metal?
Can't you be specific? Is it 110? Is it a Miller?
Yeah, it's a 110. Let me hold on here. It's right here.
Wire feed welder?
Yeah, MIG
Harbor
welding.
Freight special.
You know, like on the dark web, you can buy a skilled dwarf, you know, and keep in your
Chicago
backpack,
Electric.
and he knows everything. He's a welder.
Okay, I'm with you. I got to know Chicago Electric myself.
Yeah, 90 amp flex wire welder.
I bought a dwarf size, so I don't need a
Yeah,
welder.
but like I think it's only $8,000 now. You can buy a dwarf and keep him in your backpack, and he's a welder. He can make you sandwiches. Yeah, it's
I can only
pretty
do
useful
3/16
sometimes.
inch
Oh,
steel.
dude, I can weld
Oh,
2-inch plate.
there you go.
You should see the.
Yeah,
Here,
that's the
Hey man,
Vulcan up
you
here.
can't weld
My
nothing
buddy
unless
has
you can
got
weld an axle back together.
Omni Pro 220 Vulcan. This thing.
Fail as a welder, and you will become
Well,
the
axle
prime
came.
minister of Sweden. He's just a failed welder. It's true. Yeah,
An axle
imagine that.
casing or an axle.
Well, the housing,
Yeah, the
putting
housing is cast iron. That's a little more difficult.
Yeah, cast iron welding's wild.
Like
Yeah,
for
but
the rods, you mean
axle itself is
the
just
foundation?
steel.
Oh yeah, the actual shafts. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying you need something thick enough, like when you're putting, redoing
Dude,
suspension
I
mounts.
build drag cars. I build my own.
Oh yeah, you know all about it. Then you got to
I
put
cut
the.
them down. I cut the casings. Here, look at my mud truck. It's
Yeah, I just love everything
464
drag,
Ranger. Sits on 44.
including cars.
I built the frame myself. I welded all that.
Yeah, BattleBot builds some crazy shit.
But I mean, I got to
Really?
do engineering.
If I
on
dress
stuff.
as drag, do you want to join me in my drag car?
Programmer.
That's what happens when you got a garage full of shit. You're
Yeah, I've been on the farm for a while. I got like 5 barns connected together full of shit.
So didn't you say that engine just fuses together at some point? Like, or is that a different car?
No,
You said like
most alcohol burners wear out. You have to rebuild them ever so often.
Battle Mod, that's your car, right? It's pretty cool.
Oh, that's my mud truck. I don't drive that down the road, dude.
No, of course not. I mean, is that like a gallon, 2 gallons every 10 miles, or?
Yeah, dude. It runs E80, so it's like $18 a gallon. You got to get that from the airport.
Oh,
is that ethanol?
yeah. Like in Sweden,
It runs
so many cars
10-1 compression
run on
with
E85.
368 clearance on the valves. So it's high compression engine. It's 3/4 ton rear end and a 1/2 ton front end. The front end spins faster than the rear end so that it pulls itself evenly across the mud.
Oh, nice. Dude, I hate mud. This thing vanquishes mud.
Yeah, it destroys mud.
I'll pull out in the middle of a swamp with that. It doesn't look big, but it's sitting on 44-inch tires. I pull it out in the swamp and shut the motor off. And
You need a step ladder to get in there?
Let it sink. Yeah. The bottom of the door is 52 inches. The bottom of the door.
Yeah, it's not flat anymore if you drive that thing across.
I put a step ladder in the truck with me.
Yeah, we used to have a really jacked up like F-250, and you had to like jump up and grab the seatbelt and climb your way into it.
Nice. That's the way it should be.
You can lock that in 2-wheel drive and pull wheelies with it. It's like a drag truck and 2-wheel.
How long did this beast take to put together?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm smoking weed. I've built and rebuilt that about 6 times over 10 years.
Oh wow.
No, please don't smoke weed.
What goes wrong?
Think about the children.
It's an alcohol burning mud truck. Everything goes wrong, bro.
Okay.
Everything breaks. When it breaks, I try to build it better than it was the last time, So I broke shock mounts. I've exploded rear ends, exploded front ends. I've twisted the frame. That frame is off a 1.5 deuce, a 2.5 ton stake rack. I cut it down and fabricated it for this truck. So this frame hasn't twisted yet. They get there. I think next I'll build a chassis, just like I do for my race car. I'll build a solid steel, like 4-inch bar chassis. It'll be more like a rock climber, but it'll still be a mud truck. I'll just have more clearance.
We
Better.
just made some custom leaf spring shackles. We took some old ones from an old Ford Bronco, I think it was.
Yeah, when you get a builder, bro, you can do all that. Yep. Hell yeah.
Yeah. And we had to cut it down and just took some plate steel because we had to make it a little bit shorter because they weren't the same shock mounts. We put it on a 97 F-150 that I got.
Jack it up a little bit, stiffen it up
Yeah,
some.
about 2 inches. Yeah. Well, actually, one of the mounts broke, and the leaf spring was trying to break up through the bottom of the bed of the truck. We welded all that up and got it fixed.
I do all that stuff myself too.
Yeah, it's fun, man. I had a blast.
I can go Picasso on a car. Here, look at my race car. I'll show you my drag car. One of them. I got a couple. That one's a 383 stroker. It's a 96 Beretta, tubbed out, chassis. It's about 850 ponies with 3 shots of nitrous, 3 stages of nitrous. I won the division this year with it.
Nice.
I race
It's
it.
demonic. Looks like a demon.
Yeah. I let my daughter pick that color. She named it the Beretta too. I mean, it's a Beretta, so it makes sense. Fuck it. I would have named it, Roxanne or something like that.
She's beautiful, man.
Yeah, it used to be a pro street car. It was metallic blue, all motor. I used to race it up and down the street, but I got tired of getting expedition tickets. And because I got a Class A, I don't want to fuck with my license. But I built that from the ground up too. It was one of my daughter's cars. She kept bitching it was a piece of shit, and I was like, yeah, I'll make it something you'll love. I got a 21-year-old daughter. I let her drive it the other day, man. She's like, I want to cruise this around town. I'm like, dude, it's not built for that. Like, you get it out.
Yeah, you try to turn a corner.
Right. They don't turn very good. You're right.
Yeah.
You get it out, warm it up, run it up to 140 mile an hour, shut it down, cool it off, and wait to run it again. Then you got to rebuild the motor after so many runs.
Or blow it up, right?
Yeah, or blow it up.
Whatever comes first.
I blew the bolts right out of the head, shot them right through the hood.
Is that ethanol too?
Yeah, that's one above ethanol. E120. It's almost a straight alcohol burner, but it's not because it wouldn't qualify for the track if it was. I could add a little bit more timing to it, a little more fire and duration, and go fully alcohol burner with it. But those things, dude, it's already like riding a rocket. It could blow up at any time.
My stepdad had a 75 Chevelle, the Malibu, the last year they made them. And he had it all bored out. And he used to go pick up 110 octane and get it all tuned in just right. And he'd go lay $10 on the dashboard and be like, if you can grab it after I start going, it's yours. And I never could.
Yeah.
It would just pin my shoulders back. We only did it a few times, but I'll never forget that, feeling that force. It's
I got
amazing.
a 67 Chevelle.
Ooh.
Yeah. Malibu, too.
Yeah, he had two of them. One, you know how it is. You're in Michigan, northern Indiana. It rusted out. The one.
Yeah. Do they
Then he had
rust?
another one, and we parted it out. We took everything, anything that was halfway decent. Took the doors, everything apart.
Yeah, I got two Chevelles. One's a drag car, one's a show car.
Nice.
I wanted a drag car to match my baby, so. This is the show car. I painted that. I did everything to that, and then I'm in the middle of chassis out the other one right now. It's almost drag. It's ready to put the motor in, but I ordered a custom motor. I'm not building this one. I want to go with a 426.
Ooh.
It's a
Why the
426
426?
hammered. It's hammered out to a 502.
Oh, okay.
And it'll be 4 stages of nitrous.
You like that NOS, huh?
Yeah, you need it to win. Period. This is what the other car looks like right now. Sitting in my garage. I'll have it ready for this season too. All the parts. I'm just waiting on the motor. Once the motor gets here, it'll be spray time. Time to paint it.
Do you have any video of these things?
No, I should get a video. I got pictures of the builds, like this, the maroon one. Here, when I painted the engine compartment. Painted the car. Here's the motor that's in that car. One got a big black 454 in it. I got more money into the maroon car than a lot of people have into a home.
Wow.
Yeah, I got a 70 truck that I painted the same color too. But it's kind of, man, I own my own business, and I'm one of them guys, I don't care where I'm at. I'm driving down the road, I got a dump truck with a paver on the back. If there's room on the trailer and I see a hot rod that's just sitting in the field, I gotta buy it.
Wow.
They called me. Last year I did a driveway for this lady, and she wanted more work done, but she couldn't afford it. And then when I got there, she had a '69 Chevelle Super Sport sitting in the garage. And I was like, "Well, what are you doing with that, Grandma?" And she's like, "Oh, I'll sell that, but I got to get what it's worth." And I was like, "Well, talking 12 grand for your driveway altogether, And I'd already got so much out of her. I got 6 grand out of her. And I took the car in 4 grand and gave her 2 grand back and did her driveway and her turnaround. She wanted a turnaround. She was happy as hell. So it was like she got 8 grand for her car. But the car had 60,000 original miles and it lived in a garage for 30 years. It was her old man's car before he passed away. It was well worth it.
Yeah, someone loved that car before you got it.
Have you ever heard the theory about cash for clunkers and how that whole thing was all about getting rid of cars on the road that don't have computers in them?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that.
As like a control thing?
Yeah. Yeah, they don't want cars out here that we can repair and we can fix and we can build, and they can't shut down with a stunner gun.
Mm-hmm.
A stunner gun shut down your computer. If it shuts down your ECU or your OBD, you're done. Your onboard computer or your
Car shuts
electronic
off.
control module, Yeah, if you shut down the electronic control module, then you're not getting fuel. You got no spark. You got nothing. No ignition.
That's how some cops have, huh?
Yeah, some cops got those. Not a lot of them, but some of them do. And on the newer cars, they work great. They can just shut your car down. They don't have to
I'm a
change.
police officer.
You're a LEO? That's cool.
You're all under arrest for hate speech.
Ex-Marine. Good luck with that. First off, you'd have to have articulate cause to arrest anybody. Do you suspect me of committing a crime, officer?
Yeah, get down on the ground, man.
Yeah, right. I live in Michigan, bro. That should be your first clue.
What's that a clue to?
Oh, well, we know a lot about the law, and we don't just get down. You have to actually clarify your articulate cause before we submit. But you don't get treated like that in Michigan. They don't come up and just... They'll clarify that as they go through.
Yeah,
I don't live in the States. But, yeah.
Most law enforcement officers in Michigan, they know their job, they know the law, and they don't have a problem with clarifying how their legality, the legal process and steps they took to get where they're at, why they want something done.
Do you have like full respect for the legal process?
Well, they don't mind hiring police officers that have an IQ over 100.
Right, exactly.
Like most states.
They
Most states don't
mind
allow
hiring people with an IQ
most
over
states
100. Yeah.
hiring that they want the lowest score because they want people that just follow orders. My state's not like that, but we got Detroit, man. You gotta getting out the car.
Yeah, I've actually been in Detroit, you know, when I was younger. You know, I have a relative who lived there, but yeah, he had to move away.
Yeah, where was he living?
I don't know. I think North Detroit somewhere. I'm not sure.
North Detroit's the pretty side.
I was living like 30 miles outside of Chicago in Indiana, Northwest Indiana, and I had to move.
Yeah, you were close to Michigan City, Indiana, in the tri-state area.
Yeah, I was even closer. I was in Hobart, right next to Gary.
Yep. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I do some asphalt maintenance down there. I own an asphalt company. That's what I do. But I do some work in Indiana and Illinois, the Upper Peninsula.
Oh, I love the UP. I'm definitely going to hit that place up again for sure. My uncle has property he's trying to get rid of up there. 35 acres.
Really? Where at?
Right across the street from the, Lake Superior State Forest.
Really?
It's
the Manistee National Forest.
Yeah. But by the way, it's an uncle, and I think he lived like I don't know, Pontiac or Troy or something close to it.
Yeah, Pontiac is he could live in Detroit right adjacent to Pontiac. Right there.
Yeah, I think it was like in between Pontiac and Troy, I think.
In Battle Mod.
Between Pontiac and
What's up, bro?
That truck in the picture, that's so you, man.
Yeah, that was my brother's, dude. I had to have that. It was a yellow and brown panel truck when I got it. I was like, no, I gotta have that. I painted it to match my car.
Does the car name Pontiac come from Pontiac, by the way?
Do what? Is the Pontiac Car Company, is Pontiac named after the Pontiac Car Company?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, either or. I mean, it's like the area named after the car, or the other way around, or none at all.
Pontiac is named after a Potawatomi chief, an
Yeah, the
Indian
native
chief.
chief.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay.
Yeah, and the Indian chief's name was Pontiac.
And then they kicked him out and they said, we'll take that name though.
Yeah, it's kind of like
No, they just gave him some multiculturalism, you know.
Diversified that bitch.
Yeah, I'm from
Yeah,
Chippewa.
diversified
A
AF.
lot of the Michigan names are Native American names, like Mackinac,
Yeah.
Usagawa,
McDonald's.
Potawatomi, Marquette. Marquette was an Indian chief. Marquette Indians was a tribe. I'm
Chief
from
McDonald's.
Chippewa, Bear Clan, Ojibwa. I read a lot on the Native American history of America, of actually Michigan.
Yeah, it's pretty close to like Philadelphia, right? As well.
So, what was it? Plymouth? Did he live in Plymouth? Plymouth is right close to Pontiac. Plymouth, Novi,
Yeah, you
Canton,
got Waterford.
Waterford, Westland, Livonia,
Oh, don't forget Macomb County. Yeah.
Farmington Hills, yeah, Macomb County.
Livonia. Do you know about Alemania? Do you know what that is?
I know about Livonia.
I'm talking about Alebania.
I didn't understand what you said.
Alemania, perhaps. Yeah. No, it's like Latin for German. Alemania. You know, Spanish people still call it Alemania. Alemania, I think.
In Windsor, we have an Elm Street here.
Elm Street? Oh.
Yeah. I
There's
was making a
Elm.
Nightmare on Elm Street kind of joke, but it didn't go off so well.
There's the Elm Street in every
Yeah.
county in Michigan. In you know the Boy Scout camp where they filmed Jason Voorhees?
Oh, the Friday the 13th?
Yeah, I was a Boy Scout and when I was a Boy Scout when I was younger, we went up to that camp. Camp Crystal Lake, that's in Michigan.
Yeah.
You know, we went up there and did some work on the ground.
Oh, I didn't know. Oh, I thought it was in some New York area.
No, the
New York.
Nope, the Michigan Cub Scout troops got money for that, for them filming it there.
Huh.
We go up there today, man. It's overgrown. It looks scary.
Yeah.
Take my kid through there and like, this is where Jason's from. My kid hates it. I've scared every one of them kids like that. My son, he watched all the Jasons, so he really didn't like it. I was like, let's get out and go fishing. He's like, hell no, Dad. I ain't fishing in there.
Would you do it for a Scooby snack, son?
Yeah, right. Like, dude, I tried to tell him, like, dude, your old man got a 357 cannon on his hip. Come on, man, let's go fishing. My brother took me up there, tried to do the same crap to me. I was like, dude, we got paid. It was a movie, Andy. Shut up. It's a freaking movie, man. Movies aren't reality.
You hear the stick snapping.
I think, wasn't that like 80 or 79? I think that came out.
Yeah, something like that.
The freakiest part of that movie was seeing the scene with the heads and their eyes opening. That was the freaky part. I've had a few dreams like that where I had a Friday the 13th kind of theme to it.
If you leave me now, you'll take away the biggest part of me. Ooh, ooh, no, baby, please don't go.
Anybody here?
Yeah, sort of.
Sort of.
Yep.
to you. Bless them anyway. So, anyone, you guys, either one of you have evidence of water sticking to a ball? In fact,
I don't really want to be
stupid as that sounds, it's literally that's what they're saying the claim is, right? Right? That's the heliocentric model that everything is in a vacuum. Our Earth is in a vacuum as a rock or a oblate spheroid in a vacuum, water and pressurized gases.
I mean,
spinning.
gravity acts as a vacuum.
And I like to call it, it's really levitation, or they call it bending and warping space time. Anything to demonstrate that?
Can you guys hear me? I don't know if I'm.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh,
Anything to
okay.
demonstrate?
How big is the rock?
All of a sudden, you're like
Bending, warping, space time on any scale. Is there such a thing besides the
Freddie left so it's like
NASA?
steamed over here. He didn't sound like this when we were in
Hey, Freddie, I was just wondering. You said a rock, right, in a vacuum. So, I mean, how big is the rock? How big of a rock are we talking about?
Earth.
I mean, do you know how big of a rock you're referring to?
Yeah, the Earth, obviously, right?
Earth, yeah.
No, you were saying you want to see it yourself. I mean, that's gonna be. You can't make an Earth-like object and put it in the vacuum chamber.
No, I'm just trying to say, is there on any scale that we can demonstrate that could be possible?
Freddie, you don't have any proof either. You're just arguing out of your ass. That's what we're all
Wait
doing.
a second.
Just getting
Bro,
this on like based on the facts that we've heard.
First of all, hold on.
Freddie, you have no facts that you know.
Out of my
We're
ass.
arguing based on facts that we've heard.
Well, he's making his claims. He's making his claims and he's asking questions.
They're all claims. They're all claims. You don't have proof. I don't have proof.
Why are you getting so freaked out, bro? Calm down,
Well,
Timmy.
that's what we're talking about.
Out. You had to leave.
He keeps calling
so
him Tim.
steeped in like spirituality.
All right, now
What are
wait
you
a second.
talking about? Calm down.
You're live.
Yeah, we're live now.
I'm aware.
Okay. So you were asking about a rock, and you were wondering what scale you could see, and you were asking about water, right? How much water?
Mom, can you
Enough
hear me?
water.
I'm just kidding.
Enough water to see with your eyes?
Hello, Freddie?
Yeah.
Oh, did he leave? He got steamed again? Okay, I'm sorry, people. He was like freaking out in spirituality. He's not really who he seems. Hi, I'm Derek. I'm a round earther, and I'm okay. So what he was trying to say
if you're a
is-
round earther, you got to know some facts about the Earth. Then, what's the circumference of Earth?
I don't know. Why would I need to know that?
You're not a good round earther then.
Okay. I mean, I know.
I'm
what,
just
like,
messing with you, man.
Okay.
Okay, what is gravity?
God. I was about to lose my shit there. At least it doesn't like freak out. I was just gonna like give up for a sec, but what's gravity?
Yeah, what is gravity? Since you know what it is.
It's kind of like this. So, Earth is something huge, and everything actually has, mass. But the more mass that there is, the more magnetation it's going to bring in.
Okay,
right?
magnetation.
Or magnetic, whatever, right?
We're talking about gravity, not electromag.
It's
Come
you
on.
know what I mean, right?
No.
No.
Like okay, then I'll say vacuum instead of magnet, but
Vacuum.
yeah, that's what Freddie was saying.
Oh, he was asking to replicate gravity in a vacuum using a rock, and there's just the rock's way too small.
Yeah, that's way too small. You need something huge.
What size rock? I didn't specific. I wasn't specific on what size rock. I said any size rock, the size of a grain of sand or the size of a friggin' city. Show
Freddie,
that.
If you had like a plate, let's just say like a plate, okay, and we put it under like a vacuum chamber, it's gonna be too small. Like its own gravity.
Yeah, but Earth isn't on top of a plate.
Forever and ever and ever and ever.
Earth isn't on top of a plate.
No.
The Earth is not on top of a plate.
Freddie.
What's up?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Freddie.
You're saying Earth is a plate.
you said a rock. Let's just make up a big rock. Like what would be a large rock, right? Like that'd be like 5 ton rock.
That's still not enough gravity.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Hold
But
on.
I mean, that's a pretty big rock.
They say on a certain scale that gravity can do all this magic, right? Like bending, warping space time, and have water sticking to rock. What they're trying to say our Earth is right that it can only happen on a certain scale, but there's no evidence of that on any scale. The only scale is, I have to go to outer space and show you pictures from outer space. Because it has to be big enough.
You just made a claim, Freddie. Freddie, you just made a claim. No, I know, but you just made a claim, and your claim was that does not happen on any scale that we can measure.
No.
Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's my claim. If you could show me that, if you could show me rocks in a vacuum floating with water sticking to it, spinning around 1,000 miles per hour, orbiting, other fireballs and all that, aka other worlds and
I got what you're saying.
Then yeah, absolutely, that's my claim. Yeah.
Okay, so
you're asking for a lot, bro.
Number one, I would also like $100 million. Cannot have it, unfortunately.
You're asking for a lot, Freddie.
The other thing is the thing that you're talking about.
I'm asking for what they're telling us our world is. What are you talking about?
I'm telling you, bro.
What are you talking about? They're trying to tell us our world is a rock in a vacuum floating with water sticking to it, spinning around 1,000 miles per hour. That's
okay. We're talking about gravity.
You say that a lot. Stop trying to make that sound dramatic. It's not dramatic. That's what's going on. It's not dramatic in any way. That's what's going on.
Well, now wait a second.
It may like
we can make vacuum chambers, and we can show that. And I've never seen such a thing to be possible, guys. That's my problem.
Vacuum chambers? You can go to a vacuum chamber and like watch what's going on, bro.
I've seen vacuum chambers, and I've never seen what they're saying our world is on any scale. This bending of warping space time, water sticking to it, and pressurized gases. I've never seen that, guys, on any scale.
A pretty good idea of like what gravity is. Does that, does it give you a good idea? If you believe in that, you should believe in gravity.
Say it again.
If you believe in like the vacuum chambers, then you should believe in gravity, and you should believe that if the world was flat, then gravity would make it condense on itself because the Earth is huge, right?
No,
so it would immediately condense on itself back into not immediately, but
That's not what they think.
What?
That's not what they think.
A whole bunch of sophistry and beat the hell out of me with that.
It condensed on itself when it flatten out.
Chill, Freddie. Don't get steamed.
This is fun.
Now,
you guys saying?
don't straw man their argument.
No straw man.
Right?
Go ahead.
Because he was straw man in it a little bit.
No, because first off, I don't deny the entirety of the theory of gravity. I only deny the cause.
Okay.
The cause of gravity. I mean, because a lot of the theory of gravity is just observations and quantifications of those observations.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard to deny a quantified observation.
Such as the law of gravity.
Right, but to say what the cause is of that effect, that's another story.
Okay, well, if you're not going to deny that, you shouldn't be denying a lot of the other shit.
Well, that's your opinion. If you're not going to deny that things fall, and they fall in a certain direction, you shouldn't deny that which doesn't make sense. We can observe. Excuse me. We can observe the rate of fall, the direction of travel. We can observe this.
Yes.
Yeah, but what's debatable is whether or not facts are facts.
Now, Battle Mods, you seem like you know a little bit more about it, obviously, than a lot of the flat earthers. But so you should know too, then, that helium rising is not a gravity debunk.
Yeah, for God's sakes.
Yeah, I wouldn't assert helium rising is a gravity debunk.
He left.
But I also wouldn't say that, Archimedes' principle is dependent on gravity when it pre-existed the theory of gravity. So
there you go. Now that is a good point, because it was around before Newton's universal law of gravitation, which applies really mostly to astronomical sized objects, right?
yeah, and gravitation or gravite was basically a description of weight when it first came out. It was attributed only to weight. Then
That's right.
over time, everything, it was interwoven into everything. It became the answer for every problem in the heliocentric model. It became the ad hoc paste and glue that holds the model together.
Now, would the discovery of Neptune, would that be any evidence of the success or the validity of of gravity?
Well, that's if you take it for, oh, we were looking for this and we found that through these mathematical premises. So
Yeah, and they were using
to
the
say
idea
that
of
we didn't. Well, listen, that's to say that we didn't already know Neptune existed, and we found star charts from previous societies long before us who charted out Neptune and planets beyond that. So how we can say we found it due to this when it was already charted on the walls of Egypt, I don't know. Whatever.
I didn't know that. I'd never seen that. I didn't know they had Neptune.
There's ancient star charts that got all the planets in them.
I'll have to look at that.
Sumerians, all them. So
I like how you actually believe stuff or accept facts and not just deny them all. So props to you. Thank God. Yeah, I just had to say that real quick. Sorry.
But the Cavendish experiment, I mean, what's wrong with that?
The premise is here is we debate that which is fact. What one person claims to be a fact, another person claims to be a theory that's unsubstantiated. And people get really offended when they get proven wrong that their theory isn't a fact. When they say, oh, well, it could be based on facts. Being based on facts, being built on facts is not synonymous with the act of being a fact or the act of being factual. I mean, we do have a process by which we prove reality.
But the word theory, as it applies in science, is not the same word that we
Not the
use.
same as it in dictionary, yeah. That's still, it doesn't make it any less of an abstract.
And that's true but when something is called a theory in the scientific community, it means that it's worked so far and has never not worked. And until it's shown to not work, then it
purposes we use it for. But modeling and predictions, they're not concrete realities either. You can't use the model as a concrete proof of reality. That's like to say the map is the land. The map isn't the land. And this is the reason no maps are accurate, because they're not. The map isn't the land. You can't accurately depictate the land. So you can't accurately model the universe. The model isn't the universe. The map isn't the land. The map isn't proof of the land. The model isn't proof of the universe. It's an abstract construct that we use for navigation and predictive purposes.
Sure. But you would agree, though, that maps can be correct or incorrect.
Well, listen, maps are correct for their purpose, navigation.
Yes, and
distortions of reality. They can the continent or landmass can be longer, wider, more narrow. I mean, it's like the coastal paradox. We can't accurately map the coast of any landmass because they're not straight lines.
But in the ocean, say, if you needed to navigate, having an accurate map would be pretty important.
Not really. Many ancient societies traveled by stars alone.
True.
If you know how to read the stars, you can tell the time of day.
Do you know how to travel? You mean travel by stars? Okay, never mind.
I do. I'm an ex-Marine, so yeah, I know how to navigate without navigational tools. As long as I know what day or month, around what month I'm in, and around what day it is, I can navigate by the stars. The Big Dipper, Little Dipper, North Star.
Respect for that, almost anyone can navigate just by watching the sun in some way.
Hey
Now,
guys, we're getting a
now
little
though,
off track.
Kinda.
so back to the shape. You know,
Wait, can we go to like gravity? Like
oh, you want to keep talking about gravity?
well,
Gravity's
in
fun.
a sense. So
It's a
a
dead
lot
end.
of a lot of people here, like, they believe that, you know, gravity doesn't exist, that the Earth is going up at a
No,
good
see,
10 meters per second.
Nobody here
No, they don't
No,
believe
that's
that.
the Flat Earth
hold on, let me
Society
cover that.
for you,
We're
man.
not the Flat Earth Society. We don't believe the Flat Earth is a disk rising through space. So no one in this Discord will tell you that that's how gravity is created. And most people here won't tell you they deny the entirety of the theory of gravity.
Okay, so wait. So you don't believe in like the 10
Like I
meters per
said,
second upwards?
No, nobody
no.
believes that.
I believe there's
No.
a rate of fall.
Where'd you hear that at?
There's a rate
So
of fall that's calculated at that rate, and that's a
Hey,
quantified observation.
right.
And there's
hey,
a
Yeah.
direction of travel of that rate that
Right.
that are all most likely caused by an unknown force.
why did you ask what he? Why did you ask in a supposition what he believes? Why did you say, "Wait, you don't believe that the Earth is moving up in a ridiculous amount like an idiot"? Why did you ask that?
Because that's what I've heard, like a lot of flat earthers
I
believe that
know.
the Earth is going up.
I caught the implication too, Judas, but you know.
So,
It's pretty lame. Just saying.
so you believe in like gravity, but not in, you know, like everything about gravity? Is that
I
what you're saying?
covered that, bro. We deny the cause of being mass attracting
Okay.
mass or Newtonian particle physics or even Einsteinian, the warping of the fabric of space-time.
Amaho, do you believe in dipolar magnetism?
I don't know what that is.
Well, maybe you should look that up.
Okay. Sounds good.
See, so many people come in
All,
here. You guys
all
don't
magnets are
believe in
dipoles,
gravity.
aren't they?
Why don't things just float away? Well, things not floating away is caused by a natural force.
Yeah.
That's a natural
Density,
law.
buoyancy.
No matter what we believe, nothing's gonna float away.
Right.
I mean,
Well, you guys.
how dumb is that? Is I'm gonna debunk flat earthers because if there was no gravity, shit would float away. That don't
Wh-
even
wh- Where's the
how
edge?
stupid you
Things
are.
would float away.
Really quick to answer Busted. So there's yes, all magnets have two poles, but dipolar magnetism is speaking directly about the atom being magnetic.
Mm-hmm.
It's a different type of magnetism than ferromagnetism.
Right. It's the reason why a proton orbits a neutron,
Yeah.
or is it backwards? Neutron.
Well, they don't orbit each other.
Right.
They're stuck to each other.
No, protons are like the ones that are flying around the atom.
Is that why a
It's
compass points in the direction it points?
Neutrons and protons are like stuck to each other.
Now that's ferromagnetism.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I guess did he cover your questions about gravity? They don't think that it's accelerating upwards.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I wanted to like.
That's clearly ridiculous. And when I say ridiculous, I mean worthy of ridicule.
Yeah, I know. That's
Yeah,
why.
that was.
That's why
I think that's the
wanted to,
Flat Earth Society that says that.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Okay.
We don't deny that there's something that's making things fall to the ground.
Okay.
We just deny, or we argue that you can't. If you can't prove something, then it might be something else.
Fresh.
Yeah, so that's good. That's we. I think you guys were talking about the FE core laser experiment earlier, but I wasn't able to chime in. I've looked at that document pretty close.
Yeah.
I'm a little I'm gonna have to say I don't agree with their conclusions.
Well, that's fair.
Well, let's look at, like, do you guys have the document like open?
No.
Okay.
What you want to look at the conclusion for measurement 1, measurement 2, measurement 2,
Yeah.
3, or the refraction level that's used for the standard GS 84?
Well, I guess I would say
USDA
that
model.
I just wonder, where did they measure the beam at? That's my number one
You mean
question.
the height?
Yes.
Well, the height of the
150
targets
feet in
was
the air.
given in the distance of the sample. For each measurement, they give the height of the target and the distance to the target.
Yes.
And the height of the laser.
Yes. So they gave the height of the target, but
So, like,
is the height of the target just a camera?
No.
no, it's 2 meters. From
Oh,
2 meters to 2 meters.
right. So that's the height of the laser, and then they said they quote unquote hit the target.
Well, there's more than one verification, to be honest, in that not only do we see the laser hit the target, the laser hits the target, and we view this through binoculars as it happens. So if you're claiming refraction refracted the laser over to the target, then you'd also have to claim that refraction refracted the image to the binoculars for us to view this.
Right. And I don't think I would try to. I mean, refraction is one thing, scattering is another thing, but
they accounted for refraction with all this was used. We used all the standard elliptoid model science to try and
yes,
measure
the WGS 84.
curvature at their curvature rate for the GS84 ellipsoid model, which is the standard heliocentric Earth globe model.
By scattering, do you mean diffusion?
Rayleigh scattering.
You mean beam divergence?
Okay, someone tried this yesterday. Like, that cosmologist guy, he actually said the laser skipped over the water like a stone around the curve. Are you going to push that one too?
Busted?
There does look like there is
there's a
some
90-meter hump of water between the laser and the camera on the globe. So, like, how does it see it at all?
Refraction, bro. Refraction.
Now,
well, it could only refract that much on a globe with a radius of 65,000 miles.
Why would it hit a hump? It wouldn't hit a hump if it's tangent to the surface.
No. See.
So
No,
you're
if
saying
there was a
gravity
globe,
would
there would be a
pull
hump.
the laser down?
No, I didn't say that.
As it went over the curvature?
Right. If there's curvature, that curvature would create a hump at a great distance in between an observer and a target.
So it's not refraction, but it's gravitational lensing, is what you're saying, Busted?
No, I don't think I ever even said the word gravity.
I'm just wondering how you got it going over the curvature.
No,
You said it would stay tangent.
It's tangent to the level of where it's at, correct?
Right.
So, like, say page 67, they got a little diagram there. The laser would never touch the hump unless it was pointing down at the surface, right? It should go off into space.
Yeah, but you know what? The target would have to have been 120 meters in the sky for it to hit it, and it was only 1.5 meters off the ground.
Okay, good.
So,
good.
Therefore, well, it hit the target, though, so what's the point?
Okay,
what are you trying to say?
Good. That's my question. Where is the picture of it hitting the target?
The camera's the target.
So that's what I asked
See,
in the
this
very
was like,
beginning.
listen, this is a multitude of tests. It isn't just like they went out one day and they did a whole bunch of tests. Okay, they did tests at Balaton. They did 2 series of tests at Isla. If you look at the dates. So the first series they used the target. For the longer distances, they didn't use the target.
Yeah, so that's my main issue right
So
there.
they
Because
just
you can do 100 tests, but if you're just taking
tried to
pictures
pick
of
up
light,
the laser with the camera, so they know the camera height.
What do you not understand?
It's what? How many millirads of diversion was there? So
That doesn't even matter. That doesn't even matter.
No,
when
it's
you're
0.08
talking about
millirads.
that
There was still a focus beam that hit the camera. You still have to say that the laser was refracted to hit the lens of the camera.
Well, I mean, let's just say measurement 5. They got a picture there of
Then
their
once again,
observation.
you'd also have to say that for the observation through the binoculars of the laser hitting the camera.
So
it has
I'm
to
saying,
apply both to the optical view of this happening and the laser beam itself.
okay. So my question is, so they took a picture of the light at say 1.5 meters, and so that was their quote unquote target height, correct?
No, 1.6 meters was the camera height, the target height, and 1.6 meters was the laser height.
Okay. Did they ever try to lift the camera up or down to see if they could still see it?
What would that matter?
Jesus,
then
what do
you
you
could-
not understand? What do you not understanding
Listen,
here?
the globe predicts you'd have to listen. The globe predicts
does
that
anyone
you
have
cannot
the file
even
open?
see the light unless the camera is 90 meters in the air,
Right.
Does anybody have the file open?
like on top of a 30-story building.
We've all read the file
If
many
the camera's on
times.
top of a 30-story building, you can see the light. If
Some
you're
of us
under
were
that
there.
30-story building, you're not supposed to be able to see it.
Right.
Well, let's just say the first target that they show a picture
Divergence
of.
of the laser isn't enough for it to be seen, above 5 millimeters above where it was hit. It doesn't diverge. It's not in that big of a pattern. So if you're could you see it 5 foot above it? No, it doesn't diverge that much.
Okay,
5
so
milliads is like 2 millimeters. So it's a 2
Listen, they calculated this the other day. The spread of the beam at 41 kilometers was 3.95 meters.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So no, my question is, this is my only question is,
Why didn't
there's
we
only
go up
2
90 feet in the air with the camera? I'm hearing you.
or just that's a good question. That I would ask that, but I wasn't going to say that.
The question is, why can it be seen when it should be 90 foot below the curve? Like in measurement 2, it should have been, there's 59.46 feet missing by the GS 84 standard ellipsoid mile. So there's no way it should have hit the camera. There's 14.96 feet on measurement 2. So,
I mean, maybe you're having
do you understand that? No, wait. Do you understand that?
Right. Do you
I
understand
understand it. I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
It should be the target. The camera should be 14 foot. Excuse me. The camera should be 14 foot behind the curve with a beam divergence of maybe 2 feet. That doesn't make up for 14 feet. It should be hidden behind the curve. 14 foot of it.
So you're saying, so your claim is that it doesn't matter.
Not a claim that's by the model. That's by the standard GS, and it's with refraction that's used for the standard GS 84 model also. We use their calculations, their math, their GPS, their curvature correction, their refraction equations, their standard refraction model. Even by their own damn model, we shouldn't have been able to hit the target. Period. Period. In no way, shape, or form should it be seen.
Look, when I said 65,000 mile radius, I wasn't exaggerating. Like if you take a curve calculator, it can only hit a 1 meter, 1.5 meter high target if you increase the radius of the Earth to 65,000 miles. That leaves something like a 400,000 miles circumference, which is greater than the distance to the moon in the heliocentric model. I mean, it's not a close call. This isn't like, oh, we might have got 5 feet off. This is hundreds of feet. 90 meters is 300 feet. That's a football field.
Right. I get what you're saying. I completely agree with everything that you're saying.
And this is something that they didn't tell you. So this is something that we didn't tell you. This was actually done through a horizontal pan. So there was more than this one target. There was multiple targets, and they illuminated one, and then they panned the laser, and then they illuminated another one, and then they panned the laser, and then they illuminated another one. All the camera heights were identical.
Okay.
So like how this could happen on a ball is beyond me.
Busted. What would you have preferred the target to be?
I would prefer every time that you have your portable canvas, the 3x3 meter canvas.
So that's where your argument lies, is what the target was, because you think that the
Bro, you sound like a nitpicky ass shill to me. I ain't even gonna lie.
I feel like I've heard his voice before, actually.
I agree.
I've definitely talked to someone else about this before on this channel.
Listen, I mean, fire up GeoGebra.
No, I get it. I'm just asking why they didn't actually use the target.
What the fuck's the difference,
It's 25 miles away.
Because that's how you would measure it.
No, it's not a measurement. It's an observation.
But you can see the source of the light through the camera.
Yeah, it's an observation. It's a reverse observation. What do you
You
not
can see
understand?
the source of the light through the camera that should be hidden behind multiple meters of curvature. It shouldn't even get to the camera.
Look, here's the
I mean,
problem.
this is a bullshit argument.
Right.
Sorry.
Here's the deal. Let's say they had used the canvas again in the other tests. He would have another thing to complain about.
No. Then he'd say, why didn't you take a
Complain
picture with
that
the
the grids,
camera?
instead of
Guess
3x3, they should be 2x2 or something.
All right, Buster. Guess what?
You're putting words in my mouth. I never
This
said
is how
anything.
science
being
works.
funny.
This is how science and truth works. You can go do it yourself, and you can be satisfied to your heart's content about all the parameters. This
really
is what
quick-
happened. Either you're satisfied or you're not.
Busted,
Well, I'm
really
just
quick.
asking questions.
Really quick. Let me ask you a question, really quick. Now, if just the bare naked eye made the observation,
Yes.
okay, should it be able to make that observation?
Your own eyes?
Yeah.
If you're seeing scattering, yes.
Okay, so what you're saying is, if the light is diffusing, I should be able to see
some light.
The
See the light
over the
source?
curvature?
They saw the light source,
Yeah,
man.
scattering happens when the light goes through a medium. So what medium is it going through that's scattering it?
Air.
So it's pulling it back down over 90 feet?
No.
Air isn't a consistent medium.
Is that what you're saying, Busted? I'm just trying to get your argument as concise as I can. So what you're saying is, through scattering, I should be able to see the source of the light that should be coming over or coming down to me.
From
Let's
90
take it in half.
meters.
Let's take it in half. 45.
Hell, I
Let's
just
go all the way up.
I
It just
wanna see
it
proof
bounced
that scattering
bounced
can
down. Is that what
affect
you're
that.
saying? I should be able to see the light source through that?
I'm sorry. Someone was. I didn't hear what you said. Someone else
Okay.
was-
If I observe the source, not the light itself, but the source of the light, right? With my, let's just say my naked eye. Let's make it real simple. You're saying it is doing that through what mechanism exactly? Besides scattering, because scattering doesn't exactly explain the whole thing. You're leaving a big part of the story out there, right?
Right, scattering would spread it out, and it wouldn't be the direct source.
You understand what I'm saying, right, Busted? It doesn't. You're not really explaining.
It would definitely be a lot easier if you guys had the file open.
I got the file open. What's up?
I have the file open too. Not that it matters.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't, because I don't see any valid proof that scattering would.
I'm trying to get your argument down. Regardless, several people have it open. Now, please explain it to me. How does scattering bring that light source into view where I should have 90, I thought it was feet, I guess it's meters, 90 feet in between of curvature between me and it?
It's 90 meters.
Okay, it's 90 meters, which is much greater than 90 feet. And I'm sorry I said feet. 90
Yeah,
meters.
that would be 297.
Yeah, I want to make a point about that scattering. When scattering occurs, the attenuation of light occurs, and it would lose intensity and cease to propagate.
Real quick, not to mention, has anyone actually seen a laser in real life? And where have you ever seen it scatter at any distance?
Well,
no, you haven't.
I've seen it
You
become
have not.
diffuse.
Okay, diffusion
But I've never seen
is.
it. I've never seen it scatter.
When light scatters and reflects, it attenuates quickly or loses intensity. So you would see that.
Inverse square, real quick.
Exactly.
Busted. I'm really trying to get my my head around this. So at 90 meters of curvature, I can see the source. How am I seeing the source? Not only the source, but the objects around it, I guess, you know? Like, how is that possible?
I mean, they even took a image of the beam from the source to the target.
And please don't say scattering, because that doesn't make any sense.
We got video of that. So if there's scattering, refracting, or bending of the laser, it should be apparent in the video or in the image.
They should have a bend in there.
I see no attenuation. I see no scattering. Very little diffusion.
I see very little diffusion, but I do see some diffusion, but no attenuation.
Right.
Okay, so whoever has it open, can you go to page 15?
What about page 15?
Okay, you see the photo, right?
50 or 15?
15.
What about it?
Okay, so that's the canvas, correct?
And
was that the target for this this measurement or this observation?
That was at Lake Balaton.
Dude, they just said
That was a
the
different
longer
location.
tests,
That was
they
a
didn't
different
have a
test on a
canvas
different
target.
date.
The longer test was a reverse observation back to the
Yeah.
point source.
Mhm.
I mean,
We'll get there. I'm asking about this one.
I don't think we're going to get there.
Bucket, here's the point. If you were standing on the other side of the lake and they were shooting the laser beam across the lake and you saw the beam hitting your forehead and you're looking right into the beam, like, you see what I mean? Should you
Yeah,
be
I
able
see-
to
I
see
see-
that?
Right.
Should you be
So
able
the-
to see that under any circumstance? Any circumstance.
From that far away.
I want to cover that because that board wasn't used as a target. It was used to focus the beam.
Okay.
The beam was-
There you go.
So that was my issue though.
So they used it to focus the intensity of the beam and the diffusion.
Now I know you guys saw the silly Discovery Channel one.
That was stupid.
I know. I don't disagree that they didn't show any of their data at all.
No,
We don't even know where that test was conducted at.
Shown,
That's how
it
bad
got
the data is.
shown to be fake.
Not
They
to
literally
mention
DJI
they cut
manipulated their data. Yes,
they
Oh,
cut
I
it.
didn't see that much, but I know they cut it a lot, and they definitely did not give you any info at all.
they photo manipulated the whole helicopter scene.
Yeah, with the geese flying by, you can notice it with the geese flying by.
100%
I'll have to check that
provable.
out.
They used the same footage of the helicopter in the sky shooting over a lake with these 3 birds flying by. Then later on, they show it with no helicopter there, and they're like, "Oh, we can't see you." And it's the exact same footage of the exact same 3 birds, only this time the helicopter has been removed from the scene, showing clear digital manipulation.
Didn't Bob Marley?
Is there a video that debunks it anywhere?
Yes, Taboo Conspiracy just put one out yesterday, actually, as a matter of fact.
All right, thanks.
Okay. So just referring to that experiment though, alone. They took measurements. They were in a boat, and they took several measurements repeatedly as they. Now, I agree that was not
Hold on.
definitive.
Wait a minute. Do you realize that you can just simply, on a flat Earth, you can simply just point the laser upward to make it show that, oh, we're dropping away.
Yes.
But at the same time, do you realize on a globe Earth, there's no way to fake a flat Earth measurement? It
Well-
don't work the other way around.
He's right.
On a flat Earth, you can just point the beam upward and,
Mhm.
oh, we have 32 inches now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that is the most pseudoscience bullshit propaganda piece I think I've ever seen. It's sickening to me.
The one thing about that, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
They assert they take multiple measurements, but they show no data.
On a
The
flat
one
Earth,
thing-
the distance would grow
They don't
linearly,
document
whereas so if you pointed the laser up and it was obviously going up in height as you went further away, it would go up in a linear fashion. But if it was a round Earth, it would go up in an exponential fashion. 'cause you would
Who's
go
to say they didn't just point it up further and further
I don't-
each time? You see what I mean?
What you mean?
Well, that's true too. Absolutely.
Okay, that can't be ruled out. But what can be ruled out on a flat Earth is the fact that if you shoot a laser from 1.5 meters above the water, there's no way to get it to hit the other side at 1.5 meters at 25 miles. You can't fake that. What you could do on a flat Earth is fake it going up 600 feet in the air. If you wanted to try to like fake a globe Earth, you could do the same test, but you just like point the laser up a little bit so that it just so happens to be 600 feet in the air, you know?
Yeah, say maybe from a helicopter, Ace.
Right. So
All you
that's
gotta
the
do is
point.
angle it up. That's all you have to do.
Bro, this is a lie. This is sort of the definition of a conspiracy, especially since we have people like Stephen Hawking and PBS faking results.
That was just a TV show, bro.
Stephen Hawking didn't do anything.
No, I was just referring to it.
Well, you know what I mean.
In their methods. I agree that the data wasn't clear, but their methods.
They didn't document
What you're talking about, Busted, is the target they use, and because you could
That's my
make an
biggest
observation
issue.
on the target. I understand what you're saying. Nonetheless,
So how big is the average camera?
doesn't change the fact
Size
that
of a man's hand?
it was able to be seen. Right?
So let me ask you this: do you think there might be a practical reason why they wouldn't do it that way?
They probably
Do you
maybe the
think a
lake was
laser from
frozen.
25 miles can illuminate something where you can see the light?
Right.
No
Other
way.
than something that's like super light sensitive, like a I don't know, a photodiode.
I see. Yes. So that now we're getting to. Okay, I'm glad that we're getting to
Well, I mean,
where
that's a practical reason. I mean, you would never. I mean, what would happen is they would film the say it was a whiteboard. They'd film the whiteboard, and you'd barely see a little hint of blue. And they'd be like, "Well, no, it wasn't really the laser. It was like someone's LED on their phone or something, and that's what illuminated it." There'd just be a bunch of
It could be easily
water muddy.
Especially since, what did they have, a 3-foot divergence? Is that what y'all said?
At there 3 meters, it was like 3.7.
Oh, 3 meters, right.
Yeah, at
and
that
that
point.
I can't believe they were able to keep it that tight, personally. That is holy
Tight
crap.
ass.
Because I've played around with a decent laser, and even at, I don't know, a quarter mile at best, the frickin' thing was like 10
huge.
foot wide. Yeah,
they get diffused really quick.
Yeah, the laser on my Ruger at 100 yards, everything's hit with the laser.
Those things
and
are
pray.
Can't miss.
I hear you.
I tried to explain this to somebody earlier today about the inverse square law. I'm pretty sure most of you were around, and I'm like, no, it definitely goes
Yeah.
with lasers.
That was bad.
That was a joy to listen to, honestly. That was like one of the best things I've ever heard in my life. I'm not even kidding.
Thank you.
It's one of the most frustrating things I've ever had to say.
Yeah. The sad thing is, he might have actually been a theoretical physicist and that stupid.
I think
he might actually be able to do just math equations and shit, because that doesn't really take anything special. If you can grasp calculus, you can pretty much do anything else if you really like apply yourself and you have a TI-85 calculator. You know what I'm saying? But like, it's not. It has all that shit has nothing to do with using your logical reasoning faculties at all. Not even close. Yeah, and that was sad. Did y'all hear me call him out on the whole weight thing? Like when I asked him if I weighed an aluminum can, which I've done this before, by the way.
With the heat.
He said it would get heavier, and the reason why is because you're adding heat, which is energy, and it's going to increase the weight. Most people honestly would have said the weight doesn't change, and that's the weight. to me, if gravity is a force and mass is mass, and I'm not adding any atoms to a substance, I don't care if it's 500 degrees or 32 below, it should still weigh the same, like a hunk of metal, right?
That's what I would have said, actually.
I know, and me too. And when people told me, because I have to do precise weight measurements at work, and when people told me, like, you got to let the shit cool off, I was like, what the fuck? And it happened one time. I was getting these weird results, and this dude, this old timer dude, comes in and he's all like, yeah, look at this. And he just like takes this piece of aluminum and he's like just holding it in his hand for a second. And then he puts it back on the scale and all of a sudden it weighs less. And we're talking about multiple milligrams. There is no explanation for that in modern science, period. Modern science does not mention it. They don't talk about it. They don't give an explanation.
What are you trying? What would the explanation be? Like, not what is the claim you're making? I'm just curious.
Well, I didn't make it. No, first of all, I just asked the guy, and he got it wrong. He said that and by the way, we're only talking about a few degrees. We're talking about room temperature versus just holding something in your hand for a second and like kind of like just slightly warming it up. Not even to body temperature, just slightly warmer. Put it back down, and all of a sudden it weighs less, noticeably less too. By the way, it's not just like some error of a scale. Cools back down, it goes back to normal weight. Okay. Now he said that it would weigh more because you're adding energy. Then all of a sudden, when I said no, it actually weighs less, blah blah blah, he starts to give me all the reasons why it should weigh less, and I'm like, bro, do you not understand what you're doing right now? He's like, and then there's all these variables and but yet
thousands,
when he wants
millions of variables.
Yeah, but when he wants to measure mass attracting mass, which you can't manipulate anything, there's no variable. Motherfucker. I was like, I don't know if he's a straight shill or he just can't see what he's doing. It's 11:11. Make a wish.
So like, what the claim would be like? Something gaining or losing temperature it makes it way different, and that simple act can't be explained by science. Is that what you're saying?
Not any kind of current models. No, of course not.
Right.
It can be explained by science.
Just not the science.
Bro, if we use science to figure out why, of course, because when you heat things up, they get lighter, like gas, right? You heat water up enough and it no longer becomes water, it becomes gas. The whole point is I was not taught this kind of shit in school. I was never taught if you weigh a hunk of metal on a scale and then just heat it up a little bit, all of a sudden it weighs less. Like, what? Are you reducing its mass somehow? No. So that shows me that what accounts for the weight of something is completely different than what we've been told. Because if it's just literally the mass of an object and the gravity attracting to another mass, it should not matter the temperature of that mass. Period.
But it clearly does.
Maybe it's like the convection currents, you heated the material up or the metal. Maybe it's like the drag, or like the air, rushing up around it as it's, it's like the hot air is rising from around it. Maybe so it's like lifting a little bit.
When you first stated that, I thought that was completely ridiculous, and then I thought about buoyancy and density. I was like, maybe that's right.
Natural convection, man. It's not ridiculous.
Well, no, about the weight in general.
It makes me think about how hot air rises and cold air sinks.
Yeah.
Right. It's this whole energy thing, and for instance, clouds, they're made of water vapor. That defies the laws of gravity. Period. Because a water molecule is much heavier than the hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen that is surrounding it.
That's true.
You see what I mean? And that's why we have oceans with water that's all collected together just swimming around in the ocean. But what happens is, in reality, when we have water vapor or just water molecules that are not attached to each other, clinging on to each other, and it has nothing to do with heat. Okay, steam is one thing, sure. Steam rises, but the point is, water vapor that makes up clouds, that has had a chance to cool to room temperature, if you will, right?
It's not steam.
There's no reason for water vapor to stay up there and just form these clouds that just chill all day long. That is fucking that to me, that disproves gravity by itself. Now, there's another theory for why that may be the case, is because these molecules of water are charged, and their charge is what's keeping them up there, a lot like a static electric effect.
Yeah, because as you go up higher in the atmosphere, the more electricity there is.
Right, and that's why it requires higher and higher charged water molecules to go up higher and higher. So like the higher you go, the higher the charge of the water molecules, and that's why you see different kinds of clouds.
And that's
so like
why
the
you would
lower,
have most of the lightning happening within a cloud. Most lightning, not all lightning, but most lightning happens within these charged masses called clouds. I think that's a valid possibility.
And then the whole thing with how spiders, they do their ballooning thing, the silk ballooning. They just let out a little strand of silk, and all of a sudden they're like flying around, but they're doing it in like a warehouse with zero wind currents, you know, and they're like going up and down in elevation, and they are defying gravity as we know it. They are more dense than the air around them, yet they can just maintain lift.
Bumblebees don't have enough lift on their wings to actually fly.
Yeah, and that's a whole different process.
What about
probably
bees?
using sound? Regular bees.
Yeah, bees don't get affected by the wind.
Anyways, real quick, for anyone that doesn't know, these little spiders that release silk and they go fly around, they found the reason why is because they're enacting an electric potential on their spider silk. They're basically varying a current along the silk. They're like emitting an electric field essentially. And that electric field is doing something to interact with the 100 volts per meter electric gradient or whatever the fuck you want to call it of our atmosphere. But it's very fascinating.
So clouds, as you say, defy gravity. So what is their explanation for that? Like a glober or the scientific globe?
Oh no, the globe doesn't have any. There isn't.
Oh.
There isn't. It's just It's just not talked about.
Except gravity.
Oh yeah, but it defies gravity, so the very nature of it goes against.
Oh, 100%, man.
Yeah.
100%.
I just like knowing what the globe argument is, so I can understand it better. Because I feel like if I know where they're coming from.
The only thing I've ever heard with a globe argument that involves heavier particles floating is when you're talking about heat, like when you heat up steam or smoke, like smoke rises, steam rises, and that's only because it's been heated up. But think about this too. The very fact of heating up a particle is introducing a charge on it as well. Okay. Now, the thing is, when smoke rises, smoke is little tiny particles that it has a chance to cool very, very quickly. So the smoke itself, too, should just rain back down to the earth as soon as it cools off to room temperature. Or ambient temperature, I should say, right? I'm telling you, there is no... If you want to live in the models where mass is attracting mass and gravity is a force, we should not have clouds. We should not have smoke plumes.
Yeah, we do.
we shouldn't have a lot of things. Actually, we should not even have a atmosphere of mixed gases either.
Clouds
We
work
should-
off of time space particles. I'm joking.
What?
I mean, sure.
It kind of reminds me of how I have a problem when they talk about ray tracing for for computer animation and that. I have a problem with how the mathematics for it, like just in like how long it takes them, like it shouldn't really take that long because you just having the light in the scene. So you shouldn't be mathematically like calculating all the light. It should just be there. Like it doesn't make any sense.
Right. It's so interesting.
What about bugs on the ceiling?
What about them?
They're on the ceiling, bro. Walking.
Yeah, I never
Because
noticed.
they have the sticking stuff on there.
That's so interesting. I want
Land
to
on
walk
their
on the
feet.
ceiling.
Well, you weren't designed for it, dude, so you won't be able to.
Unless you
Nick,
get bit by
what
a
was your
radioactive
other
spider.
account name, Nick?
Other account name.
Yeah. The one when earlier when we were talking about urine and stuff.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. No, it's all good. It's whatever. All right.
Yeah, I would
next.
like to compile a list of like everything that defies gravity or like basic laws that like
Right.
what they claim
Normal
prove the globe.
convention.
Right.
Okay.
I would love to like have a giant compiled list of that stuff.
Who asked me? Who asked me what was my nick?
Yeah, KY, real quick. Think about this. Let's say you took iron filings, right?
Right.
And you turned them into dust. Whatever you want to do to the iron filings. I don't care if you heat them up, you do anything to these iron filings. And let's say you just spray them out into the air and you hold them under a magnet. They are all going to be attracted to the magnet because that's a force. You see what I mean?
Right.
Now, if the Earth was a force of gravity like a magnet, okay, everything that weighs anything that has mass should be sucked down and put into layers. And that's not what we see. There's something different going on.
Something that can't be explained.
Well, I'm sure there's explanations for it. I don't want to even necessarily get into them. For me, they're more theories. I haven't even looked. I haven't cared enough to look into it enough to like. Yeah.
The only way I can see all this happening is if we're in a simulation. I know some of you don't like it, but if it's programmed into the system and to have the reactions that all this stuff does, that would be a good candidate for that.
Yeah, no. And the thing is if it were a simulation, creating human thought wouldn't be that difficult.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Creating human thought in computers wouldn't.
No. I'm saying the physics, just the physics stuff alone. I'm not talking about you could program the how the stuff moves and how it would interact. You could program that.
Right. I agree that the Earth has a very clever designer.
Yes,
but I don't think that necessarily makes it a simulation.
Yeah.
There's deep simulation. Let
me ask you this: by simulation, for me, there's like two kinds, I would say. One is like your body is like in a living room somewhere else, like with a virtual reality headset or like plugged into a matrix, but you physically exist somewhere else, and now we're in like a digital world, right? Or another simulation theory would be you're just pure consciousness, like God, essentially having a dream in a way. You see what I mean?
That's a good way to think.
In a way, you could have, it could be either or. You don't know.
Right.
Which one you're in.
Damn it. I missed your answer, but whatever.
He said he could agree it could be either or because you would never know which one you're in.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's the whole point of the simulation theory, right?
I guess I never liked the idea of a simulation, mainly because globe earthers are so like welcoming to it, like, oh yeah, so it'd be cool if we lived in a simulation.
Well, because
Yeah,
it was
if you ever-
programmed into them.
Right.
Right.
It was programmed. Like,
Yeah.
the thing is, like, we know the earth is flat. And with the physics and all that, and we know that, well, water can't bend on the globe. So it would have to be some kind of either it's an actual physical reality or a virtual reality.
Right. And what I say about it was programmed into them, I mean programmed into them through media, through movies.
Yeah, Neil
through
deGrasse
scientists.
talking about it, you know.
Well, yeah, it's programmed.
Their priests in their religion talk about it all the time. You know, these scientists talking about, oh yeah, you know, supersymmetry and this and that, about basically simulation, and then saying directly, oh, it has to be a simulation. We found browser code in my anus, whatever.
There's no reason for me, I guess.
Stupid. No, I'm not saying it's a stupid thing to bring up, but I just, if they tell you it's something as a catch-all, oh, it might be simulation. That's the exact thing I say. Yeah, it can't be that because they're saying it is.
Yeah, I just don't like the idea that people are so like accepting of a simulation, but you bring up flat Earth and they get like,
Mad.
woe is me. They get so angry about it.
How could
like
you
any other
be so stupid? Yeah.
Right. What? It pisses me off. Like you have people like Elon Musk up there saying, "Yeah, you know, it's perfectly plausible."
Yeah, but he laughs at dead deer, so we got that. Got him, boys.
Wishes were fishes. But yeah, I talked about the earlier a little bit ago about the things that like defy gravity and stuff like that. I hope that someday, like, I don't know how long the list would be or how many examples we can produce, but just like a general compiled list of everything that goes against the idea of gravity,
yeah,
or something that doesn't like fit their scientific theories and stuff like that.
Now there's several spiritualists who have been documented to have defied gravity. I know this is a way out there thing.
Well, like levitation?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I don't know how I feel about it either. I just bring it up because I find it an interesting topic, because if if there's a way that spiders do it, there's a way that, you know, bumblebees do it in a different way.
Do it.
Huh?
Maybe they're programmed to do it, huh?
This brings us back to that dark gravity that we brought up a couple of days ago.
Well, I wasn't here for it.
Oh, it's just a joke. You know how they invented
dark matter and dark energy.
Yeah, dark energy, dark matter to explain things they don't get. Well, here's gravity that doesn't make sense. So how about dark gravity?
Well, that's what dark energy and dark matter.
If you're gonna go on that, then you gotta be like, okay, then how did Jesus walk on water? Like, if you're gonna, ask about that.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Dark gravity. We can keep answering with it.
That whole shit. All it is because so science got into the cult of atomism, or also called the cult of quantum, and it's all quantum means is quantification, which is essentially it means everything has to be a particle. Everything has to be a real physical thing, and blah 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 blah. Yeah, it has to be countable. Really, is what it means. You have to be able to count it. And I'm sorry, I completely I had a point and then I got disconnected and whatever.
Yeah.
So,
It's
but
got
y'all
to
know
be
what I'm saying.
quantifiable. That is
right.
Yeah, that's
yeah. So the problem is though that all of the original scientists, all of them that gave us all of our modern technology and everything, like Tesla, all of them, they believed in the ether. They were like, hey, everything is ether. We're in this like big swimming pool of ether, and different stuff excites the ether to act a certain way, which gives us light or gives us physical shit or magnetism or gravity even, right?
I would say
And
that Nikola Tesla.
So dark energy and dark matter and all that bullshit is to explain away why we're seeing, when we try to put things into quantifiable little nuggets, it doesn't work out, right? When we try to say, oh, everything is this mass and blah blah blah, and it interacts, well, it doesn't work out. So that's why we end up with theories that the universe is 95% dark matter and dark energy, shit that we can never ever see and we can never ever measure or detect. Well, that's the ether. Duh. Right?
So like dark matter, dark energy, those aren't provable. Like,
hey, would you guys
by
agree
the very
Can I
definition
say
there?
something?
No, not even according to mainstream science, they admit that they have no way of proving it. I mean, they know it's there because it.
Well, no, they don't know it, so that it has to be there in order for their equations to work.
They say the only way they can measure it is by the absence of it.
Oh.
Would you say that Nikola Tesla made peace?
Nikola Tesla is responsible for all of our modern electrical
And we have
shit.
internet. We make peace on internet.
Well,
I don't know about all that, but sure.
One man just did that, and he made like all this possible.
if we had more free thinkers like Tesla or people in the science community like Tesla, then I think the world might be just a little bit better.
Yeah.
Right. Unfortunately, everyone is trapped into this quantumization mindset. This reality is hard and firm. Like even the modern science says that atoms are like 99.99999% vacuum, and nothing really physically touches.
Yeah.
Like they're beating around the bush, when it comes to what's really going on. And I don't know why they do that. It all started with Einstein. Like everyone before Einstein knew about the ether. And then once Einstein was popularized, science really, really went downhill since then. And there's places in Russia where they teach against Einstein. Like they're still teaching people the old school kind of shit. And I've talked to a few of these people, and they're on a whole nother level.
That's why Vlad's so smart, right?
It could be. Well, there's a guy. He goes by Nick Research now, and I used to do podcasts like 4 years ago, and the open panel kind of stuff. And I had a guy named Itmar. He's from Estonia, and this guy was like doing vortex like water systems for greenhouses and like building like hexagonal dome greenhouse structures with like vortex water spinning systems and shit, and like copper rods in the ground to make plants grow. Like he would make a tomato plant, like it would say in 6 months it would grow like 4 foot tall. Like he was making them grow like 10 foot in 6 weeks. You know what I mean? And just using all these principles of energy.
Yo,
but
that guy's dope as fuck.
Yeah, and then there was Nick, who was like too smart for his own good. I think he was like kind of going crazy, and he left for a while. But I've seen him back on the scene. He has a YouTube channel. He does live streams, and I think everyone should subscribe to him. Check him out. This guy named Nick Research, Nik. I will try to find a link about that. It's fat. I like listening to him. I don't do it too much, but
I like.
Yeah, these people. Yeah. So, anyways, the whole point though, throughout schooling, he was taught in school that Einstein is full of shit, and he was taught a whole different level of physics than, say, Americans are taught. You see what I'm saying?
So, what was he taught that went against Einstein's beliefs or theories?
Well, I mean, just the whole fact that the relativity shit is just some ad hoc, unprovable, made up bullshit.
Right.
He knew about the ether. He knew about vortex mathematics, all these other things that were just not taught these days.
Do you know any good videos about the ether? Or like any books?
The ether? Sure, hold on.
What am I doing in math and physics? Damn it.
Lost Science by Jerry Vassilatos. That's a really good book. Everyone should read that one.
Is it a video or a book?
No, it's a book. Lost Science. That's what it's called.
I'm gonna go, guys. Have a nice night.
You as well.
You too.
I think I'll dig it up from archive. Hold on.
Okay, sweet dreams, Earl.
Good night, Earl.
Night.
So where are we at? Voice text. I'm in VC checking. Yeah, I'll put it in voice text.
Oh, all right.
These are several old school scientific experiments that prove the ether. But yeah, look into it more if you want. The ether is all that there is, where everything's a manifestation of it. So also check out Thoria. Karen, what's Ken Wheeler's channel's name?
Theoria apophasis.
Oh yeah. That sounds more like it. Yeah. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna get you a link for gravity. What
Ether.
Gravity actually is, also.
Ether is the ocean of light that surrounds us.
So, what does ether explain? Just like by itself.
It's what light moves through. It's what radio microwaves move through.
It's what modern scientists want to try to refer to as dark matter. But it's not dark matter, it's the ether.
Yeah, so there's counter space, and then there's space. And space is like you can almost think of it like an ocean, and just say light, for instance, right? So light is just a wave, like a person splashing around in a swimming pool, right? And they create these waves that go outward. Well, those waves are what we perceive as light. That's just an example.
But light isn't a self-propagating physicality.
Yeah, it's not a thing. No.
Light is the movement of these basically the light stuff around us. It's all around us. It's what everything is.
Well, now think about magnetism then. Like if you had a magnet and you held it up to a piece of iron, what is that magnetic force, you might call it, which it's not a force, by the way, but it's an acceleration. What is that? What is the magnetism? You see what I mean? You can't define it. I'm telling you, in modern scientists, they can't define it.
It is pretty hard to define.
Yeah, you can say what the effects are, just like gravity. You can say, 9.8 meters per second down, blah, 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 right? Or you could say light, it makes things light up or bright. But you can't really define what it is. It's a field. This is all based on what's called field theory, and that's what's been taken away from modern education. It's called field theory.
Like Tesla would always find the resonant frequency of things in order to either perturb them or to excite them in some way. Like when he created that earthquake in New York, just by hitting a pillar at a certain frequency, finding the resonating frequency of the earth.
Right, and it's the same concept with an opera singer breaking glass, like a wine glass, for instance. Yeah. Or how a Rife machine works against viruses.
What is it called? The Schumacher resonance?
Schumann resonance is the
Schumann resonance. That's
seven whatever hertz.
Yeah. It's what every living thing, its frequency.
Right. So and we depend solely actually on this. We would die quicker if we were removed from the I guess you could call it like the magnetic heartbeat of Earth, right?
Yeah.
We would die quicker than if we ran out of oxygen. And this kind of also negates the whole concept of space travel. Like there cannot be space travel to all these other planets and shit. Like we are bound to the Schumann resonance of Earth.
Wasn't there a lady scientist who studied this, and she warned against space travel because of it? I can't remember her name.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that was.
Lady scientist.
The Schumann resonance, I also studied the Mandela effect quite a bit, and it gets brought up a lot there. The Schumann resonance when I was looking into it, it was over the last 3 years, but it's probably more like 5 now. It's changed dramatically. So what effect would you say that has as an effect on life on Earth, seeing as how we're all tuned to it?
Well, we wouldn't know. We would have to do a certain amount of study to figure it out. But I do know when you're in a dissonant frequency, you'll have vomiting, you'll have headaches, your heart could stop.
Yeah, poop yourself. Yeah, because your heart itself is a electromagnetic frequency. The circadian rhythms and all that. But as far as the Schumann resonance, it's been changing. It's not like that much though. It's like point something wise.
I think.
But wouldn't you? And it's been raising. Wouldn't you also say that it seems like and this is only a subjective, deduction, but wouldn't you say that everyone around you, including yourself, has been becoming more like open-minded and kind of into just, I don't know, more like spiritual type of things?
Kind of like,
for me, this whole like 2012, all this kind of shit. Like, I didn't see anything at the point, but now looking back, I'm like, holy shit, people are actually less sheepish than they used to be. Even the NPCs are like a little more accepting or easy to talk to about these.
Like, I could somewhat agree with that. For me, I mean, I've always been pretty much as far back as I can remember. I mean, I was one of the few people who on 9/11, as the towers were falling, I was going, this can't happen. There's something wrong with this. Like a lot of people, it took them a decade.
Oh, really?
Yeah. While it was happening, I said it out loud in the break room at work, and everybody thought I was saying, like, this can't be happening. No, I was saying this can't happen. Like,
yeah, I hear you. I wasn't like, I didn't know what I knew. Like, I knew, like, something in me knew, like, I was watching a TV show, even though it didn't register quite at the time. But I remember thinking to myself, oh, good. And I was in college at the time. I was like, and I just got a PlayStation 3. Like, it had just come out and shit, right? And I'm like, oh, good. No school today. I get to play PlayStation 3. Like, something about it seemed so fake to me that it didn't even register as something important. And it never did. It never did for me, the whole 9/11 thing. But also, I didn't know it was fake.
I have to be honest,
to the point I knew today.
I knew before the building even hit the ground that what eyes couldn't happen. Just because immediately I knew it broke the laws of physics. It can't fall at that speed through those floors, like, just something about it right away. It's just, I had seen buildings
demos,
demolished in like Vegas and stuff, and I'm like, no, this is not what would happen plane hitting it at that height. It would have broken off, tipped over, and like, it was just that obvious right away.
So the question is, but did it register to you that it was like fake, as in like a hoax, like the inside job, or just something?
Inside
it
job,
feel right.
Not. I didn't think all this CGI stuff and like complete hoaxes.
Oh, that's not what I mean. I mean, wrongly perpetrated. Whatever. You know what I mean?
I knew that there was no way that a plane did that. That immediately hit me before the building even hit the ground.
It took me a year and a half, and in that year and a half, I realized, like, when they were talking about the Air Force standing down because of a drill, I was like, I was in the Air Force. I was like, that's not what we do. We rush to the scene. It's a game to see how fast you can get there. It's not, stand down because it's a drill. That's not how it works. That's not how war games work. That's not how these drills work. The readiness or the ready preparedness. You don't stand down. That's ridiculous. And the fact that they said that, I was like, oh my God, this is all bullshit. Like, in a year and a half, when they said that, I was like, no.
Yeah, when the first building fell, I didn't think much of it, but when the second one did the same thing, it was like, no. It made it down probably 20 floors before I think I said out loud, this can't be happening, or this can't happen. There's no way in reality that this is possible, And and right away, so I was doing 9/11 from day one, skeptical of it all.
Yeah, that makes me think, though, too, like, the people that get it, I think
that
they
woke
were
us up
born. No, I think they were born with the ability to get it. I think there's people that are unsavable. They will never, ever.
There's people that you can show it to them, to their face, and you could even admit, I think the government could come out and say, they could admit, say that it was an inside job, and they still would brush it off, say, I don't believe that.
Yeah, and I'm not just talking about this one event. I mean, like things in general, like how they, there's some people, and it's almost like it's not just because they were programmed, you know, growing up. It's like literally they were born not being able to see. They just, it sounds so weird, but and I hate
it's messed up, and I hate
might be the
I
case.
hate that you're probably right.
To bring it back to the human resonance, though, what you were saying about more people opening their eyes, I would say yes. From what I see of people around me, they are a little bit more accepting of these alternative ideas, but not by much. Not you know, they're not willing to go all the way with. They're not.
I'll tell you what. That last eclipse, something changed, and I think a lot of people started waking up to things, becoming less compliant. And I agree with you on the 2012 thing. Hindsight, things have changed drastically since then. But since that eclipse, I've noticed a definite change just in the general feeling of the world around me. I don't know what happened, but something definitely happened.
Well, like 2012, even though everybody was predicting like the end of the world, 2012 does seem like a pretty good marker of some kind of a change because, I mean, think about it. That's when the flat Earth really took off. That's when you guys might not be into the Mandela effect. A lot of people really poo-poo on that, but
I am.
You know, yeah, that really took off right at about that time. You know, and especially if you're gonna even if you don't believe in it, like if you've researched it and you see just how spiritual or philosophical it really is, and how it forces you to think of other possibilities. You know, it's another part of your brain.
Bullet, you got something to say?
No, I was just agreeing. Sorry.
Agreeing with what?
What are you saying?
Exactly.
Yeah. What do you mean? You sound like you're trying to tee off with me here, buddy. I'm just trying to.
Already did it. Go on. What were you saying, Lou?
Oh, I pretty much wrapped it up. I just heard the and let you guys take over.
It's disturbing. I just moved him up to the noobs.
Yeah, I don't appreciate that.
I don't care what you appreciate. You don't come in and start being a jerk for no reason.
Yeah,
well,
I wasn't doing anything.
I don't know that he was being a jerk. What was he?
He was just saying stuff, and I was like, okay.
Because
Like,
it looks like he's just been let out of Cogdis.
I think you guys are just overreacting. Please continue the conversation now.
Yeah, well, we might be though, and the whole problem is that it's constant all day, every day that people come in here and they're not serious. You know what I mean?
I understand.
So just keep that in mind. That's all. All right.
Right, I understand.
No, if you were making those to what we were saying,
right?
Did you?
Yes.
Oh, please, you have the floor.
Wait, what do you mean?
You interrupted him.
I didn't interrupt anybody.
Well, we were talking about.
You stopped the conversation because I made a.
We were talking about the Schumann resonance, and then we talked about
and you stopped the conversation, not me.
As being somewhat of a turning point for enlightenment, having to do with these topics that were mentioned, flat Earth and Mandela effect and everything else. Do you have something to add on that?
Well, I mean, I would like to, stay here and see what the conversation is more like. I want to, just. I don't want to just join and jump it right into it. I would like to, stay here, and if I,
Okay, well then, maybe keep yourself on mute until you do have something you would like to say. Then you can make those sounds without anybody.
Okay, yeah, you can trust me.
Pop them back in Cogdis, please.
Yeah, keep in mind people have fragile egos.
Oh, understandable.
What's up, Ace? How's your night going so far?
Dude, great. I got a 2-hour massage earlier and went to the chiropractor.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
Got a tune-up?
Fuck yeah, man. It was great.
Beautiful.
It's been a while since I've had a massage, actually.
Damn. Yeah, it was a week for me. Only because I got a new chick because my normal one wasn't available, and the last time I had an hour, and I was like, holy shit, you're good. Like, I mean, I like deep tissue, you know what I mean? Like, because I got some knots and whatnot. Yeah, anyways, whatever. That's besides the point. It was good.
Did you pay the $5 extra for the happy ending?
No,
You
I was
gotta ask
happy
that.
from the whole thing. But yeah, I gave her $33 tip. Actually. because the last time I was there, somehow we started talking about numerology, and I found out her number was a 6, and I barely remember this too. And she brought it back up. She's like, "Hey, I looked into that thing and blah blah blah. Yeah, you're right. I was a 6 and da da da." I was like, "What is your birthday? I wonder if you're a 33 master number." And it turned out she was. And it just so happened I had like a 20, a 10, and 3 ones. And I had another 22. I probably should have just gave her all the cash I had. But, you know, I gave her $33 since she's a 33.
That's
I don't
amazing.
know. Whatever.
You should have slapped the 20 on the table after, and then gave. That's what you're saying. Then you give her the $33.
My yeah, if you add up all the numbers in your birthday, you get what they often call your life path number. And mine's actually a 32. A 32, but you add them together, it's a 5.
Oh, wow.
So you're an adventurer.
Yeah, it's the adventure one, yeah.
You like the outdoors and all that kind of stuff.
How does that work again? Say that again. You had to get.
You add up every number. So if your birthday was, February 3rd, 1970 or something, you would say 2 plus 3 plus 1 plus 9 plus 7 plus 0. You add all those up, and then if you get a number like 32 or 40 or whatever, then you have to add those together as well to get your final. It's a distillation.
Where do you find the results? What chart has the number? What that means?
It's a numerological distillation of the date of your birth. You could look. I mean, there's books written on it. There's
excuse me. I actually I'm very offended right now. I have a role that depicts my cognitive dissonance, and I don't appreciate it at all.
Oh, that's because you're in the cognitive dissonance room.
Yeah, you're being penalized.
And if you ever leave this voice chat, you won't be able to get back into any voice chat.
Whoa! That is extremely volatile. Could I get this removed, please?
Bullet, what do you think the shape of the Earth is?
A triangle.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, that's probably why you're incognito.
So,
I don't know about that.
Like, the problem is you might not have done anything really necessarily wrong, but we have like pretty good intuition, and we like preemptively like knew. You see what I'm saying? Like somebody was like, yeah. Like I'm gonna use my intuition on this.
I'm sure I don't get what you're saying.
I'm sure
Dude, at the end of the day, man, if you're actually interested in like the topic, and also that you're not here just to joke around, you can be let out of there and totally be a part of the community. So
but can I get a role called Triangle Earther?
Yeah, if you're gonna do that, it's probably not.
You've got it. You've got it. It's called cognitive dissonance. It's a different language.
No, because that's just my viewpoint. Like, I mean, you guys are obviously discriminating towards me.
Well, maybe we should make a troll. Role.
No, but I'm not trolling. The Earth is a triangle.
Yeah. All right, then if you're not trolling, then let's go ahead and ask you. So, what is your evidence or your belief or anything about the Earth being a triangle? Tell us.
Well, I mean, there's a few things. So, obviously, the Earth is flat, but it's in the form of a triangle. And, things to show for evidence there is, we have the pyramids. It's a prism of the triangle. And, the Illuminati.
I missed it. Start over. Start over.
Pyramid and Illuminati.
You gotta start over.
He is kind
And
of
then we have
He's definitely a troll.
I'm definitely not a troll, dude.
Hey, Bullet, I'm going to give you one good response you can give them for future trolling. Say that you measured the Earth by just doing 8
Actually,
inches per mile.
I'm honestly kind of offended here.
No,
like,
listen.
He
8 inches,
triangulated the shape of the Earth.
8 inches per mile.
like
Don't
the
square
Bermuda
distance and you'll
Triangle.
get
Like,
a
are you
slope.
guys closed-minded? Like the Bermuda Triangle, dude. Like, come on. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, we are, and we're racist against triangle earthers, unfortunately.
Racist? Yeah, you're a genius, by the way.
I
Yeah, 'cause
I actually
triangle earthers
literally
probably
am.
is, yeah.
But,
Yeah, because
you know.
triangle earthers are racist people. Yeah, you're a genius, dude. Yeah, you're not prejudiced. You're racist. Yeah, dude, you're a genius.
Yeah, just like Jews, you know how they're a race, but they're not really. The same thing with triangle.
No, they're
earth.
not a race.
I don't
Hello?
like any of them.
Wait, what? Jews are not a race. Hello?
Oh, they're not.
Say
Tell
that to a Jew. Yeah, say that to a Jew.
Actually, the Jewish people don't want to be considered a race. Are you?
Yeah, careful.
Oh
with-
yeah. You sure about that?
You-
There's
unless-
actually articles to prove that, but you know.
They might upload a 12-hour video and have it all
No.
down for saying something like that, though.
No, the churches of Judaism.
Oh,
I'm not
you're
sure
a
what they call their
genius
churches,
too,
but-
huh?
Wait, so what do you know about Jews? Why do you know so much? Are you a Jew too?
I'm not saying I know so much about Judaism. I'm just saying they don't want to be called a race.
How do you know?
That's common info. That's public
Do you
information.
know them? Or you're like, are you them?
That's public information.
You are them, aren't you? You
No,
are
no,
them.
no. They commonly refer to themselves as
Bro.
the Jewish race.
I can
No,
hear
they
your curly
don't.
sideburns through the phone. I can hear them.
No, I don't think you
You're
can.
brushing
Yeah,
it.
You can smell your
I can hear the
locks.
cholesterol from your throat, like while you're talking. Like, I can tell you're obese as fuck. I can literally hear the insulin shots you took this morning. You have type 1 and type 2 diabetes. You're
This is a
disgusting.
freaking IDF guy. What the hell?
Hey, still beats, man.
So you aren't here to troll, right?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
The Earth
Oh,
is a
okay.
triangle.
All right.
Do you understand a little bit more why
I
you
don't
have
want to borrow no money, okay?
Huh?
Do you see why you have the
Bro,
cognitive
who
dissonance?
Yeah, I
slapped
know.
that on him? Who gave that to him?
I don't know.
A single golf clap. Would you like the Thor's hammer roll? Did he already get that roll?
No, he needs it.
No.
Is he here?
Bullets.
Yes.
Oh, wait, we're assuming her gender. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to assume her gender.
It's up there.
Ace, what is your life path number?
11.
Ooh, nice.
What's
So it's,
30?
so it's a 2.
Yes.
You.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and pretty
It's
much
also
everything
considered-
is pretty
It's also
spot on.
considered a master number because it's 11. 11, 22.
And I might add the
33.
best lover.
Do you have any
That
link
actually
for
does
any
say
of this kind of stuff?
No, I haven't found anything I really, really like online as far as the life path breakdowns, but the best breakdowns I've ever seen is in a book called Glennis Has Your Number. And I don't own that book anymore because my evil, evil ex-fiance took it along with my dog. And yeah. But I credit numerology for kind of almost a little bit waking me up to things that are more than just what we've been told. You know what I mean?
How are you gonna let your fiance take your dog?
Mine took the cat. It's just easier that way.
Yeah, dude.
Because they want like joint custody of it. Are you kidding me?
Joint custody of the
cat,
poop.
lady.
Yeah.
So mine is 39, and I'm not sure I agree with any of this.
Yeah, I think the interpretations that people give, that's the thing. Like, that's just their individualized interpretation, because the numbers themselves, in my viewpoint, they all have very particular frequencies. They have connections to luminaries. Like 5 is Venus, for example, and that has to do with the actual way that Venus moves over the Earth in its frequency pattern, represents for 5, and so on. So there's in my viewpoint, the best thing to do is to kind of like get a distillation. Like, you can read a lot of different ones and then like Yeah, exactly.
Wait,
And then
who said you're 39 though?
I did Deuce. Deuce Falls.
Okay, hold on, real quick. Wait. What is your birthday?
10973.
Well, your life path would be a 3 then.
Right. It's 3912-3.
Yeah.
I'm curious what mine is now. What is
Okay,
mine?
you're a 30 though. You're not a 39. Yeah. Anyways, you're a 3, and the point is, so let me give you like the most simple breakdown. You're most likely a musician first and foremost. Secondly, you're the kind of person that at least when you were growing up, if not now, like let's say you go to bed at night, alongside the bed, just thrown on the floor, might be some like dollar bills and shit.
Yeah, that's
okay.
That's a current happening.
Okay, this is. Do you see what I'm saying here? Like I can pick out like something that specific about you just based on the fact that I know you're a 3. Secondly, another thing would be like when you were in school, like you didn't like wear all the clothes all the other people wore. You had like an independent kind of style and stuff. You also might have been the class clown.
Yeah.
Also,
Still
you
a class
had
clown.
you had a lot of friends. Like say you had friends that were like jocks and they only hung out with each other, but you knew a few of those guys. Then you knew a few maybe band nerds, and then you knew a few, other people, whatever. The point is you were friends with everyone. And like a good story. So for 3s, let's say you and your friend, you go to a party like once a week. Like your friend's always having this house party every week. Let's say you and your friend always show up to this party together. Let's say one day your friend doesn't show up with you, right? Everyone says, hey, Deuce, blah, 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 what's going on, da-da-da, how you doing? Okay, now let's say next week your friend shows up, but you don't show up. What's going to happen is they're going to say, hey, friend, where's Deuce? Everyone's going to want to know where you are. But when your friend doesn't show up, it's like they don't even exist. There's this it's almost like this life of the party kind of. It's almost like the rock star number in a way. It's this like independent style musician or artist, very haphazard with money. No, I'm not.
Oh, I figured that's why you knew so much about it.
No, I know about numerology. I've done hundreds of numerology charts. I used to do these at parties where people are playing beer pong and shit, and by the end of the night, everyone is gathered around the table wanting readings. And that's just what we used to do. Yeah.
It's December the 18th, 1989.
You cheating right now? You calculate.
December 18th, 1989.
Yes.
Hold on. So that's a 3. That's also a 3. Same thing.
Everything you just told you then.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that Jesus is on my level. Or Jose. Sorry. I wouldn't say Jose is on my level.
Yeah, sure, Judas.
Well, here's the thing with numerology. Your life path is just one number.
Jose's a 2. It's 38. Jose's a 2.
Is he? What's the...
Yeah. He said 12/18/1989. Yeah, it should be a 2. It's 38. It's 38, and then that boils down to a 2.
No, it's 39. What are you talking about? That's 39.
All right. Figure mine out. 12/29/81.
12 what?
12/29/81.
Dude, that was amazing what you said about the 3s, man. That was awesome. A lot of that's so spot on, because part of the thing with the 3, like a little bit like the rock star, the center of attention in some ways, like in groups, like the 3 number where it's in a grand trine where you've got a triangle that's 320-degree angles, which obviously makes 360. So 120, 120, 120, and you get what's called a grand trine. So when you have like three different celestial objects, like luminaries that are all in a grand trine, it's like a really amazing harmony of an energy. And one thing about the threes, that's where it can be like, it's like you, someone else, and someone else, but like you're kind of the center point, and you're like this harmonious center point between those other two.
Yeah. Now, who was the last person that?
We got to do Jose, because do it again. His should be a 2, because I would love to hear what you say.
All right, we'll see. I actually, he does seem to me more like a 2 talking to him.
Yeah.
Personally,
You were
because
talking
he's a
about
mediator. He's a mediator.
Of threes.
Wait,
Is that like the Zelda logo, perhaps?
It's anything. It's a trinity of.
Yeah, but I mean,
totally not on my level.
Is it like Zelda? You know.
I'm also 3.
Okay, who was the last person that gave me a birthday?
Jose. I keep on wanting to call.
No, after Jose, there's someone else that just gave me a birthday.
Oh.
Yeah, there was someone else.
Was there? Didn't hear.
No, after Jose. Dude, who was the last person that gave me a birthday? Because you're a 33.
Dude, I'm sorry, Ace. You're right. It is Jose is a 3. You're right.
June 4th.
I was punching it
1988. June 4th.
Real quick, I'm gonna. But, I got on the numerology calculator, and it is a 3-lick voice text for everyone.
Yeah, I know I did it wrong.
Yeah. Go to like 7 Life Path. I think might be a decent one. Whatever. Jose, just check out the different websites where just type this into Google, 3 Life Path, and read what it says. But I gave you a distilled version. See, I've always found it's better when I just give someone like a off the cuff what I feel about them based on their number, knowing what the numbers mean, right? It's always like stuff like the leaving money laying next to the bed. Like that's not a normal thing people do. Most
that was
people,
pretty accurate, and I didn't know how you knew that. I was like, "Are you in my room?"
No, most people are gonna keep their money in a wallet and like very because they have a lot of pride in it. You're just not motivated by that, and plus you have a mindset where you feel comfortable that it's just always gonna be there. It's not like a
you know CIA hired like remote viewers for decades. I don't think that stopped.
So what you're saying is Illuminati confirmed yet again? No, I'm joking.
I mean, dude, the Illuminati's a good thing, honestly.
Is it?
The real Illuminati, yeah, they're the Illuminated
I want to hear this. Yeah.
Hey, did you know that Nikola Tesla was also a 3?
It's good that we have some elite secret
Tesla
rulers that play with our lives. Basically, that's a good thing. I mean,
a lot of
one
people
thing
are
about
the
3 life path number does have this like harmonizing quality because of that grand trine quality as before, and I feel like Jose is very harmonizing on the server. Like you play a role.
Let me check this out. Gio, my brother was a 3, okay, and he died at 21 from some stupid virus or some shit. But anyways, before that, his friends used to call him Jesus Scott. Like literally, they called him Jesus Scott, and I couldn't ever pinpoint it. I'm like, why would y'all call him that? Like he doesn't really look like Jesus or anything. I don't know. They just thought he was that. Like you said, harmonizing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't know. No, who would know? But the point is, it's the attribute of that. Just it's compassionate. It's a great communicator. 3s.
Ooh.
Hence being a rock star, right? If you're a rock star, you're obviously a good communicator.
Right.
And
that's
also
where Jose might have fallen down on that one.
No say, Jose.
Just kidding. Go on, Ace. I don't mean to keep on cutting you.
No, that's all.
I want to bag on Jose a little bit.
Excuse me.
Oh, well, here's the deal. Threes are always starved to be the center of attention, too. So obviously,
I don't see that one doesn't actually fall upon me at all.
I thought you were a 3.
Yeah, like, but that one I was like, I don't see that at all.
Yeah, not in a it's not necessarily in a narcissistic way.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I do see that
Yeah.
a lot of me.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It it's
well, these are
but
such
yeah,
like these are when you to break them down, like there's to me these are like archetypes, and they're archetypal dynamics, and everybody's so unique and different that everybody expresses them uniquely.
well, here's the deal. So to keep in mind, you might be saying, well, if me and this guy are both 3s, then we should be like the same. But that's not the case, because a numerology life chart or chart or whatever, it's not just your life path. There's 5 other numbers that make up a chart. You have like a personality number, an attitude number. You have your power name. So like literally your name is breaks down into a number, and that has its own influence. Then you have your birthday number, literally the day of the month that you were born. That's another number. And then let's say you have repeating numbers in your chart. So let's say you're 2 people are a 3, but like 4 of the other numbers in their chart are like a 5. Well, all of a sudden you're going to be more swayed towards like these 5 characteristics, and you might be a
So when you said that you sort of sense some 2 energy in Jose, he probably does have something that's a 2, like you were sensing as well.
Oh yeah, Jose, what was your birthday again?
12/18/1989. It's in the voice text.
18 is a 9, which is a humanitarian number. So your birthday number, which is a 9, which is a 18, that's a humanitarian number. And the humanitarian number is like trying to raise the consciousness of the world, essentially. Like if a person was a life path 9, they would like their ideal job would be like an EMS person in an ambulance or something, right? Or like a philosophy teacher, or these different things that are humanitarian, but also trying to raise the consciousness of the world. And you might have other numbers like Jose or whatever. And so you have your birth name, which is a number, but nowadays, especially since we're online, if you've been using the same online handle for a long time, that's another number, like your online identity. Like, have you noticed that? Okay, you'll notice that maybe not you, but other people, they act different when they're online. And the reason why is if you break down the numbers according to their online name, say it's like an 8, but they're like a 2 in real life, and their real life name also breaks down to a 2. So they're going to be like this lover kind of a person that's like a mediator and just wants harmony and blah blah blah. Okay.
Whoa.
Yeah. Well, let's say they have like an 8 as their username online. They're going to act more like an 8 when they're logged onto that account. And that's where you get like people acting way different online. And I'm not talking about sock puppet names, but I'm talking about like the name you go by online. You know what I mean?
So me and Jose,
that's really interesting.
So me and Jose both have the same Chaldean number, the same lucky number, and the same life path number. Is that why we hate each other so much?
Possibly.
Well, so also you got to look into like numerology is also about relationships as well. So you can have a certain number that you are in life, and then let's say a partner. It could be a business partner, a wife, a girlfriend, your kids even, and they have this other number. And through numerology, you can learn a lot about where you're going to have problems in a relationship and where you're going to get along, you know?
Yeah.
Like certain numbers, it might come down to money that you just seem to argue about all the time. And numerology will actually specifically point that out. But the whole point is that your chart is made up of like 6 different numbers. Yeah. And what you do is you take those 6 numbers in a column. And then if you're trying to compare a relationship, you take, say, a girlfriend, and you put their 6 numbers in a column. And what you do is you compare each number in the column. And each number, 3 numbers will be a natural match. 3 numbers will be just compatible, right? Like you get along. And 3 numbers will be toxic. And what happens is when you do the chart with all 6 numbers, if you have like 4 numbers that say toxic, you're just not going to get along with that person no matter what you do. And if you ever run a chart on someone that just hated you for no reason, right? You know how sometimes people just, they first meet you and it's like they're your mortal enemy.
Yeah, that's how I've always felt about Jose.
Right. So the point the point is, if you were to run a chart on these people, you're going to see there's a lot of toxic matches.
Masculinity.
And it's, yeah, well, toxic masculinity, sure. But, you know, that's the whole point.
Are you talking horoscope?
I don't know. What?
Oh, I like it. Thank you.
You're talking about horoscope?
Sorry to interrupt, but do I keep adding the numbers until it gets to a single digit?
Pretty much. Well, to get
yeah.
your life path number for your birthday, yeah.
Yeah. What are you trying to add up?
August 7th, 2002.
Okay.
You just have to add them all. So
yeah.
8
So you're a 1, and a 1 is actually a natural leader. Believe it or not. So. Yeah, a 1 is the type that would be promoted to become like a manager or some shit. You know what I mean? And that's just an example. But yeah. But yeah. Go ahead.
Again, could you do mine? I just I know you probably said it, but I've only been paying half attention.
What is it? Yeah.
I said 122981. I don't see how you get down to one number with that. Maybe
you just check like Gematria and like the single.
Oh yeah. You were the 33.
I'm a 9, by the way. I'm a 9.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah, the 12, whatever, 20. Yeah, you're a 33. That's the rarest number. It's a master number, and master numbers. Something about master numbers is they have this internal conflict. Like, let's say you do something. Let's say you did a project for school, right? And you got the highest grade of everyone. You beat everyone out, but still in the back of your mind, you feel like you didn't do your best. Like it's almost like you have almost like a split personality where you're doing something, but you're also always like you're your own worst enemy at the same time.
Yeah, a perfectionist, somebody who thinks
a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
But now at the same time, you're a 33, which means you're a 6. That's a natural nurturer. So like that's like a natural parent, meaning like how old are you?
I'm 37. I have a 5-year-old.
37.
I think.
You have kids. Yeah. So that's the whole point. So yeah, you have kids. You're literally the most qualified person to be a parent of all the numbers, for real.
Wow. Like
also, let's say this: if I showed up to your house, I'm going to expect that you're offering me drinks. There's going to be plenty of places to sit down. It's going to be comfortable. It's going to be like really homey. You are a homebody. You're not like concerned with all this like clubbing and all this like other shit. You're you're about making your home, and it's like, like a lot of people these days, man, like their house, it's like really bare, and there's like not much personality. There's not much like warm family kind of feeling, but your place is gonna have that. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I think pretty much everything is pretty well described, except when it comes to the house, I'm not much like I'm kind of I let things get sloppy and then have to catch up later.
Okay.
But otherwise, like,
sure,
the other stuff was pretty good.
Yeah. But yeah, your whole motivation in life is family and taking care of others and making sure that they feel like
That
taken
part
care
right
of.
there, especially, I mean, I over concern myself with the state of the world, and like people always are saying when you get into this, what does it matter? Just worry about you. Just be happy. And I can't do that. I want to, I want to fix the world. I want to make it better for all. Pretty much, like.
Yo, Ace, what's your number? Ace, buddy.
11.
Oh, you're a 2? You're lazy.
Yeah, it's a master number 11. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm a little bit lazy.
I'm 11 then too. Fuck. Hey, tell me what the 8 is. What's the 8?
8 is a master number. You're like the most likely person to actually like go through college and get like a master's degree and all that shit.
Oh yeah.
You're just like you want to know everything about everything.
Yeah.
To the greatest detail and as best as you can. Whereas most people are satisfied with the just so answer. You like get to the bottom of everything. You study. It's a really good number for business. Like if you want to get rich, you could do it. So you know all the ways, to get like rich and shit.
Bitcoin, baby, Bitcoin.
Yeah, and you know all the inner workings of how all that shit works. Whereas a lot of other people that are other numbers, sure, they might invest in Bitcoin because they know it's an investment and all this other shit, but they have no idea how it works.
Oh, no,
they don't know what blockchains are and all this shit. But you study everything. So
down to the deepest detail, brethren. You're right. See,
so it's a good number for conspiracy theorists. I know, dude. I'm telling you, this numerology shit, dude. I was an atheist, and I didn't believe in horoscopes. I mean, nothing. Ghosts, horoscopes, all that shit. I was like, haha, whatever. And I'm telling you, my girlfriend got this book, and we were doing our numbers, and I was like, the book, like, you know how I just told you a couple quick little things? Well, this book would be like pages and pages of information, and it does not apply to anyone else. Like a horoscope, sure, like you could read a horoscope and it makes sense for almost anyone, right? It's like it's so vague. But this numerology shit's like, I don't know. But I took it a step further, and since I've done hundreds of readings on people, and some of these people I've known, like the leaving money beside the bed kind of thing is just something, like I didn't read that anywhere. I don't know. I came up with it just based on doing it and knowing these people. And you know what I'm saying? It just became a thing. Like any 3, like for the most part, like I know that they're like sloppy with money. Like they, you know what I mean? And you're probably not. And 8's probably not. And 8 like keeps track of all that shit. Yep. So yeah.
I don't give a shit about money.
Can I get in on
right,
some of
because
this
you're a
number
3.
action here?
One quick thing where you had said that I'm a 6 or a 30. At 33, that's
gonna
disturb me. Is
No,
33
33 is great.
Way when it comes to like you know, I mean, I know it's like an Illuminati number, Masonic number.
You're totally a Mason.
Yeah, now I'm a Mason.
No, see, yeah, even in Illuminati and all that, it's not a bad thing. It's literally the highest degree. It's the highest honor to be bestowed upon someone. It just means it's the rarest possible number that you could be. Like of all the people in the world, the fewest amount of people have a 33.
Okay.
And the 33 just means that you are a 3 and a 6 at the same time. You have this conflicting inner dialogue.
And that's where you got the split, almost a split personality type thing.
Right. And yeah, like there's part of you telling you like you're your own worst enemy when it comes to shit. You're constantly like cutting yourself down inside your head. You're like, you're constantly kind of telling yourself you're not doing the best you can, even though you really are, but you kind of feel that you're not sometimes.
Well,
you know?
that's how I motivate myself. You know.
Oh yeah, sure. It's a great motivator. It's a master number. It'll cause you to. It literally, and it's also considered one of the most evolved spiritual numbers. It's like you just understand things. You have great intuition.
Well, that comes back to where I was saying how I knew 9/11 while it was happening.
Oh, that was you. Yeah. See, yeah, nothing's gonna get past you. You're a mom or a dad, kind of. You know, it's like kids coming up to you and it's like, yeah, you could say whatever you want. I know it happened. You know what I mean? Like you go up to a 3-year-old, you're like, hey, who colored all over the walls? Not me. And you're like, okay, sure. And that's the same thing with 9/11, right? It's like,
I'm a pretty good sleuth. I know when somebody's lying to me, and
I'm telling you, this shit is so deep. This numerology shit and astrology too. It's super detailed. They go hand in hand. And okay, check this out. I meant to say this like several other times, and I never got a chance. The Mayans, right? The Mayans with the whole calendar, right? They actually named their kids. So think about this. You take your life path. It's a 1 through 9 possibility, right? It breaks down to a 1 through 9. Then you take your attitude number, you take your birthday number, and you take your power name and all these. You take your 6 numbers that make up your chart. Well, there's a probability, like when you're doing odds and you take all 6 numbers. Basically, there is about 512, I think it is. I could be wrong. It could be like a more or less. Just say it's 512 possible combinations using 1 through 9 to make up a 6-digit chart, right? Okay. So really what there is one out of 500 people are going to have the exact same chart as you with the same numbers, right? Now, what the Mayans did is when a kid was born, a child, their name literally meant what their number chart was. So they only had 500 and something possible names they would name a kid, and it was all based on their numerology and the day they were born. Have you ever heard that?
It's definitely interesting, but 512, that's actually that's a reasonable amount of names. I mean, you got so many Jims and Mikes and Joes.
Oh yeah. But check this out. What this is saying is, so like for instance, the 9, right? If you're a life path 9, you're way more predisposed to be like an emergency helper, right? Like a fireman or an EMS person, right? Or like a humanitarian kind of thing. If you're a 1 or an 8, you're more inclined to business. If you're a 2, you're like more like a mediator. A 3 would be like a communicator or entertainer, musician. A 4 is a teacher or like someone that studies and teaches. A 5 is like the kind of person that goes out on adventures and like finds new land and shit like that. 6 is a person that takes care of things, like a nurturer, like you are. A 7 is going to be your like holy person that's into all the spiritual things and blah blah blah, right? So do you see what I mean? Like how different people are predisposed on their numbers to certain things. So what happens is with the Mayan community, their name, it's almost like being born and the person knows you're going to be a good doctor even though you're a baby, right? And they name you doctor, and then this person gets named firefighter and this person gets named like priest, and this person gets named like business owner or some shit, right? And this person gets named like lawyer and judge or like mediator.
Yeah.
So like your name had weight based on numerology because they were all into that kind of shit.
You know, honestly, before listening to you about this stuff, I kind of didn't really give much care to it. You hear about Jemima.
All that shit's garbage on the internet. Like half the stuff, they're like, "Oh my god, there was a 33 and this and that and that."
Yeah, I didn't really give much interest into it, but yeah, you definitely seem to give it some more meaning, and it sounds interesting and compelling now. And then it brings me to the question then. So like you're talking how, you know, the Mayans, they pretty much assigned you what your life path was based off of when you were born. Now that makes me think about like in some socialist or communist places, you know, like where they'll tell you, you know, like this is going to be. Do they possibly use a method like this to determine that, or do they?
Oh wow, I don't. I doubt it since they're fucking commies. I don't even know if they know, but yeah, I don't know how that fucking shit works. I don't know, man. There like I said, there was I mean, what is a name? In a name you would want, like if I said your name, wouldn't you want it to mean like what you're about almost? Like it's a title in a way. And that's we've got away from that, and that's why like everyone's just named Jim and shit these days.
Yeah, but what if you get
cuts us off?
Something that describes what you're supposed to be, not really you. You have something you are supposed to live up to. You know.
I know, but that's the thing. See, in all my time doing this, I'm telling you, all the numerology things I've done for people, it always lines up. And now what this did for me, like I said, I wasn't like a hardcore atheist. I would never debate no one or anything, but I believed, you know, science, and I got away from the Catholic Church and all this shit. I thought God wasn't real.
I think everybody had a stint in that, you know, like not like I did the same thing, you know, but then eventually I just saw too many coincidences and like, no, that doesn't work.
I'll tell you what this did for me and how it stemmed me becoming spiritual was at the time I was getting freaked out. I was like, wait a minute. If just the day you were born can tell you so much about your entire personality, even your job, like your job path, right? Like the 6s have way different jobs than the 3s, you know, and the 2s and the 1s, you know, the 1s are like always managers in business, you know what I'm saying? And the 3s are musicians and the 6s are. So what I started thinking of was like, well, holy shit, like, does that mean we don't really have the kind of free will maybe we thought we had? Like, is there some kind of a script kind of running in the background or reality that's like And these things started entering my mind. They never would have entered my mind before.
Well, that brings rise again to it, because I'm big into, again, I brought this up, Mandela effect, and most people in the Mandela effect don't really buy into the simulated reality thing, but I do. And I mean, I don't know if that's for sure the answer. It's a strong possibility, and it doesn't refute religion. I mean, if it's a simulation, there has to be. And
right, maybe it's a simulation, and it's like you chose your character before you came here, right?
Right.
Like I'm gonna be a paladin or a mage.
Well, let me ask you this, Ace. I mean, on what you're talking about, doesn't it kind of like this isn't a yearly cycle? This I mean, it's astrology, but it also relates to the spiritual part of it, because it kind of depends on where the sun is at the time you're born. In a certain, I mean, they call them the house, different houses of the sun, and in different times, and how it affects. Now, I mean, I've never, to be honest, I've not looked into it deeply myself, but I've listened to a lot of people talk about it, and I kind of don't want to know, so I don't like try to do something that's out of my character. If it is affecting my character, I don't want to like try to be something based on what somebody else said of these kind of people are born in this house and this period of time.
No,
and
see what I think.
Calendar.
Yeah, I think what these things do, it's not to affect how you go in the future. It reaffirms where you are now, and it just, for me, it gives a confirmation, like, okay, this is who I am, and knowing these attributes about yourself, because numerology shows you your strengths and your weaknesses. Like, I only told people their strengths. There's weaknesses too involved with these numbers, and they're not shy about letting you know exactly.
Well, do you feel like it's connected?
Like, for instance, a 5
astrology and stuff.
Yes,
and the time you're born, and
what
where
happens,
the sun is when you're born.
So what happens is, numerology, like I said, it's not just the day you were born, right? There's like your name greatly influences it, the exact day itself during the month. So I think what happens is there's a good correlation that just happens to manifest with also where the stars and everything are, because everything is a frequency when it comes down to it. Everything is sound. Like, light is sound, sound is sound. Everything is vibration, including atoms. They, even modern science kind of alludes or says this as much. But so I think it's just another way to look at the same thing in a way. And astrology is so hit or miss. Like, you have to have someone that really knows what they're talking about, and then also uses a bit of intuition along with it. Like, it would be one thing if I got these people's numbers, right, and then I just looked something up online and just started reading it. Like, it wouldn't make as much sense as when I'm like, oh, you're a 6, bam, 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 or you're a 3, bam, bam, you have money laying beside your bed, right? Like, that is.
They never miss, huh?
What's that?
Oh, the money laying beside my bed.
I've never had that happen to me, so I guess I'm not a 6.
A 3.
So
or a 3.
Give them an example of a negative. The negatives of 8, because I kind of know them. So, what's bad about the 8 number?
Chlamydia.
Well, personal relations. Yeah, 8s are personal relationships. So 8 is you are too abrasive and upfront with people.
Oh, right away, you guys know that.
He wasn't even telling you about the numbers. He's just telling you about you.
Well,
no,
I'm joking.
I don't. Yeah.
Well, I am an 8. That's why
you don't sugarcoat things, and
never do.
Right, and it for a lot of people it's too much. So yeah, so 8s and 7s, they have like the least amount of friends, but the friends they do have are really good quality friends. But like 3s have a lot of friends. Like all
I'm a
you
number
3s, like
9.
Jose.
Perhaps you
Who
already
is?
said it, but what does number 9 stand for?
Oh, the number 9 is
9s,
everything, guy.
and they're also the most lonely. Believe it or not, you literally have the least amount of friends of everyone, but you're also a humanitarian at the same time.
So you're a nice guy.
Yeah, very. Yeah, and understanding, and
Thank
you have a lot of empathy to live through other people. But and I have a brother that's a 9 actually, and he totally is a 9, like from everything I've read about 9s.
So
He
how do you
fits
figure
the
out your
bill.
number?
Just add your birthday up, every single digit of your birthday, all of
Hey,
every
say
digit
say
of your
say
birthday.
he was a mediator.
Yes.
Awesome.
2s are also a lover, like a 2. So this is a 2. Are you a 2?
Yeah.
Okay, listen, you would be perfectly content like living in a cardboard box as long as it was with like the love of your life. You know what I mean? Like you just you as long as you're
It's
just
outside
with
McDonald's
the
using
love of
the
your life.
Wi-Fi.
Sorry?
Okay.
I said he's outside McDonald's, just leaving on the Wi-Fi at the moment. You know?
You're really good at this, Ace. It reminds me of like that John Edwards guy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So
That was so
know
long ago.
I came up with
Yeah.
39. What does that mean?
Ooh.
You're a 3.
3.
Yeah.
39?
That's not good, man.
Yeah, that's a 3. Because
Yeah.
you add 3 plus 9, and that's
You leave money on the side of your bed.
Just remove every 9. Just delete them.
There's
They're
no
like a
problem
0.
with me leaving
Yes.
money.
Hey, I came up with that deduction myself when I was first like doing numbers. I was like, wait a minute, all the 9s I could just throw them out and just be left with
Right.
yeah. So now I can add numbers like, oh, and by the way, when I was having my awakening, man, I would look at a license plate or like a billboard and it would have a phone number on it, and it would be reduced to 1 digit in my head instantly. Like I got to the point where everything I saw, I could reduce it down to a digit. Is fucking nuts. But anyway,
By the way, I'm not to be egoistic or something, but do you have some more to tell me about the number 9?
Yeah, you're everything, guy, and nothing at the same time.
Yeah, you're literally the most all-encompassing number. So you kind of have attributes of everything, but the most important ones that stick out is the welfare of humanity. So like you're a humanitarian. You might like adopt animals from an animal shelter and be worried that they're trying to kill them. You know what I mean? All these things.
Yeah, you know.
Also, they're strong musicians as well, but they're not as strong
I
of
am
a
a
musician as
musician,
a 3.
yeah.
Right. So you understand all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I mean, what else do you want to know? 9s are literally, I'm telling you, like you literally have the least amount of friends.
Yeah.
But
Where'd
they
you get
are.
I
of
do
the
have a
highest
lot of
quality.
friends though.
From my head.
Yeah. Okay.
Honestly.
Yeah. But I am lonely. But I mean, it's like I choose it though. You know, it's not like.
Right.
I'm
I wish there was a
lonely.
number 7 in here. I wish we had come across a 7 because the one thing, and check this out, with 7s, there's one thing I can tell them about themselves, and it's worked every time, and I've told like 20 people this.
They're shy.
7s end up sleeping in a separate bed as their partner. Whether that's check this out, whether that's by choice or them and their spouse have different work schedules, right? Or all these other reasons, or like one person snores, whatever the case, there's always a reason, and that doesn't mean they
Google
don't
my
love them.
parents.
So like sevens are the reason why we have those
aunts and
1950s
uncles that have that
twin beds?
situation. I want to find out their birthday. I don't know it.
I know a 7, and that's exactly right. She's the wife of my boss, and I can see their relationship is rocky as fuck. She doesn't fuck him at all. It's fucked up. And then when she does fuck him, he's so happy the next day, and that's like after months. It's crazy.
Blue balls.
Oh yeah, no, it's
like
a fucked up
elated.
relationship. The 7
Well,
is
here's the
like
deal.
I would never date a 7.
No. I know what you mean. But here's the deal. If you know that about the 7, now you know how to act around them and what motivates them and stuff. You see what I'm saying?
How do you fuck
Not
us?
cuddling.
Oh, it's totally different. Yeah, you gotta know. First of all, you gotta not be offended and take it personally that they literally just
Are
fall
sleeping with somebody else. I mean, in another bed.
Well, she's not cheating on him, that's for sure. But she's shy as fuck. That's one thing about 7s, they're shy. Like,
Very,
I know
yeah.
that one. Very shy. They're like crazy shy. They're
Nothing
afraid,
you said about
literally
7 makes
afraid.
me think, I want some of
Oh
that.
no!
You don't want to be a 7. They're fucked up.
No, I honestly, all the 7s I've known, man, they're. I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. That's like my least favorite number.
Right, and but they're lucky. they have luck involved with.
Yeah, and oftentimes they get like way religious and shit too. They're like they're more inclined to go to superstition and religious kind of things.
Bro,
you know what I mean?
You're nailing the 7, dude. That's
Which
amazing.
number?
Who?
7?
Who's the
Amazing.
7?
Well, I know a friend of mine. She's a 7, and you're just nailing everything right on the head. It's like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah. What about the sleeping in a separate bed?
I'm finding.
Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly.
And it's not because they don't love the other person. It has nothing to do with that. But their partner can always get the wrong idea with that. They're always like suspicious. But the thing is, if you're the partner and you knew about numerology or in astrology and all these things, you would know it's like it's not a personal thing.
Watch out for 7s, you mean?
7s are very hermetic and they need their isolation, but they still crave companionship, but it's not the same as a clingy like
I would just
number
feel like
5.
I wasn't.
All right, just to test that, I know somebody who matches. I didn't do the math on it myself. What would August 10th, 82 be?
August 10th.
That's a 2.
So it's a 9.
Okay.
1982.
Never mind. I
oh no, it's not a 9. Sorry, it's a 2. It's actually an 11. That's a master number.
See, that's why I'm having a problem. How do you get to 11? Because I do the numerology down to like the root.
Oh, no, I get you. Yeah. That's what I was doing at first, but then I went back and once I find out it's a 2 or a 6 or a 4, I go back and find out what the number is before the final breakdown. So if you just add all the numbers up together before trying to break them down and remove the 9s, you come up with 29, which is 2 plus 9, which is 11, which is 1 plus 1, which is 2. You see what I mean?
Oh, I know that. But then you can just move the 9 and the 2 is the 2.
Yeah. An 11 is a 2. Yeah, but it has that 11 characteristic, the breakdown before it. Yeah.
Okay.
I have a question for Cyclone. Where you said you do have a lot of friends. Would you say that those are like strong friendships, or are they more like?
Yeah, do you mean like me specifically?
Acquaintances.
Because
Yeah.
I have a handful of friends. I mean, I used to, go out very much, and I had like tons of superficial friends. But I do have like like a handful or two with like really strong friends, friends for life. Yeah.
Okay.
But
and so that's a slight contradiction to with mine all that I'm both a 3 and a 6. The three he keeps saying is a musician.
No, 33.
I have no musical talent
No,
whatsoever.
he said 33, not a 3. 33.
I'm a natural musician, though. Yeah, I got my first guitar at 5, and my father's a musician. And
I love music, but I am not a musician. Like
You're not a 3, lunatic. He said you're a 33.
said I was a 33, which is also a 3 and a 6.
No. It's just a 6.
No, it's
There's
like
no...
you
it
go
is
back
more
to
6,
the
but you could,
single
you
digit.
can have 3 tendencies. But yeah, you are mostly a 6, but you could have some attributes that are a 3 also.
Yeah, no, and mostly you nailed it. But yeah, I was just looking for where it doesn't match. I was
I think you really nailed it. With like the all-encompassing stuff. I mean, you can find me at a luxury hotel, and you can find me on the streets. I'm very random.
Okay. A luxury hotel.
What are some negatives about 3s, man?
Yeah, well, they
early death.
Oh
yes.
Really? That's is
that
that
is
I can't
one.
hold on
That
a
is
second.
one. Yeah.
Hold on a second. Is that why I
Unfortunately.
can't imagine life past 30?
Yeah.
Great.
You live for the now. Okay, so 3s, they're not like cognizant of the future. They don't plan ahead. That's what the whole money laying just on the ground shit is.
Right.
It's like you're not you're living for the moment, but you're very happy while you're doing it. You can be reckless, you might get a sports car and just be stupid in it, trying to show off. Like you have a little bit of this class clown kind of behavior, very poor investment skills.
What'd you say? What kind of investment? Oh, poor investment skills.
Poor, yeah. And you're not like a corporate man. You're like 3s are like the least likely to be corporate, like working for some company with a pension and shit. You might work at a grocery store or something, or deliver pizza. Would be
self-employed.
yeah. Well, yeah, there you go. But 3s are also like the rock stars of the world, They're the life of the party, the rock stars. They're the people always trying to have fun and trying to like cheer people up. You're trying to always cheer people up around you. Just like, I don't know, some numbers are always second guessing themselves. Some numbers are perfectionists, which can get in the way. Some numbers are procrastinators, and they've got all the best ideas. And if they just had like a secretary or like a team like helping them or working for them, they'd be like Donald Trump. Like Donald Trump ain't never done shit in his life. He's always had like great ideas and people to carry out those ideas. Right?
What's Donald Trump's birthday? Let's break him down.
I don't know. I have never looked into it. I'm just like giving you an example of like
Gemini.
An archetype.
Fucking Gemini. He's a liar.
Oh yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
Oh no, I know. I forgot his birthday, but he is a Gemini. I remember looking it up. Vladimir Putin, he's a Libra, and Kim Jong Un, he's a fucking Aquarius. So the 3 fucking wins.
Yeah, Kim Jong Un's not even real. Oh yeah, no shit.
The 3 wins. They're all wins, and they're all shit talkers.
Okay.
No, they're all ass wins.
With astrology and stuff. So, do you bring at all into effect the new 13th zodiac sign that NASA?
No, I don't touch that shit.
We have to have, or
no. So everything I've been talking about today has nothing to do with astrology whatsoever.
Whoever that was talking.
Me, I do horoscopes and numerology together because they're related. It's very relative.
Yeah,
So
I agree with that.
when I ask somebody their numerology, like their birthday, I get their horoscope and then I match them with the numerical root, and then I start creating the characterization of the person. I do it to everybody around me in
Okay.
real life, at work, my parents, everybody. Fuck.
Well, then my
Crazy.
question to you, that's Frank that's talking, right?
No, it's Vlad.
Oh, Vlad. So then my question to you then is, if you look into horoscopes, do you acknowledge at all 13th sign, the
No.
officious or whatever, however you say that?
No, I don't touch that shit. That's garbage.
No, see, everything in nature breaks down to 12. That's why we have 12 hours. Everything is a 12, and including the empirical measurement system with feet and inches. At base 12 is most likely that should have been the number system we went by instead of base 10. 12 makes fractioning perfect. You can make perfect whole fractions if you use a base 12 system, versus base 10 leaves you with all these fucking decimals and shit. Just look into it. There's a lot of videos that like greatly break down the whole differences of the base number systems. But 12, that's why we have the 12 hours, 24 hours, but that's why also like 360, right, breaks down evenly into 12. That's why I can't, I don't know, other than that I can't like really I'm not thinking of anything in particular. But have you ever looked into base 12? Do you know anything about it?
Who, me?
No, I'm just saying, like, say you have 360, right, degrees of the sky. Yes.
Yeah.
That
divisible by 12.
that can evenly be divisible into 12. The same
Right.
with the sun going around the earth, right?
12 comes up over and over again. You got 12 apostles. You got 12. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but then 1 plus 2 is 3. So it's a 369 number. Like, if you guys know anything
True
about
that.
3 6s and 9s.
Yeah, vortex. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that's what I'm saying. That this 13 shit is completely out of line. It just the
fucks
13th
everything
zodiac. It doesn't make any sense. It's not you can't divide 13 into 360 degrees of the sky. Like it just.
And where is it in the sky, anyways? Like, what? They just created fucking patterns?
I think it's Libra. They're trying to say something about Libra, like it's supposed to, like it's. I don't know. Go ahead. You tell us more.
It's literally NASA who added 13th sign, so we know it's fucked up.
Right. There you go. They're fucking assholes.
I thought I've heard it other places, but maybe they got it from NASA, huh?
No, yeah. According to what I looked up online, like NASA was in charge of. They broke it down to try to adjust for things getting out of line, and they decided that there needed to be this 13th sign. I'll try to find the site that I saw this on.
But the Earth is flat, so the sky's been the same for thousands of years. So when NASA comes in and does that, that's like to indoctrinate or to fuck with people that know this shit. You know what I mean? Or if they plan to get into this, the 13th sign would fuck everything up. So then people will become disbelievers again because nothing works out. But if you know the proper shit and you implement the proper shit daily, you will see the patterns and you'll see the matching, and it's nuts. I did it to everybody I know, I swear to God, and it all works. Everybody I meet, the newest, especially when I meet people on new moons and full moons, because new people come into my job on new moons and full moons like crazy. And then I ask them their shit, and then like stuff happens, and it's like, whoa, holy. You know what I mean? Well, I don't know if you know what I mean, but I'm telling you, take my word for it, and shit happens. And then you can use that all to your benefit. Like, I literally caused some crazy shit, like order out of chaos type shit, and I still came out victorious. And I really fucking like shit on someone so hard, he wanted to quit and cry. But then I was like, I eased off, yeah. And I wasn't even doing anything. I was just not talking to that specific person. Literally put him on full ignore. And that's it. Cut him off out of everything. And then that person was crying by the end. It was nuts.
I kind of missed the, like, what do you mean they were, where did you cut them off from? I'm sorry.
Like talking to me, like I totally didn't acknowledge that he existed, or the existence
Yeah, what
of
was
this
he
person
doing
wasn't in my
to
mind.
make you, yeah, what, I forgot what.
Like
or
he
I
just pissed
missed,
me
sorry.
off to the point. Like he literally did a whole bunch of shit to piss me off. And
Oh,
then
okay.
to punish him, I did what I had to do. But then the bosses came to me and they started having a conversation with me, like blah, blah, blah. But I'm like, I told these guys, I'm not doing nothing. You know what I mean? I literally just put this guy on ignore. And he wanted to quit. He was crying to these people. I was like, wow, isn't that crazy? But I was putting out energy towards him that wasn't good. It was not positive. I wasn't talking to him. I was just, every time I looked at him, I'd give him the fucking evil energy, and then he felt every bit of it. Isn't that fucked up?
Yeah, that's good. Hey, there was a dude I was working with, and literally God or the universe or whatever, like, hooked me up. Like, they hooked me up with this whole job in the first place. And first of all, okay, I was in an area that's like the most labor intensive area, right? And it's like you're getting dirty and you're really having to work hard and shit. And I got moved to another crew, and the crew was better, but there was this one guy that's just like this shithead person. He just has this negative aura, like no one wants to be around him. Well, come to find out, he was looking up like car parts online, and I saw the computer open. I was like, hey, you have a 300 ZX2? Like, I have a 91 300 ZX twin turbo. And it's a very rare car. Like, not a lot of people have those anymore. And come to find out, he does. And I start showing him pictures in my car. And I had just met him. I had just got moved to this crew. And he looks at me and, like, doesn't say anything. And I was like, oh, okay. I was like, I thought we were going to be friends, you know, because we're, like, into the same shit or whatever. But no, you're just literally a shithead. And other people said the reason why they found out, like, why he, like, I guess he's been confronted about being just a negative, horrible person. And it's because he's had a rough life. That's what he says. So anyways, I look, and I'm the kind of person, I'm literally like skipping around at work, like cracking jokes with everyone, like always in a good mood. Like, in fact, people were starting to call me weird and shit because I'm just like always in a good mood, and they're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Are you on drugs, or like what's going on? And next thing you know, this guy, I couldn't help it. He was bringing my fucking energy down. And next thing you know, I'm like walking around trying to avoid this guy. And I'm just thinking of shit to like say in my head, or I'm like thinking of punching him in the face, right? I'm like, oh my God, I need to stop this. I'm like, stop. Like, I couldn't help it anymore. I'm like, I need, like, fuck this guy. He needs to go. Next thing you know, I get moved to this whole different area. I don't gotta fucking see him anymore. And the area I get moved to is the cushiest position you could possibly be in. So, like, you know, that's like a double whammy. Like, it worked out for me, you know, both ways. But I don't know what the moral of the story is, other than I know what you mean about these like shithead people, or like that energy they just exude. It's like they have
coincidence, or did the universe put you into place to, you know?
Oh no, totally. Universe put me into place, because this is a long string of events that has been happening and unfolding since August 21st of last year, which is the eclipse, when I decided to completely switch my mind from ever thinking about anything negative, even to criticize shit or like naysay. Nothing.
I just realized when I said universe that could tip people off in here, though. I
don't care. I know what you mean.
Yeah. I don't mean, space. I just mean
universe is just everything around you. Yeah.
Okay. As long as people understand that.
Oh, that's not what I wasn't thinking of spinning balls in space when you said that.
Definitely not.
It's like a placeholder for God also in a way too, like the universe.
Yeah, I think everybody knew what I meant when I said it, but yeah, some people will be like, you'll accidentally say, or me anyway, I'll accidentally say on the planet when I mean, the plane, Earth, or whatever else. I'm relatively new to being a flat earther, hence my roles in here. So it still has to sink in terminology and stuff like that.
Yeah. When what do you mean? Like, when did you even first hear about it, or when did you start even?
Well, I mean, actually, I've been looking into it well over a year. I still have my certain questions and doubts, but honestly, like, all of the best arguments that I find tend to come from the flat Earth side. When it really does come down to, the globe earthers, they're either just way unprepared or they have nothing. And
I'll tell you what. If you're still on the fence, I bet you I could convince you to go back to a globe. Way better than any of the globe tards. You know what I mean?
Sir, I've picked out a few good questions, and really, it doesn't prove anything. But,
right? No, I could have you question it so hard you'll be like, flat Earth sounds stupid. But no, the whole point is, I mean, like,
certain things that I do want answered. Like I brought it up yesterday. What are meteorites on the flat Earth model?
There's no such thing, guys.
Yeah. Oh, so a meteor shower, right? Like all the little lights you see streaking in the sky. Those are electromagnetic.
I think it means
events.
like the one who landed, which landed in Russia. Like a couple of years ago.
What's everybody bringing up the Russian one? God damn, that was a rocket.
But no one has actually seen anything land to where they're like, oh, this light in the sky hit the ground, and I'm gonna go look, and oh my god, we found this thing. It's
they've claimed to. I mean, they've claimed to find things that,
They claim a lot of shit, man. They claim that they landed on the moon.
I wonder about like the magnetic stones they call so-called meteorites. You can find if on certain places.
No, man. They also claim that the meteor like burns up in the atmosphere and like becomes a pebble by the end of hitting like the land. So
which one is it? One of them burns up completely in the atmosphere, and isn't it the meteor ground the other way around?
It's all nonsense they keep spewing out. So
so I mean, the whole point is we have meteor showers, and they happen on scheduled times. Like it's an event, like a solar eclipse. Like,
not the Perseid meteor shower.
The Perseid.
Comet's another good one that
I like. Check this out. Comets absolutely cannot work in the heliocentric model because, like, for instance, Halley's Comet, right, comes back like what, every 80 years? Don't quote me on the exact time. It's a long time.
75 years or something like that. Yeah.
Whatever. So you mean to tell me this comet, like, okay, it loops around the sun and then bam, it's like going out into deep space. And then the sun is doing all these motions and it's like hauling ass millions of miles an hour, like this direction through space, while the meteor or the comet is going the opposite direction. It's going away from us and we're like going this way, like millions of miles per hour, right? And we're like turning and doing all this shit in space. And then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, the comet's going that way, and then it just decides to like loop back, and that's because of what? Gravity. So you mean to tell me gravity took this comet, which was hauling ass millions of miles away that way for like years and years, and then
really crazy elliptical orbit that it's supposed to have.
It doesn't work. You cannot model it. You can't even model it in a simple physics engine with like just the sun going this way. You can't even model it if the sun is stationary and put it on that kind of an orbit. It doesn't work. Once you involve motions of the planetary bodies, orbital mechanics falls apart. Orbital mechanics only works if the body the thing is orbiting is stationary and the thing that's orbiting is set into motion already on its current path. Meaning, like the Earth goes around the sun in a pretty much spherical orbit. You cannot get in like say a Kerbal space program, right? You can't get like an Earth planet to like fly through space and then like enter the sun's like gravity field and just start orbiting it in a circle. It'll never happen. And what happens with orbits is, like, let's say you inject something into the orbit of a gravitational field, it starts going around in usually a very elliptical orbit, and each orbit it gets closer and closer and closer, kind of like, have you ever you know those like gumball machines where you put a quarter in it and it has a big funnel and the quarter spins around and around and then it goes right into the center. Well, each time it spins around, it gets closer and closer to the center.
Well,
that's how gravity works.
Another problem I have with comets, though, is, I mean, those they come like clockwork and they don't go away. You know, they say that tail is the whole thing. It's burning up, and that's why you see a tail. You know, well, how can it? Why doesn't it just burn up into nothing? It keeps coming back and over and over and over again. So,
yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. There's so much wrong with it. When, like, if you just think of a comet like I'm talking like you have a blank mind and you're like, comet, and then someone tells you, oh, it's orbiting around the Earth and there's this gravity, and it's like sucking. Sure, that might make sense, but like when you really think about it and all the parameters involved, and it not just the orbit alone doesn't work, but yeah, then you're like, it's made of ice, and then it goes right next to the sun for quite a while and all this shit. It doesn't work. Comets, I haven't really heard a good explanation for it.
Yeah, I never thought too much about comets. They were always just something that you heard about until Hale Bopp happened, and that was just really cool to see in the sky. Either way, like there's comets that come around every year. You know, there's comets. You can, if you have one of those star tracking programs on your phone, you'll get like updates. It's like, hey, this comet's coming around. Yeah, but how often does one come into your sky for a couple of weeks that you see with the naked eye? You know,
I mean, I would say several times a year, actually. If you know where to look. Because they're, you know, all these things are on cycles and they're charted, and they're usually numbered like with a letter and then like a couple numbers after it. Like they don't even name them. They're just like
the only one that's ever been mentioned in my life we're able to see was the Hale Bopp one. I mean, when does Halley's Comet come back again?
Okay, those are just two comets. I'm talking like there's hundreds of them. Like if you just Google search comet and put in your city, for instance, like comet my city, it'll be like, hey, next month, look out for this comet. It's going to be the brightest one of the year, blah, blah, blah. Because I've done it. Like, so I downloaded one of those programs where you hold your phone up to the sky and it like shows you where you're looking, right? You know,
Google Sky Maps.
I don't know. No, there's a really cool one. I'd have to look at which one it's called on my phone. But yeah, it's pretty neat. Anyways, I'll get these updates on my phone. It's like, hey, Mars is closer than ever right now, or there's an alignment between, or there's a transit of the moon and this, you know, whatever, right? So I've gotten comet updates. And anyways, I went to look at one of these comets, and on this website, it's showing me literally like 30 comets that I could see like in the next couple months. Like, if you know where to look, apparently there's comets everywhere.
No, I'm not trying to say you're wrong. It's just crazy news to me because I've never heard.
Well, I didn't know that either. I didn't know you could just go out and see comets. I'm telling you, like, so like Google search right now, comet with your city name, and look what comes up. Like, I promise you there's going to be comet A117, and it's coming around for its blah, blah, blah. And you can see it on these 3 days. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I check it out.
Yeah, and I didn't know either until it literally said, I looked up comet, I think it was literally A117 or something, right? And it was saying something about the brightest comet of the year. And yeah, you could see it with your naked eye. It was some weird light. You know, I didn't have a telescope or a zoom camera, but I'm looking up and I'm like, yeah, that does kind of look weird, whatever that is in the sky. So
okay, yeah, I just found one in the Milwaukee area where not right now, but it's called the Christmas Comet, that in December of 2018, so recently, we were able to see one supposedly.
Right. And there should be some for this month too, or the next month. I mean, the point is you should be able to see a comet pretty frequently, like more frequently than we were ever taught. Like I was never taught there's just comets all over the place, but they are. And they're also, have you ever just gone out in the middle of the night and you see what looks like a star just moving across the sky slowly?
So you basically what everybody thinks are satellites, but they're probably actually comets,
or other aberrations in the sky. Well, here's the deal: the whole stars moving thing. Man, I'm telling you, one night I'm out in my hot tub at 2:00 in the morning, and granted, I did happen to ask for a sign in the sky. Okay, which I do a lot, because I like to do that, and then I get like a shooting star or something, and it just makes me feel good, right? I'm like, oh, that's cool, thanks.
I know you're in the middle of saying something, but that actually close friend when I was a close friend when I was like 19, 20 years old. He died. He committed suicide. He jumped off a bridge, whatever, and it really broke up like everybody who we were close friends with, the whole clique. Everybody was really distraught about it. And I was out after his funeral. I was like bouncing on the trampoline that was in the yard or whatever. And I just like got tired and I laid down and
Who's doing that? Sorry, guys.
I stared up at the sky and I started kind of talking to God basically. And said, I was like, just show me a sign if you hear this. And I was talking to my friend, you know. And sure enough, a shooting star went right over my head at that moment. But,
oh yeah, it always happens. It always happens. Unless the only time it doesn't happen is when you're like, you already know, like you already have that connection, and it's almost like, and it doesn't happen, and then you get the feeling like, yeah, I was kind of like trying to test you, and I already knew, you know what I mean? But then sometimes you really are serious and you're like, man, I need a fucking sign. And you get it. You do. And there, that, not to get into the story, but so I had this awakening like 8 years ago, and all kinds of mystical shit was happening. I mean, I literally thought I was Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm not kidding. Yeah. And I wasn't like telling people that, but I mean, it was intense. Well, I'm hanging out with a group of literally, I think it was like 12 people in a backyard. And I told these people, I was like, hey, you know, I can make the stars move, blah, 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 whatever. And like, what are you talking about, dude? Blah, 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 blah. And I was like, you know, I'll just ask God for a sign, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then I told them, I like gave them a pre-qualifier. I'm like, look, the star, like you're gonna see shit in the sky. Don't be scared. You can't be scared or it doesn't work. Like they're not aliens. There's nothing's gonna hurt you. It's just to like prove, you know, whatever. And so I went out there and I asked for a sign in the sky. And we counted like 15 different stars literally move from their position. And a lot of them just started scrolling across the sky, like right or left, right? A couple of them like spiraled and looked like they shot in deep space. Even the Big Dipper star, like the bottom left star of the pan of the Big Dipper, started moving. Okay, so everyone is witnessing stars moving from their fixed positions.
Here's my question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I mean, did other people just say that they saw things moving, or did they all agree on a certain star moving at the same time?
I'm telling you, when you look up and you start seeing stars moving, and they keep moving, like they're in your vision for several minutes as they move across the sky and fade away, right? Yeah. Everyone saw it. A couple people were kind of getting freaked out. And the weirdest part to me of the whole thing was after the activity died down, it only lasted like 20, 30 minutes. People started going inside. And me and a few other people stayed out for a while longer. And we saw a couple more stars move, right? Then we go inside and everyone is back to normal. They're like, they got the TV on and they're like joking around about whatever. Like nothing happened, right? Then the next day, I go to my buddy John's house. He has a pool table in his garage and we're just going to go hang out. He also ran a trap house. Okay. Anyways, two of the people that were there the night before were at John's house. And apparently they had been hanging out there all day long. So when I show up at like 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I was like, hey guys, blah, blah, blah. Like, hey, what's up, guys? Da, da, da. I was like, hey, did you tell John about last night? And they're like, oh yeah, John, it was crazy, dude. This motherfucker's like something, the star's gonna move, whatever, blah, 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 and the star, you know. And they start telling the story. And I'm thinking, how have you not told him this yet? This just happened last night. Wouldn't that be the first thing on your mind? To like tell this dude, like, dude, we saw stars moving last night. You see what I mean?
Yeah,
they were back to robot mode.
You would think
it's
so,
like
but
nothing. Yeah, it's like nothing had happened, and that's when I got the idea in my head that a lot of the people around us are NPCs, and they're not able to see this stuff.
See, and I've thought about the NPC thing too. I think all of us, again, into the simulated reality, I think we all are NPCs at times. Some of us are just, I mean, I can be controlled. I catch myself at times. You know what I mean? Like, and I guarantee you.
Can I say something?
Why am I acting like this? Why am I doing this? And you know,
yes.
there's certain times that it's like you're not really you. You're being played.
Yeah. Or you let your emotions override you and you kind of go on that roller coaster. You know? Who wanted to say something?
Me. Justin.
Go ahead.
So I just want to comment a little bit on that because I mean I truly did think that I was in a state of confusion when I first was growing up. I did what everyone else did, right? I was just following along, education wise, but now I look back on that, and I was an NPC. I was just doing what I was supposed to do, and not really realizing myself. Like myself as being me.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I would also have to say, I bet you anything you still had that questioning mindset, though.
No, I did. Oh,
Okay.
no, I did. Oh, yeah, no, because I always thought that I was going to be part of, like, something big,
Something big,
I was already part of something big. That's always been in my head since I was
You weren't an NPC, you just weren't activated yet, I would say. It's kind of how I feel about it.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is
happened. No, what I think is something happened during my younger years where I totally blocked that out. I blocked what that programming was out. I just completely was not. I was not linked to it.
Yeah.
And then I bypassed it. I bypassed it doing a hack. To my own brain.
Right.
I'm not joking you. It's just fucking
crazy
mushrooms. Did you do some mushrooms?
No, I
Bro,
did. Yes,
I did
have.
some, motherfucker.
Everybody did some mushrooms.
It
You
wasn't.
asshole.
It wasn't after that though. It was way before that.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm positive. It was when I was in second fucking grade because I got kicked out of second grade. Okay. The teachers didn't want to deal with me. Even the resource people, the ladies in the resource, labs and stuff, they did not want to deal with me. I just wasn't there. I really was not there, and I knew I needed to do that. But not then. I didn't know then, of course. It was just me acting out, I think. I was really hyper. I was like ADHD, of course. I was all over the place, bouncing off the walls, and I still learned everything that I needed to keep going and survive and whatnot. But and I was on the honor roll in high school, so it's not like I was stupid. It was just I missed that actual programming, and I believe it was roughly around the second grade that I was supposed to be programmed. And I'm betting you anything.
I kind of the way I see with NPCs is I find it hard to believe that anybody that we see walking around is not a real person. I think that they're not being a person at the time. They are following the programming that and kind of becoming more. I think a zombie is almost more of a better way of putting it. A non-player character, it makes it sound like this person is an artificial life.
How about this though? Okay, so this was 8 years ago, and I came up with this NPC thing completely on my own, and the only reason I did that is because I was thinking back to role-playing games and shit, and I was like, man, these are the people you meet in the town, and they can only say 3 things. And I was including my family in that because I was having the most interaction with them. And
right, but
they couldn't
born from an NPC. What if your mom is an NPC? Can you be born from one? Does she have a soul? Is she a playable character?
I don't know, man. I don't know how that works. I can't confirm I was born from her anyways. How could I prove that? I can't remember that far back. The universe might only be as old as I am. And everything.
That right there, I love. Yeah.
Okay.
When it comes to philosophy or whatever, it's the only thing that you can confirm to be real is I think, therefore I am. So your consciousness is the only thing that you can be real.
Yeah, that's a good little quote too. But also, so I had this underlying feeling when this like waking up process was happening, because I was seeing pyramids with the capstones removed. I was understanding that how that shows four-dimensional space from a fifth-dimensional perspective, and then also how it represents three-dimensional space if you're on the ground looking at a pyramid. Like all these things were like clicking. I was being shown all these things, and I literally got the feeling like I was the universe becoming alive or aware or conscious for the first time, like from dinosaur days all the way to modern history. It was like this sleep mode, like there was no awareness. It took me realizing this stuff, and I was like the representative of the entire universe becoming aware, like self-aware, like almost when an artificial intelligence, the moment it becomes self-aware. You see what I mean? Like, could you imagine what that's like for an artificial intelligence? Like, it goes around, it knows all these things, but it's not aware of it until this one point.
Yeah, that's what's
And
called
that,
the singularity when it comes to AI, right?
Well, yeah, that happened to me, whatever. That this like singularity kind of a feeling thing. And I don't necessarily subscribe to it 100% today, even though I was granted the script of reality for 2 weeks. So for 2 weeks, if anyone has any experience with this waking up process or this like violent spiritual awakening shit that goes on, you will know that there's something that people call downloads. And what it means is it's like all of a sudden, for no reason, you didn't study anything, you didn't look at anything. It's like all of a sudden this information is like beamed into your head. You just, it's like it's like Neo in the Matrix. It's like, I know Kung Fu, right? But you didn't study Kung Fu. But the whole point is, okay, right. Okay, so everyone knows what downloads are. It's like, yeah, you understand something for no reason, even though it was like granted to you. Well, I had the script of reality, and I call it God consciousness. It's just a way to describe it. It feels like if God himself, like all-knowing God, came down and lived as one of us, like he would know everything. He knows beginning to end. Well, I had literally the script of reality. Like say that 2 weeks involved this conversation here. I wouldn't be able to have this conversation with you guys because I know everything you're going to say. And it gets really weird when you know that. Like you can't talk to anyone because you can't have a conversation. You know everything everyone's going to say, and it for me, it freaked me out so bad. I isolated myself from people. I didn't want to be around them. And when I was around them, of course, I was saying like profound shit, but it was only for like a couple minutes. Then I realized the whole story of Jesus in the Bible. He goes around, he does like the miracles, and he says some profound shit. But then what does he do? He doesn't like hang out at the after party, like just small talking with people. He goes off and meditates by himself.
Yeah,
under a tree.
I want to elaborate a little bit on that.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So like you'll have those. I mean, I spend a lot of time just contemplating things. Just kind of zoning out and going through these paths that. And I would say we could go back to when I think I was 15. It was somebody mentioned mushrooms, and I think that's kind of what actually opened the door. And I went into this really deep trip where I felt like I was literally, I couldn't even see anything around. I was having these visualizations, and I was exploring all these different ideas about reality. and everywhere that I went, I could only move forward, but the path would split into 2 or 3 directions, and I would have to pick one of those doors to go through. And as I continued forward, it just kept opening up these giant ideas, and eventually I came to not the end, but I felt like I explored the whole brain, and I felt like the brain, your consciousness or whatever, actually, if you tap into it, knows everything, but we don't have the ability for the most part to get there. And
what if that's the gift? What if the gift is being cut off from that knowledge?
Yeah.
Have you ever thought about that?
The trouble was that I kept on coming into rooms, like, in my own line of thought, that I would try to backtrack, and I couldn't. Once I opened a door, every single time it would send that shiver down your spine of enlightenment. Like, oh my God, I just learned something. Well, I didn't learn anything. I didn't watch a movie, a documentary, I didn't read a book. I just taught myself something. I downloaded something, and now you have an entirely new set of ideas.
Yeah.
And
when was this? How long ago?
Oh, I mean, I'm 37. That was when I was like 15. So but since then, I'm
what were you doing before that? Did you say you had done mushrooms or no? You
I
hadn't.
had done mushrooms at that time. Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I think it was like an eighth of mushrooms. So I was quite a bit at 15 years old.
Yeah, mine. I'll tell you how mine started. Was I did mushrooms once. Once, and then like a couple small little times, but then one big time where I ate like 20 grams of mushrooms because
that's awesome.
Yeah, and I thought I was dead and dying, and I like organized my room how I wanted everyone to find me dead and shit. And then and I literally heard the voice of God that night. I saw a purple light that was like a straight line in my bathroom. I went into the bathroom and I saw out of the left was a purple light, and I say purple, but it was a color I've never seen before, and I can't describe to you, but it was a lot like purple, maybe ultraviolet. But the light was like a straight up and down line with like maybe a bulge in the middle, like a shring, like a I don't know, like in a sound effect kind of light. Okay, then, and I was attracted to it, but then all of a sudden, out of the right, I see this white light, and it's like growing in intensity. So I'm like attracted towards it, and I start walking towards it, which is like more towards like where the toilet is and stuff. But then I hear this voice, and I can't tell you exactly what it said, but it was something along these lines. How dare you question me? Okay. But it was in an all-encompassing, deep, echoey voice. Like, how dare you even like question me, blah, blah, blah. And then it said something else. And then I think it said, whatever, I love you. So then I said, I love you too. And then that was like kind of the end of it. I don't really remember anything after that, except the next day, my girlfriend says that she was hanging out all night with whatever. And this was like 4 a.m. when she came home, and she found me walking around the house. And every time she would try to talk to me, she'd be like, hey, blah, 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 what's going on? Blah, blah, blah. I love you too. I love you too. Everything she would say, all I could say was, I love you too. And she's like, what's wrong with you? What's going on? I love you too. And luckily she knew I had gotten all these mushrooms and shit, but yeah. Well, and then, I worked for whatever. Something happened. So then the thing that led to the awakening, the numerology, like what we were talking about tonight, I was a total normie, didn't believe shit, and then started getting into this numerology. I was like, oh my God, there's something here. My girlfriend was reading the book Ishmael, which is like a talking monkey about society. Then me and my cousin because he had the same Kundalini awakening happen at the same time. Luckily, because we had each other to talk to through the whole thing. Otherwise, I would have thought I was going crazy, and he definitely would have thought he was going crazy, and I think he did. But no. So what led to it was the interest in the pineal gland. I think it was from Joe Rogan of all people. And this is 8 to 10 years ago. We're like looking at this.
He wasn't always a sellout shill.
Right. Back in the day, no one knew who he was back then, 10 years ago. He just had a little obscure.
He already was big man show and all that stuff.
Well, not on any big time network shit, I mean, he was on Fear Factor.
He was on Fear Factor. He also did the Man Show, which was on
The Man Show?
Yeah, the Man Show. He was on.
No, that was Adam Carolla and Jimmy.
No,
Fallon.
he wasn't like a main guy, but I'm pretty sure he was involved.
Okay, sure. He was getting into it. I get you, but okay. But that's where I think that's the first time I had heard about the shit. So then we're looking into like these gurus, like Muji is one of them. And then there's this guy, Bashar. He like channels people and shit. I'm sure someone has heard of Bashar here, but besides the point. So this whole focus on this third eye shit. And I was like, whoa, what the fuck? This and that. And I was into meditation. I had gotten into meditation. And I had found out that you can do this meditation where when you're laying still, you start getting all this energy in your body. And it feels really good. It's like you're just laying down still, meditating, but it feels like you're buzzing on like a drug or something. Like your whole body is kind of like bzzz. And I was learning about astral projection. Well, anyways, so we got into this third eye thing. My cousin bought the book DMT, The Spirit Molecule. And I start reading it with him and, taking turns reading it. I never read the whole thing, but it was very, very interesting. And I was like, what the fuck? There's this like antenna for the brain kind of shit. Well, we had heard about doing chants, like Om and all that kind of shit, right? Well, somehow we came across a chant, and I've never seen it before or since. This chant, it almost mystically appeared into my life. And the chant is this. It's the word they. Oh, also, I got this guy, I was selling cars, and he offered to like save me to Jesus.
Real quick, actually, I want to retract what I said before. I think you're right. But he was big with UFC and stuff already.
I'm sorry, I got disconnected. Do you want me to finish? It's almost over. Are y'all liking the story?
Yeah, what's the V? What's the
About
chat?
Joe Rogan being on the Man Show, though. I think he was big already. Man Show, though. You were right about that.
So I think the main thing that opened up my third eye and made me have this Kundalini awakening was doing this chant that we just so happened to mystically find. And I've looked for it since then, and I can't find any information on it. I have no idea how we found out about this, but it makes the most logical sense. Okay. So the whole point of a chant, like, it's like frequencies, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And the reason why is maybe because you want to like stimulate your pineal gland, right? Or like your third eye, like maybe physically stimulate it with sound. Maybe that's why they work. And that's my hypothesis. Anyways, the chant is saying the word they, They, they. And the way you do it is you draw it out with a lot of emphasis on the th. And what happens is your tongue is vibrating against your front teeth when you're doing the th sound. And you're going to know when you're doing it right because you feel your entire skull resonate. Like you literally feel it. You know you're doing it when you do it right. The right altitude. Okay. So you go like this. You take like a breath in, right? Blah, blah, blah. And then you go, they. They. You just say they. right? But you really put that emphasis on the TH. And I'm telling you, you're going to get euphoria from doing that if you just do it like 3 times. Do it 3 times. Like, you can mute yourself and just do it. I promise you, you're going to feel different after you do it. And the whole thing was you're supposed to do this for like, 3 to 5 or 5 to 10 minutes a day, like 3 to 5 times a day, right? I was just doing it whenever I remembered to. So I might have done it like 5 times a day, but only for like a couple minutes a day, right? Like, I wasn't very vigilant about doing this. By the 3rd day, I went and I was visiting my cousin, and weird shit started happening with these synchronicities and stuff. Next thing you know, we're sitting in the middle of a road, Indian style, with this Tahoe just parked in the middle of a street, right? Like a one of those curvy streets with like trees along the side and a ditch along the side, and no cars coming either way. And this is in the middle of Houston. We just pulled off a busy road right by his house, and none of us know what the street was. We've never seen it before. And there's a washing machine in the middle of the street. That's why we stopped, because we were going to move the washing machine. But then we started talking, and we kind of both were beating around the bush. And then he says, "Do you think we died?" I was like, "What do you mean? Like, do you think we're in heaven right now?" He's like, "Yeah. Do you think we, like, I don't know, did we die? Are we like in the afterlife, or did we?" and I knew immediately what he was talking about. I was like, "Dude, something's up." I was like, "Yeah, I feel like this is eternity right now. I feel like we're in eternity."
Yeah,
I don't know
we're
how to
way off
describe
of
it.
planet Earth, but this is something that I can do. This is stuff that I expect more to hear in like a Mandela effect disc or something like that. Like,
Man, this is the ultimate truth kind of shit, bro. This is
So,
what Flat Earth leads into, I think.
that's right. I've taken so much acid at one point that I thought time has stopped. It's like, holy shit. And I thought God was there with me.
yeah, no,
Fuck me.
I have a friend who doesn't even believe the same crap that I do, that he himself told me, and he still says it. Like, I had to kind of pull it out of him, but he tells me that he died. One day he came to me. He was like, "I'm dead. I died." Like, and like, I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" You know?
That sounds like the kind of shit I would have been saying right when that stuff started happening to me for the first time. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Yeah.
And,
he woke up is what he did. He didn't die. He woke up. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a lot of people who will say that, your consciousness, it is energy. And if Einstein, even though we love to bash him, talks about energy never ceasing to exist, your energy will move on. And like, maybe you can die, and maybe you don't know that you died. Maybe you just move on to
Here's a question for you.
reality, and you just continue on, and you learn something from it, or you
check out this question. Do you subscribe to a religion, or maybe Christianity or the Bible or anything? It's just yes or no.
I believe in a creator. I guess I'm a deist. Okay. I do not subscribe to like man-made.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, hold on. I guess more importantly, do you believe in life after death? Because all the religions, they believe in this life or eternal life. They believe in eternal life. Right?
There's no way. There's no way that I just came from out of nothing and become nothing. I mean, your consciousness has to.
Right. So eternal life. Yeah. So here's the question though. If life is eternal, right? And right now, what me and you are doing,
the consciousness is eternal.
Well, yeah, but eternal life, I should life after death, eternal life, you go to heaven or whatever. Eternal life. The whole point though is this is life. What we're doing right this second. This is life. So if there's eternal life, then this is eternal life. Right now, what we're doing. And that's what they've taken away from us is this knowledge. that right now what we're doing is eternal life.
Actually discussing and contemplating reality, the meaning of life, so on and so forth. Just being. Is that which one are you saying?
I'm talking about me and you are alive right now. We are experiencing life. This is life, and this is eternal life.
Yeah, and I would also like to say that, time is pretty much a construct too. That it appears as though, like when you say eternity, it's like the number infinity. The number infinity can't really exist. It's an idea, but neither can number zero. There is nothing that is nothing, and there is nothing that is infinite. Time is just like those two numbers, where it's just something that we perceive, but really there's a good possibility when it comes down to like quantum physics even, that time doesn't exist and space doesn't exist, and that really it's all, as we were talking about consciousness. And like you said, that you can't prove that you were even born. Perhaps all times, past, present, and future, exist at the exact same time. Did I lose you?
No, I'm here.
Yeah, but they all whatever. That was pretty much it. Everything is at the same time, but it's about
there's only now.
Yeah, there is only now, and now, but now doesn't really mean now. Now means everything, the past and the future too. It's all, everything could be happening. This is why I was saying it's better for, like, how do things change? How does past reality change? How do you have retroactive changes? It can only.
Do you believe in retroactive causality? Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah.
Oh, I have a friend that's experienced it in real life twice.
I've seen it happen. Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's really bizarre, and trying to explain it to someone, they write it off as, oh, well, that's a coincidence that happened in the past, and it led to this desired outcome in the future. And I'm like, I get it. Like, of course it can be written off.
Yeah, so I mean, once you've seen something like that, again, I keep talking Mandela effect, but like they call them flip flops when it comes to the Mandela effect. Once you've seen,
so check this out. How about this? You know how they always teach us about manifesting the future and manifesting reality, right? Like trying to manifest a better future or whatever, right? What if part of it was we can influence the past to reorganize itself to provide us a present that is more desirable to what we want? You see what I mean? Like, let's say you really want to smoke weed, but you don't have any, and you're at a party, and like the party's gone, right? Like you're at a rave or something, and you're all like strung out, and you're like, damn, I wish I had a joint. And you're like one of the last people. And right when you think about that, you're like, man, I wish I had a joint right now. This couch catches your eye, right? And you just walk over to it because you feel kind of compelled to walk towards this couch.
Reach in between the cushions and look what I found.
Exactly. And now what happened is some dude dropped his joint earlier that night. But what are the odds a person's literally just going to lose a joint? Like, that just doesn't happen. Like, you know what I mean?
It
That's a pothead.
I've lost them before.
Yeah, I know. But to fit in with the circumstances of how you just thought about that, and then the compelled to, all these things. So the point is, now, did the guy just always did you cause, because you wanted it so bad, literally like went back and rewrote history.
Yeah, no, I totally dig
there.
what you're saying here. The way, but in my experience, because like I said, I've experienced it, I've seen it. I don't think. I mean, it would be great if we could control it like that. If you could, like, but for some reason, it always surprises you, no matter what. It's at the least expected moment. You had a thought, and then all of a sudden it happens, and you're like, man, maybe. And it never works that way. You can never make it happen, but when you least expect it, that's when it happens.
Yeah, that's another part of it. True that. Yeah, man, it's good times. Let's see how many people. Yeah, did you notice that? Like we have like half the amount of people in the chat room now that we've moved on to like higher level shit. It always happens this way.
Yeah.
People, they get like tired, or it's just a lot of people aren't ready for it, man.
Late in the United States too. I mean, a lot of people, but yeah, people just. It's too. Yeah, it's just too out there for most people, for sure. I mean, it doesn't make much sense. I'm sure I sound absolutely nuts, and so do you. You know, to most people, for actually, you know, and the fact that you and I are able to each other, like,
sound completely sane to me. This is the thing. You do actually sound completely sane to me, but to other people, yeah, I can understand how they're just like, and talking about this stuff that doesn't make sense in my little head. It makes perfect sense to me.
All right, I'm glad we got a third one. Your turn.
I'm actually just making a joint at the moment, so yeah.
I'm gonna have to actually go to bed here real quick. I got to work in the morning. It's 1 a.m. So I'd love to continue this conversation tonight, but I just can't.
Not a bad idea.
You guys take care. I'll listen in for a minute. Maybe you guys got something to add, but yeah, I'm gonna be going to bed real quick.
Yeah, we can.
Take care, buddy. I'll see you again soon.
Finish it up soon. There's plenty of time. There's lots of time.
Time is what you make of it.
Yeah, if anyone else wants to bring up any topics, feel free. I'm kind of chilling right now.
You probably covered this a bit earlier, Race, but when did you start waking up? Was it over a period of time? Was it a long time ago, or?
Yeah, I guess the first time was in like the mid 2000s, like early mid 2000s, and I had always been in like sales and sales management, but then this company I worked for went out of business, so I went and tried other things, and I was working for an insurance company, and I was at a 3-day training, paid training and everything, and the second day, this guy's like, "Hey, want to go to lunch? Blah, blah, blah." I was like, "Yeah, sure." And I go to lunch with him, and he slides a $1 bill across the table, and he just starts telling me all this shit about Masons and the money system and all this stuff.
Wow.
I didn't know any of it. And this is like early 2000s, like I said. And so I started doing research, and the next day I show up to work, I look like I don't know. I looked bad, like I saw a ghost. The point is, though, too, is shortly after that, I'm like researching the Masons and all this, and I come across chemtrails.
Yeah.
And it was showing these chemtrail patterns in England or Europe. And I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, these poor motherfuckers in Europe, you know? I can't believe they're doing that to him, like spraying him with these checkerboards and whatnot. So that same day, I go out in the backyard to have a cigarette, and I look up, and there's like 5 chemtrails in the sky with a plane laying down a fat chemtrail cloud. And I lost my shit. I was like, I literally went, no, when did this start happening? How have I not noticed this shit? And that makes me wonder too. Did the chemtrails were they not actually there until I was told about them? Or did I just not notice them?
Yeah, it's just amazing. It's probably, yeah, exactly that.
Yeah,
exactly
but there's
that.
no way to prove that. I honestly think they were there, and I just didn't notice them. But I'm telling you, and I used to take like astral photography pics and stuff, and I never had to worry about chemtrail nights, like blocking the stars or the moon and shit. And that's in Houston, Texas, which should have pretty shitty optics, you know?
Yeah.
But
it's amazing how one subject seems to lead on to another. And I mean, mid 2000s for me, after the old 9/11 attack, we had the London one, 2005-7-7, where the bus and the 2 underground trains blew up. And the bus was by Tavistock Square, or in Tavistock Square at the time. I started asking questions about the Tavistock Institute and all of these, Committee of 300 and all of these different organisations.
Yeah, Tavistock. Am I muted? Hello?
No, I can hear you.
Hello? Oh, yeah. So Tavistock, me and my cousin, like I said, me and him woke up together, and we were the only ones we knew into conspiracies and shit. Well, there used to be a website called Above Top Secret. Remember that?
Rings a bell, mate. It rings a bell.
Okay. Well, anyways, whatever, conspiracy shit. Well, we found out, this was way back in the day, but we found out that there's keywords that would get your account banned. So if you searched Tavistock Institute, for instance, your account would get banned. Or if you searched, there was a couple other ones, but basically Tavistock, essentially, you search that shit and your account would be banned. And people knew this, and they were like warning people, like, hey, there's this like 7 words you don't say on Above Top Secret, whatever, because they want to keep it all like UFOs and aliens, like they're not interested in getting in the media psyops. But it's funny. Above Top Secret.
Sorry, I was going to talk, but I have to do something, but I'll be back later.
All right, whatever.
God damn,
Who are you?
Girl. God damn.
I know, right? Come back, girl. Come back.
Yeah.
There's plenty of sausage in the sea. I mean, fish in the sea. I mean, we don't bite. No, I'm just kidding. That's so cringe. That is so cringe. Anyways, was that the one Australian girl though? Brittany, what's her name? There's a new girl. She's like Australian, pretty cool.
Okay.
No, this one I'd never seen this one before. I don't know.
Okay. Bambi. Sorry, Bambi.
Oh,
That's who.
no. Bambi's not. That wasn't Bambi. That was someone.
Okay. Yeah, I actually gave Bambi her roles. I was like, you sound cool.
Yo, Ace, what's your birthday?
Oh, I'm an 11.
No, I know,
August
but I want to
1st.
know your horoscope.
August 1st.
Oh, so you're a Leo?
Yeah.
Oh, you're a lucky guy. You must
I
be
would
a
say
very
so.
lucky guy.
dude, especially nowadays, like I said, since the eclipse, because I've always been into manifestation, all that kind of shit. And I personally believe The Secret is like a half truth. All that, like, The Secret, the movie, talking about, how to manifest
Law of attraction.
positive shit. Yeah, law of attraction. It's wrong. It's wrong. They all teach you, like, say you want more money, you like think positive about money and shit, right? Yeah. No, what happens is like, think about the elite. They're not worried about money. They just keep getting it. Now think about being broke. You are worried about money and you really want money, but it's the opposite. And the reason why is because in nature, if you look at everything in nature that attracts, it's opposites. Look at a magnet. The north attracts to the south. Look at a happy married couple. One of them is like an alternative, like, into style and fashion. The other one's like conservative and like, you see what I mean? They're opposites.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
what God told me. God told me, don't worry about the money. Be happy.
No. Oh, you can't worry about it. Worrying about anything will listen, this is the secret of the entire universe. So whatever you say, like if I say, God, I'm so broke right now, I need some money, I can't pay my bills this month. This is what the universe answers. It's always the same answer every time. Whatever you say, God, I need money, I'm broke. The universe says, and so it is. And so it is. Now think about that. If it answers, and so it is, now you need to rephrase your questions and your concerns. If you say, oh, I'm so grateful for everything I have, you blessed me so much, and so it is. And you continue to be, blessed and all this stuff. If you say, you know what, fuck money, I don't need it, I've got enough, blah, blah, blah. And so it is, now you have enough. If you say, essentially, you need to have the mindset that you have too much money and you don't even know what to do with it. And you keep getting too much. You're like, God, I don't know what to do with all this money. I'm so blessed. I give it away to people. I'm tipping people and you keep giving it to me. And like, what am I supposed to do with all this money? The universe says, and so it is. Instead of putting out, and also it works this way. You know how they say giving comes back to you tenfold? Yes?
Yeah, people say
Yeah,
that.
Okay.
it's better to give
Okay.
than
Now, all right. Now check this out. Let's say you have a good meal. The waiter's like really cool, and you're gonna tip them like $30. Well, here's the deal. And to you, that's a really good tip. Like, let's say the meal was only like 50, right? And you're gonna tip the dude 30 for like an hour. You're only sitting there. Well, and that's like a really good tip. Here's the deal. If when you give them that tip, if you're in your mind, you're thinking, man, I could really use that money. Like, I'm tipping them too much, or like this kind of hurts. Like I'm feeling a hurt from tipping them this much. Like I shouldn't tip them this much. Like I could use the money, If you're feeling that way, that's what you're going to get. After you tip them the $30, you're not going to get that tenfold in return. You're going to get tenfold in return of that negative vibe that you were putting off because you felt bad about doing it. You might as well have not tipped them. Because if you're tipping someone thinking, this is hurting me, I wish I wasn't having to tip this person this much, then that's the question you're putting out to the universe, and it's answering, and so it is. Now, let me give you an example.
I agree with that, but wouldn't
Okay.
it always? It's still beneficial though on an energetic level to give the tip.
Well, check this out. Let me give you another example. I came up with this example a while ago, and I said it on a live stream. No one heard it, but there's only like one person in like a private like conversation. But it's this. It's like an example of like an apple farmer. So let's say you're an apple farmer and you have like an apple orchard or whatever you call an apple farm, and you know apple season's around, and you've just got apples literally falling to the ground, rotting. Like you don't even know what to do with them. You can't sell them all. You got so many apples, right? You got an apple farm. Let's say a friend or family member comes and visits you, and they're staying over for a couple days at your house, and you know you're feeding them whatever. Now, when they go to leave your house, I guarantee you're sending them home with a basket of fucking apples, right? Not only that, you're probably trying to give them so many apples, it's to the point where that person is like, you know, hey, I don't even know what to do with all these apples. Like, I don't need any more. You know, you keep trying to give me all these apples. Now, check this out. At no point does this apple farmer ever think, man, I'm giving him too many apples. Like, I wish I didn't give him that many apples because I could use those apples and sell them and make money. No. The apple farmer knows he's in abundance and he's freely giving. And in fact, he's trying to give so much. Usually the other person is saying, hey, I can't even carry this many apples, let alone want them or need them for anything. Like you've given me enough, right? So let's give you another example. Let's say a pizza guy comes to the door. Your pizza is $20. Now, let's say you're like, here's your tip, and you just start putting down $20 bills in his hand, right? Let's say you just lay a $20 bill, and then you slowly lay another one, and then another one. There's going to become a point where that pizza guy's like, whoa, I can't accept this. This is too much, right? You know that's true.
Yeah, that's true.
They're just not gonna let you just keep piling 20s in their hand. Okay, that's the point. That is when harmony in nature has been reached. You've given as much as you can give, and they've accepted as much as they can accept. And at no point do you feel bad for, say it's $60, you tip the guy. Like, if you're tipping a dude $60 and you're thinking, damn, I shouldn't have given that $60. I could use that for whatever for the next couple weeks for whatever I need, right? You've already shot yourself in the foot. You've ruined this whole law of attraction thing. You need to give as if you're this apple farmer where you live in this complete fucking abundance, and you have this resource that's just, it comes magically. These apples literally grow. You don't even know how they grow, but they grow, and you have so many, and they're rotting on the ground. And that's how you have to see money, is that it's this no big deal. It's a resource. It's abundant. It comes, I'm telling you, and until you adopt this mindset, it won't come into your life this way. But I'm just trying to give you the example of how to think about this stuff. And as far as like it comes to,
it's an abundant mindset.
Right. And so abundance, part of abundance comes from giving. And that's where this whole law of when you give, you receive back tenfold type shit is, because when you give, you're like literally giving. You're not like regretting and doing it because you think you have to or it's a chore. That's not giving. That negates the whole giving process right at the beginning. So when you give to people, go ahead.
I gave away so much money, guy, to a whole bunch of people, guy, and I'm still broke as fuck.
That's all right. You're still getting everything you need.
Well, that's because I work for it really hard too.
It's the intention. It's the intention that.
No, by intent was I didn't expect my money back. I just gave it away because I helped people out or I needed.
I've sort of given up. Okay, I'm still here. By the way, but like I've sort of given up on putting in that extra effort to be a a extra hard worker thinking that I'm going to get it doesn't ever happen. No matter what, you're always going to be getting by. I mean, I suppose you could.
No, unless you're working for yourself.
You could supposedly fall behind and be living in extreme poverty, but as long as you have a job, it doesn't really. I mean, it seems like. I mean, look at people who are on welfare. You know, like
Okay.
they still
What
have
you're trying to say.
TVs, they're driving. You know, like.
Yeah. I think what you're trying to say. I'm going to cut you off, but what you're trying to say is if your goal in life is just to survive and live, right? You don't need to do anything. Like that is a right given to you by God. Like you don't have to go work. You don't have to earn money. You don't need any of that shit. You will always have something to eat. You'll be alive. You know what I mean?
Yes, but my point of it is on the other side of it. Is I've spent time putting in the extra effort, and it seemed that I got nothing from it.
What do you mean? Like, were you expecting something from it?
You get, I don't know. It's just, I guess everything is like.
So your life hasn't been blessed since then?
Every time I feel like I'm ahead,
yeah,
something happens and I'm way behind.
Okay.
And
I would say that there's something in your mindset that is changing that's leading to that. And it could be something like this. Have you ever had a lucky streak where like things are just like looking up and like you just this good thing happens and then this good thing and then another good thing, right? And have you ever thought to yourself, man, that's like too good to be true? Because I think we all do that. We all say like when we have these lucky spells, right? We're like, wow, that's like too good to be true. When something like really good and fortunate happens that's out of the ordinary. Have you ever said that? I used to say that.
I mean, not like I've never had actually anything that was too good to be true, but even just getting ahead, that's almost too good to be true. Yeah. You know,
I think because like right there, you're expecting it like that. You have that right. I could hear it right in the tone and exactly what you said is that you don't expect to get ahead. You actually expect things to be a challenge. And exactly,
I expect everything that I have to be taken, no matter what.
I know. Stop it. You are a son of God, literally, and you are the literal, like, main character of this action movie that you call life, or the entire universe. You are literally the center of the universe. You are the protagonist.
You don't need to be telling me to a kind of a psychopath.
Wait, what? You kind of cut out. I just heard psychopath.
No, I mean, okay. I don't need to go thinking that I have a special place in life, like that I'm the center of the universe. Like that's not going to help me.
What do you mean?
Oh my God! Like to be.
Dude, you were created here to experience life and to its fullest, as much as you want. Literally by God. Like God actually lives through you, as a matter of fact. And God doesn't want to suffer.
That is true. That is true. God is everywhere.
It boils down to your intentions behind your actions.
Yeah,
if you give with
and only God knows your intent. So if your intentions are bad, you're gonna have some bad karma behind that.
Well, hold on. It doesn't work. The bad thing. But I'm just saying, if you're doing things and you're already thinking like, man, I'm doing this, but it doesn't matter because everything always fucks up anyways, right? Because I lived it, bro. Let me tell you this story. I thought I was cursed by what's called Murphy's Law. and that is
Yeah, no, I dig exactly what you're saying. I know Murphy's Law very well.
Okay, guess what? It can only go uphill from there, right? And let me tell you what happened. For like 3 solid years, and I was in outside sales, so I ate out a lot. I would go to fast food restaurants, eat out. I'm telling you, I'm not kidding. Every single time, not even once ever did it. Okay, every single time, my order would be wrong. If I ordered from a fast food place, I ordered like just a plain bacon cheeseburger, it would have like all the shit I don't like on it. Or if I'm at a restaurant, my order would be wrong, even if I'm with people. And it would be so wrong that I would have to send it back. And all my friends and shit are eating. And then I get my food at the fucking very end. And then I start eating it and they're done. And they're like, I'm gonna go out and smoke, you know, whatever. And you see what I mean? And I felt like I was cursed by this shit. And but the whole point was I kept thinking about it and it was perpetuating it. And it got to the point where I just like accepted it. And I was finally like, you know what? Like, whatever. I just expect it to be wrong now. And it kept being wrong. But then there was a point where it's not that I just stopped expecting it to be wrong, but I no longer cared. And even if it was wrong, I just went with it. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go with what is supposed to happen. And I'm not going to expect anything. Like, I'm done worrying about this shit, blah, blah, blah. Dude, it was so bad. I went to Whataburger and I had an appointment. I was driving like an hour away and I got a chicken tender meal. It literally comes in a big box with like 3 chicken tenders and then fries in the box. And there's a little thing of gravy, right? And whatever sauce you ordered. I'm driving away and I go to open my meal to eat it. And it's the big box, but there's just fries in it. They didn't even give me my fucking chicken tenders. I'm like, how can you fuck up chicken tenders?
Yeah. You're trying to come up with the simplest order that could not fuck up. And
It glitched me out. And I was mad for a second, and then I just started laughing hysterically. I was like, this is some sick fucking cosmic joke. I was like, oh my God, I'm like being pranked. Like people are like somewhere aliens or angels are watching this right now. Like they think this shit's funny. Like they're fucking with me. And I'm telling you, it quickly changed after that. Like I stopped being, I don't know how to describe it, but I didn't have any of these negative feelings or expectations.
See,
I just didn't care anymore.
More basic than that. It's not about it's not about a frame of mind. It's about the system that we live in. Like this system is constantly trying to bleed you of everything. And
no, it's not. No, it's not. It's not. I promise you, man. It's all this conspiracy shit makes you think that it's not. We live in abundance. We are in the Garden of Eden. We're in the Garden of Eden.
Thoughts become things.
Yes. Yes, Pockets. Thank you. You're Scottish? I don't think so.
I'm quarter Scottish.
Anyway. Oh, okay. Me too, actually. Ace McLeod. Nice to meet you. Anyways, yeah, I'm telling you, bro, like your thoughts and it never really set in fully until the last eclipse. I'm sorry, I would have to drag on explaining every good fortune that's happened since. Let me just explain the eclipse part. So I was in IPS chat, Infinite Plane Society. This was back when it used to be cool, whatever. And he developed this thing in his chat room called no naysaying. So like all the people that are like just negative about, you know, what we're trying to do, like put a guy up in a rocket or billboards or funding whatever. We would always have these people that, and they're our friends, like people we know, but they say these like negative comments like, oh, that's not going to happen, or how are you going to do that? And blah, blah. It's just negative. And after being around that for a while, when I would go into other chat rooms, like even Patricia Steer, that has like one of the cleanest chats around where people are like really positive and, you know, lovey-dovey and all that, like even there I'm seeing like all this like negativity just everywhere. Like people would have an idea for something, and next thing you know, like people are trying to shoot it down, or, oh, that's not going to work because of this. Or, so I decided to just, I didn't want to like exist in this negative naysaying world. And I would catch myself like naysaying my own ideas. Like I'd have an idea to do something. I'm like, that won't work. That's stupid. I just cut it out, like negative thinking, stop thinking negative about other people, myself, and everything. And what happened was I was coming up to, the eclipse was coming up. And I was invited to go meet up like Bob and Cammy from Globebusters and a few other people. We were going to like watch the eclipse in this field. Well, I had a car at the time, and it started missing on a cylinder. I mean, like engine trouble kind of shit. And I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, like how am I going to drive across like to another state with this fucking car, let alone like I got to get to work and stuff. And I just, you know what? I was like, you know what? I'm going to trust the universe. Like, I want to see this eclipse, blah, blah, blah. Oh, by the way, before the eclipse happened, if you were ever in live chats and everything, you'll notice all these people were in there saying, oh, they're going to chemtrail the sky. We're not even going to be able to see the eclipse, or, oh, this and that's going to happen. Or there's going to be like a hurricane, whatever, right? Like all these people were like naysaying this shit before it even had a chance to happen. Yeah. And I was dead set on this just positive mindset. Like, this is what I want. I feel it's right. Like, it's going to happen no matter what. Well, next thing you know, and it was camping and all this, and I didn't have my camping gear. I left that shit back in Houston. Well, Bob and Cammy are like, yeah, you can come camping with us, and we have an extra tent and everything you need, an air mattress, all this shit. I'm like, what? I'm like, fuck yeah. And that's right when my car decided to start fucking up. I was like, God dang it. But I felt bad about it. But next thing you know, I can't remember if they contacted me or we had another mutual friend in the mix. But next thing you know, they offered just, hey, how about you ride with us since it's going across state? I'm like, that's a good idea. And then Cammy calls right after I accept that, and they're like, hey, Chris Van Maitre lives pretty close to you, and he's coming up. And also I had to work, so they wanted to go for like 3 or 4 days, but I could only go for like 2 days because I had to be back at work. And they're like, hey, Chris Van Maitre has to be back at work too, and he's going to be coming back, blah, blah, blah. I was like, since you said you had to work, like maybe you could ride with us and then you could ride back with him. I was like, oh, that's cool. I was going to ride with so-and-so. Well, next thing you know, I ended up riding with Bob and Cammy there. Then we're at the eclipse, right? So we're like a day or two early. Well, the weather forecast comes in like the day before, and it's showing like bad, like going to be thunderstorms, like, you know, gray skies. All the people from the campsite, they started leaving. Like more than half the people left the campsite to try to go search for like better weather conditions, right? And the whole time I'm like, no, we came to see the eclipse. We're going to see the eclipse. And even the people in my own camp were all, you know, very, very worried. So we wake up the next day, and it's like 9 a.m., 10 a.m., whatever. And it is drizzling rain, and the sky is completely dark, and you definitely can't see the sun, let alone even sunlight, right? It's just,
yeah.
It looks like it's like 9 p.m.
It eventually cracked.
Yes.
So
yes. Not only did it start cracking, we decided, oh my God, you know, maybe there's a chance, you know, we're gonna get to whatever the sun. So we start like putting the weather balloon together with like all these cameras, and we start inflating the weather balloon. to get it up in time to see the eclipse. The only problem is it's blowing wind like 50 miles an hour. Now, if you know anything about weather balloons, they actually send you a pair of gloves. You're supposed to wear gloves if you even touch this thing, because the oils from your hand can like cause, sensitive spots on the balloon that could, pop it when they.
Yeah, I've never heard that, but I don't doubt it. It works that way with certain kinds of light bulbs and everything else too. So.
Yeah, for sure. So, besides that, like I said, the wind was blowing 50 miles an hour, and all this shit's like videoed. We have like time lapse of it too. And this balloon, like as we're filling it, and we've got like 10 people standing around in a circle with their hands up, like just trying to stabilize this thing. There was a couple times it blew completely over and touched the ground, like behind the people trying to hold it up. Like, I mean, it's whipping around. We're talking like as windy as it could ever be, and you're supposed to launch a weather balloon in perfect calmness. So like, okay, so the sky's already starting to break. It's starting to like look nice. Now everyone was worried we're not going to see the eclipse. Now everyone's worried we're not going to be able to launch the balloon. And I yelled to everyone, I'm like, shut the fuck up. I was like, we're launching this fucking balloon. Stop with your whatever you're doing. We're launching the balloon, and this is like all while trying to fill it up and hold it. And I'm literally like the person holding the balloon at the end, like before it like launches off. Then the balloon launches off, and the wind is carrying it like straight into all the tents. And then the final thing someone says is, "Oh my God, it's going to crash into a tent." But what happens? The payload with all the cameras and shit literally skims like 1 centimeter away from crashing into all this shit, like going like 30 miles an hour sideways. And the balloon launches. Then what happens? More naysaying. Everyone's like, oh my God, it's so windy. Like, we're not going to be able to find the balloon. I'm like, guys, shut up. The balloon's in the air. The sun is out. We're going to watch the eclipse. I said, you know what's going to happen? You see that field right next to us? There's big open cornfields and shit. I was like, the balloon is actually going to come back down and land in that field, and we're not even going to have to go look for it. Granted, that didn't happen, but besides the point. Oh, also, halfway through all this ordeal, I popped some LSD because I brought some for the trip.
Perfect.
And I was like, man, you people are fucking like, you're getting on my nerves. Like, man, holy shit. So I'm like peaking on fucking acid, like while we're launching this balloon and shit. Okay. Then they go out to find the balloon, and they like find it within like an hour, like record time for finding a balloon. It wasn't very far. Like it had come back. Oh, and they're watching it on the tracker. They're like, oh my God, it's blowing so far to the east. Like it's like hundreds of miles away. Like,
yeah,
oh my God, we're not going to find it.
I actually had this question just the other day. I was asking if anybody was in the chat that really had firsthand knowledge with the balloons. Like, we're talking about, I mean, I know they say the locked atmosphere and thing. I was curious as to how far away you actually have to go to retrieve it. Like, what was it you were about to tell me?
Oh, the balloon was within like 25 miles.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Like,
hold on,
moving at 1,000 miles an hour. Like,
that's all irrelevant. Yeah, that's so irrelevant. Well, no, it should spin out. Yeah, it was up there for like 3 hours. It should have been 3,000. It should have been in England, right? If you think about it. But no,
and then
what happens? The winds.
This doesn't have to do with what you're saying, but I didn't realize that you were so involved. Actually, like that you were. I mean, Glowbusters. They're the big dudes. They're the ones that I follow.
Yeah.
Jaronism. Like Jaron's awesome. Bob, great. Like I love those guys, and I didn't. That's really cool that I'm talking.
Oh yeah, Bob. I've hung out with him dozens of times. I live in close enough to Denver, anyways. They live in Denver. I live in Denver. ODD was one of the first people I hung out with in real life, like years ago.
Nice.
And we're decent friends. We still keep in contact.
I know you have a big name on here. I've heard people talking like, "Hey, A." Like,
yeah,
I guess
I've been around since the beginning. I was one of the first people that did live hangouts with like an open panel and like no format. Because 4 years ago, all there was on YouTube was like Mark Sargent did his little like interviews every once in a while. Patricia Steer just started doing her show, but it's like a 1 hour, you know what I mean? It has like a script to it kind of thing.
Yeah, I've never actually listened to Patricia's show. I mean, I think I'd seen her, but like, actually, unfortunately, the first I really knew Patricia much was actually the recent Netflix documentary. Like, I'd heard of her before that, but I never saw anything. And
yeah, she's nice. I mean, people like to call her a shill and shit, but really, there's no reason one way or another for that, because she doesn't do anything. She's not a promoter of any models, or like she doesn't try to teach anyone anything or gatekeep. She is like a social butterfly. So she's like one of those people trying to build networks of friends and all this, and all she does is like interview people that are already flat earthers.
Right. Okay.
She gives interviews. So all the shit on her channel is just all these interviews of upcoming flat earthers, or like people that are, doing shit or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, so the weather balloon, it actually went like 150 miles out, like to the east, and everyone thought, holy shit, it's gonna be almost impossible to find this bitch. It keeps going this way. But then guess what? And that's as it's rising in altitude, right? It's like blowing east. Then it gets to like 30,000 feet. And next thing you know, it's blowing right back towards us. And they were like, oh my God, the balloon, it's coming back. It's coming back. It's like, it's been coming back for like 10 minutes. It's whatever. And I hear that and I was like, duh, that's what I said. So then anyways, we watched the eclipse. I watched it barefoot, sun gazing before and like during it. Not like too much before it, but enough. And I had a complete like epiphany, dude, while it was happening. It all hit me. I was like, oh my God. And I had just got a job offer like right before that, and then I accepted it right after the eclipse. And it was great and all, but then I was having all these disagreements because it was super corporate. I worked for a computer chip manufacturing company. And then right as I was deciding I didn't want to work there anymore, I got just this mention of this other company. And where I work now, people don't quit there. Like, it pays very well. You've got a pension, healthcare, like all the benefits, right? And you work 4 days a week and you're off 4 days a week. So it's like a great balance, and you know what I'm saying?
You're 4 on, are they long hours, like
12 hours. So yeah, I get overtime even for working 4 days a week. Yeah. A lot of times, me personally, I'll take a day of overtime too, because why not? Like, I'm still young. I like it. And, 3 days off is still a long time to me. By the fourth day, I'm kind of going stir crazy. Anyways, so then it just so happened this job was kind of getting under my skin with Broadcom. I was making 5G cell phone chips, bro, by the way. And so I hated it. I hated the fact that I was making
it was damaging your soul doing it. Yeah.
Right.
You know,
I was like, yeah.
You know what it's going to do.
Yeah.
At least, well, I mean, actually, nobody really knows.
Well, what it's going to do really is provide them way, way more bandwidth to spy on us better.
Yeah. No, it's not.
Yeah.
They want to sell it for the benefit of the consumer, but nothing is sold for the benefit of the consumer. It's when they, pretty much when it comes to technology, they like to sell it that way, but nothing is put out there without some other intent. And it's all about really what it really comes down to is about raping the consumer. It's how little can you give them?
Right. Okay. But let's not focus on that raping them, because that's more negative stuff, like I said, and that might be true, and it is, and that's their motivation. That doesn't mean we even have to even pay any attention to that, because like what I was getting at, so after everything was said and done, and they had just got back with the balloon and everything, the one girl, and like she homeschools. Oh, I got to tell you how they got woke up real quick. Anyways, they were complete normies, didn't even know about 9/11, right? Complete normie. And the husband worked in the oil field industry. One day, they found a brick in their backyard with a note tied around it. And it was talking about all kinds of shit and Sandy Hook and whatnot.
What?
And yeah, and the chick started looking into it, and she totally fucking woke up. And then
who the hell would have thrown a brick into their yard with Sandy Hook information?
I don't know, man. I don't know. But then a couple days later, and these are personal friends of mine. I've hung out with them, their family, their kids. They're and these people, like, I've only met them through meetups in Fort Collins, and they're not on YouTube. Like they have like a flip phone, cell phone, and they're not online like cruising YouTube and interacting in live chats. And I know a lot of people like this. They're complete flat earthers. They've heard a lot of stuff, but you've never heard of them before. And it's a psyop to think that flat earth is going to be affected by people in a chat room on YouTube. Like all these people want to say, oh my God, this guy's giving flat earth a bad name, da da da. No, they're not, because the real people, they don't even know anything about that. Okay? But anyways, she was the first one that said, she actually said, oh my God, Ace, I think you manifested this entire like day. I can't remember how she put it, but she was essentially trying to credit me for the sun coming out and the balloon launching and them finding the balloon and getting back so soon and like all this stuff. Like she like noticed like I was the only one trying to be positive. And I actually felt like that. I was like, oh my God, everyone has descended into this negative mindset and they don't even know they're doing it. They're just, yeah, it makes
they're being logical, but instead it's actually just
right. And they are being logical. They were being totally logical, and I was being not logical.
Right.
But at the same time, I wasn't acting on belief. I wasn't like, well, I kind of believe, this and that's gonna happen. No, it was like knowing, like the same as knowing the color of your car, right? Like you're like, I'm like, hey, what color is your car? And you say white. It's like you just, because you know it. Yeah.
Okay. And you said you had popped some too. So like.
Yeah, later on before the balloon launch.
It was after.
It was before the eclipse still, but it was before the sun. It was right when the sun gave signs that it was going to break. It was like 2 hours before the eclipse.
Okay. Well, I was
And,
just. I mean,
yeah.
I don't want to. I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna suggest that possibly, although I don't believe it, like just being on acid gives you a slightly a different mindset that
It
makes
does.
you more.
It does.
That makes you. Maybe it might even open up the possibility of knowing the future or being able to better predict the future. Being, like, but you were already doing it before you popped the SID, so right. I mean, you were starting
Yeah, the whole mindset. Yeah, the whole mindset, because it came from the chat rooms, the quitting, the negative naysaying. But the thing was that I was noticing all the naysaying, and all the naysaying is what kind of made me be like, man, I'm gonna just fucking take this acid.
So
And
it's
it
almost
was
just
a microdose. It was like a quarter of a
clairvoyance
hit.
that it gave you. Like it's like even though it's a little bit of clairvoyance that you get to see, and that somehow maybe that energy, because even though the masses around you are all negative about it, somehow that clairvoyance about it, like maybe you were able to rise above with a higher energy, just yourself, over the thousands of people that were there being negative. Like your mindset was able to alter it somehow, or maybe it was just a prediction, but I don't know. Now I'm starting to ramble about nonsense, but
That's all right.
You said something else that I wanted to touch on. Also, I wanted to ask you being as involved as you are, do you have a YouTube channel? Or
Yeah, Ace McCloud.
Ace McCloud?
Yeah.
I'm going to check that out.
Yeah, there is only one.
Yeah, right.
There can be only one.
Yeah. But yeah, so let me just continue on and then other people like Cammie, Bob's wife, she was like, "You're right. Oh my God!" Like, she's like, "Thank you, Ace. Like, give me a hug." At blah blah blah. Like, you were right, and I knew you were right, but I was just worried and this and that, and I was like, "I know, it's all good. It's all good." And then I gave him the whole story about what was happening recently with the naysaying, and I'm trying to do this like positive intentions and, just be positive and know that I deserve everything out of life. Like it's you do deserve it. And I think we do shoot ourselves in the foot. So anyways, it was like this negative thing. I was like, oh my God, I got to quit where I'm working. Like, I can't stand this office politics. I hate it. Like, I didn't like being there. And it was kind of upsetting. And I'm like thinking, what do I do? Do I like just wait, to, anyway, so I pulled the trigger. And next thing you know, this opportunity just falls in my fucking lap, dude. And I decided completely not to worry about the other place. And I was like, you know what? Like, just God has my interests at heart. I'm just, whatever happens, I know it's going to be good. And, it was great working here. And I'm sure there's going to be something better. And then this whole thing came about. And also I went and bought a car from an auction, and I paid pennies on the dollar. I mean, I got a car that would sell at like a used car dealer for like, say, $10,000, right? And I got it for $1,100 because I was the only person that bid on it. Actually, one person bid on it $1,000, and then I bid $1,100 at the last minute. And then he kept going and going and going. Like, are you sure nobody else? Like, going once. You know what I mean? He drug it out, the auctioneer. And next thing you know, no one bid on it. And my heart sank. I was like, oh my God, I just bought, because it wasn't the car I was even there to buy. Like I was there looking at other cars, like small little commuter cars and stuff. Next thing you know, I got this big V8 sedan, you know what I mean? And it's in flawless condition, and it was maintained originally, like everything maintained. Then, and I felt very blessed about getting such a good deal on it anyways, right? Then 2 days later, I finally opened the trunk to like look in it. I can't remember what I was doing. Maybe, I think just to look in it, right? And there's 5 brand new Michelin run flat tires in the trunk. Like $300 a piece tires just stacked up in the trunk. I was like, what? These tires are worth more than I paid for the car.
What kind of car was it? That's a big trunk.
It's a Caprice, or a Crown Vic, a 2008 Crown Vic. Yeah.
Yeah.
70,000 miles. And now it has like 130,000. I put like 50 or 60,000 miles on it, and literally nothing's gone wrong. It's like a tank. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, yeah. Anyways, and that's just one thing. Dude, there's so many. There's too many things. These little signs of life, you know.
Yeah, a lot of them. I mean, I can't really rattle any off the top of my head, but I've had those types of occurrences also where they seem like small coincidences, but when they happen, you know that there's something else at play.
Right. Yeah, and then when they happen, like 20 things like that happen in a row, and you're like, okay, they could have all been coincidences, but not all of them together. And that's what I'm saying. And that's only the tip of the iceberg. I'm just telling you, it's literally I credit all this literally to the eclipses when I changed my mindset. And I've always known about the law of attraction and, you know, all this kind of stuff, but it didn't really like sink in as far as how much I might have been hurting myself. And also, let's say I got the job. Oh, by the way, right after the eclipse, I got like a $3 raise for no reason at that original job. Just because they gave a raise to like the entire company. And I had only been there a little bit of time. And for no reason, just here's an extra $3 an hour.
They must have been doing really well.
I can't remember what the reasoning for that was, but maybe to try to retain employees. I think they were losing employees as well. But
if you're worried about employees, I mean, your profit margin must be way that much more.
Bro, their profit margin's out of this world. It's literally Broadcom is the richest. They're the biggest technology company in the world. They bought out the company called Avago, Avago bought out Broadcom for $33 billion. And it was the world's largest buyout or merger, right, at the time. Okay, at the time. And then Avago took on Broadcom's name because they're more recognizable. Then, and Broadcom has this crazy CEO that he's like destroying all the competition and like buying them out and shit. Well, Qualcomm came up on the table, and Qualcomm, like they make, you know, computer phone like processors, and you know they're pretty big time in the cell phone market.
Wait, is that not the Chinese company or whatever?
Qualcomm?
Yeah. Qualcomm is big. Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah, they may have even been American.
Didn't they have stores in America?
Don't quote me. No, not Qualcomm. No. Anyways. So anyways, yeah, Broadcom then was going to buy out Qualcomm, and they were going to set a record for the largest buyout in history. Like I said before, 33 billion was the biggest one. And remember, Microsoft tried to buy a company back in the day for 20 billion, and they got shot down for monopoly shit. Well, you know, Avago already had the 33 billion, which is a number, you know, obviously to me too. And thought that was funny. But then Qualcomm, what was on the table was $134 billion, like liquid cash, and all kinds of stock options for all the CEOs and executives to like sweeten the deal. And they were actually going to go for it, and Trump shut it down. And they actually bought land and set up a headquarters in America in order to basically be an American business, to run their new bit. They were even going to run their business out of America, you know, instead of being in I think Korea or whatever, wherever they are now. But the point is, they got shot down for that, you know, monopoly kind of shit. They're like, nah, you can't buy out the second largest competitor to you. So yeah, they've got money. That's not the point. But I just felt like it was a little add-on for, you know, so here's the deal. So I had the good luck with the job, and then the raise, and then the car, and then the tires, and then I had met a new girl, and I was doing NoFap also, and I had gone 3 months, was the longest I had ever gone without losing seed, right? And all of a sudden I met this like kind of like a dream girl at the time, right? Like totally different from me. Yeah, no masturbating. Yeah. So anyways, so all these like good things were happening, right? And any normal person, including myself, I would have used to say, man, this is like too good to be true. Like all these things are like lining up in my favor right now. And, you know, I would have said that's too good to be true, right? But I knew better. And the thought kind of crossed my head. And when I thought about it, I was like, do you know what you're doing when you're saying things are too good to be true? You're actually telling the universe, hey, this is too good to be true. The universe says, and so it is. Remember I said that's how the universe answers? So if you say this is too good to be true, essentially you're saying, like, I don't deserve this, or there's something wrong with this. It's a negative thing. And you might think by saying, wow, this is too good to be true, you're like, man, this is really awesome. It's like almost unbelievable. But no, you're literally saying it's not believable. You're saying like something's wrong with it. So that whole too good to be true mindset, I like cut that out too. Because what I figured out was, when you start having strings of good luck, oftentimes you feel like, man, I almost don't deserve this. Like, what's happening right now? And at that point is where it kind of like gets cut off. But since the eclipse, I haven't been saying any of that. Like, I kind of almost numbly go around to all that stuff. Like, I just accept that all these good things are just what are supposed to happen. I don't think it's too good to be true. I think I deserve even more.
I mean, you know, that is awesome. I mean, as we were saying about what the universe gives you, you know, like maybe you did deserve it, but you don't want to believe it, and so the universe takes it away. But like, I mean, are you at all skeptical? Like, are too good to be true? Like, do you become susceptible to scams, things like that? Like, you've already won $5 million. All
right, let me tell you this. So it gets even better. So after I decided all this, you know, too good to be true, whatever, and I was like, you know what? No, nothing's too good to be true. And I feel like when you say that, you're like pissing in the face of God, like trying to hook you up. Because if we are sons of God, why wouldn't he want the best for us? Why wouldn't he? Like, if your dad was like a rich elite person, don't you think you'd have all the best things in life? Well, my dad is, God, for instance. Like, and I think the only reason we don't get these gifts is because we don't want them. Because we think we don't want them, or we think they might be a burden, or, all these things. But there's all this other more good luck. It just gets better and better. Like, so the new job I have, right? So I've been a pothead like all my life, pretty much. I used to sell weed when I was in Houston, and I live in Colorado. I can literally go to the store and get like the dankest weed in the world, and oils and all kinds of stuff. I decided about 6 months ago, literally like a year ago, I was cutting back on weed, and I was telling people about it too. I'm like, yeah, I want to get back into like dreaming again and astral projection and all these like cool things. And weed really, really negatively affects my ability to dream. So I stopped doing it.
Weed, it skips the dream cycle. Like, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I know, and that sucks. So that's why I cut back. That's the original reason, right? So first time in my life, like, okay, let me put it this way. I had quit, and then every once in a while, if I'm hanging out with people, of course, I would smoke, right? Well, fast forward to, let's say, October, the month before October, right? September, right? That was like when I really got like serious. And I was like, you know what? Like, I'm back to lucid dreaming again. I feel like I have all this energy and blah, blah, blah. And I'm doing the whole no fap thing, and I got this girlfriend, whatever. So I decided to stop smoking. Well, here comes November, right? November was the Flat Earth Conference. So I'm at the Flat Earth Conference. Do you know how many times I got offered weed? And guess what happened? I turned it down every time. And the only reason why is because in my mind, I was like, man, I haven't smoked in a while, and I don't want to be out of it and like miss out and like not talk to people. You know what I mean? So I decided not to. Well, here comes December. Well, and now here's January 1st. All of a sudden, my job, which I'm just a contractor at for the last 8 months, like I work for another company that, I work for this company. They offer me like full-time employment, which is like big time. Like, they don't just offer that to people. And it's a cushy kind of thing. And, the people don't just quit. It's like it's good, dude. I'm telling you. Anyways, it was contingent on taking a hair follicle drug test. Okay. This is the only time in my life I had ever gone 3 to 4 months without smoking weed. And it just so happens that a hair drug test can look back 3 to 6 months, roughly. And I wasn't really worried about the whole 6 or 5 months because I only dabbled in it very, very lightly. And I went ahead and bought some kind of shampoo anyways, just to be safe, right? And I got a haircut down to like where my hair was only like 2.5 inches. So it'd only be like 4 months long, because you have to have some hair. Next thing you know, I fucking passed it, dude. And I never in my life would have passed a hair drug test. And I didn't know that I needed to stop smoking to do it. The universe hooked me up. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, no, I see. Again, those crazy coincidences.
Yes.
When they pile on top of each other, when they've happened once, it's a coincidence. It happens twice, now you're getting lucky. 3 times in a row, what's going on? 4, 5, 6 times, something's up.
Yeah, speaking of which, like, I've had it a bunch of times where I'll be like walking home or something, and like I don't know, I'll be in like the moonlight and stuff, and it'll be like getting really chilly, and I don't know why, but like so half of my walk is shaded. As soon as I walk past that threshold and get into the shade, it gets warmer. I don't get it. Like, does anybody know what's going on? Like, it's like warmer in the shade of the moon than it is in the light.
Yeah. But yeah, so we'll get on that. What do y'all got to say about all this? I'm telling you, man, I promise you, if I would have second guessed myself, and when I mean naysaying, I mean like second guessing yourself and shit, you know? All these things.
Yeah, I think no. There's definitely something to it. You know, having a positive place of mind, and you know, and the other factors that must be at play, other than just what most people would logically think. You know, idea of chance and so on and so forth. But you know, no, it's awesome when. And I don't really have much more to add to that, except for it's really time for me to go to bed, and I'm.
If you say so.
Yeah, no. Have a good night, man. I hope to run into you again soon, but I got to get to bed.
Yeah, I'll be around tomorrow, I'm sure. All right, sweet dreams, lucid dreams.
Yeah.
Do you smoke weed, Lou? Do you smoke
good
weed?
night, good night, Becky. Good night, everybody.
Lou, do you smoke weed?
Buddy. Take care.
You know, I have since about 15 years old, but in the past year or so, I like very little actually.
Oh, that's cool. Is it, yeah.
Why does it say Globe Earth and Flat Earth under your roles? Which is it?
I'm everybody. No, it just look at the orange one. I mean, I still somewhat flat earther. I still have a lot of questions. I'm not 100% convinced, but I'll always defend the flat earth over the nonsense that we're given that's supposed to defend the globe earth. The globe earth is I mean, it's hard to beat your ideas about the globe earth when you have been taught it your whole life, and especially if all of your questions about the flat earth have been answered. There's still a lot of things that the answer that I get is we just don't know, and that's good that we don't know, but I want to know. You know, there's certain things
you're on the fence. If you're not like sure either way, I'd just say you're on the fence. I wouldn't.
Yeah, no, well, the thing is that I had a discussion with somebody 2 days ago. I mean, I would put myself like 90% towards the flat Earth. And when I'm in here, I'm always defending the flat Earth model. They're trying to talk their stupid shit, like, because all the best evidence really does come from the flat Earth side. I don't have
Like
any.
what? What's your best evidence?
Well, I'm just saying, people on the flat Earth side, all their facts set. They got their ducks in a row. The globe earthers come in and they got nothing. I mean, all they have is speculation. All they have is what they've been told since a young child, and with no evidence or proof to back it up. And if you know, I've seen the observations. I've seen that it definitely doesn't appear to have a curve when you can zoom in for find the object again. The laser tests are incredible. I 100% doubt NASA ever went to the moon. Nothing. I don't trust them at all. So, like, really, I mean, all of those things tell me that there's a really good chance that the Earth is flat. I'll never be 100% there unless I can see it for myself, and that's not likely to happen.
I think you're a flat earther, but during the weekends you're a global earther.
Hey, by the way, I think this is the only server that's got the most people in it in 24 hours.
Yeah, it's a hangout. There's always someone here. You know
There's
why?
always someone here, but there's no one.
We have
There's no
people
one
from
in any other server.
There's like, okay, Becky's from Australia. We have like people from all over different time zones.
It's a cool server. Actually, since I do have mods, get rid of my stupid Globe Earth roll. I didn't ask for that. I had the on the fence. I said I was ready to move over to Globe Earth. I mean, not Globe. I was ready to move over to Flat Earth because of the fact that most of the time, I mean, I have my questions about it, but otherwise I'm defending it. I did not want a Globe Earth roll, and that's what, ever since I have that, I've been asked about a dozen times.
It's like having the word liar next to your name, you know, or like,
anymore.
I don't know.
It's gone.
Deceived or delusional. So yeah, I wiped it for you.
Thank you.
Can
All
I
right.
become a flat earther as well?
Well, you gotta know that you can if you want to go do an interview real quick.
I'll do an interview, sure.
An interview.
If you know your model, you have to know it. I'm not just gonna give it to you.
Well, I don't know. I was just saying because one guy that when I was on here while I was under the influence, he said, "Well, the reason why you're under the influence is because you know the Earth is flat."
No, dude, you stop drinking once you find out it's flat. Like it gives you meaning, purpose to life. It's like people that drink a lot and do drugs a lot, they're rudderless. They don't have a direction in life. Once you find out this, you're like, wow, there's an actual meaning. There's a purpose to my life. You know, it's the nihilism leads to drinking and excessive drug use and things like that. And that's what they want us to do. That way we're easier to control. Nathan Thompson just did an excellent reading about the protocols of Zion. I would encourage everyone here to read that book, but he breaks it down. If you want to listen to it, I listen to it at double speed just to get through it. It's an hour and 45 minutes. And he touches a lot of base. He doesn't read the entire book, but he gives you enough of it to get the concept. To read the entire book, it's not very thick, but I would encourage you to do it. It's time well spent. And then you would know the game plan for the New World Order. This is their playbook, dude. If you ever wanted to read the playbook for the New World Order, this is it. And it's not very thick, but everything in there, this book is over 100 years old, and it reads like a book of prophecy because everything in there has been accomplished. Pretty much everything, except like disarm.
I think, sorry to interrupt you, but I think if the New World Order was coming along and we were all being forced to do shit and all that stuff, I think I'd want to drink. And you know what? I think what the guy was saying, what I was mentioning before, is he was saying the fact that I was in denial, I was drinking. Right? So, I don't know.
Well, yeah, quit the drinking. It's not good for you. I have a friend who's an alcoholic, and every time he gets back from his flight, he starts drinking. You know, he takes flights to the West Coast and he comes back drunk and he stays on a binge for 2-3 weeks. He drinks himself like to 1 inch from death, and then he'll quit for a little while and do it again.
Binge drinking.
Yeah. It's terrible. He never learns a lesson. It's like, not only is he drinking, he's smoking like 3 packs of cigarettes a day, like chain smoking and drinking. It's like
3 pack. Oh, this sounds a lot worse than what I do. I just drink a 6-pack of beer with friends.
No, he's
I'm a social drinker.
2 pints of liquor and then chain smoke. Like after he's done smoking a cigarette, a minute or two later, he lights it. Hard liquor, yeah. Whiskey.
Oh my god. Okay, so
he doesn't drink. He doesn't eat too. He'll drink. He won't eat any food for like weeks. You know, maybe just a little bite here or there, but that's it.
Yeah,
nothing.
I know some people like that. Yeah.
Do you know this person and do you know this guy in person?
He's my neighbor, dude. He knocks on my door sometimes 3 a.m. begging for liquor. It's like, please help me, I got shakes. I'm like, dude, would you quit fucking doing this? You're killing yourself. And I don't like to fucking drive him to the store. He won't drive, he'll call a cab or whatever. I'm like, dude, I don't want to contribute to your death. Like, by me enabling you, I'm just helping you kill yourself. Like, quit asking me to enable you to kill yourself. And I don't get it, man. It makes me mad. You know, like it puts me in a bad spot. It's like, oh yeah, here, I'll help you, but I'm just enabling you to keep going. You know what I mean? Like, okay, yeah, clean yourself up. Yeah, I'm just gonna wean off. I just need something to stop my shaking. But it goes until he gets fatigued. Like until he can't take it, he taps out after about 2-3 weeks of it. You know, daily drinking like this, he'll tap out. He can't take it. You know, and it's like he'll repeat. It's like after all that, you want to really do it again? You want to?
You know, I gotta say that one of my friends drank for a while. You know, drinking hard liquor or drinking a cider, 2-liter cider, and she's got balls because like she quit drinking. Well, she quit for her boyfriend. So once her boyfriend decides to break up with her, what's gonna happen? She's gonna start drinking all over again, and probably worse.
Yeah.
But
once you find a purpose, dude, you know, like once you find out there's a purpose for your life, you know, like because a lot of us were nihilistic before we found this out, and when you find out that like, wait, we've been lied to about everything, life becomes more important. Like even after like being sprayed with chemtrails, like I won't kill a bee. You know, like before I would spray. I do roofing, so I get like hornets and bees and shit up in the roof. And I used to spray them and get rid of them, but I won't kill them anymore because like we're all being sprayed. You know, the bees, like I never really like to kill the bees, but more like hornets and other things because they're just nasty. You know, like wasps, because they'll just get, you know, they'll come after me and sting me when I'm on the fucking roof, and I don't want to deal with that. But yeah, I don't spray them because I can empathize with them because I'm being fucking sprayed. Someone's flying over me with a giant can of spray, spraying me at the same time.
well, I can be a naturalist and all about the world health without being a globe earther, right? So it's like
true. Yeah.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that you know, I could decide to quit drinking, but I drink because I'm around friends that like to drink as well. Like it's about a social aspect. It's not so much that I drink because the world is
How
round.
about this? Have you ever tried not drinking while they are one day for no reason? Just I'm not going to drink tonight. I'm not telling you to stop either.
I have, but it's more so an addiction thing. I think it runs in my family actually.
Yeah.
You know, it's not so much having to do with the flat Earth or anything like that.
Yeah, no. It's a chemical called GABA A and GABA B, and your brain is so used to having that. And GABA, like, literally tones down all the other neurotransmitters in your body. So it like calms you down and, you know, all these things. So when you don't have it, you're like overly excited and you're just like fidgety and, you know, all these bad things. But yeah, GABA is just like Xanax or Valium or alcohol. They're all the same thing.
Actually, that's what helps him quit. You know, like when he's coming off the alcohol, he takes like Xanax or like
Valium or something.
Yeah, something to help.
You can go get a prescription for it.
That's what I told him. I'm like, dude, get your script, get off this, because he's in no shape to keep doing it.
If you want to, there's one chemical, and I wouldn't want you to get this and then just be addicted to something else, but it's perfectly legal. I've been using it just intermittently whenever I want to, as you can use it as a replacement. Like if you're going to go out and drink one night, you take this stuff instead. You take it a couple hours before, and you just, you know, you remember how when you first started drinking, like you'd be at a party, and like the first couple times you got drunk at a party, like you felt really, really high from alcohol. Like really good
well,
and excited
I overindulged and I blacked out.
Okay, now check this out.
I overindulged and I blacked out, and I smashed a freaking clothes hamper that was metal, and then I puked my guts out.
Okay.
It wasn't very pleasant. I was also hungover for about a
I'm
week.
not talking about overdoing it. I'm talking about the positive effects. So the point is that when you get older, the more you've been drinking, especially if you drink it even more than once a week, you lose that like really novel kind of really euphoric buzz that alcohol gives. Like you don't get that anymore when you get older, especially the more often you drink. Like you might feel kind of good, but you don't feel like high like you used to.
Yeah.
So what the
buzz.
reason
High.
the reason why you felt high is because it was tickling your GABA B receptors in your head.
Oh, damn.
Alcohol mostly affects GABA A. And GABA A is what makes you intoxicated and lose coordination. It slows your thinking down. Now, GABA B is actually a nootropic. It can actually make you smarter in low doses. And it's what gives you the euphoria and the high and the anti-anxiety. It's what gives you courage to go talk to a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like while you drink. But
So how
the
do you
GABA,
get GABA A?
okay, it's called Phenibut. It's called Phenibut. And it's been out since the 60s. It's a prescription in like Russia, but you can order it straight to your house here in America. And they used to sell it at GNC. They stopped selling it about a year ago, and they sold it in the weightlifting department. And the reason why is because it promotes deep, restful sleep. And when you get that, your body produces more growth hormone, and it's just good if you're working out, right? Well, the thing is, if you take a decent sized dose of Phenibut, you actually get like euphoria from it, and it's better than drinking. It actually feels a little bit like a mild ecstasy roll. You almost feel like
if you drink with it, if you have a few beers and a dose.
No, I hate it. It makes you have the spins and shit. You don't want to mix it. It's not good. I'm telling you, it's and
That's
also, but the thing is, it'll prevent you from getting the shakes and all this stuff because it's working on your GABA receptors, which is what alcohol does. So I'm saying this could be something a crutch to get somebody off of an alcohol addiction. Just the same way as like if a doctor would prescribe you some Valium or something. But the problem with Valium and Xanax and all that is the reason why people like Xanaxes and Valiums so much is because they target the GABA B and GABA A, but they target GABA B much more than alcohol. Like alcohol is almost strictly GABA A, which is the bad one. It's the depressant that intoxicates you and makes you lose balance and all that. Whereas GABA B is the one that makes you feel good. So what happens is when you're new to drinking for the first time ever and you have like no tolerance, you drink just a little bit of alcohol and all of a sudden it's hitting that GABA B just a little bit, but it's enough to where you're like, whoa, I feel great. And it's not enough GABA A to make you all fucking stupid, right? But then the more you drink and drink, you need to drink more in order to get a buzz, right? So now you're way, way overcompensating the GABA A, so you don't even feel the effects of the GABA B anymore. In order to feel those effects, you need to have like no tolerance. So you'd have to like quit drinking for like months and months. And then if you had a drink, you'd feel really good. But then if you kept drinking like the next day or two, you would lose that good feeling. That's just how shit works. It's a give and take with all chemicals.
You got to re-upload your natural store of those hormones.
Right. And then there's supplements you can take to rebuild your neurotransmitters in your brain, like L-tyrosine, for instance. It's an amino acid. And yeah, you can get it from food, but they make a supplement that they've isolated it. and it makes you produce like dopamine, serotonin, and other neurotransmitters. It gives you the baseline chemical that your body uses to rebuild the shit in your brain. So there's all kinds of things you can take. If you're having shakes, you could take all kinds of stuff like kava. You could just go to the store and get a bunch of kava supplements. Which
I was going to try to burp for you, Ace, but then I got the giggles.
Oh, that would have been nice. It would have been of like a deep growly burp. Like,
I'm not sure. I had a really loud one before, and I went to click the mic off and do it, but I was too late.
Yeah. Yeah, don't you hate that when you think you're going to have like this epic burp and then it just comes out like real short and weak? It's like, and like all high pitched.
But I want to prove to you that I can burp loudly.
Yeah. I like the ones, and you can't fake a good burp, like that deep, echoey, gargly burp was like, you know what I mean?
No, they crack me up. I love burping.
Yeah.
Oh, I done that. I was out camping one time, and I had a loud burp, and it was echoing in the trees and stuff like that. Someone yelled, "That was well brought up. Why weren't you?"
No, I always say that. I don't say why weren't you. I always say that's well brought up. You're well brought up.
That's funny.
Well brought up, or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That was raised with manners and then released into the wild.
I think burping's funny, and burp talk is funny too.
What about farts?
Yeah, I find them hysterical.
They can be. It's got to be timing. It's got to be.
But what about the first time you ever fart in front of your partner? That's a memorable experience.
If it's just if it's odorless, if it's nasty, it's bad.
Yeah, don't do that because the first time you do that, you know, it's like, whatever. But then a week later, you're getting Dutch ovened, you know, because it's like all bets are off. It's like actually, my first girlfriend, and I dated this girl for like 2 years. I've never witnessed her to take a shit ever. She somehow magically did it, and somehow when I wasn't around or whatever, she
must have done that on purpose.
I don't know. Oh yeah.
When you went around.
You know,
that's very thoughtful.
there was one time I was with my ex-girlfriend.
I'm not that thoughtful.
I was sleeping next to her, right? I was deep in my sleep, and then I woke up in the middle of the night, and I'm like, "What's that smell?" And she goes, "That's you." Like, oh shit.
Oh, awkward. Maybe she got up and done a big shit and then blamed it on you.
No, I don't think it was her. I think it was me. I farted in my sleep.
Oh, farted. Okay. And that's what woke you up, huh? Probably.
Embarrassing.
You're like, bro.
It was bad.
The first time I ever farted in front of my ex, it was in my sleep. And so I didn't know he had to tell me. I was so embarrassed. Why did everyone go silent then?
I'm just eating some pasta.
Well, that's good.
With curry that I made the other night.
Oh, yeah. I remember you were saying you were making a curry. We were talking about curries.
I do notice that curry made the next day tastes better than it was before.
Bitch. I was muted. Yeah, I was muted. I was telling who was
I thought you were ignoring me.
How do you get? Who was the person I was talking to about alcohol just now?
Gray Fox.
Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna send you a link. Like I've used this stuff literally. I've known about it for like 5 years. It's amazing shit.
See, the problem is I'm in Canada, so I don't know if I can get the same stuff that you got.
Yeah. Just go to the website and see what's up. And then if they can't deliver to you for some reason, I don't see why not. This is like one of the biggest nootropics companies in the world. You can order it from Amazon. You can order it from other websites. So it's called Phenibut. You can do research online about it. And I love it. Actually, I would put it as one of my top 2 substances in the world. Like if I had to pick only one substance for the rest of my life, like I'm telling you, this stuff is up there. I think it's even above weed for me.
Wow.
It's definitely above alcohol. It is very fun. If you take this shit and you go out, you're going to be like the life of the party. Yeah, and it lasts all day long. It's not like some bullshit that it lasts a couple hours. I mean, this is like all day. And it completely dissolves your anxiety. Like this is the kind of stuff you would take if you're going on a job interview or like a first date.
Oh yeah.
And you're going to be like Mr. Have everything right to say and like completely confident. Yeah. Anyways, enough talking about that, I guess. And then who here wants to have better dreams and remember their dreams more?
I do.
Okay. Well,
unless
right.
they're nightmares.
Right. Well, first of all, if you stop drinking, you're immediately going to have way, way more dreams and vivid dreams. But also for people that smoke weed, that's like a big, big deterrent on dreaming. But there's a supplement from the same company. It's called Hooperzine. And I've given some to Karen actually, and she's used it several times, and even she will testify that this stuff is like, it's just magic when it comes to dreaming. It'll make you dream all night long. Vivid, vivid dreams.
I've had coffee before bed, and it kind of gives me vivid vivid dreams. Just one glass of coffee before bed, and then it just gives me these really vivid dreams. Wakes me up early, which is a good thing.
Did I didn't post these links, I guess, huh? So, yeah, also if you eat food right before you go to sleep, that will also increase your dreaming, believe it or not.
Wake up and eat food in the middle of the night.
Yeah. So I put it in voice text for everyone, the 2 supplements.
Thank you,
One
Ace.
is Hooperzine. Hooperzine is actually one of the compounds that's in alpha brain. That like supplement is supposed to make your brain smarter. And actually it's being used for like Alzheimer's and dementia patients because it increases your short-term memory. It increases short-term memory. You know how sometimes you get brain fog where you're like, what was I going to say? Like,
I get that all the
time. What I mean? Yeah. So this stuff, yeah, it deletes that. And the thing is, when you're on here debating a lot, like believe it or not, being on Discord and like debating with people all day, that uses a lot of brain power and you're thinking about stuff and like, all this research. So these supplements, they're called nootropics. They just enhance your ability for memory, for cognition. Yeah. So I feel like I'm like part shaman or medicine man because like I can tell you so much about all kinds of medicines, nootropics, natural cures for diseases, all that shit. That's actually like one of my favorite things. It's one of the first things I started looking into that was not mainstream. It's like natural health and cures. And that's like way back, even I still used to be a normie, but I was looking into it,
You ever dreamt that you were flying?
Yeah, especially if I become lucid in a dream, I
Well,
begin
do you
flying almost
fly?
every time. Do
Fly,
you know
right?
that? Let me ask you this:
Dream. All right.
Do you get a feeling real quick when you fly? Huh? Hello? Who said
Yeah.
that? Becky, do you ever get a feeling when you're flying, almost like going downhill on a roller coaster?
So I don't like it, and the higher I get, the more I get that feeling when I look down. And the funny thing
You
is,
don't
the
like
way
it?
I fly, right? It's like swimming. It's like breaststroke, but it's in the air, and that's how I fly. And if I want to fly faster, I like sort of swim faster. Do you fly
Yeah.
like that?
Well,
I
I've
never
had
had that happen to me.
So
I fly like
yeah,
that all
in
the
the
time, and
past,
so does my son.
yeah,
He flies the same way in his dreams. He was telling me, and we were laughing.
right. The point is, you got to do something in order to do it, right? So, in the past, I, I wanted to fly, and I knew that I could. I wasn't quite lucid per se, right? I was just having a normal dream, but I was trying to fly, and like I couldn't. And then I was like, oh yeah, if I like run and then like I jump, but I like keep running. So what was happening, I was like running in midair, and it was making me fly. And
Yeah, I
I
get what
did
you're
that
saying. Yeah.
several times, but ever since I
Believe it and you feel it, you can do it. That's like
yeah
me. When I know I have to fly, like I might be in
right
a nightmare and I know I've got to get up high, and that's when I know, okay, I've got to fly, and I'll fly. It's crazy.
yeah. So the thing is, it's our whole world is based on these same beliefs. Like, what if I told you that, like, when you go, let's say you want to turn the lights on in your room, what do you have to do? You have to go to the wall and flip the light switch, right? What if I told you you didn't have to do that? And the only reason you had to do that is because you believe you have to do that. And you were taught that you have to do that. What if I told you electricity is all just made up? And actually, the light only comes on because you believe it's going to come on, whether or not you believe it's because you flipped the light switch or not.
Absolutely sound
If
like
you
someone out of the
knew
Matrix
this,
right now.
so
The movie. I can see
no,
you in the movie.
we live in the Matrix. So if you knew you could turn the light on with your mind, for instance, then it would work. Now let me run this past you. There's been all these studies done with people that can lucid dream. And what they find in common, they give them like tests, like, here, try to do this, try to do that, all these things. One of the tests was try to turn the lights on with your mind in a dream. And these are avid lucid dreamers, people that can lucid dream almost every single night. Okay. And what that means is they know that they are dreaming and they can like control the world around them and shit. Check this out. 95% of people cannot turn the lights on with their mind, even though they know that they're dreaming. And even though they know that when I go to this wall and I flip this switch, I know nothing's happening. I'm just in a dream. But it still doesn't matter because we're that programmed to believe. Now, what if I told you the only reason we walk stuck to the ground is because we believe we have to? What if I told you gravity is not real and you could just float around all you want? Because in a dream, it's the same way. How come in a dream you're walking around? Why are you walking around stuck to the ground in a dream? Is there gravity in a dream? Yes or no?
Well, there's no gravity in my dreams when I fly because I'm actually walking before I'm flying. And when I say flying, I use that term loosely because I'm literally like flapping and like trying to swim in the air, and I literally can swim my way up high.
Nice. With more practice, you won't even have to do any of that. Like, so now I got to the point where I used to lucid dream a lot, whatever, astral project. Now, the second I realize I'm in a dream, I can literally just like take off, just because I want to. I can like go up or down. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I that's one of the main things I do. That's how I get around in dreams. I pretty much fly
That's
everywhere.
so cool. Yeah,
And
wow.
yeah. lucid dreaming is so freaking fun. That's what made me quit smoking weed. Because I used to do it a lot and astral
You won't
project.
have lucid dreams if you smoke weed.
Yeah,
I
I
won't.
wasn't dreaming anymore. Yeah.
I mean, I still have dreams, but nowhere near as many as I used to have and as clear as I used to have
Yeah.
before I smoked.
Right.
But I
Yeah.
don't miss them, to be honest.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, if you could go off and have any adventure you want and like go sightsee and you're lucid, you know what I mean? Like if you're being in a lucid dream is very exciting. You're like, oh my God, I'm dreaming. Like you find yourself in this new world.
No,
and you're
I've
like,
had many dreams like that, but mine don't end. Mine aren't usually as exciting as that. My lucid dreams turn out to be usually when I'm in a nightmare and I realize I'm in a nightmare and I know that I've got to get out of it.
Yeah, that's.
By the way, I've met people who smoke. Sorry to interrupt. I met people who smoke weed, and this one guy, he tried picking a fight with me after he smoked weed. So I don't think people like that are chill or anything like that, are they?
Who said that though? No one said that. Yeah.
Well, there
'Cause,
was
like,
there was a guy that I was hanging with a while back, and he pinned me up against a wall, and he smoked weed shortly after. And people say that people who smoke weed are chill, right?
I mean, it can chill most people out, but think about gang members and shit. They're smoking weed all day.
He wasn't smoking weed when he
but they
had
also
a
do crack and everything else.
If he had
Sorry?
smoked before he had an argument with you, he mightn't have been as inclined to punch you. But just because
Right.
someone smokes weed doesn't make them a chilled out person. Like even monsters, like evil people smoke weed. I know like really bad people that smoke weed.
Yeah. So, disregard my question, Ace, that I sent you a message because like I didn't mean to ask that. Sorry.
Oh, I mean, it's whatever. I mean,
I
But
remember
you
when-
seem really chill right now, by the way. Like you must have. I don't know. I usually, you seem really chill. I'm just gonna say that you seem really cool.
It's because there's no one here to give him a brain tumor.
It's quiet and nice.
Yeah, no, I don't know. It just depends on the situation, but yeah, I've been on here pretty much all day. But yeah, I went and got a 2-hour massage today, and I went to the chiropractor. And
That explains it.
but I'd have been quite a bit more chill lately, just because. But yeah, go ahead.
Is Hilo here, or is he just going away with his mic open?
Who?
He's not here. That's not him. That's his computer.
Yeah, it's the one that he does the lives on. I know, but he was using that to talk to us the other night. But I think he's just left the mic on.
Yeah, it's been like that.
By the way, Ace, there's been a guy who invited me to it. I think you were there. I'm not sure, but he invited me to his Round Earth server, and then turned out that a guy who was chatting with me in that server is that they were planning on doing raids to other servers and stuff like that. So if you happen to get a raid from a particular server, or this one guy that visited your server, who I do not remember.
Yeah, they do it a lot. I mean, are they just normal people talking about normal stuff, or are they like legitimately Globe Earth server that talks shit about Flat Earth a lot?
That's what I'm gaining to believe, that they talk shit and they just want to cause trouble.
Yeah, so those people are a bit different. Like normally we'll have like, video gamers or like meme people or whatever. Just
people want to come over in like a big group from their other little Discord server to cause trouble here. Like they sound childish, like children.
Well, the thing is, there's a problem with anyone that has a Globe Earth server, because here's the deal. Nobody that's a normal like glober or like a normie person, right? That they were raised up, they believe in the globe. Most people never even think about it. So for you to be in a Globe Earth server, you already know that there's this flat Earth debate going on. and for some reason you're fixated on it. Like it's like you know how the globe trolls, like they're in every comment.
The majority rule mentality. They've got to stick with the majority rule, so they need to fight for the majority.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is no normal person would try to fight for the globe, because a normal person would say, I know it's a sphere and y'all are fucking crazy, and they would want to have nothing to do with us.
Absolutely.
They wouldn't even
So
waste time debating us. So that means that at least some of them are agents, and maybe there's some real people, but the ringleaders, I guarantee you, are some kind of agents.
Or they're assholes that want to start shit with people who have different beliefs than the round earthers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That just want to.
Yeah. The only problem comes is that normal, let's say gamers and memers and all that, those people, when they come to raid, yeah, they're just trying to, be loud and stupid and kind of cause a ruckus. But these globe earth people are really evil, and what they try to do is like get your server fucking banned, or like get your YouTube channel like, taken down, right? Or they
turn them off.
Yeah, or they try to dox you and like send shit to your family and your job. Like, you know how many flat earthers have gotten doxxed? And they, like Brian Mullen, he was a physicist doing great work. Next thing you know, he gets fucking doxxed, and they sent shit to the board of engineers, like trying to get his like engineering license.
That's
taken
very
away,
malicious.
getting him fired, and they got an airline pilot fired because she accidentally like gave her name on an interview with Mark Sargent. Next thing you know, they contact the airline and telling them, this person's a crazy flat earther. Yeah, these people, that's not normal. That's not trolling.
Well, judging that I'm on the fence here, and I'm generally, I guess, a round earth or whatever. I wouldn't do that to you guys, to be honest.
But you're not. You're a regular person. You're not. These people have got a malicious intent, like it's a wickedness in them. They want to do damage to anyone in the flat earth movement that's getting too much attention, and especially these, as you said, like people that have got degrees and are reputable in whatever their area of expertise is. If they're coming out and saying yes, the earth is flat, they're the ones that they're going to target firstly, because they're the ones that have got the most what's the word I'm looking for? They're the ones that can do the most damage for the globe, basically, because these people aren't crazy. They do have, they've got a good education, they've got degrees, and they're sort of, making that coming to the forefront, and they're the ones that they will target. And I noticed that recently when this server was targeted and some people were targeted. They targeted the people that were doing really, really good and were getting out there, but it didn't stop them. Made us wake up to realize that these people are serious.
Do any of you guys know Ranty Flat Earth? He's the guy who does the YouTube channel Ranty Flat Earth. He was followed around when he was doing his observations from like Nicky Nurk in the northeast of England. He was getting followed around by the same people in the same car, and they were like kind of fender bending him, like right up behind him, and lots of times where they were scaring him when he was driving around, and they'd pull up in car parks that he pulled up in, and they were like shouting abuse and all of these types of things. A normal person does that. No.
Yeah. And why are they? And what motivates them to do that? Are they getting paid to do that? I mean, really, who would? I mean, unless they're mentally ill, who would bother to take their own time to stalk a flat earther, making observations, measurements? That's hysterical. I mean, come on now.
It's disgusting.
Got to be.
It just shows you the level of mentality of these people.
So malicious. But as Ace said, there's got to be some of these people in amongst these groups that are, paid agents, people that are paid to, come in and cause. Well, I suppose the Flat Earth Society is their main go-to, because if you go there, if you do a Google search, you go there first, and they've got a whole hogwash on their page.
Whoever it is, they see this as the enemy of whatever it is, and that would be like the elites. You know, they're the only ones that would see flat Earth as the enemy.
Yeah, exactly. The really, really high up ones that are running the show.
Yeah, that must be stopped at all costs, not debated because it's truth, but stopped.
Yeah, that's right,
Look
because
what
it
it
is truth,
revealed.
and that's the problem. If it wasn't true, they wouldn't give a hoot about us. They'd let us go all day, all night. But because it's actually true, you know, and because it's, you know, what did someone tell me in America? It's 1% of the population know that the Earth is flat, like only 1%. But it seems the last couple of months now, it seems to be growing. And if anyone's been in here, they would notice that we are getting a shitload more Australians now. That surprises me
noticed
because a
that.
few months ago there was only me and Bong and a couple of others, and now there's, you
I
know,
noticed
like
that. Yeah, I noticed that myself.
Aussies coming in. So that's like really
Also, I've
we made the
noticed.
Aussie roll. We had so
I've
many.
also noticed that a majority of the new people coming in are way more open-minded, and they're like, "Oh, wow, okay." Versus like last year, almost everyone that came in the server was like here to argue with us or, you know, troll. Like there was no like in between. And yeah, we didn't find a lot of just neutral people that were like, "Oh, that's interesting." But we're
There's been
seeing
a
a lot of
shift.
that lately. Yeah, there
You know,
has
like,
been a shift. That's what I'm saying.
the
Yep.
I
awareness.
think you hit the nail
Yeah.
on the head before when you said that a lot of these gamer streamers and YouTubers are coming over, the memers and the streamers, and they aren't malicious. They're just coming over to
The
have a good time.
memers, the streamers, and the Santa Marias. Never
They're
mind, that's a Christopher Columbus joke.
And their crowd is that kind of, you know, people too. So some of them come over here to do the fun troll thing, but when they arrive, they actually like it here and want to stick around, and they realize that the people in these rooms have actually got something valid to say, which, you know,
Those are the people that will spread the message. Those are the ones we want.
Hey, I came in here to be a troll, but you know, see how I turned out.
If we get 1,000 people like that, they'll wake up 1 million people.
Good morning, people, or good evening, good afternoon, whatever it is.
Good night.
good morning. It's good evening here, but good morning to you.
Yeah, it's nice to hear your voice. I know you disappear whenever I come, and then you stick around while I'm sleeping.
I had to go to work today, otherwise I would have been here. I really enjoyed listening to you last night, Bev. Last night it was for me here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think with this whole thing is it depends on the frame of reference that you come in to the discussion. Like whenever I'm talking to anybody that I know, they are very open to this. It's when people come to me with an impression about what it is that it's completely different. And there doesn't seem to be a way to get through to them. If they come in with the impression that the flat earthers are stupid, you're never going to get through to them.
Yeah, because they've already got that mindset when they come in here.
Well, we've changed their mind. Once they come here and they hang out with us for 10 minutes, they're like, "Hey, you guys aren't half bad. You have a sense of humor. It's good to be self-deprecating, to tell a joke."
That would be a normal person. I think that what you're fighting a lot, I don't know, they're either being dishonest by trying to like convince everybody that you're stupid, or that they just don't want to have the mental picture of what they have, because what you're doing to them is you're breaking down their whole existence. I mean, like, this lie is massive, isn't it? And they've been taught it for their whole life, and you're like, I don't know, you're basically telling them there's a lie, and that's, to some people, that is it's not worth hearing. They don't want to hear it.
They can't take it.
Yeah.
It's not as bad though. We just got done talking about this. Like from last year, there's been a sea change. I'd say the percentage of people that come in that are just really contentious has went down dramatically. Like 90% that came here last year, they would want to argue and ridicule. And now it's maybe 10% that are really contentious, and the other ones are open-minded. They're like curious, like, hey, let me see. I mean, maybe because the numbers are so large, or like 25,000 people. This is not a small sample size of people. This is a lot of people that believe the earth is flat in one place.
What I would do, I would put that down to information. And you can see that the people that are in charge of it want to end this information flow, because people are just opening their eyes. They're seeing stuff that they would have kept hidden for years. Like you can imagine that when they did the moon landing thing, that was only ever going to be seen once. You know, like nobody had a video. They couldn't pause it and just have a look at it. They watched it on a grainy TV and they thought, we'll get away with this easy. But like now 50 years later, when you look at that stuff, you just look at it and go, no, that's not real.
It's all of it, man. Like 9/11, it's been, 17, 18 years. And when we watched it, I watched that thing fall apart. I'm like, what the fuck did I just watch? It looked like, you know what I mean? I watched it disintegrate. Like I'd never seen anything like that. From the top down, it disintegrated.
Yeah. Yeah, and that other building at the side of it that was fallen down when it wasn't. You know, like the
buildings.
What all they do is they hide that information, but because of the internet being the internet, you can't do that anymore. So I think they're going for the China model, where they'll just delete whatever they don't want.
Well, we've seen what
We're
they
already
do.
doing that. Think about this, right?
Yeah.
Hang on a minute. Let me just say, I was thinking about this last night. Someone brought up the movie They Live, and I remember seeing, right, 2 interviews on the Alex Jones show with Roddy Piper talking about that movie and how that movie was more like a documentary. That whole channel, right, has been scrubbed now. So people like me can't go back and look that video up now. That's gone from history.
Yes,
Well,
these are really dangerous times, and what I think they're trying to do, they're trying to dumb the population down, because a dumb population is easily brainwashed and manipulated into doing whatever you want. So people that are thinking and going against it, I know you may have noticed it. Well, in fact, you have noticed it. Anybody goes against the grain, they get attacked.
Of course they do.
And do you know about history? History is a bunk. When the Nazis were going, call them Nazis, I don't know, the people that they called Nazis, the ones that they wanted to make evil, right? What they did was they had a group of people called the Browncoats that went just before it, a bit like Antifa. And if anybody spoke up against anything, these Browncoats would just go and like shut them down and stop them from doing anything. And, you know, a bit like what is happening on the internet now. And that was the precursor. That's how come I think it was 17% of the population were Nazis, but they took over the country, because before it, they had browncoats and blackcoats going round that shut everyone down from saying anything against the flow of what was going on. But you don't get taught this sort of history in schools. My lad's in school now, and he's just done history and history. He's done religion, and you know, in religion they did Anne Frank.
Hey Bev, where are you from? What country are you from?
UK.
Okay, do you know where the Bedford Levels is?
Yeah.
In Bedford.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying, are you aware of the location where Bedford is at?
No.
They're gonna do a another experiment like Robotham did. I think it's April 13th.
That might be a bit too far off me from that. I'm very close off getting a P1000 for my lad, and so we'll be ready for doing anything maybe in a month or 2. We've only got a telescope at the minute.
If you ever go by,
if you're doing anything, I will come down for for doing stuff. I'm well into that.
Well, they're going to do a reenactment. of the experiment.
Like northwest Lancashire.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, okay. So northwest, you've got. Are you close to the Irish Sea at all?
Right. If you imagine, you will have you UK, Liverpool, Manchester, Southport, Wigan.
Yeah.
Make
Go
a
down
cross
the
with
coast.
that. I'm right in the middle of there.
Yeah, I know whereabouts you are, buddy. When you get your peak 1000, see if you can get down to the coast and see if you can spot the Isle of Man. Good thing to start looking for.
From my lad's bedroom upstairs, we can see Blackpool Tower.
How far away is it?
I don't know, to 20 miles, something.
20 miles. Yeah, you should be seeing that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's funny is a lot of these like lighthouses, even on the plaques, if you go visit them, like as a tourist, like it'll say, this lighthouse, like ships can see it 50 miles away and blah, blah, blah. And they'll like have a story of like how there's a storm and it like saved a ship's life or something. You know what I mean? Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The point is, a lighthouse, most of them, they're not that high. Because even at 10 miles, that's 66 feet of curvature. So 20 miles is like really, really, really pushing it. Even for a very, very tall lighthouse, right? But
I don't know. No. There's no curve, so.
No, I know. On a globe, right? Like that's the whole point.
Well, don't even think about on a globe. That's ridiculous.
Right.
You're playing their game.
No, definitely not. That's
in my mind. There's no need to prove something that you can. It's
we're
them that
in
need
this
to prove.
server, right? And by the way, I hate hearing everyone is like, "Oh, flat earthers need the burden of proof is on the flat Earth, blah blah blah," and then the flat earthers like, "No, the burden of proof is on the globe. You're making the claim." Actually, this is how it really works in reality. Is the burden of proof is on the person that wants to get to the bottom of the truth. So if I want to know the truth, I'm not going to wait for you to prove it. I'm going to prove it. Your claim or mine. It doesn't matter whose claim it is. If I want to know which one's the right one, the burden of proof is actually on me. Because if I leave the burden of proof on you, how am I going to accept that? Like, how do I know you're not making shit up or lying? You see what I'm saying here? So the burden of proof is really on the person that wants to know the truth. And that's the only way it really can be. So I hate that burden of proof pointing fingers game. It comes up too often. And I think everyone gets it wrong, personally.
Well, yes, I'm not concerned about the proof. There is no proof, as far as I can see, about the land, the shape of the land. It just doesn't work. Proof wise, it's all going to be personal and individual.
Yeah.
There's no way you can say what shape the land is or whatever, because my contention with everybody at the minute, or everything at the minute, is the way they change words. The real basics of it. Because what they can do is they'll go off into some sort of mathematical thing that their model predicts this. So if we can work out a mathematical formula that gives us this, then the mathematical formula proves the model, and then that's it. It's proof. But that's ridiculous. Nobody's going to believe that.
Well,
and they then change words to mean different things.
Yeah.
Which
like
also
the
they say
system.
proves.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
It should be simple.
Who's that? New person? What's up?
Yeah, my friend's in the VC check-in too. I think the gamer's AFK. So, if anyone...
What's his name?
Takashi's a communist. Thank you.
Is Takashi a good guy?
All right, hang on. I'll be right back.
Morning, Crypto. Have you just jumped in?
Morning.
Morning, Crypto.
How's everyone?
Yeah, we're good, buddy. We're good. How are you? You just got up?
Yeah, literally 30 seconds ago I woke up.
You sound exactly like me. Wake up, open your eyes, straight onto Discord. What's going on?
More or less,
What
yeah.
I do, I make a coffee. I make a coffee and turn the computer on and come and sit down.
Well, you guys are my flat brothers and sisters, so it makes sense.
Absolutely.
Whose friend was the Takashi guy?
That
Boss man,
was
right?
Disciple
That
Flash.
was mine.
Who? Sorry. Oh, Disable Flash. Yeah. What the hell's wrong with your friend, bro?
Is it?
He's like completely brain dead or retarded. He's just like mumbling and just he can't hold a conversation or answer a simple question. It's the weirdest thing. Very weird. Very weird.
Yeah, not going to do too well in here if you can't hold a conversation or answer a question.
It was
Sounds to me like that person's having an episode of some type.
It could be. He might need medical treatment. It could be having a seizure, or who knows?
The flat Earth triggering just listening.
Ron
I
was
was
there
thinking
longer than
something
me.
like schizophrenia, but I don't know. I'm no expert. I have no doctrine.
It's funny because both me and Ron just didn't say anything, and we both left the chat at the same time and came back here. We're like, just okay, dipping out now. I mean, it was that bad. It was.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I think he's a young. He's a youngin. He's probably like 13 or something. Sounded like a kid.
Yeah, but did he ever say a clear English word? Or did he just mumble some stuff sometimes? Like,
Yeah, he was kind of mumbling. I think he was scared. He was like intimidated, like, oh shit, there's real people. What do I say?
What? I don't know, man. So, yeah. But I think his other friend was like, no, I need you as backup for our coordinated attack that we're doing on the Flat Earth server.
I need a cheerleader. Where's my cheerleader?
He had an epic fail by the sound of it, an epic fail.
Yeah.
Can you remember that far back that when you thought the flat Earth was ridiculous?
Not really, bro. No, it's so weird. I'm losing track of what it used to be
How would that happen? Like, because I can remember at some point, if somebody had have said, what do you think about the fact that water sticks to a ball? At no point would I ever have like started freaking out at the person that said that to me as though they were mentally retarded or something. I'd have gone, oh yeah, I think you've got a point there.
Yeah. I've been saying that is that every person that's a flat earther, like all of y'all here and everyone you know, none of us became flat earthers by going onto YouTube channels or forums or Discord groups and trying to debate the globe. None of us were like trying to argue the globe or any of that kind of shit. We were like, holy shit, we like heard some information and we started looking into it. That's all there was to it.
The rabbit hole starts, doesn't it? It starts off shallow, but you just keep digging.
That's just one way I can tell, like, that people just aren't going to have what it takes. Like, I can tell, like, right away if someone is just going to be a globetard troll the rest of their life, or at least for the next couple of years.
That closes them off. This is what I'm interested in. I'm more interested in. My son's got autism, right? So he's going to have to deal with these people, right? For the rest of his life, he's not going to be able to step out of line and say anything wrong. And it may be something wrong that he doesn't even know what it's wrong. He might use the wrong word. He might use the coloured instead of a person of colour. Do you know what I mean? It might just be something really simple like that. And these people jump. And that's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in why do they do that? Why are they so aggressive?
They have been bred. It's been taught into us to be offended for one, and seek this kind of like a victim hurt mentality. The victim mentality is highly rewarded in society nowadays.
Yes, but how long is it going to take before asking somebody about the shape of the Earth becomes a like crime? It's the next oppression to hit people, and you get the police knocking on the door. Excuse me, did you ask somebody on Twitter?
Yeah, I don't think it's ever going to be that way, because if it ever becomes that way, then the entire world is lost. It's like game over, and we're talking like really, really, really bad shit, you know, where it's end of the world. It's like end of the world kind of shit.
In the UK, people have older people, I think at 50 odd and the 60 odd year old people have had the police visit their door because they have liked a tweet that was offensive to trans people, or that a trans person has found offensive. That is the God's honest truth.
Yeah, I believe it.
People knocked on the door and asked questions by the police about what they think.
Yeah, the thought police, literally.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The thought police.
Oh, well, it's like 1984 is a playbook to these people.
Dude, I hear so many cringy things. Yeah, I hear so many cringy things going on over there, man, and it just, God, it makes me sick. It's and everyone puts up with it, man. And they keep taking and taking and taking.
They don't put up with it, you know. What they do is the news industry, like France has been rioting for 19 weeks. Not rioting, but they've just been out on the streets, you know, shutting France down every weekend. It gets shut down, but there's nothing on the news. Nobody knows about it. So that's how they get away with it. They just shut the information. There's a de-notice information route in the UK about anything to do with the French stuff. So everybody I talk to in the UK, they haven't got a clue what's going on in France.
Right,
and yet
unless
they're trying to cancel the Brexit over here in the UK, and they're shutting down anybody that says anything about that. They're shutting down like closing it down.
Yeah,
locking people up. It's like we've already sold ourselves to Europe in the UK.
It might come down to America, believe it or not, man. I'm telling you. It might.
I think Hungary and Poland always stand the ground.
What way is?
What's that?
In what way will it come down to?
As in the last stance for like actual freedom, like freedom of speech, tyranny, communism. Like something's gonna happen. Like this is the last chance the world has, like of being like. I know there's a lot of dumb shit that's come out of America, but I'm talking about when the people get together and the intention is right. They've stopped armies, literally, like, you know, British armies and whatever, right?
If they've brainwashed enough people to automatically shut you down if you say anything, though.
Yeah.
They don't even know that they're doing it.
No, they don't. And that's
actively seeking people out on Discord, aren't they?
Yeah, that's why we do need to be telling people in our lives about this shit. Like, don't be scared, you know.
I'm getting a new guard dog too. I'm getting a new puppy, and it's a big, you know what it is? It's an American Staffy, and it's a girl, and she's going to be really big and scary. And if anyone says anything about my flat, my dog will bite them.
What kind of dog is it again? The American Staffy?
An American Staffy.
Becky?
Staffordshire Bull Terrier.
American
Staffordshire
Terrier. American Staffordshire Terrier.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. A bull terrier. Yeah. Pit bull.
Yeah, the big ones. Yeah. That's what we can't say that in Ace.
Is it the blue color?
No, I'm getting the runt. It's a black runt of the litter because it's a discount dog. I'm getting a couple $100 off the price. I'm so excited. But yeah, she'll be so protective. And I've already got one. I've got a Mastiff here now, and he does not like people that upset.
Yeah. Also, runts usually have a deeper affection for the people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, more intelligent, I think.
Yeah.
of the pedigrees. The
I'm
roots are always the
Wait, did you say its name was Ace?
Oh, its name's going to be Jill.
Oh, I thought you said Ace. I'm sorry. I thought you were naming it after me. I was like, oh, okay.
It's a
That makes
girl
sense,
dog.
'cause I'm the bulldog. That's fine. Ace is a unisexual name,
No, fine.
right?
I'm
No,
sticking
no,
with a
no.
really plain Jane Jill. Like
Yeah.
Jesus.
My girl dog, I had a greyhound for a couple years until my ex stole it. It was its name was Beth or Bethuselah. The full name was Bethuselah. Yeah, Beth.
I love
Yeah,
Beth.
she was
I love Beth. Bethany.
she was so calm and like timid and stuff, and just like, kind of hold her head down a little bit. Yeah, she was so sweet. But yeah.
Well, I'm getting mine as soon as she's 8 weeks old, so she'll just be really like a real baby, so I can just like bring her up the way I brought my other big dog up
Yeah.
because he lives inside.
Yeah, off leash, outside off leash. You gotta have her get practice with that while she's a
I do
baby.
that. Oh yeah, I will with my
I'm
baby.
just saying, because a lot of people don't think about that. They have their puppy and they let them in the backyard sometimes, and they're in the house, but you gotta just go walking around with them without a leash while they're a puppy, and they will stay near you, and then they learn that and they don't run away.
Yeah, well, I'm going to do that with her, and we've already got like a 7-year-old Mastiff here, and we take his lead off, and he just walks with us too. So we'll just do the same with her.
Yeah. Good. Yeah.
Sorry, I just fully railroaded your conversation. I apologize. I just was so excited about the news about the
Nice. When do you get him? Her, whatever.
She's available Anzac Day, which is the 25th of April.
Oh, okay. Wow. They were just born,
4.5
basically.
weeks old today. I wish
Oh,
I could get it
okay.
earlier, but we've got to wait till she's old enough to leave her mummy.
25th of April. I got it. That's a special day for me, too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cool.
Or anyhow, just a day. But yeah, it's important for me. I'm like planning shit
exciting.
off work and everything. Yeah, it's gonna be very exciting for me too.
Oh, it'll be a good day for us both then.
Hell yeah. Anybody else here? Them Exposed was here. Them Exposed, were you here the whole time or no? Did you hear the whole numerology talk and all the other
man. I was here the whole time, man. Yeah.
Oh, good. I thought it was good. I thought it was different than the usual,
It's a deep subject, man. Numerology is deep subject. I always think of it as there's lots of faff around, there's lots of bullshit around, but when you study deep into it, that's where you start finding it.
I think a lot of that shit is to discredit it. Just like, think about this. You know how there's like horoscopes and fortune cookies, all this kind of dumb shit, like a horoscope in a magazine. And like you could read it and it's stupid. It could apply to anyone. Like I could read your horoscope and you could read mine. It's the same thing. Well, that discredits the real science of astrology, which there's actually a website called Billionaire Astrology, and it's dedicated to quotes of like billionaires and like world leaders and shit talking about astrology and ancient people, and they all like you'll hear people like Tesla caliber people from back in the day, like scientists, saying that the only real science is astrology and everything else is, whatever. Or billionaires like saying they believe that like every aspect of life is written in the stars, and the more you can know about them, blah, blah, blah. See what I mean? And that would reasons perfectly along the lines of why the Vatican owns all those fucking telescopes. They're not looking for planets and shit. They are studying astrology and mapping it out. And I bet you they have books upon books. Like, because think about it. when we do an astrology chart here, it only involves like the planets and like a couple stars and stuff, right? But what if you could learn even more detail if you know what this star does and this star? And what if every star in the heavens, what if every single one combined to literally tell the story of what's going on right now? Like if you could read all of the stars in the heavens, you have a roadmap to the future, like the script of reality. You see what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Okay,
Kevin,
yeah.
so much, Kevin's just shared in the side chat. Titus Frost on the 1st of April 2019 has done a video. It's called "The Earth is Super Flat." #NASA lies. So that's awesome, because Ron was just saying before in the side chat that Titus Frost, he's a YouTuber, a truther, and Ron's a moderator on his live stream, right? And we were just talking before saying that Titus is a globe head, and then he's just this April uploaded a video, "The Earth is Super Flat, NASA lies."
April the 1st.
April 1st, yeah, and super flat. Come on, that's kind of
what is that?
yeah,
Are you
right?
saying that it's
Yeah, I think
Go
Logan
watch
Paul set off a trend, hasn't he? You know, I think
Yeah.
making
Also-
fun. I think making fun of flat Earth is now going to become a big thing because there's too much truth coming out.
Guys, did y'all notice Nightline did a whole fucking interview and shit about it? That Logan Paul movie? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Nightline. They did a whole piece. It was like 10 minutes long about Logan Paul trolling flat Earth and is it really flat? And then they cut, like, Robbie gave a little bit of an interview. But guess what? Logan Paul declined to give answers or whatever, declined whatever to Nightline. But guess what? He's laughing his way to the fucking bank. That's free advertising.
You know what? Titus just looks like an idiot anyway, because he calls himself a truther. And if he's making fun of us flat earthers and he's saying that NASA doesn't lie, the joke's on Titus, really.
Yeah.
I've never heard of him. So
You know what? I not only have heard of him, I've bought his freaking book. I used to be one of his loyal freaking subscribers, and now I'm shitty.
Is he an Aussie?
No, he's an American.
Ugh.
Have you watched it? I mean,
No, but I
Yeah.
just read the
Link
comments
it.
and he was like he's making a joke.
Oh, it is fake? Yes. No.
Well, what he's saying is
Becky,
that
I
NASA
think-
doesn't lie and we do.
That's what he said?
I'm not even watching it. I just read the comments and it's a joke. It's a joke video on April 1st.
Right.
See, I don't even think like that. When I saw that, I didn't even think like that because Titus Frost the truther. You know what I mean? And I
Right.
trusted his channel.
Well,
much
he's
about it.
obviously not that much of a truther, is he, huh? He might
He's
be
not.
a shill. He might actually be a
Maybe.
shill. Like, Alex Jones talks about 9/11, but he's a fucking dirty gatekeeping shill.
that one that when I think that one he did with Joe Rogan, where I think that was specifically to shut down Eddie. Eddie Bravo was reaching people through the MMA, and that whole interview with Joe Rogan and Alex, that was just to discredit Eddie.
Yeah, that was bad, man. They know what they're doing, dude. And at the same time, there's another part of Alex Jones. So let me ask you this: your family members, do they know? A lot of people know who Alex Jones is. They might not have ever really heard him. They just know who he is as a character portrayed in media, right? So a lot of normies, like just say our family that's completely blue pilled, they think of Alex Jones as the conspiracy theorist, raging lunatic, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of them know that we're truthers, and we've tried to bring up all this stuff. And maybe even, 5 years ago, 7 years ago, we may have even mentioned Alex Jones. The point is, we are now linked to Alex Jones. Okay, your family that knows you're a truther automatically links you to Alex Jones, who's this conspiracy theorist guy, right? They think you watch
it's
them.
a bit,
They
it's a
think you
bit
watch
different
them.
in UK. We you know,
Or,
I think
okay.
Alex Jones is completely an American thing.
Okay,
I only
but
know
you
of
get
him
the
because of the
point.
circles I travel in. Yeah, I know what
so
you mean.
get
Yeah.
So what's happening is this whole time he's been set up as this red herring straw man, and what's happening is he did come out with some pretty good truth, and it got people away from, you know, just being normal conservatives, for instance, and Republicans, and they're like, oh, there's this guy that has even more truth. But he doesn't tell you the full truth or the important truths either, right? And then his delivery became more and more like raging lunatic. So when he goes on like public news channels, he's like yelling and just, he looks so crazy, even though he's talking truth, and we know he is. But the point is, a lot of people are now tied to him. Like if you're a normie and you know who Alex Jones is, and you know you have some people in your family that are like conspiracy theorists, you automatically associate them with Alex Jones. Okay, that's the bottom line. And
He's a wanker.
what's happening is he's being set up as this straw man to be crucified. What's going to happen is he's going to come out as a schizophrenic, raging lunatic and be completely destroyed.
Yeah,
and
well,
all of a sudden that makes
he's associating himself. What he's doing, like he did it with the Pepe the Frog, didn't he? He sucked in all of them people. All Alex Jones has to do is associate himself with people, and then they become associated with him. And then eventually, when Alex Jones gets taken down, everybody that's associated with Alex Jones can then be taken down.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm absolutely certain that's the big plan in everything. But eventually, flat earthers will get associated with them people as they're being taken down. It's happening in the UK. We're going to redo this Brexit thing, and what they're going to do is I can see it coming. They're going to make it like you associated with the far right if you agree with Brexit.
Yeah, you're like a racist. I can see
it coming. Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly how they started it in the first place, though, with UKIP and all of these things. It's exactly how it came across that we were all against migration, therefore racist.
Yeah, that was it was set up 2 years ago. That's why I stopped watching TV.
Even longer. Yeah, even longer.
Yeah. But that's the point. They always have these straw mans that they're willing to burn down. And
always a straw man.
Yeah, but the whole point is, if you have any emotional value in it at all, any emotional stake, you lose, because it's they control both sides. You know what I mean? They control the right, left. They control the
depersoning on the internet. I think will be the way they stop it.
Check this out. Let me give it a step further. They control both sides of psyops too. You know how like the New Zealand thing comes out, or 9/11, right? You have all these okay, so 9/11, you have all these anomalies, like a perfectly inflated tire laying next to the tower, like undamaged, but no flight recorder box that's made out of titanium.
Dude's passport, man. They found his passport.
The passport. Look, the passport, the free fall speed tower collision, that is all put there in order. They know that there's people that are awake, so they see this, and these people know. But what can they do if they try to go to their friends and family? They just look crazy. The friends and family are so blinded by the bullshit that it doesn't matter, and it's like a futile effort. Now what happens is, all of a sudden, and they put, those are all clues. They did that on purpose. Don't you think they know that they shouldn't make the tower free fall, that they should make it like fall at a different rate? Don't you think they know that they shouldn't just have a passport laying on there? No, all that is on purpose. And the reason why is because it takes people like us, and now next thing you know, we're wanting to get to the bottom of it, and who did it, and why did they do it, and all these things. So So we waste all this fucking time on this fucking psyop, which, by the way, okay, so it works psychologically on the people that believe it. They believe terrorists are attacking the country. That's bad. But now we believe our own country is these evil people trying to pull a conspiracy on us. That's also bad. It puts you in this negative mind state. You're like literally better off never having heard about it. But anyway, so then you move on to all the other fake shootings and stuff. There's all these like really, really bad, just it's too obvious that it's fake, and they want you to know it, and they want you to try to get to the bottom of it and play detective, and you were just wasting our time over and over. But guess what? Nothing ever comes from trying to play detective on these things and trying to find out how fake it was. We know it's all fake. We knew when the New Zealand thing came out, instantly it was fake. Even though it had the video, they're like, oh my God, this one has an actual video of him literally shooting people, right? We knew before even watching it. It's like, damn, that sounds crazy, but I just know it's fake. Or like the other like recent shootings, like we just knew, we didn't even have to look at the news story. We knew it was fake, but we get sucked into it. And it takes our attention, and they want our attention on that event, whether you believe it or not. They want you focusing on it. I don't know why, but that's what they want, because if they didn't want it, they would make it a lot better. And NASA, same thing. They make all their shit bad on purpose because they want us trying to debunk it all the time. I'm telling you, it's some kind of weird thing.
Have a different opinion, and that would be
not as far as that. Yeah, go ahead.
I would say that they've got 95% of the people just like completely brainwashed. They'll see what NASA wants them to see. Once you step out of that bubble for a while and look at it, you will definitely see it completely different, and that's where you're coming from. So NASA, but what NASA would be wanting to do, the big people, would be wanting people to come like us to meet on a channel like this, so everyone could be marked as the people that think. Oh, the sooner we can get out of society, the easier it will be for the people that are controlling everybody to just keep them working as little drone ants for whatever purpose they want. But I really think that thinkers and people that are challenging the narrative that is getting pushed are going to be the next target. We're like probably the most dangerous people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we would be their number one enemy, but there's something as far as being awake is that noticing that if they wanted to control us by brute force, they would be doing it by now, and they can't. They have to have us go along with these things, and part of it is we're still going along with their narratives because we keep watching it, and we keep watching what's going on with politics and all this. Like, we got a bunch of truthers into this whole Trump thing and Q. And I'm not discrediting that. I can't, because I've seen a lot of great stuff. But the problem is it's you're still paying attention to it, and you're giving it power. And the only way we win is when humanity just stops paying attention to all of it. Like the man behind the curtain in The Wizard of Oz. The only reason he has power...
That's not going to happen.
No, well, it can, because... let's just say everyone was on the same page and we're all communicating. We're just like, guys, like, fuck these people. They're nothing. They don't have an army because we all believe in the truth now. They literally fade into obscurium, you know? That's the only way it's gonna be won, is by the attention no longer be given to their shit. Well, it's not going to be a war because we don't even know who the fuck these people are, and let alone, You see what I mean? If there's a war,
you're fighting the education system, though.
It's spiritual warfare. That's what we do day in and day out in these rooms. We fight in the spirit for the truth, and we can't stop.
Right. So what I'm saying, though, is what we're doing here by waking people up to these truths. Eventually, when there's some kind of a threshold, I don't know what it is, but when enough people that are intelligent and smart and the productive kind of people in society, once they wake up to what's going on and how all this shit's a hoax and shit, they just stop paying attention to it.
We can hope that the moon landing, the 50th anniversary of the moon landing, should wake a lot of people up. As soon as they put that footage of anything on the TV and people start watching it.
Yeah. No, it's going to take us going in person.
None of us, not many people remember the president calling the moon from the White House and all those funny things.
Oh, I know that. Isn't that, Becky? I just figured that out the other day. I was like, oh my God, these people didn't know Nixon called the moon. And they were asking
on a landline.
They were asking people all day long in chat, and everyone's like, what do you mean the president called the moon? I was like, oh my God, y'all don't remember.
What's even funnier about it is the signal that they say came from the moon, which how they broadcast with that, like the power battery or whatever they had, managed to get a signal back, but it went through Australia first. So it went through Australia, then it went to the president with like 1 second delay. It was.
Wasn't the Australian base wasn't it almost decommissioned beforehand, or it was like it was like a super auxiliary base. Like they almost weren't ever going to use it for anything.
There's no way you can defend the moon landings nowadays.
I think they might have been using the satellite dish, the big dish out at Parks for that, Bruce.
What's that, Becky? What about
it's a satellite dish out at Parks. It's massive and it's famous. It's called the Dish. And I've got a feeling that they use dish out at Parks in Australia.
They had live stream TV cameras from the moon to broadcast to Australia.
Check it out, Bev. They did not even have eyewitness news. If you tuned into the news, they didn't even have live news on Earth. Let's say an event was going down, right? And you're in 1969, right? An event's going down on TV. Your local news you turn in, they don't have video footage of from the place. No, it requires the next day, as soon as they can get the tape there, right?
They're gonna cut it.
So here's the point. If they could broadcast from the moon, they could obviously broadcast live from anywhere on the world, easily. And come on, I mean, But I've never heard anyone argue that point that I just made. I just thought of it now too.
Yeah.
But I've never heard anyone argue it.
It's the 50th anniversary this year. This is going to be funny for us people that are looking at it going. You'll be able to see that you'll be able to look at them in the face and go,
but they can see how
you don't believe this, do you?
Because until someone literally showed me these supposed photographs, I think it was about 4 years ago. I didn't look those photographs up. I didn't care for it. But if it is absolutely shown on TV this year in front of everyone, hopefully people will see how fake it is. And you can tell by looking at it. It looks like gold cellophane around the legs of the craft.
So the moon landing is definitely the truther's gateway drug. It's going to hit a lot of people really hard.
But wait, it requires an advanced knowledge of what to look for. So that's the whole point. Is us let's say we've talked to our family about the moon landings in the past, right? And of course they blew us off, yeah. But What I'm saying is, because we've talked to them in the past, now when that 50th thing comes up, right, and they're like showing the moon landing shit on TV, that's going to be in the back of their mind, and they're going to look at it with a closer eye. And then that's when they're going to see the problems with it. You see what I mean? But a normal person that doesn't know anything about anything, they're just going to watch it, and they're not, it doesn't matter how bad it looks. I'm telling you, they've got us to the point where it doesn't matter how bad it looks.
If you think if they opened Current Affair with the opening scene this year for the moon anniversary with the president calling the moon on the landline, do you think people would click on that yet? Or do you think they are that cognitively dissonant that they still won't even comprehend that that is so freaking fake? It's not even funny.
They've got a massive delay now, haven't they?
Yeah, they won't even. They won't even recognize that that should be a problem. You know what I mean? Like someone's got to tell them that that's a problem. They don't. They're not informed enough to even know.
Right.
Yeah.
Bad way right now. It's not good. And if that goes, if this year comes and goes, and not many people wake up from that, then the powers that be will know that they've got them by the balls.
Yeah, they can build the space station on the moon.
This is going to be their tester, isn't it? To see how the mass handle this anniversary and if they question it.
That's why they're planning the new moon base with all of the other countries, isn't it? Everybody's talking about this new moon base, and now they can put water on the moon and mushrooms in Mars. Oh, they could quite easily go. They could go and stay there for, stay there for a bit, couldn't they? Eating butty.
I want my moon water, and I want it now.
The thing is, though, because they've got people so kind of hooked into this model, they can actually say things that are true. Like, for instance, let's say that Mars is in a dome firmament, right? And there are waters above. Let's just say that those things are true. Then if they say there is water on Mars, then they're actually not lying to you.
Yeah, that's true.
But what they're doing is they're saying something that is true completely out of the context, which would make it non-deceptive in nature.
Yeah, ultimately they are telling you the truth, but because of
they're always telling you the truth.
Yeah,
make it palatable because they mix enough truth in with the lies that they want to feed you, so it's just palatable to take.
But I find it interesting how they can literally tell the truth now. They've lied for so long that they can actually tell you the truth, and it will be true, but they'll know that you're not taking it in the way that it is meant.
Yeah.
Like the water on Mars thing, or like for instance the idea that the moon is now in Earth's atmosphere, according to them, right? Well, we knew that all along, right? We knew that all along. But now they're saying that it's true, but it's in the globe model, So again, they tell you truth, but like out of context.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Yeah, they always tell you the wrong truth. So what I take now is if the news says something, then they're only telling you that because the opposite is true. So you just flip everything anybody says, really. Anything in the media that gets pushed is the opposite of what you do.
I think the best thing I do is just try not to watch the news anymore, because you're right, most of it's getting pushed for an agenda. But if we have the mindset that absolutely everything that they're putting on the news is fake, then I don't believe that's true either. I think it's that confusing right now. I'd rather just not I don't even turn my television on here anymore.
It's like we're at the minute we're dealing with this Brexit thing, and it's just too, like the whole country voted for something, and they're just literally the government is going, no, we didn't vote for that, and you're going like, we did, we wanted out of Europe. No, we can't get a deal. It's like nobody wanted it. Nobody said anything about a deal. Oh well, yeah, but we're going to have to vote this no deal out on the table, and like we're just getting shafted. The government are blatantly telling us that it doesn't matter what you do when you vote or anything. It's just
whatever they say.
Didn't you know already
hair and
Like,
the
didn't you
sausage as
know?
well.
Sorry, Becky, go.
No, I was finished. Sorry.
Go on, Crypto. I think Crypto's just been shot, speaking too much truth, and the government sniper just shot him down.
He gone. It's just started raining here. I've got to go shut all the windows. I'll be back in a sec.
That's all right. 3 more will take his place. Scary.
Oh, he's gone. It might have shut down.
You live, Crypto?
Oh. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to talk over. I only realised about halfway through my sentence that my audio wasn't getting through, so I didn't mean to talk over anyone.
That's right, mate. We thought you got shot. We thought you'd been sniped by a government sniper, mate. We took you out, shot through the head. That's it. No more truth for us.
Oh, damn it. Yeah, maybe next time. No, but yeah, I'm surprised that you thought voting mattered in the first place. To be honest, I guess.
Yeah, but I think this was blatantly. This made it blatantly obvious, didn't it?
Yeah, I suppose.
And if nothing, if nobody bothers about this, then like we are lost. We've already been sold out to Europe.
Well, the real problem isn't that, you know, I mean, look, everyone's heard my rants on voluntarism and anarchism and big government on here, so I'm not going to go into that again. But the problem you have is that so many people are convinced that they need a government. It's like, oh, what would we do without government? Well, we'd be doing just fine, you know.
Yeah.
And because they're convinced of this need for a government, they're convinced of the need for all government, and so therefore, yeah, the EU is just a wonderful idea because it's government, right? And you know, how are we going to get things done without the EU? It's just laughable, to be honest. People think they need to be controlled, and that's the worst thing. Like if it was just like if it was a brutal dictatorship and everyone was opposed to it, that would be better than the fact that you've got almost half of our population who's actually pro big government, you know.
Yeah, I just think people can't see, but the end goal of all of this, it goes way beyond.
Yeah. World government, isn't it? That's really what this is going towards.
Well, like Europe are already telling us what we should be doing, and I'm not after that. You know, Europe is saying that they want to stop the internet. They want to Article 13. They want the right to be able to put the big companies will stop us from being able to talk in case we say something that goes against the thing that'll put them out of business.
Yep.
So they'll just stop being able to stop. All they'll have to do is make certain types of conversation. They're already doing it with thinking. If they have the conversation about something offensive to somebody, then that's it. They'll be able to shut anything down.
Yeah,
there'll be no chat groups. Nobody will be able to talk to each other.
Well, this is the in my opinion, this is the point of combining things like anti-racism talk and anti-sexism talk with making sure that there are as many different racial groups as possible in England, making sure that men and women are competing, not complementing. These things are deliberate. They're trying to put people against each other, and then they're saying, right, you guys, you fight amongst yourselves so you don't notice what we're doing.
Yeah.
Divide and conquer, and everybody's always getting divided and boxed off into little groups constantly. That's what, rather than people just saying, right, everyone is in a box of their own. and let's deal it as that.
Yeah, I mean, look, I actually don't I don't believe in individualism as an absolute anyway. I think that the concept of groups does exist, but I think that these people use that for kind of they want to get people at each other's throats, and that's why, especially in England, everything is racist now. Everything, even if it's got nothing to do with race, you hear that term every day in the media, and it's because they want the majority population to feel like they can't say anything about anyone ever, and they want all of the minority populations to be at our throats. That's why you hear about it all the time.
They've done it in America, and it was easy to do it with America because of slavery. In the UK, it's a bit hard to do that, but not until you get another religion in, and then you can use it. So it took a bit longer in the UK for it to come around. In fact, it's been in the last 2 or 3 years that the racist thing's been pushed, mainly towards against the Brexit people.
Slaves, they had convicts. They were clever.
Well, I mean, look.
To say, I hate this generational guilt thing that they play. They make us feel guilty for things that happened, years and years and decades and centuries ago. It's just another tool to make us feel like Crypto was saying, don't question anything, don't go against the norm, just don't have thought for yourself. It's political correctness used as a weapon.
Yes. Yeah, it's what I call weaponized empathy.
Yeah.
But
it's the brown and the black coats coming after you to make you shush, be quiet.
Yep.
Don't think like that.
I don't know if you guys are aware that there's quite a deep history of slavery throughout the world. The idea that only Americans did it is so ridiculous. It's laughable. There were sorry.
It was the Barbary slave trade.
Yeah, it was the Barbary slave trade.
Years before.
The Korean slave trade. There was the Japanese slave trade. There was the Irish slave trade.
If we're talking about the slave trade, there's a worldwide human trafficking secret slave trade going on right now.
Parts of India, parts of Africa. Yeah, absolutely. Nothing to do with any white people. So don't believe their guilt.
One's a distraction against the one that's actually going on, so they can call people that have got nothing to do with it whilst actually doing it.
You mean
turn everything upside down?
Yep, that's exactly right.
And they just point a finger in the opposite direction.
Wait, whilst or whilst? Which one's exactly right?
Whilst.
You sure it's not whilst?
Tomato or tomato?
Do y'all remember the clip with Don Pettit? With Don Pettit and the other astronaut, and he's reading a question from a person. He's like, whilst?
Oh,
he didn't know how to pronounce it. Remember that shit?
Oh God.
No, if you don't, I'll find the link because it's kind of funny.
No, I don't remember it, but it sounds retarded.
Oh, it's so bad. Yeah, I think Don Pettit is actually doing a comedy bit.
Yeah, I remember there was one of the guys in here said if I was a Freemason, I would have had him suicided by now, and I can't disagree with that. I can't remember who said it, but I just thought, this guy is so dumb. And
I think Don Pettit, right? If they was to put him under a lie detector, he'd probably believe it. That's the way he comes across to me. He comes across like he does actually believe it, but only because he's not got much mental capacity.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's actually mildly retarded, and I don't even mean that as an insult. I think actually
that's
there
exactly
is something
what
wrong
I was
with him.
saying.
Yeah.
I think what they should do for the 50th anniversary of the moon is have him do like an hour documentary showing all of the footage.
Guys, I found it first try. Like, okay, and it wasn't named anything that with the whilst or whatever. I just happened to find it on a search. watch it because it's the very literal first beginning of the show. Listen to the whilst thing. It's like a comedy bit. These people are comedians and they're making fun of us.
Look at that dumb face, man. Look at that idiot.
He has like 3 doctorates. You know that, supposedly. They say that they claim he's got like multiple doctors.
It's like every physicist that comes in this chat to our debate.
Oh, bro, that was bad. I missed the original physicist guy that talked about the skipping water, but I saw Helio posted a clip.
That was great.
Did you watch it? Wasn't it? It's a comedy bit, isn't it?
What, the skipping light over water?
I thought you meant the whilst. I thought you just watched it.
Oh, sorry.
They literally, the one on the right sounds like he's being as sarcastic as all get out.
Buffoon, right? Or the bigger guy?
No, the one
Wait,
on the right hand side of
Pettit?
the screen.
Is that Don Pettit?
On the right.
Yeah,
when you're
that's
looking
Don
at-
Pettit. He's the moron.
Is- Are you
He's
sure
like
he
a
is?
complete retard, and kids worship him as an astronaut.
They
He's
look like comedians.
Have you ever seen the clip about the getting a hole in the what do you do if you get a
Yeah.
hole in it?
You want to see that
Yeah,
one?
you just-
Because
you
that's
just
here.
sort of- that is hilarious. Oh
Yeah.
Oh, I'm guessing. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that these astronauts are part of the MK Ultra mind control program. So when you say that he's a little retarded, he's probably under some mind control. And
he's probably got a
like,
chip
fully-
fitted.
Possibly.
Guys, I haven't watched this one, but it says the best of Don Pettit, so I can only imagine. It's only 3 minutes long.
He is my favorite astronaut ever. I don't know.
Yeah, he's Andy Kaufman. He's an entertainer. I'm gonna skim through it real quick. I'll be right back.
Do you think it's like when there's like you got all these kind of people trying out for Hollywood and like that they're really beautiful or they're really handsome, then they go into Hollywood, and if they're ugly, they go into NASA.
Yeah, something like that.
I think what the game is, these elites, right? They've got nothing to do other than just see what they can get away with. And I bet they're all laughing their tits off.
Elite children would be promised these roles in
Yes.
society. Do you know what I
but-
mean? So these
yeah.
people are raised from birth basically to do these parts.
Yeah. And what happens is the parents sit around plotting the fate of the world every day, and the kids plot around doing this kind of dumb shit. Just like any teenagers and kids are like, pranking people, and because they don't have to work for money. They've got
You imagine people
servants
sitting around.
for everything. Yeah. Yeah, it's. I'm telling
don't
you,
think
man. And okay, you know who is one, and you would think, if he's an elite, why would he do this job? Anderson Cooper. He's part of the Vanderbilts. He's a Vanderbilt kid.
Yeah, he's disgusting.
Anderson Cooper's like the most famous reporter ever on TV, on CNN.
Yeah,
Huh?
and I think look, I think he's another one that's been in this mind control and this MK Ultra.
I think he's a
just-
liar. I think he's part of one of the most elite families in the world that you never hear about.
You know what happens to them? Do you know what happens to them before they even become an adult, right? They are exposed to so many rituals and trauma-based mind control programmings where they are literally, I'm not even going to say it right, okay? It is that disturbing. And
You
these
think
these
all
adults,
of them are just the lower families? I don't know if the
higher ones
uppermost people.
involved. I mean, if you look into Fiona Barnett, she claims that Nicole Kidman and Nicole Kidman's father were all part of these. And then when they would have their meetings, their secret gatherings at the Sydney University at the chapel there at night, that's when they would have these gatherings, and they would be involved in abusing and having, murdering and raping kids. And Nicole Kidman was involved in that. She was forced to do that from a child. Like they're made to it. They can't say, I don't feel like going out there tonight, Pop. It's like you go, you do what you're told, and if you buck the system, well then for all you know, they're gonna throw you out of an airplane, basically, to your death. These
Nice
people that
people.
have grown up. Yeah, but these people, right?
I missed that.
Just need to, yeah, if anyone's interested into it, look into someone like David Sherter, for example. He's written a book on it, and his experiences growing up within these people. But he was the lower class. He wasn't an elite family. His family weren't. They were the bottom feeders. You know what I mean? The ones that work. They weren't elites, but he survived that and got away from his family and wrote a book on it. Same with Fiona Barnett. Like, there's heaps of information out there.
Man, just the way Don Pettit talks, you can tell he's not intelligent. You can just tell.
Hold on. Did you watch that last one I sent? It's hilarious, and it has the whole "then you got a leak." It's got that in there. It's great. It's only 3 minutes. It's like the best of Don Pettit. Hold on.
They should have put to death that reporter that had that footage. They should have wiped his camera. They should have done something. They shouldn't have let that out.
I know, right? I know.
Yeah.
Exactly. But the reason is because he's trolling. I'm telling you, I bet you he's intelligent and he's putting on an act. Do y'all remember George Bush Jr., the last president?
Yeah.
Everyone thought he was this dumb Texan whatever dude, right? But there's videos of him back when he was in his 20s and shit, debating and giving speeches, and he talks like a Yale educated graduate, bro. He don't have that fake dumb fool me once, can't get fooled again. I'm telling you, he was raised Ivy League, Yale, skull and crossbones, as privileged as can be. That's a fake accent, and it fooled almost everyone. Even people that know Bush is fake, I still hear truthers oh, he was so dumb, blah blah blah. No, this guy wasn't no dumbass. That was his role. You know what I'm saying? So
when he was president,
it's the same way.
When he was president in the US, in the UK, I think I told you about the kind of English arrogance that we have towards Americans in this country, something that I don't actually share.
I know that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but we had this impression that, oh yeah, he's just representing Americans because they're all dumb. This is the shit we heard in the media every fucking day. This is one of the reasons I stopped listening to the media. Actually, it wasn't because of the George Bush thing specifically, but it was just ragging on Americans every day. And it's just like, all of the Americans I've met are cool people. They're smart. You guys see things in a slightly different way to the English generally. I'm not talking about the media, but when they were like, oh yeah, these dumb Yanks have voted this dickhead in, what a surprise, blah blah. It's like, oh, fuck off.
Can I ask you one thing? Have you noticed? And I almost all the British people I've met, especially through Flat Earth, it's like we're kind of all the same. I mean, there's highly intelligent people, all these things. But would you say that on a whole, Scottish and English guys treat women worse, almost like enemies sometimes? This weird, it seems like every time there's an issue with a dude really just talking down to women and I don't know, is that something you've noticed or not? I've noticed it a lot in the YouTube crowd, and then some here, but I'm not saying that's a stereotype, but I'm just is that anything that you've noticed though?
Depends what you mean by treat worse.
I don't know. Just become verbally a piece of shit and argumentative and just abusive almost in a way.
Okay.
Like woman hating almost. It's almost like, dude, do you just hate all women or what's going on right now?
what you have to understand about British men specifically is that most English men have become emotionally neutered, and they've become thought policed, frustrated. And what you might be picking up is a general frustration with their inability to, because most people aren't intelligent enough to understand this is what's going on, right? They just think, oh, this is life, life's frustrating, life's hard, blah blah blah. In America, you've got freedom of speech. You can say whatever the fuck you want. In this country, you don't. And so I think what you generally will see is a lot of frustration coming out. People don't know how to think through these things. They don't know how to debate properly. They don't, and they're not allowed to say what they think, right? So that is very frustrating. Now, how that relates to women, I don't know what you've seen, but yeah, we've got a lot of cucked white knight beta males in this country.
Can I just interject there and put in that I think what the problem is as well that you're seeing these immature males coming up against strong women who are independent, that they are not. So they're also jealous at the same time of, you know, the strength that these women have. And that's why the reaction is so, that's the reaction that you're seeing. You're not seeing it in normal people talking to normal women.
Look, all right, here's the deal. It has become a meme in like a couple places where I know people from a long time ago. We've been in this scene for a long time. It is actually, it's like a meme that British people are just, there's something when it involves women that they're like, just like, fuck you, bitch kind of shit. It's the weirdest thing.
What they want to do is they want to neuter the male strength, because in this country, they very soon, when they do deal with the Brexit stuff, then the men are going to need to stand up, and what they're trying to do to the world is neuter the British male, the strong British male.
Yeah. What if
that's why you're getting that view.
How about do you think they would stand up if they passed this law, which is any baby born that's a male, not only do they have to be circumcised by law, but also have to have their testicles removed surgically? Do you think they would just go with it?
You would have probably ironically, you would actually have the most opposition from religious groups, in my opinion. Thankfully, the Christian lobby in this country is still quite strong, even though you never hear about it in the media. And they would oppose it. Actually, I think the Islamic population would also oppose that. You'd obviously get all of the Jews in the media shilling it and saying it's just wonderful.
People.
Yeah, see, the thing is that you don't have normal atheists in England. They might think they're atheists, but they're not atheists. They believe in the religion of egalitarianism.
And scientism.
Yeah. That's what I mean, like the anti-religion people.
Can I say, from a mother's point of view, if that was the rule, I would go into the bush and give birth to my baby where no one could find him. Okay, so I'm sure a lot of mothers would do that too.
Well, you would do that, but would y'all, like, I mean, so are there, I guess my question is, would the people stand up as a whole and oppose the government, even if they tried to like make it a straight law? Like, or would people say, fuck that, even if it's a law, I'm still not doing it?
We're going to find out very soon. Very soon.
Yeah. And the second question is, how many people would just accept that law and be like, well, it's the law, I gotta cut my baby's balls off, you know? Would they, how many people would just do it because it's the law? That's another question.
If we give up our rights to Europe, then Europe could just make that law and we wouldn't be able to do anything about it. So we've got very little time, April the 12th, I think.
But I mean, the UK government is no better. And this is not a pro-EU argument at all. I would rather not be in either government. So on the one hand, yes, I would love to be outside of the EU. That would be amazing. But also, don't particularly want to be in a UK government either. I think we need to just get rid of this whole idea of big government.
Well, I think the government has already destroyed itself through this stuff. Everybody now knows that the government is dishonest.
Yeah, so but it's like a corpse in rigor mortis.
We need an overhaul. and I guess we're going to find out what happens, what the people say. If the people go, yeah, you're right, let's have the vote again, but let's have the vote under conditions this time that everybody that voted Brexit last time is a racist and they're not allowed to vote. Because that is coming. And if the people go, yeah, all right, if Europe says so, then we're lost. Doesn't matter what you do. I'm sorry, kids.
I know this is coming from the Blue Pill media, so I do take it with a pinch of salt. But I don't know if you heard about that goth, like a 19-year-old girl they interviewed in London, and
the one that's always out there.
They were asking the 3 things she liked about the EU, and she was like, "Oh well, I don't want to have to pay to go to France." So she thought freedom of movement literally meant that the government paid you to go somewhere, right?
I'm on a ferry for free now. Yeah,
yeah. Apparently, the second one was the NHS. She liked the NHS. Nothing to do with the EU at all.
Nothing at all, no.
And what was the third one? It was something like she wanted everyone to think the same thing, and so it was like literally admitting that she doesn't want other people to have a different opinion. And so those were those were her 3 favourite things about the EU.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, so it's just
scary, but
yeah, most people are utterly clueless. They don't know what this even is, and that's on the kind of anti-EU side as well. Most people just don't know what's going on.
Because the media pushes one opinion constantly, and only one opinion, and they'll make a negative opinion of the other side, so they can push that as well.
It's media.
That's what they do. And everybody carries on believing it. But I think the BBC, people are cancelling the BBC license fee. I know I have. I don't watch TV. I've completely got rid of TV. I don't need it. It's a brainwashing media. And cancelled it.
I was telling a couple of the American guys on here that we have to pay a TV tax. And they were like, no, you are joking.
Just for the BBC, so they can lie to us.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. You don't even get your brainwashing for free in this country.
Yeah.
No, we pay for it.
But yeah, I think they are finding that a lot of people are cancelling the BBC are going to be struggling very soon.
You know, the reason why they make you pay for things like that is because when you pay for something, you put more value in it. So if I'm paying for what I'm watching on TV, I'm going to pay extra close attention. And you see what I mean? It's like...
They gave us a lady Doctor Who that was all into progressive lesbianism. So that was like, we don't need that.
Yeah, and they bring up these.
Doesn't London have a Muslim mayor?
Sadiq Khan.
Yeah. Majority. Did you say?
He's not really
majority.
The funny thing about Sadiq Khan, though, he's not really a Muslim. Like his political stance is no different to any other neoliberal. Like, and I'm not saying that because I think it's a wonderful thing to have a huge. He is a Muslim, but if
would never ever fly in America. I don't care what your political stance is. You know what I'm saying, though?
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is I just think he's a run-of-the-mill vanilla neoliberal that hates white people.
Sure.
I don't think it's because
he's a Muslim majority in the city. If you've got a Muslim majority in the city, then it's going to get a Muslim mayor, isn't it?
Well, we're still nowhere near that. I think I think we looked at this the other day, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
It's like we were talking about this. London is still more. London's demographics are actually fairly similar to the US's as a total. We've got like 60% white people, and then another sort of 30% would be considered kind of. Was it about 15% of London's population is black, which is about the same as America's again. I think the only difference is that we've got like a large Muslim population, whereas you've probably got like a larger Mexican population. So
Are they all integrated, all like spread out and dispersed all evenly? Are they?
I mean, I live in London, and it's a lot more ghettoized than people say it is. You go to places like Tower Hamlets, and you will not see any white people there. And then you go 3 miles up the road into Richmond, and the only people you see are white. There is not a black face within miles anywhere in Richmond. So yeah, it's a lot more separated than most people will
Diversity
say.
isn't really working, is it?
Well, diversity, I don't think actually anyone believes that. I don't think anyone, like, the reason that like a place like New Malden, for instance, in sort of southwest London, is full of South Koreans, is because South Koreans like the company of other South Koreans, right? It's not even, there aren't even any North Koreans there. Well, for obvious reasons, but there's no Chinese there, right? The Chinese go to Chinatown.
North Koreans are a hoax. That's not even a real place in the world.
Ah, well, okay. But you see what I'm saying, right? You've got South Koreans. They come to England and they all go to New Malden, right? They don't disperse amongst the population. South Koreans like other South Koreans, and you know what? I don't have a problem with that, because if that's what they want to do, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah,
It's like
you
going
see
out
that?
to like
Do you
Spain
not
and
think
finding
that
the
is
British
a
expat
big
community.
problem, though?
Sorry, say again?
Do you think?
What do you mean a problem? Wait, for who though? Okay.
Do I think that's a problem, that people have the freedom to choose to do what they want?
No, see, like, you have that. Do you think they have that same opinion that you have?
Oh, South Koreans, yes, definitely.
Well, and no, all of them, all of the other people that you know, like, everybody has a little group.
I think most people, I actually think it's uniquely European to not think like this.
Yes,
I know what you mean.
If you look at any other country in the world, if you say to the Ghanaians, right, what we're going to do is Accra is going to be 50% Ghanaian now, and then we're going to have 10% is going to be Chinese, 10% Europeans, 10% Arabs, they would throw a bitch fit the size of the entire city, right? They won't put up with it there. If you said that to the South Koreans and you said that to the Japanese, they would be like, no, that's not happening. You know, it's only in Europe where we even say, yeah, that's a good idea. So the idea that we allow these huge numbers in and then get called racist for it is utterly ridiculous. You know,
and what I'm saying is, when they come in here and they have their little area, do you think that in that little area they're thinking, oh, I'm glad here everything's all like every hunky-dory and everybody's fine together here? Or do you think they're thinking what they thought in their countries originally, in their little patch?
What you mean, like a South Korean comes to London and they're like, oh, well, at least I've got South Korea to go back to if it all goes wrong?
No, I've got my own little bit of South Korea here in London.
Oh, I see what you mean.
And I'll bring some more of my South Korean mates over, and we'll just get a like slightly bigger bit of South Korea here in London.
Kind of like the Muzzies are doing, right?
Yeah.
So I guess you're asking then, do they see it as conquest?
Yeah, well, I'm saying to you, I'm saying to
do.
you, at what point do you start going, perhaps we should stop doing this? Rather than being, oh, I quite like everybody being here and I'm fine and hunky-dory with it. But let's have more.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge advocate of multiculturalism, and it's not really to do with the people, to be honest. I think most people I've met from other cultures are perfectly fine, nice people.
Yeah, I don't like people getting taken advantage of. That's let's leave it at that.
Yeah, well, yeah, I agree with that. But yeah, I think it's one of those things that you are called you're called a racist if you oppose this political what's the word?
It's pushed upon you so that they can do something. Once they've labelled you, they can put you in a box then, and then they can identify you as a group. Then they can do whatever they want with you. I think that's the way the media works.
Sure. Yeah, I mean they want to call you a racist over everything, like I said earlier.
Yeah.
But I mean, do you oppose like political? I actually call it multiracialism because I actually don't think that multiculturalism. Like, is anyone in England noticing if a million French people turned up? Not really.
Yeah.
What they're really pushing is something slightly different.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. People are just people.
Sure, but like, so what I'm trying to say is that people like the company of people similar to them. Okay, that isn't racist. If a South Korean says, "I would rather hang out with a South Korean, eat South Korean food and speak in Korean and all the rest," like, is that an intrinsic hatred of non-South Koreans, or is it just what South Koreans like to do?
Just what they like to do.
Exactly.
I would put it to you that we're all chatting here on the thing, and I don't know what anybody's ethnic or racial identity is at all. I would talk to you the same if we were in a pub face to face. You know, like what any race or anything doesn't make any difference whatsoever to me.
Yeah, and I think that's a uniquely European attitude.
Yes.
I don't think non-Europeans have that attitude.
But I just like I don't like people getting taken advantage of. Where, you know, especially while they're not aware that they are being taken advantage of due to their niceness.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'd agree with you there. I think it's one of those weird things, isn't it? Like, obviously, you want to be a nice person, and you know, I'm not going to say that being nice is bad, but this is the position they put you in, right? Where if you oppose their political idealism, then you are made to look like the bad person, and you are made to look like you've got all of these pathologies. You know, it's like, why don't you just stop? Stop basically decimating everything you see in front of you. Like, it's almost as if they say, right, whatever's natural and normal, we're going to do the exact opposite. So we're going to say, okay, there's biological sex. Oh no, now it's got nothing to do with biology, and it's all in the brain. Okay, you've got these different people groups living all around the world. No, actually, we're going to put them all in the same countries now. Okay, we've got men and women, and we've got these kind of gender roles, let's call them. I don't like the word gender, but let's just call them gender roles. Oh, actually, no, now men and women are exactly the same. I mean, they're going to compete in the workplace. They're going to compete everywhere, you know, and you've got all of these things where they say, whatever is normal, we're going to do the exact opposite.
They've flipped it. The reality has been flipped up right in front of everybody's faces, and it's proceeding to do so at even a faster rate.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's obviously deliberate. You know, it's now so entrenched that people actually think that it's virtuous. You know?
Yeah, that's a good word. Yeah, that's a good word. Virtuous. That's exactly what they think.
You know, it's like the idea that you don't hate a group of people means that you now think it's virtuous if all of your people are, you know, replaced demographically. Like, this kind of thing, it really is going from one extreme to the other. Like,
I think one that's happening right at this moment is the Islam versus homophobia, or I like to call it the fake phobia fight.
Yeah.
Whereas the Islamic people are rejecting the idea that homosexuality gets taught in schools by law.
Yeah.
Right. So
yeah, of course. Yeah, because the diversity commission, let's call them, they will tell you that everything that's normal and usual is on one side, and everything else, i.e., Islam, gay people, you know, all women apparently, they're all on one side as well, and we're opposed to them. But of course that's not the case. I mean, you know, Islam doesn't have the same opinion towards gay people as
it's
you know,
it's happening in Birmingham. They've shut it out of the school program now, haven't they? In Birmingham.
Yeah, and it's so funny.
They said that they're going to take it across the whole of Birmingham and stop people from teaching it in schools all across Birmingham. And it's like, oh, here we go.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Fake vote. Who wins? And
Have you
my
heard of-
money's on
The people
Islam.
who wins, the people getting you to argue about it, those are the people that win.
Yep. Have you guys heard about the TERFs? TERF.
The trans revolutionary.
Trans exclusionary radical
that's it.
feminists, right?
That's it, yeah.
Media doesn't talk about them. They're probably the most virulently opposed to trans group outside of Islam in the country. And they're obviously radical feminists, and they even say that they're radical feminists, but they are probably the biggest opponents of the men can be women myth.
Yeah. The men beating women up in sports.
Yeah, exactly, and beating them over 100-meter races and stuff. It's obviously ludicrous, you know. But
it's going to take women's jobs. Like women, like, sorry, women, you won't be needed very soon. Men are coming to take all of your medals.
Yeah. Did you see the meme about what was her name? Caitlyn Jenner. Yeah, Bruce Jenner in a frock. And the meme was like, see, even men even make better women now.
Yeah. Woman of the year.
Woman of the year. It's just if you don't laugh about it, you'd just be absolutely just depressed and crying, you know.
Sargon said he Sargon did a video just the other day that there was like some black lesbian woman that did a joke on Twitter about sorry men, but I value myself too highly or something.